Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Three will tie it and hand off to Luka. Back to Edson.
And with that, we start the live edition of Sean and RJ Monday morning, coming at you live here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Peyton, we got Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We were walking out of the garage the other day, and I was like, okay, when are things going to really start slowing down? When are we going to have a tough week of preparation for the show? Bobby goes, Monday. Bobby was wrong. Again.
I think he means like after today, maybe.
Oh, after
like Monday night.
After today, because we have Mavericks, Stars on fire, Rangers winning another series, John Calipari breaking news, NCAA Women's Championship, the Men's Championship tonight, Micah fallout and reaction, and of course today is Eclipse Day.
It is Eclipse Day. Hopefully the weather cooperates. Because there's a chance that it's a rain shower and cloudy.
I have people in my life who are like delaying appointments today. Like we're supposed to meet up, got house stuff, inspections, fixes, and they actually quoted Eclipse Day as a reason for pushing back the schedule. They're like, well, we got Eclipse Day Monday, so I can't, maybe Wednesday. And I'm like, oh, okay. We got traffic delays. We have, of course, weather. So I thought it was supposed to be raining over the weekend. I thought it was supposed to be nasty yesterday.
Oh, it was gorgeous yesterday. Oh, look at this little sun. Well, actually, I didn't get some.
No, I don't see anything.
Sarah got bad. Sarah got it bad. I didn't get anything.
Gorgeous weekend, period.
Yeah.
Amazing, incredible weather. But, so obviously we are absolutely loaded this morning. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. And we start with the Houston Rockets missing 2 free throws at the very end. Luka finds the X factor again. Game-tying 3 as time expires, and Kyrie and the Mavs win in overtime.
Hey, and like this is one of those weird, like strange comebacks because, usually you have a big 15-point deficit. You'll have a mega quarter if you're going to come back and win this one.
And they were down 22.
Yeah, but 15 after the first, and they just kind of chip away. It was a chip away to get back to tie this thing, to force it in the overtime, and they just run away with it. But again, I mean, you're going to see videos. If this was a playoff game, you would see Luka and his bloody knees forever.
I didn't even see the bloody knees. I heard it during the broadcast, and then afterwards, people are like, "You're going to talk about Luka's bloody knees afterwards?" I guess I was going back and forth with the ladies, but I did not see the visual of the blood.
Yeah, it's social media is where I really noticed it. It was like that's something that's like, okay. Like, how do you get such bloody knees in a basketball? You never see that in a basketball game. You just never see that. You never see somebody drawing blood on their knees especially when you have tights on. But it kind of pops through the tights. It had a very Curt Schilling look to it in the 2004 ALCS. Peyton has no idea what that reference is to at all. At all. But if that was a playoff game.
Bloody socks.
There you go.
You're a baseball guy, Chop. Come on.
That's true. That's true. You weren't even born yet. But again, that was a playoff game. That is the stuff of legends. That is the stuff of legends.
And Kyrie Irving took over this game and saved them. He was spectacular. 48 points, 7 rebounds, 60% shooting. I was like, Luka had one possession that he screwed up at the end when Kyrie was going, and he slammed the ball down. And I was like, good. I was like, just get the ball out of your hands. Get the ball to 11 and get the hell out of the way. But Luka obviously did his thing, 37, 12, and 9. But Kyrie really saved him. And Jason Kidd talking about his team coming back from down 20.
Yeah, I think it's just about just the trust and the talk and just the understanding that we have each other's back. No matter what's happening, if you're not shooting well, there's always the encouragement that you can make the next shot. Just understanding that we're playing for something bigger than just the back of the jersey, that we're playing for one another. And you can see that the chemistry in the team, when you look at the celebration at the end, just understanding that it takes a long time to build that. And that just doesn't happen overnight. But the beauty of Kai and Luka hugging there at the end, just the trust. But those two trusting their teammates that they were out on the floor was huge.
Too clear at 4 to play. That's the big part.
Oh, yeah. We'll get into the standings in just a second, but to a point you made last week when you went to the Hawks game, Kyrie afterwards, in terms of the Luka embrace, he was just telling me, I'm tired, man. I'm tired, but it's not slowing down. And I'm going to tie that into what you're talking about with the standings, because maybe there's a chance to mail in one of these games or two at the end, because you said Luka needed a break. It was just clear to you that he was exhausted when you saw him Thursday at the AAC. They have the Hornets tomorrow. So they're at the Hornets at the Heat. That's tomorrow and Wednesday. And then on Friday, you take on the Pistons. And then on Sunday, you're at OKC. So you got 4 games this week up until Sunday. And now you go to the standings because this thing is shaping up.
Yeah, now it's shaping up. So you could do one of two things. Let's just say that
because it's really looking like Mavs Clippers again. As the Mavs are up 2 on Phoenix, they're behind the Clippers by 2 games, and the Clippers are behind OKC by 3. So really it's a battle for 1, 2, 3 right now at the top of the West, because it looks like the Clippers are about to be locked into 4. They're definitely going to be locked into 4. We got 4 games left, and the Mavericks nice and comfortable over Phoenix for 5-6.
For 5-6, and then they have the same lead over New Orleans, who is in the 7th spot. But man, if you could find a way, to have them miss the Oklahoma City game, right? If you could win the next 2, beat Charlotte, beat Miami, and then you put yourself in a really great position to basically lock that up at the 5 spot, and then you could still play them against Detroit if you want to. You give them the day off. Or you could just rest them on the final game of the year and then just go into the playoffs. The playoffs probably starting on a Wednesday this year. Usually the season would end on a Wednesday, and you would start the playoffs over the weekend. But now they're ending the season on a Sunday, so I don't know how they're going to do that with the postseason. But there's an opportunity there for you to skip that final game and give them a couple of days extra rest.
The Rockets were the hottest team in the league. They'd won 11 straight. They've now lost 5 in a row. The Mavericks, who's hotter? The Mavericks or the Dallas Stars? Because the Mavericks have won 3 straight, 9-1 in their last 10, but it may not sniff your hockey team.
Dallas trying to put him away. Stankoven walks in, pass in front, save. It's loose on the crease, and it's in. Wyatt Johnston gets his 31st of the year. Just 20 years old, but already an impact player. And it's 6 for Dallas.
Yes, it is. That was following Rangers Armpit on ESPN. Wyatt had a goal and 2 assists. Sagan had 2 goals, and Jamie Benn had a goal and 2 assists as the Stars beat the Avalanche in Colorado 7-4. They finish up with a franchise record 57 points on the road, and they were 3 for 3 on the power play.
Spits and suds.
They're rolling. And I'm like, okay, let me be annoying nitpicker here and say, are they too hot? Are they playing too well before the postseason?
Yeah, they had a kind of a so-so game on Saturday against Chicago. They didn't play very well in that one.
And they're 9-1 over their last 10.
Yeah,
as well.
And they had just won 8 straight prior to the loss to Chicago. And that Chicago game, that was kind of a disappointing game in the middle of that because you had just gotten done beating a really good Seattle team and a good Edmonton team. You shut them both out. And then you lose to Chicago, then you go back and you beat Colorado. Like, that's a great stretch. And they kind of came out flat on Saturday. But now you got 4 games left. They have 4 games left as well in their regular season before the postseason gets going. Well, they will be a very high pick to win the Stanley Cup.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney Hotline here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo, y'all. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We have the finale against the Armpit tonight. We have WrestleMania news all over the place. Bobby talking about pops that will make Kevin Hagelin happy, and breaking news in the world of college basketball, and we're not talking about Caitlin Clark losing. Wait till you hear this one. Glad you're waking up with us. Thanks for starting off your week with Sean and RJ. morning, Metroplex Monday edition of Sean and RJ here with breaking news on the Fan. It's presented by BetQL, where RJ has been talking about this one basketball team for a little bit. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. In the breaking news is that after 15 years, John Calipari is leaving Kentucky for Arkansas?
For Arkansas.
What?
We were talking. It's crazy. Literally this past week, because Eric Musselman was the coach of Arkansas, and he left during our BetQL show that we do on Thursdays, Fridays, whatever day it is.
Love Eric Musselman. He would come on my little rinky-dink Cambridge, Maryland show all the time.
Oh, he's
great guest.
Yeah, I think he's fantastic. I think you would absolutely do well with him. He made two Elite Eights at Arkansas and a Sweet 16, and this year they had a bad year. They had a good transfer portal, but they had a bad year. And Cal, and we were talking about this when Musselman left. We're like, how good is the Arkansas job? And everybody and the other guys on the show were like, Tennessee is the second best job in the SEC. That's what they said. They said Tennessee's the second best job in the SEC. And then we came to the agreement, no, wait a second. Let's not forget Arkansas. Arkansas is the second best job. They put basketball higher on the totem pole than anybody else outside of Kentucky in the conference for the most part. And now, of course, with Texas and Oklahoma coming into play, that may differ a little bit. But this has always been a really good job. It's not a blue blood. It's not on the Kentucky, Carolina, Duke, Kansas, I guess UConn now. But I think it's on that next tier. I think it's the second best job in the conference. But it's not anywhere near Kentucky. And I'm stunned. This is stunning to me.
Well,
Be careful what you wish for, Kentucky.
It's not stunning that he's leaving. I feel like it was definitely time. The stunning part where I needed your help was for Arkansas.
Yeah.
Really? For the Arkansas Razorbacks with Scotty Thurman and Corliss Williamson.
Yeah.
The only team that we can ever cite in the history of the program. But it felt like it was time, and Calipari obviously agrees, saying, you know what, this is just nothing but bitching and complaining here when we get eliminated over the last 4 years.
Yeah, and that's all this is. This is Texas fans had a lot of this with Rick Barnes. They're like, got to get rid of him. All right, okay, well, where are you now? Would you rather be with that?
Two seed.
Who, Texas?
Yeah.
When? Last year, right?
Yeah.
2 years ago, yeah. But, they had Chris Beard. It took them a while, though. They had Shaka, and then Chris Beard, was successful, but then he had his own issues. But this is very interesting that he would go to Arkansas and he would choose to leave Kentucky for Arkansas. Even though I think Arkansas does a really good job, it's not Kentucky. But I guess it all matters that apparently he is tight with the Tyson Chicken CEO. And they got big chicken money there and Walmart money. And all that matters is, what is your budget? That's all that matters. How much is Arkansas putting into basketball? If they're putting in $7 million, it ain't going to work. If they're putting in 20, they got a great chance of it having to work. They had a really good Arkansas and Memphis this year were the two teams that had really good transfer portal classes that just didn't pan out. It did not work. I don't know why it didn't work. It just didn't work. They lost some guys. It's Cal get it working though. There is no doubt. Now they may lose the first round again. Which what Cal seems to be doing over the last 5 years.
Is he like a builder but not a finisher now?
Well, I think there's one issue with him. I think Kentucky fans are going to rue this day. We are still in the COVID window year where you have 25-year-olds. And Cal gets 18-year-old kids, and they're playing against men, and that's a problem. And now next year it's going away. You're not going to have your COVID seniors anymore. So now I think next year you're going to see what it's like going back to the old way, and I think Cal will be able to flourish again. Who at Kentucky?
Yeah. I was hearing the Bama coach a little bit.
Yeah, so Nate Oates, I think their first call is going to be to Dan Hurley, and he'll probably say no. It's weird. I don't know today if Kentucky's a better job than UConn anymore. I don't know the answer to that. I knew the answer to that 10 years ago.
Oh, he should definitely say no.
Yeah, today, 10 years ago, Kentucky was a better job.
Now, Dan Hurley used that for a nice raise.
He will. He will. Because I took a look at UConn's budget. UConn's budget for basketball is $24 million a year. Duke's 28. Carolina's is 14. That shows to show you how much UConn puts into basketball. Their budget is $10 million more than North Carolina.
Wow.
Okay, that ought to tell you everything you need to know. So I don't think he's going anywhere. I think Nate Oates is another call they'll make. I mean, beyond that, dude, where do you go? There's not that young, up and coming, elite coach off the top of your head. like that was like Andy Enfield was one of them, and when he went to USC, Bruce Pearl was one of them, Wisconsin, Milwaukee. There isn't that guy, right? Like Cal was one of them when he was at UMass. There isn't that guy right now. Like the Oakland coach is old. I don't know where you go. I really don't. So I think it's gonna be Nate Oates or, find somebody. I really don't know. This is crazy.
The other college basketball news of the day: Caitlin Clark's final game does not end with a title.
It is perfection for South Carolina. 38 games, 38 wins, and their third national championship. South Carolina 87, Iowa 75. 2024 is absolutely perfect for Dawn Staley and South Carolina. They are the women's basketball national champions.
Westwood won with the call. I was all in on this to start with Mavericks on the other channel. I put the Mavs on the early back burner. I'm going to be honest. I know Bobby's rolling in his grave hearing that. It was a 10-0 Iowa run, and I'm like, here we go. It's going to end with the championship. Caitlin Clark scored 18 points. Why do they do quarters instead of halves?
I don't know. They started doing that a couple years ago. I have no idea why they do that. Maybe 8 years ago they started doing that.
18 points for Caitlin Clark in the first quarter. A championship game record, but South Carolina too big, too strong.
Too big, too strong.
Killing them on the offensive boards, killing them underneath. And Iowa just did not have enough help for Caitlin Clark, and Dawn Staley in South Carolina win it all.
They win it all. They were the best team all year. When you're undefeated, you're the best team all year. You absolutely deserve to win.
They were favored, I think, by 7.5 in Vegas heading into this game.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, look, they've been the they've been the bad boys on the block for a while now in the women's game. They're just a tremendous program. Dawn Staley's done a fantastic job with that program, which I don't remember. Like when I was in college at Tennessee, I don't remember South Carolina even being like a pimple on the butt of the conference back then. But now they are the absolute top dog. She deserves all the credit for that.
And then I did try to nerd out a little bit.
Oh,
I would go
recruiting. Did you go a little transfer portal? Who's Iowa going to get to bring in?
Oh, no. I went with a little hashtag search on social media for stuff like this.
Holy Christ! The dead man coming!
WrestleMania in Philadelphia. Bobby sent out that clip.
Yeah.
One of the loudest pops I've ever heard. I thought that came from you. I thought you sent that.
No, I did not send that. There's a lot of the Jericho pop was a big one. This one was a big one.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, like this is the Philadelphia's a great crowd anyway. Like they're always into it. Those Northeast crowds are really, really into these things. Like they have the oh my God moments. But then that's Triple H, man. Triple H, you got down SOB. You found the Undertaker. You brought him in there. Triple H runs everything now. Yeah. He's like in charge. He's like he's the guy that comes up with I don't know if he comes up with the storylines, but he approves them all. And it's just like, oh, Triple H, oh, you son of a, you know what? Oh, you brought the Undertaker out here. Holy cow.
We'll ask Hagelin, but it feels like wrestling is now like hit a groove.
Yeah, it has.
With The Rock coming back like this, it feels like they're kind of on a little electric run right now.
Yeah, it's supposed to, now there was a lot of problems with that because everybody thought they were screwing Cody Rhodes over. I haven't really been into it as much as I used to be at all, but yeah, it does feel like it has hit a little bit of a sweet spot.
They got a bump.
Yeah, a little bump. And maybe that's,
they went over the top. Over the top rope.
But they brought Rock into the board of directors, and he's helping out. And listen, it's funny. All this is happening in the wake of the Vince McMahon situation, and they bring the Rock and the Undertaker back to, hey, look at this hand. Oh, look at this hand.
Yeah.
It's like, look over. It's a magic trick.
Yeah, that feels like it kind of pushed them.
Yeah, I think it did.
Rock is like, all right, let me go ahead and protect my stock and my investment.
Absolutely.
And let me go all in with this to try to erase the memory of Vince.
Yeah, because he has gone all in. I don't know what he's going to do post WrestleMania, but he appears to have gone all in, and he's got a vested interest. So it's good for the I don't say it's good for the sport. It's good for the sports entertainment.
Good for the industry.
Yeah, it's good for the
Good
industry.
for the Actors Guild.
Yes.
Let's talk about the Texas Rangers early annihilation of the armpit, but are things going to get evened out today? We got another Rangers injury to discuss as well. That's next on the Home of the Champs with Sean and RJ, soon to be joined by Bobby Roberto Belt right here on The Fan.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
And 1-0 the count to the left-handed hitting Yordan Alvarez. The set, the kick, and the pitch. And there's a drive down the right field line, fair or foul. That is a home run for Alvarez. His third of the season. It comes with a couple of men on board. He makes Dunning pay for the walks, and he gives Houston a 3-0 lead.
Barry Bonds strikes again. Bobby already making me 0 for 1 on the morning show today. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club here with Sean and RJ. We are your home of the World Series champs, and I think to start the show, I said Rangers take another series. Incorrect. I'm blaming Roberto because we got a little tricked by the final game of the series today.
Yeah,
usually wraps up on a Sunday.
They usually do. This is a very weird year. I've seen a lot of Friday, Monday series this year. I don't remember seeing that many in April. But I've already seen, I can think of like 3 off the top of my head, including this one.
I didn't make you 0 for 1. I made you 0 for 2. You made yourself 0 for 1 when you said, yeah, I was not into the Mavs. Had to watch Caitlin Clark go up against Don Staley. That's where my attention was focused,
Why don't you finish
baby.
the sun chips in your teeth? Jesus. This kid's trying to talk, and he's got one hanging off his lip, and winking at me.
He threw even more into his mouth. So the Rangers take the first 2 games of the series. Yordan strikes yesterday with a 3-run homer. I thought we were getting 2 straight back-to-backs from the armpit. And then finally, the Houston daddy, Adolis Garcia, breaks up the no-no, but the Rangers lose. But let's talk about the weekend before that, Choppy.
Yeah, I mean, look, the weekend, that was the first couple of games, it was just an annihilation. 17-4, they outscored them.
I wish I could have watched them.
I couldn't watch Friday because of Apple TV, which I'm not going to get that.
Broke boys.
But hang on. So Saturday when we were all at the house, we were trying to find this. Where Bally Extra? Is that
it was like on MLB. Remember, it was on MLB Network regional coverage or something. So no, it was on MLB.
But I think it was that blacked out on what I had in terms.
Yes,
you were
extra.
blacked out. Yeah.
It was extra. I thought, it was.
It was Bally Extra.
Bally
Sandler
Extra.
said.
Yes, Bally Extra. It's like
So that's 676A.
Yeah, it's
I
right
don't
underneath
remember.
it.
Will Chambers was screaming at people the whole last 2 hours of your party, so I don't remember what was
Man,
happening.
Really turned up. And that was before Calipari left.
That's right. That's right. He was in a bad mood still. But man, and they got to both the starters and they got to the relievers. They got to both of them from the Astros. They were the Astros' daddy in the first 2 games. And then Bradford had a really nice night. Went deep into the game, which, obviously that's key when you've got a 4-game series and you've got a lot of games in a row. I think their next off day is April 22nd. That's their next off day right now. So you need to have your guys go deep into games. They did that. And I do think that, at the end of this whole thing, forget winning the World Series. Like, going through Houston, I think did a lot for this team anyway. Just forget, even if you win the World Series, but they didn't have to go through Houston, who knows what that doesn't do for you in the coming years. Having to go through that team who has been the complete and utter bullies of the American League for dang near a decade. I mean, that
it might be like the Bulls, like getting through the Pistons. It's like, I'm the captain now.
Right. Even if they didn't win the NBA championship, even if they lost to the Lakers, they still got through Detroit. And like that starts the run on its own.
Did you say even if they didn't win the championship?
Like the Bulls that year.
I think they did.
I know. They did. They beat the Lakers.
Yeah.
I say even if they lost to the Lakers,
right.
I still think there's some kind of psychological advantage to getting through them. But then you look at like Houston's bullpen over the weekend, and I know Presley pitched last night and he was fine, but like he has logged a lot of innings. That bullpen has logged a lot of innings. Hader, I mean, I know he likes to not pitch because he did pitch last year. I won't do a 4-out save, but Presley he's in the late 30s. I mean, they have logged a ton of innings. And it's like, okay, this core of theirs is just kind of getting up there.
And before yesterday's win for the Astros, they were 5 games below 500 for the first time since June 2016.
Wow.
And look at all the things that the Rangers had overcome early on to give us a great feel about the start of their season, despite Josh Spores being put on the 15-day injured list.
Yeah, a little disappointing that they can't duck injuries right now. It's like you get into the season, it's like, oh, we just got Josh Young back. And it's like, oh, Josh Young out.
Yeah.
Right again. Now Spores hits the IL, which is something where, he's kind of been, I think, the guy in waiting if Leclerc goes sideways too much, but they've weathered a lot of this really effectively. Cody Bradford has been really impressive the first 2 starts. He threw almost 100 pitches the other day. 25 were balls. He was just relentlessly hitting the strike zone and has been really, really impressive. It feels like what Dane Dunning was doing in the early part of last year, where it's like, oh, wow, Dane's stepping up and like answering the call and everything else. And then, Evaldi's obviously been impressive. Even the offense, which has been impressive early on in the season, it's still not, I don't think we feel like humming along like it's capable of. Like they're still not even up to that level, and yet they're 6-3, and they look really, really good as a team right now.
Yeah, look, that you're going to have games like yesterday, and offensively, most teams are not clicking in the first week of April.
How did that guy on their end just be a journeyman though, who was throwing yesterday, and he was throwing some nasty stuff?
Oh, nasty, and he he is painting.
Yeah.
Like he was hitting the exact corner. You could see it. Like he didn't get a ton of calls off the plate. They were right there. And you see a little K box go up there and it pops like right on the line.
Blanco, your wife's favorite.
Oh yeah, she loves Blanco. I love Blanco.
Man,
that's for sure.
I'm gonna create a new weekly segment here on the show called Social Norms.
I think she thought she was following social norms by not saying it.
I'm on a much different universe and path than a lot of people over things that I thought were just like normal human behavior.
Oh, he's clearly on a different path. You should have seen Sean Mahal out there. It's impressive.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
That's not what I was referring to. I'm talking about just human etiquette. Human etiquette. I'm going to start a weekly segment about that. I won't make your wife the first one because I know she'll freak out and lose her mind. We'll talk about it.
Shan Landers is what we'll call it.
We had a Blanco issue over the weekend. We'll talk about that at some point.
Okay.
But what were we talking about?
Yeah, exactly. I knew that was coming. Well, I wanted to save yesterday. I wanted to mention it first, but really save yesterday to the star of the segment, and that would be Peyton Russell, who went to the game with I was so jealous.
I know
that you got to go there with the roof open.
One of the 2 times all year.
And your tweet and picture of that blew up.
It's up to 2,000 likes right now.
Yeah.
I think it started to pick up when you guys
1.8 million more. You'll catch me and Micah. But unfortunately, that's true, and I do mean unfortunately. We'll get to that later on too.
But no, it sucks that that the offense didn't pick up.
No. Hang on.
Oh.
The stadium open.
Oh,
Let's
cares about your baseball takes.
Let's start there. Is that the first time you went there with the roof open? And
first time I've seen it open.
Did it feel so much and look so much different?
So much better. Oh, it was 100 times better than being closed. Yeah, because the Dome Stadium, is nice. Like I like having the roof, but it needs to be open in April. I'm sorry. I know the conditions of the moist or whatever on the ground, but it's got to be open, man. It's a beautiful ballpark. 6:10 start too. Gorgeous weather. It got a little cool there in the 8th and 9th inning too. I kind of liked it.
I bet it did. Yeah, the roof with it open, it just brings an aesthetic that is so much better.
Yeah.
But they won't do it. They can't do it. According to them, they got to fix it. They got to fix their problems with the condensation and getting the floors to be slick. I don't know, just change the surface of the floors. Maybe that's what they got to do in the future.
The banner did not look that bad, though. I will admit. I know on TV and pictures it looks like just like a cloth up there, but it looked nice by the scoreboard. I admit it looked pretty nice. There was no crease there. They got the wrinkle all the way, so it was nice. But it's huge. It's a huge banner.
Did you stay to the end when they finally scored because of Foscue and had the tying run coming up?
I did. I did stay to the end. I wasn't like believing there was a comeback, but I was like Josh Hader. He's been a little iffy. Start of the season, but see Foscue's first hit was huge. Standing ovation for him. Bright future.
Did you think a no-hitter was going to take place? Were you realizing it?
Yeah, 5th inning, I was like, man, there's no way this guy's had less than 10 starts in the big leagues, and he's going to throw another no-hitter. I was not rooting for it.
Okay.
I was not. It's the Astros.
Okay.
I knew what you were going to throw.
That's interesting.
The Corey Majors rule.
Yeah, I vehemently disagree with that take. You have to root for the no-hitter.
Not
you?
the Astros.
Yes, absolutely.
If it's the
Have you never seen
Royals,
one? Have you never seen one?
No. You have to root for the perfect game. You don't have to root for a no-hitter. If they've already walked and it's already damaged, we see like
you don't care about no-hitters?
No, not at this. Not at this. Literally, the Astros have thrown 4 in like 6 weeks.
Yeah, they've thrown a lot. They've thrown a lot, man. They've thrown 17 in their history.
I was hoping the Rangers would bunt. I was rooting for the bunt. I said, lay it down. Just piss them off in any way possible. Because, I mean, the Astros fans were all over that ballpark, man. The first 2 games did not faze them one bit. They were everywhere.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Even Adolis, when he came up to the plate, you heard some boos. You could hear it.
Did you go get some Hurtado?
Oh, I got some, Sean. I had to. I met a Tolo in line, too. You know, he asked me, it was a longer line, so we got to talk a little bit because Hurtado was so popular there, right by the entrance in the outfield. But I got the loaded brisket nachos.
Ooh.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Very controversial. It wasn't controversial, but you got called out by Landry Locker, who did radio here for a very long time, over another food tweet that you had.
Well, Whataburger finally opened up at the ballpark. I believe they opened it up last weekend, and I just took a picture of it and said, "Thank you, Rangers, for putting a Whataburger in the ballpark." And he replied back on Twitter and said, "Why? Thank you, why?" I was like, "Well, because it's Whataburger." He calls it, overrated, overpriced, whatever in the ballpark. There's so many different options. And I didn't get Whataburger there. I know you hadn't get it anywhere, around the ballpark, but I just was like, "Thank you, Rangers." Like, you put a huge Texas iconic restaurant out here, and I like it.
How was the line for that? Was it crazy?
Yeah, it was packed, and this was before the game too. I was walking around trying to get food before the game. Whataburger was really busy.
This is what Landry said. You're eating ballpark price Whataburger, available on every corner 24/7 at one of the best ballpark food venues in the world. Man, sometimes I think they're too hard on you, but of all time, Sean and RJ, they got to get you on this.
I didn't get it though.
Is he hating on Whataburger or just the price surge for being in the ballpark?
This is like, why would you go to the airport and get Chick-fil-A?
Okay, I disagree with that. I was about to follow up with the airport. Okay, it's like the airport is giving me authentic. I'm not in Little Italy here. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, to me, at the airport, get what you're most comfortable with, but because all the pricing is going to be increased.
It's all gouging.
It's all gouging. But I agree with Landry's point for Whataburger inside the stadium.
Yeah, you definitely
stadium food different than airport food. What am I going to go to the Chili's?
Well, airport, stadium food.
The Love Field Chili's, known for their spinach and artichoke. No, it's all the same.
Stadium food should be better than airport food, no doubt. Priced probably the same.
What do you go get at the airport?
That's a good. I don't usually get. I usually get some jerky at the little Hudson News stand.
I'm talking about you got to eat them.
Yeah,
you're starving.
I'll go to a restaurant. Like, I'll sit with.
Well, what restaurant?
Oh, whatever's there. Like, whatever restaurant.
They're all
near the
chains.
Gate. Yeah, whatever's near the gate.
Yeah.
If they've got a place to get some alcohol, I'll go there. If it's a fast food place, I'll generally a fast food. I'll probably just go to McDonald's or something.
Okay.
But I'm with you. But it's still like, like, why would I? I never thought of it. Like, why would I go here? I could have just gone here on the way to the airport and picked up McDonald's for a third of the price.
I mean, if it's Whataburger's good. There's never a bad time for Whataburger. So I think I understand the general perspective, but I also would not fault anybody who goes like, I want Whataburger. Oh, it's $3 more surcharge or whatever. I don't care. I want Whataburger. I get a chance to eat a Whataburger watching the Texas Rangers in their ballpark. That's an experience you didn't get before.
I've been disappointed recently with ballpark hot dogs too. I really have. Every time I have one, I'm like, this thing looks dead. Like this thing,
it's got fur on it. There's no doubt. There's some fur.
You know
on
what I
those
mean?
dogs.
I'm just like, this is not like it's not an impressive hot dog.
It's not
This
cuisine.
doesn't give me any nostalgia.
They used to taste different.
It's not the Nick and Sam's hot dog or anything like that.
They used to taste different.
Yeah, they don't throw you out after you eat it.
There you go.
They used to taste different though. I feel like they used to be like really hard. And this isn't just at the ballpark, like Globe Life. Like every ballpark I've been to recently where I've gotten a hot dog, it's like this has been disappointing.
Like the Dodger dog, is it really matches the hype, right? And how's it different?
It was like 08 when I had it. It was good.
Oh, wait, you haven't gone to any of the games when they go in Oxnard? You haven't gone to the Dodger game?
In 2008, that was the last time I went.
Wow.
I went in 21. I didn't think, or 22. I didn't think it was anything other than what is being served at every ballpark right now.
Yeah, it was. There was actually funny. There was a clip I saw the other day. All the hot dog vendors of each team's hot dog vendor of choice. The Rangers have Rangers and Astros have the same one. It's a Texas brand. But no, the Dodger dog's fine. It's not like anything special. The seats are wider. That's what I like about the Dodger Stadium.
Is it Nolan? Are these Nolan dogs?
No, it was Texas Chili was the brand.
Okay. So there it is. Pepe's trip to the ballpark. Glad that his significant other can make one of the events this weekend.
Oh,
man. I told her.
Expressway, Mackenzie.
Wow.
I suggest you listen to that this morning and not just the payload. We got the women's championship lost by my girl Caitlin Clark, but we got the men's championship, the only one that Bobby said he would discuss and acknowledge tonight. That's next on Sean and RJ.
Let's get you over to the greatness, and I mean the greatness of Diamonds Direct. You're going to want to head on over to Diamonds Direct, any of the locations, both locations around town, and you are going to want to go in there and make this spring one to remember. It's that time again, the annual spring event. You're going to get 20% off virtually everything in their showroom, whether you're in the midst of wedding planning, like me, or shopping for bands, or picking out your next fashion jewelry must-haves from Diamonds Direct. Save that extra 20% this weekend, now through April 21st.
Through April 21st, all bridal and fashion favorites at Diamonds Direct are on sale. That's a big deal. Favorite bridal styles for all earrings, all bracelets, all necklaces, stackable bands, colored gemstone jewelry, and more. This includes some beautiful pieces from world-class designers, and you can even see their expanded selections while they're in town. Don't miss the incredible offers right now at Diamonds Direct's annual spring sale. Get an incredible 20% off now. Tell them Sean and RJ send you. Make an appointment in store or online at diamondsdirect.com.
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the All Right Loss, That's Soda, Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And Purdue has one more step down Redemption Road. The team that lost last year to a 16 will play on Monday for a national title. Purdue 63, North Carolina State 50.
That's the call on Westwood 1 as the championship game is set for tonight. The two big dogs are going at it with UConn and Purdue. Connecticut would be the first repeat champion since 06-07 Florida.
Yeah, and they've been the best team in the country for the most part. These two teams have, and you could add Houston in there. Houston was the best team. Those three, and remember on Selection Sunday, the committee was like, yeah, these three we were penciled them in, they locked them in, and then it was a debate over number 4 between really 4 teams were a debate over number 4, and now we're down to the final 2, and it is if you like a throwback style of basketball, you are going to love tonight, because you got two bigs, Klingon and obviously Edey, and they are. And the one thing that UConn can do that most teams can't is they've got a really good defensive big in Donovan Klingon who can, they think, guard Edey one-on-one. So you don't have to double team him, and you don't have to leave one of those dudes open on the outside, and that makes it a very difficult proposition. And you mentioned the women's game where South Carolina was a 7.5 point favorite. In this one, it's UConn 6.5, and it's been about that way the entire time.
You surprised it's that low? Did you win your money?
I did. I won both. Yeah, I won both. I took Purdue. I took UConn. I should have parlayed it, but I didn't even think of that. I should have done that. But
I hope you heard that, BetQL. He doesn't even know what a parlay is.
I know. I should have cut the show. Hey. I would have found out much better. I'm a little surprised, but there is the unknown. I have no idea how Edey's going to play against this team, so I can't. I don't even know how I would. If I was going to bet it, and I will. I'll take UConn, but I'm scared. I'm scared of what to bet on it.
These games were a little disappointing for me.
Yeah, they're blowouts.
Like UConn was close at half. Mm-hmm. We were chilling outside, and they were like, okay, second half, UConn. We got to go ahead and get in there for it, but they went ahead and did their thing. But both Final Four games disappointing.
This is super nitpicky, I know, but
more nitpicky than your Vogue take last week.
No, I mean that was a quality take right there. That's just, I mean that one makes sense. This is, I hate when we get to the end of the tournament and it's the two best teams going into the tournament that end up in the title.
Wow, that's really odd. That's odd, right? Isn't that what you want?
When it's 64, look, it's got to be like really narrow. Look, here's what I want, Chop. I want 6 to 8 upsets in the opening round. Legit upsets. That's what I want. And I want one of those larger underdog teams to get to the Elite 8, but fall short of the Final Four.
Yeah.
Final Four really needs to be seeds 1 through 4, maybe a 5 seed as a Cinderella run to get there, okay? I need at least one number 1 seed, though, in the Final Four. In the championship game, I would like it if maybe one of the two best teams made it there, but both of them getting there, it's like, for all the randomness and this whole, wow, this crazy March energy, it's how much madness is there about March Madness if the two best teams just make it? Okay. It wasn't even that much of a surprise. So I get it. It'll be quality basketball. That's great. But just from like a sexiness standpoint and an entertainment standpoint of what the tournament's always meant to me growing up watching it, that's a boring result to me.
All right, let me throw this at you. Like, because I know that the Ravens were the 1 seed in the AFC, but we all knew who, right? I mean, the Chiefs are the Chiefs. They're the best team in the league every year, regardless of how they do in the regular season. We know what's going to happen. Were you disappointed that it was them versus San Fran?
Good question.
No, see, I view I view MLB playoffs, NFL playoffs, everything else is like different. This is something that takes place over the course of like, you've got all these different rounds and all these different variables, and when you have that many teams involved, it's like, well, the two best shouldn't like be able to just end up against each other. That to me says that it didn't have enough insanity for how many variables there were, and so it's kind of boring.
Yeah.
Like, it'll be good basketball, but it's boring from a just like talking points and interest
Did anyone
angle.
look at our brackets, or you flushed them since Bobby already clinched last place? Like, where things could stand between the three of us winning.
We're in the same boat, right?
Peyton's third, and then you're second, you're first.
But you have UConn winning?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you and I, you're going to end up a point ahead of me.
Okay.
Regardless of
So
what
I'm going to
happens.
win.
Yeah.
Unless, I guess, Purdue wins.
No, then
that
you
changes
still
things
win.
up?
You still win. And then I finish second, and then Peyton will. Because did you have UConn in the final?
I had him in the final. I had him losing to Houston.
So if Purdue wins, I finish third. And you and Peyton tie for first, right?
Well,
I think that's how it works.
I don't know. I finished last.
And
That's
then,
all I know.
and if UConn wins, you finish first, I finish second.
One more UConn note, and I just want to talk about this from a referee standpoint. The big play that dominated the weekend with controversy. I know, Bobby, just humor me for a second because it came on the women's side.
A trip to the title game on the line. Mule, the drive, 5 seconds left. Looking for Bedgers and the offensive foul. An offensive foul on Edwards with 3.9 to go.
Aaliyah Edwards barely leaning, and the foul is called.
ESPN with a call. The offensive foul in the Iowa-UConn game that had everyone going crazy on social media. Gino Auriemma going crazy afterwards. Was this robbery of the Huskies?
I don't care for that call. This is a great sports argument, though. Do you swallow the whistle with 5 seconds to go, or
Right.
is it a foul? It's a foul.
Right. 1 point, under 10 seconds left. It was a 1 point difference. UConn had the ball. Offensive foul off a screen. This is not a charge. This was a screen that was being set. Iowa ball, and then, of course, Angel Reese and others. Oh, of course. It's all being set up for the princess.
Yeah, now let's be fair, okay? UConn's gotten plenty of calls over the last 30 years. Like, can we just not...
Is that a known thing?
Yeah, they're, of course it is. Like, can we not just we're not going to put them in the victim role now, are we?
Gino said there's probably an illegal screen that you could call and make on every single possession. I just know that there were 3 or 4 of them called on us, and I don't think they had any called on them. Gino Auriemma.
Yeah, I mean, Gino,
hard to be a sympathetic figure, Gino.
Yeah, Pat Summitt's in her grave, rest in peace, right now, saying, "Yeah, Gino, remember that call in 08, 06 that you got that we didn't get? Like, no one's gonna feel sorry for Gino Auriemma."
I didn't see it.
A replay?
You didn't even see a replay?
I saw everybody was losing their minds about something UConn. I was like, oh, okay, they're losing their minds about something that happened in the women's game. And then I kept scrolling.
God, way to be prepared.
I was prepared to walk in here and talk about sports. That's what I was prepared to do.
Hey, did you see it? What did you think?
I did. I mean, it's a foul. She extended her arm barely, but I mean, it's a foul. Yeah, I agree with RJ. You can't call it, though, in that moment. It's a 1 point game with a championship game on the line. You can't call it. It wasn't like a shove, but it's a foul. You know, the refs weren't wrong.
Okay. Yeah. So you're saying it should not have been called?
Should not have been called, right. Okay. It's a foul, yes. By the letter of the law, it's a foul.
Yeah.
But I would not have called it.
I agree with you. I would not have called it.
I'd probably swallow the whistle.
Swallow the whistle.
I would have called it, personally. I mean, just
because it was against Caitlin Clark.
I mean, just like
it was for Caitlin Clark.
Look, when you're when you're in that situation, you know, you got to get it right. What's right is right. You know.
I don't know what
I always say.
What you're trolling about, but I really don't care. We're gonna move on. I will get to the Micah Parsons follow-up at 6:40 this morning, trying to decide when to talk about this. And the Dallas Cowboy star that was all up in my direct messages over this story. Well, we're going to talk about this at 6:40.
I can't wait to see this one. Oh, baby.
Coming up in 10 minutes. What?
You know what Sarah said about that drop that you just played?
What? It got her in the mood.
She says, "I love his voice." And I was like, oh,
Bonte?
Oh, baby.
Why would you even say that on the air and chance that someone's going to send that back to them now?
Yeah, you should get him to record some.
I know, I really
some
should.
mood swings for you
I
guys.
should have him do play-by-play.
Sarah said, "I think we found our third."
Oh my goodness.
The breaking news from last night, John Calipari is leaving Kentucky for Arkansas.
It does feel a little bit like Choppy say when I was driving in, like, be careful what you wish for. It does feel a little bit like the reaction I saw from Kentucky fans last night who were just like, get rid of Cal. And then, like, it happens. And they're like, well, wait, what do you mean? Where's Cal going?
I don't really want this. You can't treat someone any old way and then not expect them to kind of come back at you.
Boy, Nick Eatman was amped about this one. He was pumped. I texted him last night. I was like, there's no way he's away because, I mean, he gets up early. He's got his kids that he's got to take to school. So I was just like, Coach Cal. And he's like, I feel like I'm dreaming. He's like, he is so thrilled. But, I mean, this is, it felt like it was time ultimately. Even though it felt like it was time, I didn't think it was going to happen. I thought he was going to get another year. We didn't really hear a ton of buzz like, things are ending here.
Last 4 years for the Wildcats in the tournament. 2021 they missed. 2022 round of 64 they lost to the 15 seed St. Peter's. 2023 round of 32 they got eliminated by the 3 seed K-State, and then this year round of 64 they lost to number 14 Oakland. They will advance farther in the tournament over the next 3 years than Calipari had them over the past 4. I don't know the program overall, the strength of overall the regular season wins, but Kentucky will move on farther in the tournament over the next 3 years than Calipari at any point in this last 4.
I
don't think that's a hot take.
Now, I do wonder what's going to happen because the word of the day in Lexington is going to be decommit. That's the word of the day today because they have a great recruiting class.
Oh,
they had the number 2 recruiting class, I think, behind Duke. 4 and 5 stars. There's like 5 of them. Just a tremendous recruiting class that Cal had coming in, and they're all gone now because they can all decommit without penalty right now.
But is Calipari's way of doing it old news now?
Yeah.
How old are we? When he started this, it's like, all right, the new thing to do, recruit the Fab
The one
Five.
and done is now the old thing to do.
Yes.
Crazy, right?
Old.
Yeah, I do think we don't know the answer to that because of the COVID year. So all these COVID players, they call them COVID seniors or super seniors, where you get an extra year if you were in college during COVID. I think that's over this year. This is over now. So there's no more COVID seniors. So now what happens is I think his way of doing things maybe reverts back. We don't know. The transfer portal changed everything because now you have a lot of older teams.
People talk about in the tournament.
You need older guys.
Experience.
Yep.
I mean,
it's guard play. It's guard play.
Calipari also basically said like his team, the nerves hit them. Yeah. They're in this big, huge moment. They're all freshmen or however many they have that are freshmen, and it works against you when it comes time for the madness.
Yeah, I mean, look, Cal has had tremendous players there.
Yeah.
And you need guards to win in the tournament. How'd John Wall do? Did they win the title with John Wall? I don't think they won the title with John Wall. They didn't win the title with John Wall. He was a great player in college. You need great guard play, and you need vets.
Micah Parsons fallout. Another reminder that my parents screwed me when it came to my name and the Cowboys star all up in my DMs over the weekend. That's next for the 6 a.m. Club on Sean and RJ. But did you know that one of the best investments that you could make, it's in yourself? At My Computer Career, in just a few months, you could start your new career in the high-demand, recession-resistant field of information technology. Isn't it time you invest in you and start a career in networking, cybersecurity, AI, or upskill to boost your current IT career? So get the ROI that you deserve at MyCC. No experience necessary. Start now by taking a free career evaluation to see if it's for you. You answer a few quick questions. You don't have to have any previous background or experience. And bam, you get trained and certified in a matter of months with classes twice a week at the Dallas campus in person, Arlington campus in person, or you can do it live online. And y'all, if you're listening on the Odyssey app, Odyssey, we are national. So see if it's for you at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill. Coming up today on the
back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
I knew that there was a strong chance that Bobby Belt was going to ruin my weekend Friday at 8:40, and much of that came true when he brought up his little Micah Parsons trade topic in Below the Belt here on Sean and RJ. In case you did not know, you're in the 6 a.m. Club, our best and strongest audience of the entire show. That's why I decided to do this update here. Thanks for watching us on YouTube and Twitch. And we are also your home of the Dallas Cowboys, where on Friday, I said that there were multiple people I spoke with the Cowboys that would not be upset if Micah Parsons was no longer a member of their team. And my Lord, Josh Clark, I blame you too, the guy who writes for the website, because he put up the headline, and bam, the rest of my weekend was gone. Just like that. I was proud of myself. I did a better job.
I tried to help you out.
You did.
I tried to help you out. I was on there quite a bit on Friday.
You started a fight with the with some Aggie person.
Yeah. What the hell was that about? Why is Aggies recruiting taking shots so hard? Like, if it felt like, did you say something about Manziel that made them mad years ago or something?
Oh yeah, years ago. But it's like, there's Sean and RJ looking for attention again.
It's so weird to see from an official recruiting account.
And then Choppy went back with what do they do there?
The Yell leaders. It was a midnight yell. I went back at them and I was like, you guys really going to talk about needing attention?
Yeah.
Something like that. Something to that effect. But, I mean, look, maybe Mike Elko's not doing a whole lot of recruiting down there and they don't have anything to talk about. I have no idea.
Yeah. So this obviously blew up. I'm really dreading the first fake shows today. I hope that they talk about all the other stuff that's going on. Late last night, I did not get a good indicator that the first fake shows would avoid this topic because someone sent me Shannon Sharp and Ocho Cinco reminding me that my parents did me a disservice as soon as I came out of the womb.
Micah Parsons has worn thin within the Cowboys organization. Shan Sharif of 105.3 The Fan reported, I've heard from way too many people this offseason. I'm talking about at least 4 different people that have told me that Michael has worn thin there. I don't know how much of it is true, how much it's actually hurt his reputation. I think the latter. I don't know whether this is behavior or some typical superstar.
105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, I didn't realize same thing for Stephen A. I didn't realize that the radio station was that different. My name, I get it.
105.3 The Fan.
Like
these are in there.
Like a tube of toothpaste. So I didn't realize that, but there it is. So that is what I'm dreading today. I hope the Eclipse takes over the news, and I'm not looking forward to having any hashtag, any handle, and my name butchered and destroyed.
Don't worry, you got a whole hour of UConn foul call that they'll have to go over first, and then
men's preview.
Hour.
Men's preview.
No, they don't have any time for that. The women's crushes the men's game, so they don't have time for that.
And then the predictable reaction, right? You had your fragile Cowboy fans who couldn't handle it and lose their mind, oversensitive and fragile. The separation once again taking place over the stability of Instagram and Facebook compared to Twitter and X. You had your couple of
that's wild,
isn't it?
It's crazy, man. It's like you go
Twitter it can be the worst.
It's literally it's like when you walk into Instagram or Facebook, you're just like going to a bar. But when you walk into Twitter, you're at a rave. Yeah, you're at a full blown rave. There's Molly everywhere.
Yeah. Then you have
what happened.
Then you have some people who cover the team reaching out and saying you're not wrong. You have others who cover the team who just can't fathom and understand any reporting that takes away from the Dallas Cowboys' chances to win the Super Bowl. That's where we're at with some journalists and journalism. And I'm probably an old school dinosaur when it comes to all that. But the way I've kind of learned and the way I'm going to practice is when good news happens, you report good news. When bad news happens, you report bad news. But you have some people who are practicing a different way. And they're like, oh, why would you dare say something bad about the Dallas Cowboys and the team that you cover? Well, because my contract doesn't read your job is to only say positive things. And your job is to do everything in your power with your mouth. Backtrack.
It's
your job is to do everything in your power to have them go undefeated. And you are not supposed to write, say, tweet, or talk about anything negative. And to that, I say that you are a pawn. You're a pawn. You carry the bucket. And I really question your credibility and doubt it, because that's not the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah, if you work for like the team website, and you know this, then you keep a lid on it, right? If you work for DallasCowboys.com and you find out this information, then you don't say it. But it's the same thing with politics. I mean, there's no discourse. Like, there's no kind of, you're either with us or against us, and that's what. And they're cults. They're all cults.
Yeah,
the fandom's a cult. Politics is a cult. Like, you're either with us or against us, and you never say anything bad about your political party or your team.
Yes.
And that's just not really, and that doesn't benefit anybody.
And I'm saying this truthfully. I didn't break anything. I didn't break any news. If you've been Toloing, if you've been monitoring, listening to the station, you've heard drops and hints and whispers of this stuff over the past few months. But now, and this is probably going to pick up on a national level, the narrative is building and getting stronger that when contracts come up, this is what the Cowboys do. That the Dallas Cowboys leak stuff to people like us in order to drive down the price and make Dak Prescott and Micah Parsons look bad. That is getting louder and louder and louder as a sentiment.
This is not a Cowboys thing, though. I've got a very good friend of mine.
Well,
you know what his job was? He doesn't work in the NFL anymore. He used to work for the Jets. And his job was...
Find out who Robert Saleh's texting?
No, literally. His job was to find dirt on players to bring to the organization when their contracts came up. That was his only job. Find all the dirt on the players. And he said every single team had one of these. Every single team had a counterpart, and I would call the other counterparts to find out if they knew any dirt on my players.
So that sounds like you are buying that theory that some people have.
Oh,
yes. Some of this stuff was leaked to me.
Or I don't know if it's leaked to you. No, I'm saying, but the Cowboys absolutely have somebody in their employ that their only job is to find dirt on a player.
Well,
That's
Bobby,
it.
let me ask you this. As the Cowboys insider, you've heard some of these things that I talked about on Friday, and I guess I should follow up and tell you, Mike McCarthy is not included, to my knowledge. Mike McCarthy is not in this conversation. Stephen Jones and Jerry Jones are not in this conversation of those who are rolling their eyes, who do roll their eyes, and they're like, ugh, you guys should maybe having a Micah trade discussion versus a Dak trade discussion. Bobby, do you buy, and can you see how some feel like the timing of this is just way too coincidental, and that the Cowboys, what do you say to the narrative and the thought that they do this to try to damage players' value? Which again, that is not what happened here with me and what I did on Friday. You can believe me. You can. You don't have to. Choose whatever you want.
Look, here's what I'll say first to that point. The idea that Jerry's trying to work something, and it's tough because lately, if you say anything that's other than just completely damning to decision makers in the organization, people say you're carrying water. It's like, I got plenty I can criticize him about, but I'm not just going to make one up. So the idea that was being pushed on social media the other day where it's like, well, this is Jerry calling up his buddy Sean.
Yeah.
This is
I wish
that picture, you guys, your profile picture, you guys, he goes, you got me in the spring, right? You remember what we talked about? That's what he was doing there.
I should change that profile pic.
Here's what I can tell you for sure. Not just doesn't sound like they're there. I know with certainty, Jerry does not feel that way about Micah that you had talked about. And so Jerry would not want to drive anything. This is not anything Jerry would want to do. They
would prefer a lower price for everyone.
Sure, in general, but I don't think that Jerry would not be included in anybody who would feel Micah maybe needs to grow up a little bit. He wouldn't be in that group of people. So no, that is one thing with certainty that I can say. But the idea that I think it's funny that what's been suggested is people feel the uncensored, unadulterated thoughts of the Dallas Cowboys organization, the Cowboys front office gone wild. If you could just take the censor away and hear their pure thoughts and everything that they really think, I'll tell you what it'd sound like. It'd sound like how Sean and RJ and Bobby talk about the team. Like, you really think, like, some of the, like, either way, you get people telling us, like, wow, you should be showing respect to the organization. You're saying things that the organization shouldn't allow you to do that. And then on the other hand, it's, well, you're scared of getting your access taken away. You're trying to carry water for the team. And I'll say that if the Cowboys stripped away media access whenever a reporter pissed them off, they would have nobody on the beat. Literally every reporter I piss them off sometimes. I hear about it sometimes. Not like stop it, but like
Friday 6:30 during the season.
That's what happens. Yeah, but then by 6:45 we're good. But the like in general, the Cowboys want you to freely talk. We hear all the time. Baltimore, the Orioles suspending their own announcer for what he said. All the stories we heard from Dan Snyder's era. You hear about these stories of people doing it. It's never been heard of in Dallas. Why? Because it doesn't happen here.
So I didn't have. This is my truth. You don't have to believe it because I know your minds are already made up. I had no intention on Thursday night of saying, all right, let's make this a viral story. I didn't get some brand new information on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday of last week. These are just a collection of things that I had heard over the off season. And then Bobby did his topic of Micah and possible trade value since they right now are more interested in helping Arkansas sign people than they are signing their own. So then I just decided, okay, all this is culminating. I'm going to go ahead and empty the bucket of things that I had heard over the past few weeks and months. This was not a coordinated delivery to me on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of last week to say, hey, let's take him down. Let's knock down that value. It was just it was just the way the segment went. But it blew up. And I hope that they talk about a lot of other things because and I'm being honest about it too. It's not fun for me. Like people are like, oh, you're out for hits and you got your likes and you got. Why would I want to fight with Cowboy fans for 48 straight hours? The Fragiles, which I knew were going to be coming, whining and crying, and you little sissies just melting down. You think I want to deal with that? That doesn't benefit me. Yeah, 105.3 The Fan will get whatever amount of hits from the article. Why would I want to go ahead and do that as a coordinated attack towards Micah Parsons? But if you just want to hear all positive and pretend like they've made an NFC Championship game once over the last 20 years, there are plenty of places that you can find that. Here on this show, we're going to try to bring you the truth when we hear it, whether we think you're going to like it or not. And that's the way we've been for about 15 years. And that's the way that it's going to be. And I thank the Cowboys for letting us do topics. Well, letting us. Not coming down harshly and not interfering when we do topics like this. Because that's the way it's been since we started day one.
They've never said anything. I mean, there's been teams in town that have sent reporters home off road trips. That they're not even their boss. Like they don't even run the show. But they just said your access is denied for the next X amount of days. Like, there's been teams in town that have done that to reporters that are household names.
I can't believe Micah did not respond to this, but one of his best friends did.
Well, he's got a podcast coming up, I'm sure, this week. So
I don't know if he does in the off season, but we ran out of time for it. 8 o'clock, I'll get to the DMs. 8 o'clock, I'll get to the direct messages. And I think it was constructive. It could have gone south. It could have gone left real quick, but I'll get to it at 8 o'clock this morning. So that's an update on the Micah madness after what happened Friday here on the show. Would you like to finish with anything?
This is the last thing I'll say.
Besides a loogie?
When we talk about guys and we talk, if there's these sorts of discussions after somebody leaves, people routinely say, well, why didn't you say it while they were here? This feels like slander on their way out the door. Then when you say something, when somebody's here, people go like, why are you trying to ruin things? How is this productive?
Yeah.
And then there are other times you don't say anything at all. And people are like, why did you never say, for instance, Greg Hardy was a massive problem here. Greg Hardy was every bit of trouble here that he was anywhere else. Alden Smith was a massive problem here. Why didn't you say that ever? I don't know. Y'all didn't like there's no way to play it that people are happy with. Yep. They see red.
Are the Mavs or Stars the hottest team in the Metroplex right now? Next, to recap the weekend right here on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
3 will tie it and hand off to Luka. Back to Exum. Got
it! Followell losing his mind at the AAC on Bally as Mr. Clutch does it again for the Dallas Mavericks with Dante Exum hitting the 3 after 2 missed armpit free throws to force the Mavs' first overtime game of the season, and they end up winning it over the Rockets.
Boy, that was a call from Harp, because you look silly if you go got it and then that thing clanks off right there, because that was as the ball was going off. He went got it. And
Did he?
It went, yeah, you can hear it in the call.
Let's hear it one more time, Pepe, if Harper read this.
3 will tie it and hand off to Luka. Back to Exum.
So he was right. He called it.
He must have had a great view of that. I mean, if he's there, someone who's going to play courtside.
Whoa.
Yeah, you could tell. You can tell what's going in. Like if it's like if you're in the right
if it's
angle,
online.
Yeah, if it's online.
Well,
you
and
can
it's
tell.
like, I mean, it feels like guys who have Harp obviously played the game.
Yeah.
Like guys have they can see it go off, and it's like when pitchers.
He's had a couple of those calls though where they don't go in.
But he got it that time.
I thought it was like the play clock or the time of the game, like got it off in time. That's how I took it.
No, because it was after the release, and it was like I think you can tell that's what he did. And anyway,
yeah,
fantastic. And I thought this was about to be another example of, or not another example, just one of the examples of, this is a classic example of why you need the supporting staff, because Luka and Kyrie played really well, but it was kind of them all day, and they were about to lose this basketball game. And so I was about to come in here. That was the take I was developing to come in here and talk about. It was like, hey, it's disappointing. Doesn't mean a lot, but this is why you need the role players to step up. That's why you need Derek Lively. But in the end, it was role players stepping up. Dante Exum hitting that big 3. PJ Washington closing out the game in a big way at overtime.
2 threes from that corner from PJ. And then you had a series of defensive plays. Maxey, DJJ with a block, and then Luka had a block. Luka's sitting there talking smack. So 3 consecutive defensive plays. PJ Washington 2 threes after Kyrie and Exum got him there.
And it's one of those things where
Kyrie,
he was fantastic
crazy
yesterday. It's funny too, because we had talked last week about the way they've played defensively being better, and they give up 42 yesterday in the first quarter, then they give up 35 in the third quarter. But one of the things we had talked about a couple weeks ago while you're out, Sean, was like this idea that they are, during this stretch of good defensive play, they've played a lot better in the second half of games. Like their defense locks down the second half. And then yesterday, 23 points allowed in the fourth quarter, 7 in overtime. Like they lock in the second half. There's again.
No fade down the stretch.
I was talking to Reggie about this. I was like, why do you think that like that specifically has improved, like second half defense? And he's like, I don't know. Like, I mean, they're doing things different defensively, but particularly the second half, it's hard to say. I wonder if it's just now that they've got the skill they do after the trade deadline, and this is a credit to Jason Kidd. If just those rotations are keeping guys fresh. And so in the fourth quarter, where other teams maybe have tired legs, it's like, no, we're fresh. We've been rotated enough that guys are coming in here and they've still got bounce on their legs.
And as Bobby pointed out last night, Jabari Smith is a career 80% free throw shooter. Had not missed both attempts on a free throw opportunity in over a month. So that's what it took for the Mavericks to stay alive. Kyrie with 48, his most since January of 2023. He had 25 points after the third quarter. He had a stretch in the fourth where he scored 13 straight, and they overcame Dylan Brooks with a season high and falling twice.
That was my favorite part of the whole thing. Was him falling, was him getting all tangled up by Luka. You know, the funny thing about that free throw. This is, we saw this with, NC State made the Final Four because of the same situation. A Virginia player, an 85% free throw shooter, missed 2. NC State was able to come down and tie it because of that. And they don't make the tournament. They don't make the Final Four. DJ Burns doesn't have 6 NIL deals. He made like $100,000 in the tournament just on NIL deals. He didn't have any of that. And now here the Mavericks put themselves in a position where they can really wrap up the 5 seed early. And we found out. So the Mavs' last game is on Sunday. The play-in tournament is the 16th through the 19th. So The Mavs wouldn't play if they make the top 6. They wouldn't play at a minimum until the 20th after the final game against Oklahoma City, which would be on, the 14th?
Good.
So they would get themselves almost a full week for Luka.
Good.
Very good.
I'll take the rust for the rest for him.
They have the best record in basketball over the last month. The Mavericks do. They're a game better than Boston. They're 14-2 over their last 6 games. I mean, they were sitting there at 34-28. Things have been trending the right way post-trade, but sitting there at 34-28, if you would have said, hey, Mavericks are going to win 50 games this year, people would have been like, no, that's not happening. And now it looks like they're going to do it.
And they beat the Warriors without Luka on Friday night. That was Friday night, correct? Yes. Beat the Warriors without Luka on Friday night, as the Warriors got a win last night without Steph. The team that's just as hot, maybe even hotter, is on ice.
Dallas trying to put him away. Stankoven walks in, pass in front, save. It's loose on the crease, and it's in. Wyatt Johnston gets his 31st of the year. Just 20 years old, but already an impact player. And it's 6 for Dallas.
That was the call. On ESPN, Wyatt Johnston with a goal and 2 assists. They beat Colorado 7-4. Stars finish up with a franchise best 57 points on the road. They now lead the Avs, Choppy, by 5 points with 4 games left. All 4 games are at the AAC. They're 5 points up on Vancouver for first in the Western Conference and now control their own destiny. Next up, Buffalo at home on Tuesday, Winnipeg on Thursday, Seattle on Saturday. The Dallas Stars, 9 of their last 10, rolling.
Go Stars, baby.
Yeah, they are rolling, and they're about to wrap up.
Don't ruin it, Peyton.
Number 1 in the West. They're in a position, and the Rangers are kind of separate themselves. They got 110 points, Stars at 107. So unless you want to be the overall number 1 seed in the entire NHL, it's probably looking like it's going to be the Rangers right now. But you're in a position where you don't leave. You're on home ice. You're on home ice for the entire Western Conference at the moment. That's huge, massive. And look, those 4 games, they're all very, very winnable. I know Winnipeg's not bad. Seattle, not bad, but for the most part, they're in a good spot. They're in a good spot, and now they don't even need rest. They've been so dominant lately. They had a little bit of a hiccup against Chicago over the weekend. Nothing to be worried about. They had already won 8 in a row. I was more worried about the bounce back. Like, how would they bounce back from that? Would they lose again to Colorado? No, they didn't. They came out, and they really put it to the Avs.
We have a Longhorns arrest with a player that the Cowboys have been tied to a little bit.
Yep, T'Vondre Sweat. Honestly, there's maybe 1 or 2 good nose tackles in this entire draft. All the defensive tackles are 3 techniques. This is the big run stopper guys. There's not a lot of them. T'Vondre Sweat at Texas is one of them. He was booked into jail after an arrest for driving while intoxicated this weekend. Sweat, 22, according to ESPN, was booked Sunday afternoon into Travis County Jail. According to online records, after being arrested by Austin police, he faces a Class B misdemeanor, which in Texas carries a fine of up to $2,000 and 180 days in jail. This is a guy teams have had questions about. Like, how mature are you? Do you party a little too hard? Like, I mean, there's been some questions. This isn't going to help. And so he was considered probably like 2nd round pick. I don't think he goes on day 2 now. And wow. I don't know where he goes on day 3. Just because, I mean, there
doesn't this make him a lock for the Cowboys day 2 pick?
I mean, look,
they have an ACL.
No, but I mean, character or medical, they're just looking for those 2nd round flags. They want to find the value there. Sweat is somebody who they've visited a lot with, they've done their homework on, but teams have had questions. And so if this has already been a massive question for you, and then this pops up this close to the draft, teams are gonna be like, okay, well, honestly, I was talking to somebody last night, they're like, he's just stupid then. Like, he's an idiot if he's doing that. And that says a lot about how prepared are you to be a pro in the NFL, and I think a lot of teams are going to be like, we're not going to gamble on that with day 1 or day 2 capital.
877-881-1053 is the way to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. The Expressway is coming up commercial free starting at 7:20 right here on DFW Sports Station. And then I can't wait to get Kevin Hagelin in here to talk about WrestleMania. Well, it feels like wrestling is a cool thing to talk about right now?
Bring him in before 9:40. Bring him in 9:20. 9 o'clock. Start the hour.
I don't know.
Start the hour with it, baby.
Well, he'd have to get in here at 9.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, it's usually Corey, Kevin, Mike.
Kevin and Corey alternate which one of them gets in
If Mike wants to exercise, he might come a little earlier.
Right, yeah, he might. That's been big, though. Wrestling's been, kind of top of mind. Not top of mind, but it's been a lot more
So one
popular.
of the clips that came out from WrestleMania is Roman Reigns. He's a champion, I guess.
Yeah,
He fought with The Rock. He's cousins with The Rock or something. But Roman Reigns, one of their superstars, one of this female reporter kicked out of the press conference.
Everybody acknowledge me. Who did that? Leave. I'm serious. The lady with the glasses, get her out. Get her out or I'm leaving. Use your feet. Nope. You're wasting our time, lady.
Okay, let me ask a question. Dumb question. Kevin, if you're listening, please text.
What did she say about Micah Parsons? Why did he kick her out? Isn't that what they do? They kick out media who say something bad about Micah Parsons? That's what everybody's theory is?
I don't know. I don't want to get back into that until
Everybody acknowledge me.
Okay.
That's a great quote.
I'm asking you a dumb question.
Uh-huh.
Do these wrestlers do these press why are they having press conferences? But do they
Paul, like Triple H. Paul came in with the script and told me that I was going to take a fall here.
Do they do these in character? Because Troy had always told us when we have wrestlers on, they were going to do the interviews, I think a lot of times in character or not. I can't remember.
My assumption is that they're always in character.
Okay,
if they're on camera, they're in character.
So at this press conference, are they doing? They're doing these in character, I would guess.
I think so.
Okay,
I would assume he's in character.
So Roman Reigns, this is probably a bit.
My assumption is it's a bit.
Because she's booing, at the
I'm
press.
serious.
I'm serious. Right?
I think it's a bit. I saw this. I was like, I don't know. Am I going to send this? Like, is this real?
I don't know. It's funny audio.
It's funny audio either way. But
it's just as real as the TikToks you send.
I was about to say, you send fake audio all the time.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like WWE fake and fake on TikTok, I think is different. But you're right. It's
I don't know. I didn't know. I was like, at first I was like, okay, is this guy a jerk? Is he being a jerk? But then I'm like, okay, is he doing this? Why are they having press conferences?
Well, I mean, so there was a viral photo years ago where Triple H was Paul Levesque was sitting at the front, and some kid came up and talked to him, and he was in a suit, but he was Triple H character, and so he was acting like Triple H to the kid, and the kid started crying, and then Triple H broke character. Was like, "Oh, come here, buddy." He's like, "I'm playing with you. You're good." And so
broke the eighth wall.
Yeah.
So I mean, they'll do that. Look, they'll do that with they'll do it with kids off to the side when cameras aren't even on. So imagine when cameras are on, they're definitely.
Legend says. Bobby will love this. A legend says that Caitlin Clark cannot be considered an all-time great after what happened yesterday. Apparently, we're not getting LeBron James on the Dallas Mavericks, and we'll talk about my first house party with some at the station during the commercial-free expressway next on Sean and RJ. But let's talk about BetterHelp. BetterHelp, HELP.com. You can talk about stressors in your life. I'm going through a move. My wife is 8 months pregnant. Sometimes little things can be triggering that can escalate. That's where BetterHelp can come in. If you've been thinking about starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online. It's designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Do you have two people that just won't give in any argument? Allergic to saying I'm sorry? This is where you can get some help, some tactics in order to move forward and not have families and relationships blow up. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. Visit BetterHelp, HELP.com/Sean and RJ to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/SHAN and RJ.
It is the Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
It is perfection for South Carolina. 38 games, 38 wins, and their third national championship. South Carolina 87, Iowa 75. 2024 is absolutely perfect for Dawn Staley and South Carolina. They are the women's basketball national champions.
Very, very disappointing game for me that I chose to start off watching over the Dallas Mavericks, much to Bobby Belt's dismay. It was a 10-0 early run. I'm like, here we go. We're getting the dream ending for my girl, Caitlin Clark. But South Carolina, too big, too strong.
Too big, too strong.
Too dominant on the boards, and they end up handling the Iowa Hawkeyes, and Dawn Staley gets her third championship. But now let's talk about legacy. By the way, this is the Expressway. That means we are commercial-free up until 8 o'clock when I will talk about the Dallas Cowboys star all up in my DMs over the Micah Parsons story. 8 o'clock this morning on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. What?
I was going to say, we already know Jerry's in your DMs telling you what to say. Like, that's not anything new, you know?
I wish Jerry was on social media. I wish he had the actual account. But this was Dawn Staley before the championship game being asked about Caitlin Clark's legacy.
Caitlin wins the championship. She's pretty damn good. Like, yeah, she's a coach. I mean, she's pretty damn good regardless, but, you know, winning the championship would seal the deal. I hope to the dear Lord she doesn't.
Okay, would seal the deal as what? Because the headlines made this. Dawn Staley says Caitlin Clark cannot be an all-time great if she doesn't win the national championship. And this is something we kind of talked about last week, and you kind of agreed with, RJ. In fact, last night, ooh, what a line this was. What an insult this was that Choppy delivered. Pop quiz on your own email. Do you know what reference I'm talking about? Don't read it.
I don't.
You just wrote it last night. Who you called her?
Oh, yes, I did. I do know who I called her. Yep, now I do. Yep, I called her Jimmer Fredette. If she doesn't win a title,
that stopped me in my tracks. That stopped me in my email tracks last night.
Sorry, I was doing this at a youth baseball. I did my email at a youth baseball game. We had baseball all day. Yeah.
So, what, you sitting with your laptop in the stands?
Yeah,
just like on your knees.
Yeah, we have those chairs, the fold out chairs that you bring.
Yeah,
he was live tweeting the baseball updates because you were live tweeting the Webbits tournament.
You were live tweeting Webbits tournament. I said, all right, I'm going to live tweet my kid's baseball game. Nobody cared.
So he's like Luka with a line drive into right. That cuts the deficit to 2.
But yeah, I got my computer there, and yeah, like if she won, like she is in the all-time. She's in a discussion, but you know, and look, I hate the championship argument, but I do think in basketball it plays. Because one player makes such a difference in basketball. It's like the quarterback, you know, it makes such a difference. But I think basketball's even more pronounced because there's so few players on the field, on the field or court. But you know, without the title, she's just Jimmer Fredette.
Wow.
Who, in fairness, like, we're using Jimmer's and an NBA career to crap on his college, but in college he was legit, man.
Oh yeah,
like he was a.
I don't think Jimmer Fredette is an NBA player.
No, he's not, and I have no idea what.
No more than Caitlin Clark is an NBA player.
But boy, who was it that said that she could be an NBA All-Star? I don't even want to give the person credit. I can't even think of it. Somebody said that she's an All-Star tomorrow. Oh,
Reggie.
John Heyman.
Oh,
John Heyman said Caitlin Clark would make the NBA All-Star team. Don't at me. That's what he said.
No,
John Heyman.
I can't at him. He has me blocked. So
wow. And I even changed my mind a little bit after watching her play. I'm like, she could score 3 points in an NBA game, but it would take a lot of, like, she'd have to hit a crazy step back. She'd have to get free by like an inch or two. She's not driving on anybody. No. She's not getting, she's getting D'd up physically, no doubt about it.
The speed, the power, the closeout ability.
I'm just talking about she could hit a bomb. She could hit one bomb a game. If she had 5 shots in an NBA game, she would hit one and score 3 points.
Players get lost all the time on a half court set. I mean, that
like she can shoot. She's a lights out shooter.
Right. If someone's like face guarding her, I mean that now we're at a different story.
All right, so let's complete the sentence then, like with the ... that's out there for Dawn Staley. Caitlin Clark, her legacy as a college basketball player is what? Bobby, serious answers only, please.
I had a serious answer ready.
Serious answer. She did change. She's an innovator. Not because she changed the game with 3-point ability, but she changed the game in terms of like men were watching.
Yes.
Of the 14.2 million that watched the UConn game, I have no idea how many were men versus women. If it was little girls and their moms and dads watching it, that's one thing. If it was just
Jason Sudeikis, man,
right? If there was a bunch of college age dudes sitting around their apartment watching the game, I think it's a much different story and a much bigger story than a dad watching it with their girl. Like I think that's way different. Now it's men. Like if Peyton and the Los Hombres, we're just out there watching this game together. I think that's a much bigger story than just Bobby and his 2 daughters watching it. Because they're watching it for your daughter.
Here's the full quote from Staley. I was really good in college, but never won a championship. You got to win a championship. That's me personally. Like, I had a great career, but it's always, did you win a title? Went to the Final Four 3 times. We never won. I do think I agree with Brianna Stewart. When it comes to winning the championship, we're going to talk about GOATs. I think she's the GOAT to be able to win 4 national championships and to be MVP. I think she was MVP all 4 times. If Caitlin wins a championship, she's pretty damn good. And then you heard the rest. Winning the championship would seal the deal. So I don't know what status exactly she's talking about, whether it's GOAT status. If it's GOAT status, you have to win the championship. But she can absolutely be considered, I believe, an all-time great without having won yesterday's game.
Like, Ozzy Osbourne's not the greatest heavy metal artist ever, but he's the most like influential. Not you don't even people don't even argue that, right? And it's the same thing for Caitlin Clark. Like,
same thing kind of with Steph.
With Steph, I mean, he's the most influential or
I think
innovative.
he's the second most influential basketball player of all time,
at least of our era.
Yeah, behind Mike.
Yeah, now you could argue that Magic and Larry.
You could throw Iverson. I would throw Iverson up there top.
Yeah, and you could say Magic and Larry kind of brought the NBA to your living room.
Yes.
But then Michael took it to the next level, and then Steph and
for our time.
But I could easily say that Diana Taurasi and Candace Parker and Brianna Stewart and were more influential. I was not more influential. We're more GOATy in college basketball for the women because they've got multiple titles. Like at least I think between the 3 of them, there's 10. That's a lot between the 3 of them. Caitlin doesn't have any. Like it's just tough to not win because Olajuwon never won a national championship in college. The Ewing did, so is Olajuwon. I mean, he's probably thought of a little bit less on the college world than Ewing compared to how they are in the NBA, where Olajuwon's considered much better.
The most important female basketball figure since probably Lisa Leslie is what she is. That's her legacy. Like as a champion, is like a GOAT. I don't know. Like again, I'll be honest. I don't watch enough women's college basketball or women's professional basketball to know like details of her game. Is she better than this one? Is she this or that? I don't know. What I do know is like her stature within society is equal to that of like Lisa Leslie, Cheryl Miller, Nancy Lieberman. Like that's the kind of line that you're talking about. And look, again, without knowing that, I would just say it's the same discussion we would bring up about anybody. Why, if you are the best, if you're that far and away better than everybody else, why when you ran up against, LSU's best players, you fell short. When you ran up against South Carolina, you fell short. So, like, in terms of just legacy, in terms of...
But they beat LSU.
But last year I'm talking about. Yeah. Like, when you ran up in those big moments...
And I don't know the quality of the other players, but, man, it felt like she's, like, out there by herself, basically. I don't know. They were a 1 seed. I don't know how good... Iowa's number 2 or number 3 is looked upon, but last night I just felt like desperation. Like, get her the ball. That's the only chance that we have.
ESPN's like coverage of it at the start of the tournament, none of them put Iowa in the Final Four. So,
wow.
I mean, they went further than the ESPN analysts projected them to.
And then look at the numbers and the ratings that got put up.
Yeah, but 14 million, which beat
little less than NC State Duke, which got 15.5.
Yeah, got 15.5, which that was the Elite Eight game. But it was another record because they beat their own game against LSU. It had more viewers than every World Series game last year.
Ouch.
It had more viewers than every NBA
Thanks, John Smoltz.
Yep. Had more viewers than every NBA Finals game last year. It had more viewers than every Daytona 500 since 2013.
Take that, Broadus.
It had more viewers than every Masters final round since 2013.
Whoa. Every final Masters round?
Yeah.
Since 2013, it had more viewers?
Including the Tiger round in, 2019 where he won? And it had more viewers than all but 5 college football games from last year. It was their most watched non-football.
Including the playoffs?
Yeah, all but 5. So the playoffs there was
3 games in the playoffs.
So
probably
all
those were ahead.
So it beat every regular season game but 2.
Yeah, so you're probably looking at
I'm assuming.
Ohio State, Michigan, and
wow,
the
Texas
SEC
OU.
Yeah. Now it's huge. It's huge. Like, it's awesome numbers. I don't know. I didn't see the South Carolina NC State numbers from the other Final Four game, and I haven't seen this one yet. I can't wait to see what it is.
All right, this is the Expressway. We've been looking forward to this recap of best and worst of your weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend. Let us know what you did, what type of trouble you got into via the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. As I decided to host my first shindig at the Sharif household. And I wanted to make it a morning show thing to start off. I wanted to start off with my roots. I wanted to start off with my group. So I invited everybody. Everybody made it except for one. Ralph James had baseball commitments, as we were learning about yesterday while you were live tweeting. But Bobby, Peyton, Rai came out. Gavin Dawson stopped by.
Well, I mean, it's down the street.
People were shocked.
How far is it?
Everything, I feel like everything there is like within 5 minutes.
Okay.
So like he's probably 5 minutes or less away. It's probably even less. But Dawson stopped by, came and checked out the new crib. Initial thoughts?
Yeah, I'm honestly. Well, here's where Gavin's reputation for like showing up to these things has reached. Like when I'd known because you were like, yeah, Dawson says he's gonna stop by. So you walked inside. So then Kristen's going, Bobby. I'm like, what? And she goes like, Gavin Dawson's here. Like she was. I'm like, okay, so
showing up.
She was just like, oh my goodness. So he's here. He showed up. We had a nice chat with him on the back porch. He was giving us all the lowdown on Sunnyvale, all the little tips and tricks.
Yes.
And so that was good. He also explained to me the confusing sign that we had seen driving into your neighborhood, that it said, or driving into the city or whatever, where it says, it says, welcome from Sunnyvale.
Oh yeah, Bobby took issue with this.
Okay.
Instead of welcome to Sunnyvale, it said welcome from Sunnyvale. And my daughter read it and she's like, well, like she was confused. And then she realized, oh, like welcome from us. Like we welcome you to Sunnyvale. Now, apparently, according to Dawson, I don't know if it says it in small letters or whatever else, but underneath it, it's like Sunnyvale Gardening Club. So it's like welcome from the Sunnyvale Gardening Club. But either way, welcome to Sunnyvale. I think welcome from Sunnyvale. It's just a little.
You don't like it?
It throws me off. I don't hate it. It throws me off a little bit. I've never seen a welcome from sign.
Had the in-laws over, Bobby and Peyton, with competing gifts, and they did not know about it, as they both got me the house. Oh, Will Chambers was also there. He brought the third bottle of brown. But we had two basically exact bourbon bottles from Bobby and Pepe, and then Will Chambers came in with a third. So I appreciate it. Thank you guys for the gifts.
It's Peyton and I both grabbed Barrel Armida is what we had both bought separately. I've been just
there's the picture.
Yeah, there it is. There's mine.
Apparently it was 48 degrees in my house.
Mine is
how are you wearing a hoodie?
I don't know.
It was 80 degrees all weekend.
It's what I do. I don't know. I mean, it's clearly cold. Look at him. Look, Peyton can cut glass with those
thanks
things.
Texas William for that meme.
My gosh.
he got him in the what's the football movie? Well, with Adam Sandler.
Waterboy. Waterboy or Longest Yard?
What's that? Which one was the meme from? The GIF of Peyton cut.
Oh, it was that's Waterboy.
That's
Waterboy. Waterboy. Yeah.
I thought so. Yeah. No. He. Nobody. That image. Nobody was talking about my tongue really or anything else. They were just talking about those party hats that
my mother-in-law
that Peyton was sporting.
My mother-in-law focused on your tongue later on.
Oh yeah, she didn't like me sticking the tongue out in a photo.
But no, two very nice bottles that we just immediately opened up.
Nice.
Didn't save them for myself.
I immediately opened up mine and drank that. Peyton's was a little cheaper.
That's because Bobby had to, shame Peyton and say, "Open my, try mine. Everyone try mine. Mine's in the cast. Mine's
cash drink. Meanwhile, Peyton's in a house.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, with moles that he can't figure out. But no, it's that. I don't know if you've had that one. That Barrel Armida, the cask strength. It's got a nice burn. It's sweet. We're just sipping on it, enjoying it. I didn't go reckless.
Sip on anything.
Didn't I sip, Sean?
He did sip.
He sipped?
This was the most that my wife enjoyed Bobby's presence. Maybe
she didn't
ever.
hear me.
Yeah, she didn't hear him.
The cameras weren't around, so he wasn't trying to show off.
He was. I had
cameras are everywhere at that house.
DFW security cameras. But yeah, he was sipping. I wanted to get rid of all the ice balls that I get. I wanted to show off my ice balls. I get 3 a day, so I've been stacking them up. That's all I get in the refrigerator, 3 a day. And then Rai came, which surprised everyone. Everyone thought that Ryan, who I always introduce as the undercover MVP, pushing us over the top with YouTube and Twitch ratings. Everyone thought Ryan was just going to drop by, in and out, but he stuck around. He put in work until right until Bobby had the observation. Ryan was just waiting for the food. That's all. That's all it felt like. He was waiting for the food. So I thought after he ate, he was going to be up out of there, but no, he stuck around for the gossip afterwards.
Yeah, he did. He stuck around for the gossip. You were trying to can I make you a drink? He's like, no. And then you just told him, man, you're like, make him a drink. And she brought him over and he's like, oh, and then he couldn't reject it at that point.
Yes,
but
my wife finally got Ryan to have one drink.
So he sipped on that a little bit, but no, he did make the move. And I went up to him right after he did it, where Sean says, all right, everybody, dig in. And it's always an interesting social dynamic that I look and go, who is going to be the first?
It's always usually Choppy.
Who grabs the plate first and just goes, okay, I'm going to do it.
I have no problem being first.
It's in some instances, in some social settings where there's no clear alpha or whatever else, I don't know. You'll kind of have everybody waiting back for a sec and nobody getting food right away. And then somebody's like, what are you doing? Come on, let's go here. And so Ryan, no time at all, went up there, filled up his plate, and everybody I think was a little caught off guard by the alpha energy. They're just kind of standing there so Ryan's the alpha in this room.
It was filet. He was
very good.
He was going to get the filet.
Very nice.
Yeah,
very nice.
All of us had it except for your wife. Apparently, she didn't think it was very good.
Yeah. She was like, Dawson's right around here, right? We can just get some Orange Magic. So I was like, yeah, maybe we can just stop there if you want.
She wing shamed you.
No, it's MSG. She can't eat MSG because I've told you guys about that. Her throat will close up, she'll get really sick, and so she was like,
I didn't remember this, and all he's been talking. I want to do this in a separate
segment. Isn't MSG a bad thing? Now we're okay with MSG.
I know.
Now MSG, all of a sudden, we can't eat peanuts anymore.
Yeah,
but we MSG, let's inject it into my veins.
So first, Choppy craps all over Matt Pittman on the group message, and now Bobby's wife craps all over Matt Pittman with his brand new seasoning that was out. But the main question that many had was, how long would and did Peyton Russell stick around? Because Peyton had responded in the group text, I'll drop by, but I have a gathering that I have to get back to without any of us invited.
At 4, he was literally gathering the foreigners.
Oh, okay. So how did you plan it out in terms of what time you were going to show up, and how long did you ultimately stay?
Well, I told y'all, no more than an hour. I was like, okay, I'll stay, for an hour, but I would like to point out I was there for an hour 20.
He did.
I was late to my own shindig because I had people waiting at the house.
Yeah.
Because
including
I wasn't
Mackenzie.
there yet. Yeah, Mackenzie was there.
Yeah. He walked in without the girlfriend.
Yeah.
And I said, what's going on? Where's the girlfriend?
Broke up.
And he's like, well, she's just paranoid. People coming over. She wants to get the house straight and clean it. And I said, okay.
Got it. Understood.
That's not going to end well for you.
I took that as apparently she's just comfortable enough with the group. 2 outings and she's in. She's just a regular now.
Just come on in, hang out.
Yeah,
whatever.
She's just like, she's just totally accepted, I guess. She doesn't feel like she needs to come and butter up the friend group, talk to anyone, bake brownies like Bobby's wife did, and she just felt like she didn't need to show. Didn't want to socialize.
I did hear a rumor that they were having the company come over and there were 6 wasp nests around their house. So she's like, well, I got to take care of these because Peyton's not going to.
Well, I talked to Bobby before then. I was like, hey, before I bring Mackenzie, how many guys are going to be there? And he's like, oh, going to be 5 or 6. And I said, well, I don't let her to the house to see guys. So, I told her to stay back. That's the real deal. I made the cleaning thing up. I made it up. But.
So was it easy for her? What went into the decision to not come and drop by, pay her respects?
Oh well, when I texted you was when she finally said like I don't think I'm going to be able to make it. Because I was trying to wait till the very last moment, till she was ready. But she still had stuff to clean up. She was just got out of the shower, and I was like, "There's just no way."
She couldn't have done any of that. Like with my gathering was at like 3.
No,
I guess none of that could have been done at 9.
Between
10.
9 to noon.
9 to noon.
Whatever.
None of that.
She was paranoid. And I was like, you know what? She's just gonna be in a bad mood if I drag her over there. I was like, there'll be other times. We'll go somewhere else, or I'll invite you all over to my house. One day. So
one day.
Yeah, one day.
Yeah.
What time did she make it? What time did you guys get out of bed that day?
Well, I had the AC guy get there at 8 because our AC went out. So
okay.
I was out of bed by 7:45.
Oh, well, never mind.
And when did he was out of bed?
Yeah.
What about her?
8:45.
Okay.
Plenty of time to clean in the 6 hours before Sean's party.
2-story house. It's a 2-story house.
Oh!
Hang on.
Upstairs, downstairs.
How many people?
What a flex!
How many people went upstairs?
8. There were 8 total.
They all went upstairs?
All went upstairs, yeah.
Okay.
That's where the TV's at upstairs.
Oh man, he dropped the
How
two-story flex.
how big a mess are
That's
two
good.
people making at your house?
That's
babe?
what I thought we had a conversation that you were kind of a neat freak.
I've seen his car. That's not true.
Well, we had been building hutches, I think. Drawers, hutches. Yeah.
Hutch. Yeah, you call it hutch.
We built a hutch, 2 hutch. And so, we had boxes.
Too much. It sounds like you're doing a snap count.
Deer.
So we had boxes everywhere. I had to mow the lawn, so I had that, and there was just dishes everywhere, and she just wanted to mop and clean, make sure everything was perfect for everyone.
Okay.
So
whatever, I get it.
She cleaned the toilets. I don't mess with toilets. I'm not a toilet guy.
Oh, yeah. That's ladies, women's work.
Man, it's funny. Like I do the toilets. I have no problem because if she does the toilets, I can't do them. I'm like, why? She's like, I already showered. And I'm like, I'm doing. I'm going to do the toilets. I'm not going to shower.
I've never heard of a more convenient germaphobe than your girlfriend.
She very much.
She's
is.
a convenient germaphobe.
She's a germaphobe a little bit, yeah, no doubt. So she
a little bit,
yeah.
She gets when you bring luggage back to the house in the airport, you have to wipe it down before it comes in. That is
the wheels.
Really
OCD.
Wheels.
Yeah, there's an OCD element to it. Why my voice cracked? Like
you're scared. She's listening.
Laundry. If you haven't showered, can't do the laundry. Can't fold the clothes. You gotta be clean.
Or the clean towels if they fall off the bed onto the floor, she has to rewash them.
No, the floors are now clean.
Okay.
They were
Thanks to Zero
in her yes, that is Zero's. In her apartment, they were her dog when her dog was still alive. It had it would make messes everywhere, so she didn't clean it properly. So if they fell on the floor there, then yeah, she would rewash them.
Best and worst of the weekend. I'm about to transition to Choppy's and then Bobby's softball outing. Anything else? Any other party observations? Will Chambers at the end.
Will got very aggressive the last 2 hours. It was very loud. I mean, he was louder and more explicit than the music we were playing on the tower speaker.
Yeah,
that's what I was worried. I mean, if it was
that
not
was a
for
badass
the
speaker you have,
the Samsung. It is a Samsung. I'm Samsung loyal. In the just vast Sean Mahal, the giant estate, you don't have to worry about how loud the noise is because your neighbors are a mile away with how much property.
So the neighbors with the strobe lights, they're not going to bother you anymore.
I got rid of them. I won that battle.
Oh, that's right.
They moved.
Yeah, they moved.
But there's the people across from me. There's a gap in trees. That's the only people that can see my house. I feel like they might have some young kids. It could be an issue. I want to be the only problem in the neighborhood.
Oh, for sure.
And I feel like they can see through. I'm gonna have to grow a tree for this, or put one fake tree in there to block them. But I'm waiting to see if I get an HOA complaint over all the music we were bumping. But good to get the smoker going for the first time. We had to go. It was perfect weather. Amazing weather. All the kids running around.
We did not get an HOA complaint, but we did get an Amanda complaint then, where it's hey, so Oliver's asleep now. Maybe we turn down the music a little. I was like, all right, sorry.
Oh, yeah. It was good. It was good. Amanda loved Bobby's presence right there. So we know you were doing baseball, Choppy, but I also see pickleball and eggs down for you.
Yeah, we had a pickleball. We had one of her friends had a birthday, and they were like, let's go play pickleball for the birthday, and then we're gonna go to dinner right after that.
Physical exercise.
Which pickleball
right before dinner.
Yeah, pickleball, you don't sweat that
Well, it
much.
depends if it's singles or doubles.
Oh, it was doubles.
Oh, singles, you're going to sweat. Okay, doubles.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
doubles.
no
it was
sweat.
Doubles. No sweat in the doubles.
And is this your first time playing?
Yeah, I had played with my dad one time, but when you're playing with
Pickleball was around then? I'm not being funny.
Yeah, no, it was. It was just started. It was only for old people. Only the old people played it. And he was just getting into it.
We're talking about mini tennis, right? Not racquetball.
Right, mini tennis. This is probably, about 8 years ago, maybe 10 years ago. And I played one time with him, but it was like you're just hitting the ball back and forth. You're not actually playing. I played this time, and I was out for blood. And I do think that, my next career, I am going to be a pickleball pro. I was 5-0, just unstoppable. I was playing the net well. I was doing drop shots. I'm sitting there doing a forehand down the baseline, splitting the difference between the two people. Can't be stopped. Serves on point. I can't serve in tennis. I have to do an underhand serve. I can't do the overhand.
Really?
But the underhand serve for me, I mean, I'm lights out with this one. I'm better at this than Bobby is at golf already. I challenge you. I challenge you, Pickleball Association of Dallas-Fort Worth. Find someone that can beat me. Find someone that can beat. I am that good.
You think? But I mean, what if I just tell you I'll beat you?
Well, then let's
pickle.
Let's pickle.
Let's
Baby.
pickle.
Let's pickle.
Let's pickle.
I sent a text.
It's so fun, isn't it?
It's so fun.
It's so fun.
I sent a text to Spittle. I was like, dude, we got to have a fan pickleball tournament. This is amazing.
Dude, Spittle might kick everyone's ass.
Sandler, I saw on his Instagram. He was running around playing with the number 2 pickleball player in the world or something on his Instagram on Friday.
What?
Yeah. I don't know. Ask him about it.
He can't see over the net.
I mean, that's why he was playing with the number 2 player in the world. They had to balance it a little bit.
It's great. I've had so much fun doing it.
Yeah.
So much fun. I wanted to go back.
They're all investing, right? You got Romo and Dirk and all them are part of
and
pro leagues.
And we got they paid extra for the indoor courts, so the wind.
Oh, you played inside versus this amazing weather. It was windy.
And the place has got both indoor and outdoor courts.
Yeah.
Covered,
major
uncovered.
damage to my fire pit. I couldn't. Major damage.
Really?
Too windy.
Yeah, he lit it up and then it went. It blew out quick.
Yeah. Now the worst. There's a Blanco situation in the household.
Seasoning.
Now we use it almost every night on like
spaghetti?
salmon, or steak or whatever. But Sunday's my day to cook. I cook breakfast on Sunday.
Just one day?
I don't really know how to cook, but I do know how to cook eggs. So I made some.
This came into question with Bobby's scrambled eggs.
We never actually did mine. I never actually cooked.
Oh, it felt like there was no point in doing it after what Bobby made for all of us.
Well, his were very good. Mine are about the same texture. About the same texture. I don't use seasoning though that much. I'm not a seasoning guy.
Not a seasoning guy.
Food is fuel.
Yeah, food is fuel.
You and Laufenberg.
But yeah, so I get the eggs. I chop up some mushrooms, some bell pepper. I make myself a little omelet kind of thing.
Like a scramble, sounds like.
More of a mash together, more of a scramble together. I make mine with a Blanco on them, and I eat it. And she goes, "Oh, I thought you were cooking today." I was like, I forgot to make yours. I didn't forget. She was asleep still. She was in bed.
Oh.
So I was like, yeah, you're in bed. Like, I'll make them when you get up. And she goes, no, I want them in bed. I'm like, okay. So I make some eggs.
Hey. Sarah's wake up time is brunch, probably.
I do the same thing.
Morning roast.
With Blanco.
She's listening to Bonte podcast in the bed. When Choppy's in the kitchen, she listened to the game in San Francisco podcast.
Why is there mood music on? What is going on?
You got to pay for a Bonte cameo for Sarah's birthday, or get on the record with the Odyssey app and see if you get lucky that day.
They need the revenue.
So I bring the eggs into her, and I used to say again, we love the Blanco. We love the Blanco.
The Choppies get their morning show finally to a Super Bowl because of cameo fees. They can't get to a Super Bowl when they're in one. They're so successful. But anyway,
coming to you live from the Sarah Countryman Studios.
So
let's go to the RJ Choppy guest live.
I bring the eggs into the bed. I she eats in bed. I let her eat in bed. It's like we got clean sheets on, but you're gonna eat in bed.
I like that side swipe.
Rejected with great prejudice.
Wow.
Were the eggs. I can't eat these. I said, why not? They were great. I just made them. They're fantastic. And she goes, it tastes like dinner. I can't use that seasoning on breakfast.
Oh.
It tastes like dinner. It reminds me of dinner. I need more eggs. So I was sent back into the kitchen, barefoot, mind you.
What?
Back into the kitchen to redo the eggs.
What?
Her way.
Wow. Without the Choppies hate the Blanco. No Blanco.
No, I loved it. I use it all the time. I didn't think it would be good on spaghetti sauce, Bobby.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
That was
garlic
before-
and onion. How foreign.
That was before I had actually used it.
So she chunked the egg. She said no to the egg.
No. She goes, I'm not eating dinner taste for breakfast.
Wow.
And I was sent back into the kitchen, tail tucked between my legs because it was my day to cook. Normally I would say, do it yourself, but it's my day to cook.
Wow.
And, I am customer services number one.
Yes.
So I had to do customer services always right.
Best.
Plus, I still wanted to get some. So I had
Best.
to do what she wanted.
Get some eggs.
Yeah.
Best and worst of the weekend. And now, Mr. Local, Bobby Roberto Belt.
Right here. My Keller High School support is here because I went out to Keller High School on Friday night for the softball game. It wasn't at Keller High School. We were cheering for Keller High School. Boy, that was a 49ers at AT&T Stadium like crowd takeover from Keller.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in South Lake's house. That was definitely majority Keller fans there. And look, Keller's number one in the district for a reason. I think they're number 37 in the state right now. But I took Kristen and the girls out there. Eric Chiafalo popped in.
Wow.
Got there around the second
That must have
inning.
even up the crowd with all 13 of them.
He popped in. It was just Eric coming off of the G-Bag. He came off a G-Bag, came from the stadium, went right in at 2 o'clock or in the second inning and stayed till like the 6th. So it's 7 innings for softball. And so he stayed till the 6th, and then he went home. But, it was a great time. Jessica Pauls is one of the coaches there. She had invited us out. She's been listening to the morning show for a decade. She's a very big fan. We got to talk to her husband, Aaron, who he is a massive Tolo, too. He's a big fan of the morning show. It was great to talk to all them. Right when we got to the first base side, I had Tolo Brandon and his daughter, Scarlett, introduce
So you're telling me there are
themselves.
people out there who heard that you were going, recognized you out there.
Scarlett was his young daughter Scarlett, who they listen in the car. They're probably in the car right now listening every morning on the way to elementary school. She plays softball and they live around Keller. And so she heard us on the radio and she had told her dad, the radio station's going to be out there. We have to go. We have to go to the softball game tonight. So they had free time and he showed up and he stopped me like right first thing in the door, said hi. Girl said hi to Scarlett there. I went to the other side, got some concessions. Somebody from the South Lake side, Twolo Pat. He's apparently in the Twitch. That's where he follows us in the morning. He was on the South Lake side. He was very nice. And he was like, my daughter starts in left field. I was like, all right, well, then I will save all of my belligerent trash talk and she'll have a halo around her. Everybody else on South Lake is getting it. But we'll spare the left fielder there. But it was great. Keller won the game 7-2. Sadie Beck is their star senior there. She pitches. She hit. She's like, think of like Shohei Ohtani without like all the issues with like betting and like massive ego and everything like that. That's Sadie Beck. Chiafalo was calling her Sadie Ohtani as he was watching. So
Sadie Ohtani.
Yes, she is. She pitched a complete game, struck out 7 batters in 7 innings, allowed just 2 runs on 6 hits. She hit a home run. Well, right there. She has. That's Sadie. Me and Sadie after the game.
Is that the Wimbledon trophy that she's holding?
I don't know what she was.
Can't see it. Does look like the
I don't know what
Wimbledon.
she was. She was, but like she had a home run, and her mom came over to me and said and introduced herself. She was like, "Just want to let you know, she was very excited that you guys were coming out tonight. That got her really." She's like, "I think she hit that home run because
Raised her game.
She wanted to show off a little bit." And I found out Tarleton State commit. She was actually heading to Tarleton on Saturday for orientation because that is where she's committed. One of the best players in the city. She's fantastic. I know also we've got a listener, Rob Jackson. His daughter, McKenna, is a sophomore on the team. And, I mean, sophomore starting varsity softball on one of the best teams in the state is really impressive. She hit a home run in the in the 7th inning. She was fantastic. A lot of great listeners there. That's a great softball team. The girls were all like, are we going to come back? We're going to go in. So we're going to have to find another time to go to another Keller softball game.
I was finally able to rep a real high school.
I know, right here, man. Well, I mean, Marcus. So our friends,
you were the Marcus.
Our friends at Marcus who play softball were like, "You've never come to our softball game." I was like, all right, so I think we're going to a softball game for Marcus.
Well
tonight
done,
too.
Bobby Belt. All the little extra details, Mr. Local here on DFW Sports Station, along with Chiafalo, the Dallas Cowboys star that lit up my DMs over the weekend after the Micah Parsons report. Next on 105.3 The Fan. But we were just sitting
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of the world champions, who we're going to talk about at 8:20 on Eclipse Day. We are also your home of the Dallas Cowboys. It's 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt.
Got you down.
We got Peyton and Ryan in the back on Friday. We went a little viral, lasted over the weekend after I said that there were multiple people within the Cowboys organization who have gotten fed up with Micah Parsons.
Yeah, we didn't go viral. You went viral.
Yeah, it was awesome dealing with all the fragile Cowboy fans. I was like, I thought you were Texans. Like those of you getting all worked up, I thought you were supposed to be like tougher as Texans. My God, bunch of fickle, fragile, whiny babies sitting there, and it's on Twitter, really. So you can have a reasonable discussion back and forth on Facebook and Instagram, but X and Twitter, man, those that just can't handle. Why are you doing this to us? Why are you doing this to my favorite team? Don't you know journalism is only saying the good things and the only positive? You're doing damage. You're out for sabotage. You have to take down Dak Prescott and Micah Parsons' money. This is why. And I'm like, stop being so soft.
Sounds like Stavros.
Patrick Mahomes, why are you so good?
Yes. So I'm dealing with all the whining and the crying on Friday, and then I get a direct message. Uh-oh is right. And at the top of this direct message is a T and a 7. Very cool logo. And it's Trayvon Diggs.
Whoa.
And Trayvon Diggs, who we had a phenomenal sit-down conversation with at training camp. He does not follow me, and I'm pretty sure he has no idea who I am. But he and Dez Bryant reacted to the fan story on Friday, and Dez basically said to Micah, get ready. I know about this. When it's contract time, they're going to come for you, with the insinuation that the Dallas Cowboys, coordinating with me or anyone else to put out negative information to hurt and harm Dak Prescott and Micah Parsons. And Diggs went on and retweeted what Dez had to say, and he also put out the eye emojis and said, who said it? Who said it? Name your sources. So then Trayvon,
which is always the dumbest thing, because you can't.
right.
So two things would happen if you name your sources. One, the source doesn't give you any information ever again, and two, the source probably gets fired.
Yes.
So those are the only two outcomes, and it doesn't. So you don't name your sources, and I know that's hard for people to understand and get down with.
Yeah,
that's just the way it is. Like reporters have gone to jail for not naming sources. You just don't do it. You literally you would go to jail before you name who that source.
You
is.
prepared to go to jail, Sean?
No. I'd rat him out. We would go to court. I get Fraggle. If that didn't get me out of it, then yeah, I'll rat. But man, Trayvon Diggs hit me with a line. His opening line, it hurt my soul. It's such a diabolical mind F of a comment. It's like when RJ told Bobby's wife at the airport, "You're better looking than your pictures." That is what I am equating this Trayvon sentence to, because it's like, wait. Thank you. And then it's like, wait, F you. Wait, what? And Trayvon mind F me with the opening sentence of, you weird for that. And just being called weird like that threw me off. And I got to give Trayvon credit. I got to tell him when I see him, man, that's a good opening. You weird for that.
You and I.
That just, it scrambled my brain.
So many people call me weird all the time that that would not register.
You are
weird.
That wouldn't register.
Because, you and I, we grew up calling people weird. We always made fun of kids that were weird.
Yeah.
We did. Now they're called bullies. But now, back then, it was just.
And call me weird. It's like, it really threw me off. So I'll read parts of our conversation. I didn't want to screenshot it and say, I know despite some people who thought I did this for hits and likes and clicks and all that, you would expect me to go ahead and screenshot our conversation. But I thought it was a pretty good, constructive conversation. So I'll read bits and pieces of it. So Trayvon wrote me, you weird for that. And I said, do you think you know what everyone in the building is saying at all times? Of course not. And then Diggs wrote back, so who said it? Eye emojis. And he said, why repeat it on your platform? To make a player look bad? To push a false narrative around someone's name? And I wrote back to Diggs, my job is to cover the team and tell the fans what I hear. Props to you for supporting your guy. I'm not a newsbreaker or S starter over my 14 years here. You can go ahead and check the record. And then this when Diggs made me laugh again. Well, the first time I half chuckled, but I was like, damn you for calling me weird. But the second comment that made me laugh, he goes, come on, you can tell me I won't say nothing.
There you go.
He goes, come on, you can tell me. You can tell me I won't say nothing.
That's like back in the day, though, when like my parents were like, just own up to it. I won't be mad.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah.
You won't?
Sure about that? Right. If you tell the truth, I won't spank you.
Yeah, and I always fell for it.
Dad, I wrecked the car. I ran into somebody.
Yeah.
Not the other way around.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Good luck.
So he wrote, come on, you can tell me I won't say nothing. And I did the laughing emojis back, and I said, look, I respect you for the effort. I know that's your guy. I still said, for the record, Jerry was going to pay him. All right. Jerry Jones, in my opinion, which I said on Friday, if you listen to the segment live, I don't think Jerry Jones would ever deal Micah Parsons. He's too big of a star. He's too great of a player. You would not get the return. So I think Micah is still going to get his $30 million plus. So this obviously did not come from Jerry Jones, it did not come from Stephen Jones, and it did not come from Mike McCarthy. And then Trayvon ended our DM discussion with this. I'm not with having underlying hate towards one of my guys. We work hard, go out of our way to feed our families. Just would appreciate if you keep the negativity away. We trying to win championships. This is not reality TV. And that is the most that paragraph, that little small paragraph right there that's the whole conversation that we need to have.
Yeah, like I understand what he's saying. Like the team wants that. The team.
And by the way, let me just say this before we delve into all that. I respect Trayvon approaching things this way. Like he hit me with the weird, and it could have gone insults back and forth. But I wanted to explain myself. I felt like he did a very nice job of explaining himself. And it was very similar. I leave this with the exact same thoughts I had when we sat down with Diggs at training camp. Like, man, very thoughtful, insightful, interesting dude. And I thought this was a productive back and forth. Now, he probably could hate my guts. I don't know. I have no idea. But I thought this went pretty solid. Back to you.
You know, all right. So this is the issue. Like players and fans. Or some fans, and the fans could be media members with DallasCowboys.com or fans who have like these fan podcasts or whatever. They view it as only positive things should be thrown out there, and that's just not like how it works. When you get information, you don't really decipher whether or not. If Jerry Jones tells you. Or Bobby or me, not even Jerry, just to anybody there. They don't like this one person. It's not. We don't sit there and decipher whether or not they're saying this for effect for the contract. That is not our. We're not worried about that. It's only about like, all right, did somebody with the organization say it? If the answer is yes, then it's relevant information that needs to be out there. That's it.
Yeah,
that's all it is. It has nothing to do with, and we don't know. We can't assume they're trying to keep costs down. We can't assume they're trying to disparage a player. We just assume we're getting the truth.
Yeah.
So when they say, well, and this is why, like,
and I think that's where you have to trust the person you're getting it from. You have to evaluate the trust. Is Sean Shreve someone who's going to throw that out there and try to create a headline, or do I know that this isn't something that usually happens? And I'm telling you, I've heard this from 4 or 5 different people. The reason my wife, she gets mad at me on the phone all the time, like, oh, you did your show. You already did your prep work. Well, these phone calls, and Bobby knows this, at 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night result in these types of reports where I trust the people who this came from. 4 of them, not 1, not 2, 4 or 5 different people. I trust that. Otherwise, I would not have said it and relayed it. And then the listener has to evaluate their own trust in me, whether my intentions are this or that.
And I remember getting in fights with Fish about this. Like, if somebody there would tell him, they have they're not going to do this with this player. They're not doing this. And I said like Fish, they're clearly, it's not true. They're clearly lying. They're doing that for a reason. He goes, I can't make that determination. My determination is this is the information I got, and that's what I have to go with. And that's it. And that's just reporting. Like that's how it works. And it's not always true. It's not always accurate. Sometimes there is a motivation behind it from the organization, but that's not for me or you to decide what is true or not. It's like, that's what they're saying. If that's their position,
but
their position needs to be out there.
But I do try to evaluate it a little bit. I do always ask, like, what's this person's motivation? And I don't believe that these number of people's motivation was to try to, negotiate Micah's price down. These people venting and just throwing in a side comment here and there. And I could be wrong. I didn't think there was motivation behind it. And if I did think it was clear that they're only using me as a mouthpiece, then I would not have repeated it because I'm not out here to carry on anyone's agenda.
Yeah, look, I mean, when we go sit down with listeners or anything else, or people run into this public and we're sitting there having a drink, almost every time somebody will say something to me like, hey, so like, y'all really get along? But like, are y'all all buddies? Like, who's the coolest of the station? Is there anybody you don't get along with? And then it's like, yeah, like I hate Peyton, right? Like you start in on that. And so then like somebody could say, sources say at the Fan that there's a lot of people who hate Peyton. Like, I mean, that would come up. But in general, just think about it in that context more of just like, if somebody, like if you run into people or you have discussions with people, those sort of things just naturally come up about somebody. It's not like a concerted effort to like, let's get the, let's get the campaign going. But also,
like Ryan found out a lot of things. Producer Ryan found out a lot of things about our industry on Saturday night at my house.
Yeah.
He just found out a lot of things.
No, and
some good, a lot bad.
Look, if I were to work for ESPN,
and I didn't tell Ryan any of these negative things to, try to harm someone's contract situation. It's just conversation.
If I were to work at ESPN, there's a lot of people who love Dan Orlovsky, who will tell you behind the scenes like they think he's great over. I don't like the guy at all. And so if I all of a sudden was working there and I was in Indianapolis and Andrew Marchand sat down and I just like got introduced to him and I start talking, I go like, yeah, I really hate Dan Orlovsky though. That's the only downside about working here at ESPN. I hate that guy. Like if I were to say something like that, then he could say, look, there's some people in the over there who work with Dan Orlovsky who are not fans of his. Well, it's just all these sort of discussions all have nuance to them and layers, and they can mean different things or whatever else. And so I think it's just the outright rejection of the idea of like, well, this was fed to you as a completely made up thing that nobody thinks would be. That to me is the most absurd of all the possibilities.
It's insulting too. It's pretty insulting. But
well, I mean, it's for instance when they say you're trying to bring down the value or whatever else, like they say that you're part of that. That was also the same claim 2 weeks ago when we interviewed the DAC attorney on the station. Something that I disagreed with and came on the air and said I disagree with it. If that is true, then that the Cowboys control that and they give us narratives to push, then I ran afoul of the Cowboys and didn't have my media access stripped and nobody came after. So like logically, you have to look at it in the grand scheme of things. You can't just look at each individual one and go like, oh, you're carrying water here, you're carrying water here.
RJ Choppy with some diamond calves next on the home of the Rangers, and he gets you ready for Eclipse Day as well. And I think RJ's favorite singer just got arrested on top of all of it.
Oh, no.
That's next right here on The Fan.
Let's get you over to
If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
3-2 to Foscue, and the payoff pitch swung on and hit up the middle. It's a base hit. Garcia around 30 is heading for the plate. There's no throw. Justin Foscue's first big league hit brings in a run, breaks the shutout, and makes this a 3-1 game. And Ezekiel Duran will bat as the tying run.
Rangers do not take the series yet, Bobby, because we got Game 4. Well, I'm about to. They have another game today. 6:30 pregame, first pitch at 7 o'clock. So you can get some Rangers baseball before the national championship. RJ will have a degenerate version of the title game at 9 o'clock this morning. We are your home of the World Series champs, but they did take the first 2 games before we're venturing into no-hit territory yesterday from Blanco, who just had one in his previous outing.
Old Jinx Russell. That's what that was.
Yeah.
That was, look, I mean, you're going to have your off days. If you can pull out like 2 out of every 3 games, like if that's the run you're going to go on, you're going to be the best team in baseball. And so, I mean, if you can consistently keep that up, it's every game. You can't get beaten down by the losses because it's just such a marathon. But, I mean, yeah, it's disappointing when you lose when the bats are asleep for a game. But, I mean, I still don't think that this offense has clicked into place the way we know it can. I mean, Evan Carter, the hits are just starting to fall a little bit. Wyatt Langford hasn't totally gotten up to where we expect him to be yet. Josh Young is out for several weeks. Like, this offense is going to click into another level. The pitching's going to be better. And they're still 6-3.
I mean, it's a good start. You win 6 out of 9 games. Yes. You're going to wind up with the best record in the history of the sport, for crying out loud. I mean, you just are. But this has been a good start to the series, regardless of what happened yesterday. They just ran into a pitcher that's red hot. That's all you got to do. Your pitching was fine. You allowed 3 runs. You're going to win a majority of the games this year when you allow just 3 runs. They just ran into a pitcher who is at the top of his game.
Let me ask this question, and I may have to apologize to Brad Sham here.
Again?
Well, I didn't apologize at one time before. That was Choppy. Well, I don't know. Choppy did.
He gave him the choppy apology. I'm sorry you feel that way.
The player interviews a little too much. It's starting to bug me a little bit.
Okay.
The in-game interviews, I'm like, yes, spice it up. Yes, I like the personality, but...
So you didn't like the Blanco one?
I didn't like Evan Carter when he was asked, and he didn't hesitate. Well, he did hesitate a little bit. Tennessee or Texas barbecue, and Evan Carter, this probably explains his start to the season, chose Tennessee barbecue. And he did not stutter or hesitate when he said it. And I was like, all right, I think I might be done with these in-game player interviews.
That's garbage.
Rangers had more in-game interviews than base runners yesterday.
Yeah, he's from Knoxville area, so which is odd because
grew up on it.
Yeah, it's like Memphis and Knoxville, and like Memphis is like a different world. It's like El Paso and DFW, right? It's just like it's not really. It's kind of out and away.
Yeah,
I always remember in Knoxville more Carolina barbecue than Tennessee. I always remember that, which I do enjoy the vinegar. I'm a big vinegar guy, especially now with soda. Oh my God, I'm just dousing things in vinegar. Left and right. Sarah can't stand it. So they give vinegar everywhere.
Yeah.
Oil everywhere.
You do have vinegar everywhere. We've heard about your showering habits.
I know. I do. I need it.
Yeah.
I need it. But yeah, I enjoy the in-game interviews. Sometimes they get if the player's not offering up a ton, they're too locked into the game, it can get like, okay, there's some dead air here. But I generally like them, but I understand what you're saying.
I believe, Sean, this is once more one of these things that you're just going to eventually come over to the dark side on all my takes.
Did you hate on this too? Like,
yeah, you guys were telling me last year I was anti-fun when I said I hated it, and so like I mean, it's cool and it was cool to hear Josh Young go, "Well, I'm going to ground ball for you guys." Like that's cool, like in the like to hear that, but also at the same time, it feels a little XFL to me where you're doing the in-game during a play interview. That's the only thing is that it's like this doesn't. I'm not saying there has to be. This is not like Augusta where I'm like we have decorum here.
Yeah,
none of that. Like it's just it feels so gimmicky and outside the realm. Now I don't have a problem with what Evan Carter said about Tennessee barbecue though, because he's just like I would have a problem more if he was just like, oh yeah, since I got Texas.
Like Bryce Harper being a sellout?
It's exactly that. It's Bryce Harper selling out and go like, well, I'm fully converted Eagles fan now, people. No,
Cheese Whiz is the best. Where's the bet on my life?
If I went to Tennessee, even if I thought it was better, which I don't think it's better because it's not better, but if I went to Tennessee and I like played there or whatever else, and I really thought that the barbecue was better, if somebody asked me, I'd be like, no, it's Texas all the way. Because I'm gonna be loyal to my home.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be loyal to my home.
Have you had Tennessee barbecue? I've never had it. So
it's not very good. There's a reason why it hasn't. There's a reason why it hasn't broken outside their borders.
You crapped on Philly pizza.
I didn't crap on Philly pizza. I crapped on the very specific pizza you told me to get, and I didn't even crap on it. It was okay. That was all.
What did you think of? Be honest.
Yes.
Be honest.
Uh-huh.
What did you think of my steak on Saturday?
It was good. I told you the only thing I regretted a little bit was I wanted to go back and get the medium piece instead of the medium rare, which I'm not normally like. But I found that all
my in-laws, I had to overcook this bad boy.
And this is not normally the case, and so, but I don't know if
what Eclipse issue
and all
the medium section.
Hide the steak from the heat.
The medium
Put
section.
a paper clip on the fillet.
The medium section.
I'll get to that at 9:20.
The medium.
Cynthia, don't get mad at me, mother-in-law. 9:20. People are backing you up with hiding the baby from the Eclipse today. But you just said good. I have
no. It was good.
That's not great.
No, it was
great, Sean. I loved it.
You didn't. Shut up. You weren't even there. You were like hiding from wasps in Rockwall or whatever. No,
eating your black bean dip at Glorious.
The flavor was better in the medium section than the medium rare. Like the medium rare, I don't feel like the flavor penetrated all the way to the center with the medium rare part. So that was the only thing. But it was good. I liked it.
So I'm trying to get your food judgment scale on my steak versus Memphis barbecue, which I'm dying to try authentic. Have you been there? Have you tried it?
I have not.
Okay.
Oh, there's Sean's meat right up there on the fan cam.
Oh,
look at that. Oh, look at that. Well, that's impressive. Look at the sear. Look at the heat. The smoke and the sear.
Rendezvous is good in Memphis. I've had that. They had that sent to me from there. They'll send you a package. It was pretty good.
I prefer, Alabama barbecue is better than Tennessee to me. I like Dreamland and stuff like that. That's good.
So that was in game. I know one lesson ESPN learned: don't put Max Scherzer on again. My Lord, I thought that was going to be a hit. I thought Scherzer was going to blow it up. They're like, all right, Max. He's not talking in the beginning. We're going to make you the color commentator because Max is like, I'm not play-by-play, I'm color. They're like, all right, you do the color for this 1-0 pitch, and Max is like dead silent, and he's like, no, I'm not going to do that. It was so we need to go and try to find Scherzer. The awkwardness of the in-game interview.
It's what they've talked about with him, though. Like when it comes to that dude is so intense and this isn't
locked in.
This isn't funny to me, or where
he was not playing along
some
at
guys
all.
play along, some won't.
Like where they talk about especially the day he's pitching, how it's just don't mess with his rhythm. Don't let him get through his process. And then once he's done, he'll be fine. But let him get through his process and get to the game.
All right, Chop, give us some Diamond Cast.
Shohei Ohtani, Parlay Ohtani. What a year! What a start for him.
This I'm praying. I'm getting a bad feeling. I'm going to be wrong to Bobby about this one. And you a little bit. I'm getting a bad feeling coming up.
Yeah, he is not having a good start to his year. Off the field. Let's
I was going to say, did he have Kentucky in the Final Four or something?
Let's just. So obviously there's the Parlay Ohtani stuff with the interpreter. But now the baseball, the first home run baseball. So what happened is he hit the home run, and that ball is valued now at $100,000. A couple, her name is Ambar Roman, a lifelong Dodgers fan. She was attending the game with her husband. She picks up the ball. The crowd rises to her feet because more aware of the historical significance of her discovery that she came away with the baseball. So Dodger security goes up and goes to meet her, as is customary. Okay, because what happens is when you catch a big ball like this, it's got to be authenticated before you leave the stadium. The moment you leave the stadium, without that certificate of authenticity, that ball is worthless, period. Well, according to her, and she tells The Athletic that the ball's valued about $100,000. She was in her rights to ask for stuff. Dodger security separated her from her husband. They separated them.
Why? How would they do that?
Because according to her, they were trying to coerce her into giving up the ball for far less than the value of the ball. And she got a couple of hats, signed, whatever. And then Shohei goes on his press conference and says, I met with the fan and got the ball back from her. Everything is good.
Seems like a very nice person.
Very nice person. She goes, wait a second. I never met Shohei. That didn't happen at all. Pretty sure like Shohei's like 6'6". Like you're not going to confuse Shohei for somebody else.
Yeah.
He is a massive human being.
Well, he's got a history of just not representing properly who he does and does not talk to.
Right. So the team offered her 2 hats signed by him, and they refused to authenticate the ball if they did not give it back to him. If she did not give the ball back, they refused to authenticate it. And you've got these basically these mobsters out there trying to go after her. And that is the crux of the entire situation.
So he lied supposedly about meeting her.
He lied about meeting her.
That bothers me.
The Dodgers coerced her into giving the ball back. Now, this is all according to her. Now, she could be lying.
Yeah.
But this is the story now that is circulating that the Dodgers and Ohtani basically conspired to get this ball back. And Shohei hater number 1 is Chris Russo.
Surprised he knows how to pronounce his name.
Barely. It's not Caleb Williams. But he was not happy with Shohei Ohtani.
The ball's worth $100,000. How about the Dodgers and how about Ohtani, who basically wires money all over America for his translator at $4.5 million? And if you think he didn't, you need your head examined. If you think this guy came up the translator, you're nuts. Ohtani helped him out, but Ohtani wired that money. Ohtani's worth billions. How about Ohtani write the lady a $100,000 check for the ball after this nonsense? And then telling everybody, you know what? Yeah, I met the fan. What a nice fan. No, you didn't. You went nowhere near the fan, for crying out loud. That is an absolute unmitigated disgrace that the Dodgers did this nonsense. How about the Dodgers? This is a franchise that is worth billions and billions of dollars that you can't even watch the games in your freaking town, and the Dodgers are going to make the woman be smart. Give me the damn ball. When the lady doesn't have any goddamn money because Ohtani's got to have a stupid ball. Let him pay for it.
Okay, so that's part 1. He keeps going. This is, again, Shohei Ohtani is having the worst start to a season that I think any superstar could possibly have off the field. And we've seen the last, I don't know, however many years.
Boy, I tell you right now, I hate the Dodgers. I'm sick of the Dodgers. I hope they never win. I'm sick of them. I'm down on Ohtani anyway because he threw first off, he's overrated. And he threw that poor translator under the bus like you wouldn't believe. I'm still waiting, and so is America, by the way. We're still waiting for some police activity with the translator about how he had $4.5 million of wire fraud and theft. I'm still waiting for this guy to be arrested, as Ohtani claimed 10 days ago. And then this poor couple has a ball out there on a home run, and Ohtani wants the damn ball for his memorabilia collection. So the Dodgers, wanting to protect Ohtani just like the Angels did, never talks to the media, 9,000 people around him. You never get access to him. So the Dodgers basically send, freaking Al Capone's crew out to the right field, and they harass this poor woman. They separate him 30 yards away, and she says, geez, I don't need the hassle. Take the goddamn ball. Give me a couple of hats. Oh, yeah, I like to meet Ohtani. No, Ohtani. We'll give you a hat or two. Get the hell out of here now. What a freaking disgrace. And don't have Ohtani sitting in press conferences after he does something good, lying about how he met the fan. Nonsense. He met nobody. You're making it say the Dodgers are making it sound like that Ohtani walked out to right field, signed autographs, and took pictures with the 2 fans.
Goodness. What a lunatic.
Running out of words.
He's running out of air. And that's where the Dodgers sit. Ohtani looks terrible. They look awful. They look like bullies. And this poor lady is out $100,000.
Took pictures with the 2 fans.
Just saw a report that CeeDee Lamb may be holding out.
Oh, no.
Next not my report.
Who said this?
My
Who
report.
told you?
Next and below the belt.
Let's get you over to my good friends over at Zeros. Let's get that carpet clean. Cleanway, Greenway, Zero.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Does Jerry Jones have his latest project thanks to an arrest over the weekend? More on that in just a second. Before we get to that, Michael Gelkin.
I thought you were going to say Jerry paid off the bartender to knock this guy out of the first round in order to get him drafted in the third.
Yeah, well, clearly he pays each one of us, of course, to carry water. So that's that's completely within the realm of possibility, I guess. Michael Gelkin an hour ago over the Dallas Morning News had.
What do you think Jerry would be more disgusted by, the treatment towards all of them this offseason, or the notion that he's that tight with us? Which one would disgust him more?
I think the cheap.
It was kind of a joke I was making.
But I do think that he would probably be I'm sure he's annoyed at the thought that you guys think I think what they say all the time. You think that's my opinion? I do think that, and I think there are other people in the building who would be like, you guys think those idiots are what we think?
Just a little bit.
And so there's a little bit of that. But Michael Gelkin from the Dallas Morning News an hour ago had a story up, and it's a big old picture of CeeDee Lamb. When Michael Gelkin tweets a story, and I see
he's always hated Lamb.
No,
he's always hated CD.
When I see a fairly sizable description in the tweet, then I'm like, oh, Michael's about to drop some knowledge on us, or might be inferring something. The tweet reads, it's a picture of CeeDee Lamb, and it says, Cowboys begin their voluntary spring workout program 1 week from today. Barring a surprise departure from precedent, wide receiver CeeDee Lamb won't participate as a potential holdout looms. So here's what we're facing now.
And that looms for when?
So the off-season programs, which are voluntary
and highly attended around here.
They are highly attended. It would not be like a total break from precedent, though, for him not to show up if he's got a contract thing going on. That has happened plenty of times before with guys. But that would start in May, late May. So the stretch of 6 OTA practices starts May 24th. Then mandatory minicamp is June 4th through the 6th. So the Cowboys can find, this is according to Michael, the Cowboys can find any player who misses the entire 3-day June minicamp for an unexcused reason up to $101,716. Basically a Shohei Ohtani home run for the Dodgers. Is basically what they're charging. A potential workaround would be to, and this is what a lot of guys have done, the hold in. Rather than hold out, reporting to the team facility, but a little sore today, guys. I don't think I'm going to be able to practice today.
Yeah.
So every offseason, Dak throws to his receivers outside the team facility, so it's not like he's failing to get in work. It wouldn't put him behind if anybody's worried about that. But the suggestion here is that you could be looking at a holdout come training camp time, which is what we ran into with Zach Martin. Remember, it was like, you're costing yourself money with all these fines that are building up.
Yeah.
And it was like, okay, they can't just say we'll waive the fines like they used to. They have to be enforced.
They built it into
the build into the contract money to cover over it.
Yeah.
And or some sort of bonus or whatever else. So it'll be interesting to see if CD shows up to training camp. I think he's going to, the hold in would make a lot more sense. I would imagine he's not going to be there for OTAs at all. And I would imagine the June, I'm here, but I'm not here is what would happen. If they get to training camp, I'm going to be really interested to see if he shows up.
So why doesn't he have his new deal right now?
It's a good question.
So, but he would show up for day one and then just, my hammy. That's what they do, right? That's what you got, because that's what they do now.
That's the suggestion. Obviously, you can't prove it, but the suggestion is you show up to the June mini camp and you don't participate, and so that's how that does. But at training camp, no. I think he would do what Zach Martin did, where he's like, I'm not showing up.
But the timeline of deals was supposed to go what between Dak, Lamb, and Micah.
I think
when was the most common sense for them to get done?
CD should have been done a year ago, in my opinion. That should have gotten done. Now, people will always...
Because is Micah's deal even supposed to take place this offseason?
He's just now eligible for it.
Okay.
But he has 2 years of control left. Like, they don't have to do it right now. They could wait until next
But the anticipation wasn't that he was going to get his this offseason, right? Lamb first. Mike even said that.
Yes. People thought...
Dak, Lamb, Micah.
Yeah, people thought CD was going to get his deal done last year because it seemed like the easiest one to make work. One of the ones that everybody thought was going to be difficult to figure out was going to be Diggs, and Diggs got done before anybody else did. And so...
I will say, to defend them, not shocking, because I just saw my Venmo go through from the Star in Frisco, so I have to defend them. Wasn't last year the first year of CD being one on his own? Yeah, right? Amari was here 2 years ago? Yeah.
Yes. No. This Amari was...
No, this was CD's second year as the number one.
Second year as the number one. Okay.
And he clearly took a step up.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
There's no doubt about that.
Okay, so our question of Lamb being the actual true one for them this year, that was a year ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So
I'm sending back to Venmo. Forget what I was about to say.
To me, the issue here with looking at CD's deals, like in 2022, when that's the first year that he's the number one guy, and early on in the season he had his struggles, but he really kind of clicked into place about week 5. Oh, yeah. And then when Dak came back, it was through the roof. And so to me, it was like everybody said, okay, you handle this then. You get it done. He's the exact culture guy you want around. He's somebody who has performed at a high level. He's checked every box for you the entire way. It seems like there's receiver deals have not been ones that have been super difficult to get done for the most part. That market kind of falls into place pretty easily. So that one seemed like the easiest one to get done. Now, why didn't it get done? There's people who will say, takes two to tango, CD's got to be as willing to play ball with us as we want. Now, is that a legitimate excuse, or is that the instance with Dak, for instance? The very first contract offer the Cowboys gave Dak in the offseason of 2019, right after Wentz and I think Goff too had gotten paid $33 million. They tried to offer Todd France $25 million a year, and he went, 46 is our counter.
This is when they had just given Goff and Wentz how much?
33, and the Cowboys said 25. And that now, obviously, you start lower and you negotiate, but Todd France went, okay, 46 then. Since we're supposed to meet in the middle, 46, because we want 35. And ultimately ended up being 40 because they dragged it out and cost themselves. But then there are some instances where somebody legitimately doesn't want to play ball with them or is being difficult.
This is not a negotiation.
No.
This is simple and it's easy.
Pay it.
And I'll give you the number. Tyreek Hill makes 30, so CeeDee Lamb makes 30 or 31. Or you wait for Jefferson, right? Justin has not been paid yet.
Nope.
Or you wait for Jefferson or other people. That's the Cowboys. I know everyone goes, a lot of people go, well, it doesn't matter that you waited. You get leapfrogged and you got to pay a little bit more. And Jerry's the one who tells us every single cent is a piece of that pie. And every single cent is accounted for, but they love to wait because it's not on their schedule.
Yeah, they do love to wait. Now, in their defense, with the cap going up, they don't view that as losing out.
Yeah, but it does. The cap can go up. I pay you earlier. I save more when the cap goes up.
Yeah, but you save eventually in the back end, right? Eventually, you'll save. You'll continue to save.
I mean, the earlier
you get, saying,
you know what I mean? It's like me saying I'm going to get a higher tax return, so I'm going to spend more money. Well, if I spend less money and get the higher tax return, I've saved more money. So pay the player earlier, have the cap number higher, you have more money. It's not that difficult. This is easy. 30, 31, or 32 a year. It's not a negotiation, and it can't be argued. The guy is a legit, zero hesitation, number one stud. He's the key to your offense. He's the second most important player on your offense. It's not close. If anything happens to him, they're done. They're cooked.
There is one
offensively.
There is one issue. And that is if they don't know that they're going to re-sign Dak.
Yeah.
Then they're like, well, why would we pay CD?
Right. That's a great point.
So at that point, it's like, well, because they
not better than the points I've made, but that was great.
Because they would still be able to trade him, right? After he has 2 years left.
CD?
Yeah.
No.
This is it.
Fifth year option.
Fifth year option. $18 million for the 5th year option. He turned, I believe, 25 today. Happy birthday, CD.
They can tag him, obviously.
They can tag him for sure and then trade him. So like that's the thing. Like, you know, if you're gonna, and that's the problem that they're in. They're not ready to decide what they want to do. So it's like, because if they knew they were going to get rid of them, they would have just like, if they knew they weren't going to sign Dak, they would just trade him, hopefully, and then trade CD, and then trade Micah, and then get your 6 or 7 first-round draft picks, and then reset everything.
And
but
do they try to just look? We're already going to have Dak probably unhappy. You're already going to have Micah unhappy. Why not just have Lamb play unhappy?
And have a hissed off team,
and rely on the new CBA making CD play instead of forfeit game checks. So they'll say $18 million. We're although you're really attitude wise, you're sinking yourself for this upcoming season.
I was about to say,
with everyone's morale, you're sinking yourself. But look, because what is the CBA on missing games now? You can miss any or 4
in terms of holding out.
Yeah,
no, you can't.
You can't.
You get fined.
Yeah,
and they're fines that can't be revoked.
They cannot be made up.
Yeah,
they can't be made. I mean, they can.
They can't waive them. They would just. But I mean, you have to put that on your cap.
Yeah.
You have to figure out a way to work that money into your cap now.
So to RJ's point, yeah, exactly. It factors into the cap, the makeup. So maybe to RJ's point, they're saying this is a all or nothing year anyway. So if we go 9-8, or if we lose in the first round, what's the point of having a $33 million receiver with no quarterback? Then we deal all of them and we blow it up.
Well, first off,
that would make sense.
Like I can logically see step by step. I think it's really stupid to do that. Like I think CeeDee Lamb is the exact type of guy you want to build around with whoever's going to be here.
Okay.
And I think that
he's 25. That's the thing. Him and Micah are 24 and 25.
He's a monster. And
He's
like we sat down, we talked to him. That's a guy that you want in your room doing things for you. And I look at it and I say, if their thought process is genuinely, what's one more unhappy player?
Yeah.
Just make him sit there. We'll figure it out. If that is genuinely the thought process.
And I think it might be.
Then you don't have to wonder why it's been 30 years. If that's genuinely why, you don't have to wonder why it's been 30 years. That creates toxicity that ruins chemistry with your players.
Good song.
I mean, it's a ton. That is a major problem. If that's their thought process, is who cares if one of our stars, who's one of our great culture guys, is mad? Who cares?
Some organizations don't care.
Oh no.
Some organizations just say, just go out and continue to produce. Morale doesn't matter. Good feelings, positive vibes.
Morale is the paycheck. They'll say the morale is the paycheck.
Not that high. Yeah, the morale is the paycheck. So that is Michael Gehlken. Barring a surprise departure from precedent, CeeDee Lamb won't participate as potential holdout looms.
Hate to see his mentions when the Hive comes after him.
Gehlken?
Yeah.
Why would you do this to us?
Why would you talk about holdouts? He ain't holding out. Let's hear from him himself. Even if he holds out, just an injury.
877-881-1053 is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney Hotline. Maybe CD needs to hit up the Frankels. Get me on a piece of paper saying I got a calf. I got the hamstring. All right, Choppy is going to give you the pick for tonight. He's been saying bet UConn no matter what. Does that still apply? Who's winning the national championship and by how much? And the breaking news, John Calipari is out at Kentucky. Final hour, Monday edition is next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist Automotive, they are going to hook you up on that brand.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
The inbound to Ross, and UConn can see history. One win away from a repeat national championship. The UConn Huskies advance to the title game on Monday with an 86-72 win over Alabama.
Final hour fist pump time on a Monday. Sean, RJ, and Bobby live on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We turn the show over to Ralph James Choppy at 9:20 for full Eclipse coverage. As RJ is starting to get hype, bringing out the app in all the commercial breaks, and the roads are much lighter today. This is the way it looked at 8:30.
Yeah, it's
much lighter.
They were telling you, like, I wonder how many people are just staying home today. They're working from home to avoid the traffic that's supposed to happen. Because it's supposed to be pretty much of a nightmare, especially maybe on 30 or 20. We're a little bit further south.
So are we supposed to stop on the roads?
No.
Are we calling for?
They say do not stop on the road.
Okay.
They're saying get off the road.
Everyone just has to turn on their headlights.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, you're gonna have to be very aware because there's probably gonna be people out there on the road who are. Somebody didn't know this was happening. They start freaking out or something. They're gonna slam on their brakes or you just. So you're gonna. I would not be on the road today at 140 just because I would want to be around however everybody else is reacting to it.
All right, so full Eclipse coverage at 9:20 and then cross it, man. Eclipse and WrestleMania. What ratings this should be for the final 40 minutes of this show. Although the Eclipse probably everyone's interested in. Some WrestleMania, but I'm dying to talk to Hagelin about it. I really am.
I am too.
A little. It did get something to me yesterday when I saw the Undertaker clip. It got me a little bit. Where I was like, I felt like a kid for a second.
Yeah. How long do they keep it all black to wheel him in?
Oh no,
and then wheel him out.
I saw somebody's phone video right by the ring so you can see him enter because they, I guess, anticipated he was going to be there. And so you saw him and he quickly jumps up and he was moving pretty good.
Really?
Yeah, he didn't have to waltz there. I thought it was good. They hit him with the bells and there was a prolonged layout until the second one that normally hits. But
we'll have it at 9:40. You can nerd out with Hagee over WrestleMania and the 2-day event. But tonight we got the men's national championship. 2 boring semifinal games, in my opinion, but we end up with UConn and Purdue.
Yeah, there was never really, in the second half, there wasn't, outside of a few minutes, I never really felt like the games were ever in question, who was going to win. Maybe the first half a little bit, but not in the second half. And both UConn and Purdue pull away, and this is the best 2 teams all year, along with Houston. Those have been the 3 best all year long, and Houston had the injury to Jamal Shead, and they weren't able to beat Duke. But this is the final that I think a lot of people had looked for, and this is something that the men's game has necessarily lacked a little bit is star power and dominant teams, where you've got not a lot of upsets in terms of the top teams where they're there. You see that in the women's game. Iowa and South Carolina, they were South Carolina obviously was the best, but Iowa was up among there the entire year, and they wind up meeting for the championship. And now we've got this in the men's game, and it's just these are the 2 best teams, and they have been the 2 best teams all season long. And now it's how do you stop Zach Edey, and is Donovan Clingan good enough to be able to do that defensively? And he's the best defensive big in the country, or one of them, and along with Zach. But is he going to be good enough to be able to guard him one-on-one? And if he can, this thing's over. And if he can't, then Purdue's got a chance.
So you said that the UConn bet was a lock over Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And
yes.
They ended up covering.
They covered. It went up to 12. It was 11.5. I got it at 11.5. It went up to 12. They still covered that. And then Purdue covers the 8.5, 9.
So how do you feel about tonight?
I have 3 bets for you.
Ooh.
Bet number 1. I bet UConn -7. I'm going to take UConn minus the 7 points. It's up to 7. If you can still get it at 6.5, buy the half point if you want to. I just took it at 7. I was fine with that.
7.
I also have 2 other parlays. Not parlays, I'm sorry. What am I, an idiot?
Listen up, Otani.
Prop bets. Specials. They call them specials. So I think UConn's going to win either way. But I've kind of hedged things to where if they don't win by 7, I'm still covered. I was able to get this at 5-1. And I took UConn to win by 3 to 6 points. You get that for 5-1 right now. So you bet $30, you win $150. And all UConn has to do is win by between 3 and 6.
Okay.
So if you think they're going to win, but you don't think they're going to cover, you can hedge your bet a little bit. Now I would lose on the -7, but I would, quintuple my money on the 3-6. I also took Donovan Clingan over 15.5. That's points and assists. Points and assists. I took the over 15.5. I think he'll probably get 3 assists, and all he needs now is 13 points. I think he could do that. Although it's a tough matchup for him underneath with Zach. I still think that you can get Edey in slow enough spots and get Clingan open.
So on a scale 1 to 10, if Purdue wins this, it'd be a stunner on what level? I mean, 6.5 is not a stunner.
It's not a stunner
of a spread upset.
No, it's not. It would be.
ESPN has it up to 7.5 now. By the way.
Oh, they do. Okay.
Yep.
I would say about a 6.
A 6? I thought we were talking about an all-time great team, the unstoppable force, when beating everyone by double digits for a double-digit amount of games. Not a stunner.
2015 Kentucky lost. 99 Duke lost. 91 UNLV lost. 99 Duke lost to UConn. Ironically, there's plenty of teams out there that have been the best team and didn't win. That's what makes this UConn run so amazing. They've won all these games by double figures. It's crazy.
Will the Ranger game be over by the time this thing? Will the Ranger game be over by the time this gets to halftime? How late are they really going to push back this start? I mean, 8:20 supposed.
Is that what it is? That's supposed to be 8:20.
I think.
I don't think they'll start a second before 8:40, 8:30. About what they'll do it, and I wonder because Nance always used to do the introductions. Is Ian Eagle going to do the introductions of this game?
I don't know. He's probably too busy filming commercials.
He is.
Nance is. The breaking news last night presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. By the way, real quick around the room, who are we rooting for? Since all the bracket stuff has been decided, Bobby is the loser that we already knew a week ago. Who are we rooting for? Are we rooting for the great UConn team to pull this off? Or do we want that upset? Pepe?
So Tolo hit me up before the tournament, Tolo Robbie, and we were doing the best bracket thing, like we do with the show, but it's with a bunch of his friends. And so it's $50 buy-in, and I'm in second place right now. And if Purdue wins, I'll stay in second place because I had Houston win the whole thing. But other people have UConn winning the title game. So if Purdue wins, I win $200.
Oh.
So I can't really hedge it because UConn's such a heavy favorite. It's tough to hedge it, so I just have to ride with it.
Bob, who do you want to win?
UConn. And UConn's been great. I want to see them finish that. I don't like Purdue. I don't, and it's not just because they screwed me last year by getting eliminated as early. I hate the Chop. What was the stat you had? You may not even remember it. It was a couple weeks ago. So I know it
was 840. I don't remember.
Doesn't go back that far. The stat you had where it was something like whenever a 1 seed has lost, the last 2 or 3 times a 1 seed has lost.
The last time a 1 seed lost to a 16 seed, it's happened twice. Purdue and Virginia. Virginia won the year after. Now Purdue is 40 minutes away from.
Well, and it was something like somebody who's lost to a 14 or 15, like a 15 or 16 seed, they win the next year. So it's something that I find them off-putting. I don't like Zach Edey. I don't like Purdue in general. No. And so I want UConn to win.
I think I want Purdue to win just for the upset. I like Edey's competitiveness.
He's a competitor.
I think it's 5 syllables. Competitiveness. I think it's fine. Anyway, I'm rooting for Purdue. I think I usually root for greatness. But I think I want to see a little bit of an upset if it can happen. You?
I hate them both. I can't stand either school. I think I hate UConn. They were not a blue blood, but they now are, and I hate that. And I can't stand Purdue. I don't like their fans. I don't like their coach. I don't like their guards. I don't like Zach Edey.
You would not have had any of this feeling if they didn't play the Vols, though.
I never really cared for them. I never
really?
have. Yeah, I don't. I mean, they named their school after chicken. And I don't get it. I don't like it. The stupid hats they wear, the boiler hat. They wear those construction worker hats with the big P on the side. I don't like it.
Well, apparently chicken is partially responsible for John Calipari leaving Kentucky for Arkansas. Leaving after 15 years. This was the breaking news last night presented by BetQL. This just made too much sense. It was time. It was time for him to leave Kentucky. That's not the stunner. The stunner to me is over to Arkansas. John Calipari.
Yeah, over to Arkansas.
Arkansas, that big a stage for someone like Cal?
It's a bigger job than people think it is. We talked about this on BetQL this past week when Eric Musselman left. We think it's the second best job in the conference. Now, with Texas coming in, it changes things up a little bit. But they all thought Tennessee was. I was like, man, I don't know, man. I think Arkansas is a bigger job because they put basketball higher on the totem pole. And it all depends on what their budget is, their NIL budget. And I know that Kentucky had, from what I've seen, Kentucky's NIL budget's about $24 million, and that's what UConn's is. Duke's is higher. Carolina, though, was only about $14 million. So Kentucky put so much money into basketball that from that regard, it is surprising why somebody would leave. But you got to remember, man, like they were running him out of there. You could not find a Kentucky fan the day after they lost to Oakland that had any sense about him that wanted to keep him around. They all wanted to get rid of him. And now you wake up and it's like, okay, be careful what you wish for, guys. Now, here's my fear. My biggest fear is they're going to fall ass backwards into Jay Wright. And I am petrified of that.
Is he supposed to be coming out of retirement?
I don't think he's going to because he doesn't like the transfer portal. He doesn't like the NIL, and that's why he was one of the guys that left. But, I mean, there are certain jobs that you just answer the phone for when they call, and that is one of them. And I know they'll call Dan Hurley. I don't know that Dan's going to leave. I have no idea, but I don't think Dan's going to leave. I would be stunned if they didn't make a reach out to Brad Stevens. What's he doing now?
Running the
Celtics, but maybe he's got the itch to coach.
Call Rick Pitino.
Billy Donovan, Rick Pitino.
Pitino's clearly not happy at St. John's. Some of the coaches who played from him.
Nate Oates at Bama, Bruce Pearl, Scott Drew at Baylor. He might get a phone call.
And how about this from Pro Football Talk that Jerry Jones was influential here for Calipari?
So here's what it is. So it was a story that
signing more people for Arkansas than his own football team.
Boy, I'll tell you, if I'm a Cowboy fan, that makes me pretty unhappy. If Jerry Jones ponied up money for that.
Well, what is it, Bobby?
So it's the headline over at Pro Football Talk this morning was Jerry Jones's role as Arkansas booster credited for helping to hire John Calipari. So it doesn't get into any specifics. It just says on a day when college basketball eclipses football for the attention. Eclipses, good reference there. For the attention of American sports fans, Cowboys owner Jerry Jones has played a big part in the college hoops world. Jones's alma mater, Arkansas, hired him away. Jones's status as a booster has been cited by ESPN as one of the reasons that Calipari walked away from a college basketball blue blood to coach the Razorbacks. I'm reading like Peyton today. But ESPN said that, just his influence as a booster and the money and everything else is something that helped draw him away.
Mavs, Stars, and your Eclipse coverage with RJ Choppy all over it next on 105.3 The Fan. But speaking of Pepe, yesterday he had to send me the message that he was experiencing the greatness of Hurtado Barbecue. Hurtado Barbecue with a second location now open in the ballpark, and Pepe decided to go ahead and wait for the nachos. Brandon Hurtado was supposed to come to my initial housewarming party, but he couldn't do it because of a wedding catering event that was taking place. I already told you about the Tolo who said that they were listening to the morning show, and how did they go ahead and get that awesome barbecue for his little girl's wedding? You go to HurtadoBBQ.com. HurtadoBBQ.com. Pick out everything you want for any catering event, and make sure to check out their brand new location in Mansfield. It is their third brick and mortar. Head on over there to the Mansfield location. They also have you covered in Fort Worth and in Arlington. Tell Brandon that Sean from the Fan said you should have come to his party, but more importantly, tell him that Sean from the Fan sent you to Hurtado, the official barbecue of the morning show, and Texas Rangers baseball. Enjoy it today when you head on out to the game.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. 1.2 million downloads and counting. Love of the Star with top insiders Brian Broaddus and Bobby Bell on Odyssey or wherever your top podcasts are found.
car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
3 will tie it, and hand off to Luka. Back to Exxon. Got it!
The X Factor getting it done again. Dante Exum, after the Rockets missed 2 free throws to keep the Mavs around. Luka with seconds left finds Dante. He hits the 3 to blow the roof off the AAC, send yesterday's game against the Armpit into overtime, and the Mavs end up winning. They won 9 out of 10. The Rockets are plummeting. After they had won 11 in a row, the Mavs broke that winning streak. And now the Mavs have made it not only your first game you're going to lose, well, you're also going to have your 5th straight loss, courtesy of the Dallas Mavericks, and Kyrie was spectacular. It was magical. He took over this game with that display. 48 points. Luka had 37. The Mavs, this just looks like it is going to be the collision course again with the Clippers.
It's clicking into place, man. And yeah, where each team is right now, I don't know. We've looked at like the last week to 10 days. It's been like, it's going to be the Clippers. The question was, were you going to be able to make up the ground to get home court over them? Which it looks like probably not, because you're 2 games behind them with 4 to play, and they have the tiebreaker over you. So they're essentially 3 games ahead of you. But yeah, this is setting up for another shot at the Clippers, which if you want, I mean, if we're talking about redemption stories and fulfillment of, storylines and trying to get over the hump, like that's something for Luka that would be, I think, mean something, would be getting past the Clippers and beating that basketball team. And I think they're in a better position right now than they've ever been to beat the Clippers, like than the other previous series they were in.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been the best team in basketball for the last month or so, like statistically. And so, I mean, they're in a really good position right now.
And the playoffs, I mean, everything changes in the postseason. Like teams will play harder defensively, and they'll be literally giving 100% at all times. Whereas in the regular season, you might not get that, and you can get a try-hard team out there. Was it Utah a couple years ago that had like a really good regular season, and they were the only ones that were really giving like max effort the whole time, and we all knew what was going to happen eventually. But this Mavs team is, I mean, they are playing a great brand of basketball at this point.
And the Stars are on fire. Wyatt Johnston had a goal and 2 assists. Sagan had 2 goals. Jamie Benn had a goal and 2 assists as the Stars beat the Avalanche in Colorado 7-4. They finish up with a franchise best 57 points on the road. On Saturday, Jamie Benn went over 20 goals, which makes 8 different players for the Stars with 20 or more goals. That is also a franchise record. They now lead the Avs by 5 points with 4 games remaining, and all 4 set at the AAC. They're 5 points up on Vancouver for first in the Western Conference and now control their own destiny. All the information on the Spits and Suds podcast with the hockey hawk, Gavin Spittle. So everything is rolling with the Mavs and the Stars. And today is going to be all about Eclipse coverage on this station and our sister station, News Radio 1080 KRLD. Do you want your favorite singer arrest, or do you already know about that?
I saw the headline, but yeah, I did notice that.
Pay, hit it. Morgan Wallen arrested for throwing a chair off a Nashville rooftop bar. This mugshot, he's very happy. He is smiling. Facing criminal charges. Looks much better than Darius Ruckers. Yesterday I went and looked up Darius Ruckers' mugshot after he was in the crowd for South Carolina rooting. Ooh. Morgan Wallen, and then I think his ex, who's a comedian, is like, haha, I'm laughing on the inside. Karma for Darius. But Morgan Wallen facing criminal charges for allegedly throwing a chair off the roof of a bar in downtown Nashville. Arrested and booked last night. 3 felony counts of reckless endangerment, 1 misdemeanor count of disorderly conduct, $15,000 bond. A chair came hurling down 6 stories to the ground outside of Chiefs Bar. Really? You gonna name something Chiefs Bar there in the home of the Titans? Landed just a few feet away from some Nashville PD officers who were standing outside. investigated, said Morgan Wallen was responsible. They got the surveillance footage. They witnessed it. Eyewitnesses claimed to police Morgan had laughed afterwards. Custody, hauled away. Booked.
Wow. I can't believe, 6 floors? You kill somebody with a chair.
Yeah.
Go right through you. Go right
You could kill somebody from the 6th floor.
Yes. Wow. Jeez. Here I was thinking of some Morgan Wallen, the police were now chasing you.
20
and then no, you came up with that one.
2020 public intox and disorderly conduct, the N-word controversy in 2021. I need to go read up more. I'm just giving you my feeling right now. Choppy can educate me in the commercial break. I want to dislike this dude like my Kim Mulkey feelings.
Yeah, that's fair.
Is that fair?
I think so.
Like,
I didn't want to like it. His music's catchy. I don't know what to do about it.
I want to root against him like I root against Kim Mulkey. That's my feeling about him right now. I got to do some more reading.
He's the bad boy of country, but also this is interesting. I mean, if you're throwing a chair off a roof and like it's landing right next to cops, like there's so much. But I mean, it was a couple months ago. Chris Young, big Cowboys fan, Chris Young, the country singer, he got arrested for allegedly assaulting a Nashville police officer, and then they found security footage, and it's like, oh no, he was actually just trying to talk through something, and a cop, off-duty cop out of uniform, like shoved him to the ground, and then cuffed him and said, I was assaulted, and that cop, I think, got fired actually. But you hear about this sometimes, like that there's a little bit of a tension between because I mean, country runs Nashville. The country industry, there's a little bit of tension there with them, and like the police maybe feel like you guys are a little entitled partiers out here.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of those things are. I mean, this is one of those things. Like, how do you even defend this one? Like, you're throwing a chair off a 6th floor building. His music's very good. I support all Tennessee Volunteers. So that's the thing with me and Morgan.
You can't defend it, but am I saying?
Well, can you defend the other thing?
I don't even remember what the other thing was. I know there was
walked up his driveway. He hurled the N-word and other profanities. That's what I'm saying. I have to go back and rewatch the video.
Yeah, I don't think I ever saw the video. This was before I was really like. I mean, I don't even think that was before most people had even heard of Morgan Wallen that were outside the country. Now everybody knows who he is. That was like when he was just country. I got to go watch that video again. But no, I mean, like he apparently is just a bit of a wild card.
It's indefensible, but I also I've been around several people who I could see being drunk and let's throw a chair out the window, like in the middle of party.
They have mullets,
it's
though.
stupid.
If you have a mullet, it's different.
Will Chambers.
It's stupid, but yeah, exactly. It's stupid, but I absolutely have seen it happen before, so it's not the most wild thing I've ever heard of.
All right, Choppy, set us up for the big event today.
It is Eclipse Day, boys and girls. And like you said, continuing coverage on 1080 KRLD, but it is happening around 1:40 today. Now, the partial eclipse will start before then, in the noonish hour, and it'll go until about 3. So you'll be able to see partial eclipse, the path of totality, the full 100%.
What is the path of totality?
That's the path. The moon is that'll be complete darkness, 100% darkness.
It'll look like it's nighttime.
Yeah, and that's going to be between 1:40 and 1:44. Now, if you're closer to the east side of Dallas, it'll be really, really total. And if you're more towards Northwest Fort Worth, where I am, I'll be a little bit less, but it's still pretty much in the path of totality. And that's weather permitting, of course.
Yeah, some people were afraid that the weather's going to screw this up.
Yeah, so we're supposed to get rain later on the day. I looked.
Severe storms later.
Yeah,
right?
Severe, big time hail. So I saw just now, the latest weather report was that it'll be partly cloudy around 1:40. So and as the weatherman said, some places will have more sun and some places will have more clouds than we will. We're going to be kind of in that partly cloudy area in terms of being able to see it. So we'll be able to see it if you're in the right spot. Some parts of town might not be able to see it depending on what the cloud cover is at that time.
So it'll be pitch black for 4 minutes, basically.
For 4 minutes.
1:40 to 1:44.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
1:30, 1:03, 51.
And then back to normal.
Mm-hmm. And then, it'll slowly get back to normal as the sun peers in.
So what are the different rules and regulations out there?
So Dallas police.
And there's kids, I think some schools.
A lot of schools are out. I asked my son what they're going to do, and he goes, I don't know. So I should really find that out. So Dallas Police has shared this graphic, and they say exits off I-35, I-30, 75, and Woodall Rogers heading into downtown will be closed between 1 and 2. Can't even exit. Don't even try.
Wow.
So I'm staying off the roads. I would stay off the roads if you live in and around downtown Dallas, around between 1 and 2. No point being on the roads. What could you expect? Well, you can expect the Crickets to be out at 1:40, and the Bats. Good luck with that one.
The Bats?
The Bats, if they think it's dark. Their whole body, they don't know what time it is. They just work on nocturnal.
Yeah, I see a lot of them flying around every night.
Every night, yeah. So they're saying that
when's the last time anyone saw a bat? I haven't seen
bat.
one.
Not since Wuhan 2019, probably.
Wow. I don't know if that's true or not. We don't know. But they said the last time a complete eclipse happened where it was pitch black in the middle of the day, bats were out. Bats and crickets. So if you live around bats and crickets, be prepared to have them out. They say cows, if you have cows, they're going to start thinking it's nighttime, and they're going to basically go to where they sleep. They're going to they're going to think it's less. They're going to be less active. Chickens, the same thing. They're going to stop running around. They say your cats and dogs will go eerily silent, around the time they're going to know something's going on. So for those 3 hours where the eclipse is happening, dogs may start getting a little anxious. They'll get eerily silent around that time.
Wow.
But they, before it happens, they'll start kind of going crazy, barking and everything. And I always heard these stories that before an earthquake happens, animals go nuts. They know something's going to happen. And that's kind of something like this. So be prepared with the dogs and the cats and their behavior. If you have a turtle, your turtle is going to get frisky.
Listen up, turtle owners.
So the moon and the sun, apparently, in the Galapagos Islands, last time there was an eclipse down there, turtles were just having rampant wild ragers down there.
Really? It's like the Olympic Village?
They were just getting after it. So if you happen to have a turtle and you have two in the same tank and they're male and female, you're going to have turtle pups.
So if I stand outside and look at this with no glasses, that's damaging. Can I try to look through my windows in the house?
If you are staring directly at the sun, it will damage it. Not just looking outside won't do it to you. It'll be you have to be looking directly at it. But
if I'm looking directly at it, what is going to happen really?
Well,
am I going to permanently?
Your rods and cones will be all messed up, man.
Yeah, I assume it'll damage your eye. They say you'll go blind if you stare at it for too long because it's still the rays are still hitting your eyes.
Right, and with the eclipse, it's just a small fire ring on the outside. They say it's even worse because you can look at it longer. It's not blinding you, but it's still giving you the same puncture.
So when I look at the sun at 1:35 and I keep inside my house, I'm gonna see the crossover.
If you have those glasses,
yeah,
you'll see the sun, and then you'll see the little. As soon as the moon starts to hit it, you'll see a portion of the sun is cut out, right? You took a bite out of it, and then it'll keep inching closer and closer to.
So what are y'all gonna do for it? How you setting up for this?
Just hanging out.
Okay, you're just gonna go outside and stand on the sidewalk.
Yeah, now this is not gonna look like darker than it ever looks before, but it will look like it's 5 a.m. or something like that when we get up.
It's in the middle of my nap time, so I don't know. I might stay up for it. 1 o'clock is my nap time.
If you nap during it, that'd be hilarious.
That'd be funny.
That'd be
probably
awesome.
Get a really good night's sleep. It'd be dark.
There's 3 people though that have agreed with my mother-in-law that you cannot go outside pregnant. It would be bad for Amanda. You're supposed to put a paper clip or something and wear red. That's what my nanny also said. So wear red, paper clip, to not harm the baby. Now you said many more stupid myths and theories than that. So don't roll your eyes. I know they're Hispanic, but
I don't even know
you and Morgan.
What you're talking about.
All right, from Eclipse to WrestleMania. Crosstalk with the KFC Masterpiece is next. But let me go ahead and get you set up with Franco.
At Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Let us now crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors, good morning. What is coming up?
Right out of the gate, Eclipse is Schmips. Is that
how would you spell Schmips?
Look at KNC 105.3 on Twitter, and you'll see the run for the show today. And I wrote Schmips.
Okay. Corey, are you saying people traveled all around the world to Dallas, Fort Worth to see clouds?
Yep.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen today is we're going to look up into the sky and we're going to be like, just cloud coverage, fellas.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really crapping on this major international event.
Well, here's what's going to happen. All right.
Is it an international event or is it United States event?
Well, if people are flying here from other countries, it's international.
They are?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, that is a thing. Yeah, they're flying. People making plans for years for this.
What do you say to those people?
Man, good for you that you have that sort of disposable income for something that's 4 minutes long.
They're just, I think a lot of them are just like
it's
science.
only 4 minutes?
Something.
Yeah, Aren't there a lot of people that go to Vegas and they have something like that happen too?
That's a good ass.
Like 4 minutes, but
I'm serious.
Invested.
I wish I had that amount of money.
How did he spell Ishmips?
ESHMIPSE. Schmips.
Does that feel right?
It feels right.
Yeah. It's not a real word, so nobody can judge me.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's good.
It feels right, but it looks wrong.
We also have Darren Rovell joining us at 12:20 today, and our weekly interview with Danny Green to talk about playoff basketball.
What do you think is the best way to ask? Why do so many people not like you?
It's a great question.
Why is
I think
hated?
He knows that so much that you can ask him that.
And kind of
Why do you think it is that so many people? What do you think it is? Smarmy, just tone or his look? The way he runs.
Sometimes I think he goes out of his way to kind of crap on things for no reason.
I do think he's I like his content.
I do too.
I really like it. But people hate him.
I don't know much.
His content's usually it has to do with a lot of financials, right? Like it's usually dealing with a lot of how much money was made here and there and cards,
how
collectibles,
much make-believe advertising money.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm not really.
So, Kevin, I've been waiting for you
to talk about WrestleMania?
Yeah.
Yes. Hit it.
Holy Christ!
This is the first text I woke up to this morning from Bobby. He said, "This is the loudest pop I think I've ever." What? You don't know anything about pops.
Did you describe him as Weekend Undertaker too, in his sweatsuit instead of the whole Undertaker gear? Which
Did you wear your hat during the thing? Your Undertaker hat?
No, I did not. I did not.
He has an Undertaker hat. He only gets it out.
I bought it at Jared's event a couple of years ago.
Was there any indication that this was going to happen?
The Undertaker showing up at WrestleMania?
Yeah, sometimes you'll get they'll be on message boards.
I thought it was going to be Stone Cold, yeah.
Wrestling fans do a great job of kind of figuring things out.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be Stone Cold because every person who came out had previously feuded with that other person, and so
we're not naming the other person.
Well, it was Solo Sikoa, then John Cena, then The Rock, and so I thought Stone Cold was going to come out, and then when they hit the gong, everyone seemed perfectly pleased.
So am I correct in that it feels like wrestling is on a tear right now?
Wrestling is on a tear right now.
Why?
I think
ever since Vince got kicked out,
yeah,
it felt like everything has been ratcheted up, turned up. Was it
by design?
Better writing. I'm not making a joke.
It's also
better writing, better storylines, like The Rock. I mean, it feels like
it's also going back to being a little edgier because people will always talk about the Attitude Era at the end of the 90s as they liked it because it was edgier, and you have The Rock getting bleeped out for saying the F word all the time, and it's definitely getting edgier, and they brought back some blood. It's probably appealing more to some adults, and if people don't like it, that's okay. They've sold out 15 straight TV tapings, and Monday Night Raw last week was the highest grossing one in the 30-year history. and then this one tonight will be even higher than that.
So is The Rock like back, or is he like this? Is this like he was going to culminate at WrestleMania and he's going to go back to being the Dwayne Johnson?
No, I think he's going to be around sporadically because they still need to get his match in with Roman Reigns, I would assume, next year.
Why is he so involved right now?
I mean, he's on the board of directors because, well, he's friends with a lot of the people that run the company.
Where's Vince, though? Like, what's he up to?
Jail?
Yeah, actually, he's not in jail.
Not yet.
He's just hanging out with his weird pencil-thin mustache, watching the business pass him by as he realizes he ruined his legacy to take a crap on somebody.
Literally.
But the Rock is doing this to kind of like save his investment.
Well, there was some word that he had like $30 million of options that could go up in stock if he showed up, or like if the price continued to go up. So why not show up? You're one of the biggest stars in the history of wrestling. And the gate for the last 2 days.
It's not like he was like, oh, I just want to really wrestle again.
I mean,
more financially motivated.
He does talk all the time about how he loves coming out with a crowd cheering or booing, but I'm sure if they're like, hey, you can make a lot more money too. And the 2 nights of WrestleMania, the gate, I think in Philly was like $36 million. So wow, they're doing pretty well.
You know what I was thinking about, and after hearing that number not yesterday, but just a few minutes ago, is how much money do you think the Cowboys make per game? If they're saying that they make about $18 million in a football stadium for wrestling, is it $20 million? Is it about the same? Like, how much do you think of? And this is why owners would never share the books, because during strike lockouts, we blame the players because it's like, dude, we played baseball or football as a kid. If somebody wants to give us $5 million, just shut up and play. You're like, well, what if I told you that the Cowboys make $30 million? They clear $30 million a game.
I mean, there's 100,000 seats.
I was going to say $25 million.
According to this, during the 2022 season, the Dallas Cowboys received approximately $109 million in gate receipts. That's before anything else. That's just at the gate. But $109 million in gate receipts, which beat the previous record of $108.
So that's about $14 million per game, give or take, plus parking, which they control, plus concessions, plus merchandise.
Yep.
I'm surprised it's that low, because isn't every ticket like an average of $100? You have 100,000 people in there.
I'd say it's more than that.
No, yeah, but if you count Party Pass, like 30, right? And so I don't know.
Yeah, but isn't it like $2,000 a ticket for a suite?
Yeah, I'm just lowballing it though. 100,000. That's a lot of money, man.
Well, and that's
and
if you believe their
that's the
numbers
thing is,
that
right?
they
You have
put
to.
out, yeah.
I mean, it's complete lies, right? Like, I've never made any money in my life owning a basketball team except when we made the finals. Like, come on,
so
dude.
if it's $14 million a game, all right, just gate like ticket prices, they're usually putting 90,000 people in there. It's not usually 100,000. It's usually 90, 92 or something like that. So if it was that 90,000, 14 million divided by 90,000 is $155 average ticket price.
That sounds about right.
I could buy
to
that
me.
at face value, because what you're buying on the StubHub is not what they're paying for.
Exactly.
Before parking,
Yeah, I
before
can buy that.
before food, before
merchandise.
I don't know. It's probably that's probably gets you around.
So when they do those wrestling press conferences,
right?
Actually, I'm going to play it first, then you answer.
Okay.
This is Roman Reigns.
I think this was real.
You do?
Yes.
This is Roman Reigns kicking a reporter out of the
I think
presser.
this was real.
Everybody acknowledge me. Who did that? Leave. I'm serious. The lady with the glasses, get her out. Get her out or I'm leaving. Use your feet. Nope.
Use your feet.
You're wasting our time, lady.
I do believe.
Why would he say everyone acknowledge me? Do they do those in character?
They go back and forth. We were just talking about this. It's like Triple H will put on his accountant glasses and just tell you about all their sponsors and all the money they made, and then other people will like tell you real life things. But it kind of is a mix sometimes. I don't think he was joking around. I also think it's weird to cheer or boo in a press conference.
Yeah.
I do not approve of that.
Yeah, Kevin and I were both, when we were in college, we didn't know each other at the time, but we happened to be at the same press conference in San Antonio. And after the game, people started cheering, and I was sitting there going, what the hell is happening right now? And Kevin was sitting right behind me, but we still didn't know each other, and he had the same thoughts. Everybody else cheering. Dude, I'm trying to do a journalist job here, all right? I'm a freaking journalist. I don't know if you know this or not about what we do in this business.
Say good things about all the
journalism. Yeah, we can either we have to cheer at the press conference.
I heard it was a hack job.
So is Roman Reigns supposed to be a jerk?
I mean, he's a bad guy, but I also think he realizes, like, he's the man. And if he wants to get
No, but
rid
I
of
mean,
you,
like him as a person.
yeah,
Just be a jerk.
no, I don't think so. I just think that's part of his character. And also, if you run things and someone boos you in a press conference,
But
get
who
rid of
starts the press? Acknowledge me. That sounds very bitty.
Well, sure.
Yeah, it sounds like character.
But they also come out to their wrestling music. So it's
at the press conference.
Yeah, it's a weird
At the press
Yes, yes. It's a weird mix
So
of
usually
like
when they walk up to the podium?
Yes.
Every Major League Baseball player
Yes.
should have their walk-up song.
If
when they come out
Edwin
to the
Diaz
podium.
came out, I was like, that would be amazing.
That'd be great.
It's a weird mix between character stuff, and then you'll get a real question, and you're like, hey, I've wanted to do this since I was 7 years old. And then you'll get a real answer, and then they'll be like, hey, those people better watch out on Monday Night Raw. So it kind of bounces back and forth.
That's weird, though. You're gonna come out to music.
It's weird.
You're gonna come out to the
I'm
character,
serious.
and then instantly flip to, lady, take this seriously.
Yeah.
All right, this is WrestleMania.
I want you to point up in the air and acknowledge
Have
me.
some
But if you
decorum.
boo,
Are you guys
Get outta here.
revolving? Are you changing the commercial breaks for the Eclipse today? Because 140.
I think we're all just going to go out to the rooftop over here and call into the show. We're just
You
calling.
get wireless
Yeah.
set up?
How are you going to get on the roof now?
No. There's
just walk up through the parking
elevator.
Oh, you're in the parking garage.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think like literally.
Oh,
on the
man.
roof
And
upstairs.
when we used to be up on
Yeah, we
11,
could
you
do
could
it.
just walk right out of the bathroom
Yeah,
onto the
you
roof.
could.
What are you
we
going to break at like 132?
Probably.
Yeah.
But
come back.
Corey's being a downer and saying we're not going to be able to see anything.
We can't break it 132. We have Danny Green. It's very important.
It'll still be really
very
dark,
important
though,
radio
right?
content.
Yeah, you have Danny Green during the Eclipse?
Yeah.
At 140?
Yeah.
No.
Oh,
No.
gosh.
We have him the segment before.
At
Yeah.
120. Yeah.
Well, you
So,
gotta cut him short.
can't. It's very important. It's company. It's
Corey,
Odyssey.
I think you
We'll see about that.
should do the show
It's Odyssey. We
in
can't.
Kevin's spot and stand with your back towards the
The
sky
sun.
since you're being such a hater.
Sounds good to me.
Are your kids staying in school for this?
They're all at school, so I guess they'll all walk. We had to sign slips that said they could go outside and do all the stuff.
Oh.
So
And they have glasses and everything?
they have their glasses all set up.
Are you pumped for the Eclipse? You sound kind of pumped.
I'm interested.
Okay.
I'm curious. I'm not pumped.
You look at the sun every day?
No.
How often do you acknowledge the sun?
Oh, good question.
This is the first time in forever that
You
you're
don't
like,
go
I'm
outside
excited
and look
about
and
the
be like,
sun.
that's a gorgeous sun
I
today.
ignore the crap out of the sun every day.
So
I'm just like,
today's
there
different.
it is.
That's
Except
what
when
makes
it's hot.
today-
Then I'm like,
I acknowledge it.
ticked off today, son.
All right.
Thanks for being 114 here.
The KMC masterpiece. I guess you just switch on over to 1080.
We just said we were going to try to cover
Switch
it.
on over to News Radio 1080.
How do we
Everybody
cover it
else
on
is
the
going to cover
radio?
it. Everybody
You
else.
talk about
You
what you're
look
having. Play by
outside.
play.
Oh
Same
my
way,
God, it's getting dark.
Same way you
What
talk
is
about
gonna happen
a
here?
double play on radio, Mike.
Everybody else
Imagination.
is
Paint
I would
the
be like, have
picture.
you ever seen the intro of Heroes? Same thing.
Crosstalk is over. KMC is next on the fan.
We will gladly be about to be masterpieced. KNC style. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The very first text I see on the frankelfirm.com text line is, shut up about the stupid sun. With that in mind, on a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you about the Eclipse? Because it sounds like there's a bunch of people that are super excited, and then other people who just don't care at all. I want to know where the bulk of our audience is, and we can figure out how we're going to break up today with Eclipse talk, WrestleMania talk, Mavericks talk, Rangers talk. We got a lot of stuff to actually get to. Mike, do you care about the Eclipse?
I do. I don't care as much as a lot of people who are here right now.
Like,
there's been a
rented
lot.
out places.
I didn't know how many people until I was watching the news yesterday. How many people have traveled here from, I guess, around the world?
Yeah.
I'm more from around the country. Obviously, it's an easier flight if you're in the United States or North America. But a lot of people have seemed to travel here to see this, and so I'm very interested in it. I've never seen an eclipse. A total eclipse? When was the last time it happened? I forget. Was it in the 70s? Was it?
I'm not sure either. Because I know there was an eclipse like
I don't know
8
the
years
history
ago,
of
but
I don't know the history of eclipses.
2021.
Oh, geez. Was that wasn't a full eclipse?
It was visible from Antarctica.
Well, okay. When like in how about
It
North?
lasted 1 minute and 54 seconds, according to NOAA.
Oh,
the Ark?
North America, North.
By the way, I forgot to shout out Luis during crosstalk. I saw him at Whataburger this morning. He is awesome. He's a Tolo. So there's my shout out.
Yes.
Even though it's not a Friday.
It's
I'm
Monday,
sorry.
Mike.
From
But
the
I just wanted to say,
469.
what's up, Luis? Thank you for listening. Hopefully I'll be as funny as I usually am.
This won't happen again for 130 years. This
What?
is history. People have very apparently divisive opinions on that. The last one was in 2017. It was in 1979. I guess it depends. Partial eclipse, full eclipse. I have to admit, I'm definitely interested, but I'm also interested because I live here. You
right.
know,
I wouldn't travel to,
Yeah.
let's just say it was going to be in
Antarctica.
I'm not going to Antarctica.
Why not?
I'm 99.9% sure in my life I will never go to Antarctica.
Because it's cold?
Fair.
All of it.
Okay.
It's far away. It's cold. Does anybody live there? I don't even know if anybody lives there.
There are people that live there.
I think they have like research stations up there.
They have a post office.
They do?
They do.
I wrote a story.
Do you think those people have ever been anywhere else in the world?
Yeah, they've been like Iceland, Finland.
But I think Iceland's green, right? And Greenland's ice.
Are you using that because of the Mighty Ducks Part 2, or do you know that?
I don't know that. I've heard it though.
I've heard it's gorgeous.
That's why
in
I said it
Iceland.
with like question marks afterwards. But like if you were in Antarctica and you traveled somewhere else, you're like, what are we doing?
I wrote a story about a guy who ran a marathon on every continent, including Antarctica. So he did. So people do traverse. Is that the right word? To Antarctica.
I think that's the type of car
for things.
Technically correct.
Yeah. It's a Chevy, right? Chevy Traverse.
Do you think there was a heavy field of competitors at the Antarctica marathon?
I need to go back and ask that guy if he's still with us. He was an older gentleman when I interviewed him.
Post office in Antarctica right now. All right. So Corey, what is your level of interest?
I'm more interested in the Devil's Comet.
What? When is that
The
happening?
bright green space rock nicknamed the Devil Comet could potentially be visible to the naked eye today. So that's more got my eye. Because why is
Whoa, so are my eyes not naked right now because I'm wearing glasses, so I can't see it in my glasses?
You have a naked eye. That's right. It's an 18.6 mile wide Devil Comet. Will make its closest approach to the sun on April 21st. But then starting right now, it will start its trajectory to that.
So I got like 13 days to figure it out.
And plus, aren't they doing the Super Collider today? So the Super Collider thing's going down where they're testing that for the first time in like decades or whatever. And then on top, that's not factual. You need to check.
And if you close your eyes, you can't see anything.
Clothe your eyes?
What's that now?
Just
Don't you
nice
have-
like face cardigan.
Yeah, like naked eyes mean you have nothing on your eyes. If you clothe your
stuck on the
eyes, if you
naked
put something on your eyes, like you can't see anything. Like to the naked eye, you can see it. Well, what?
And then I think NASA is doing some other testing as well. So
Our eyes
there's a
are always
lot going on today,
All right. Can I just tell you something I'm a little bit concerned about?
including the eclipse.
4 years ago, my sister's oldest boy turned 1 year old. and then the pandemic hit. This past weekend, we celebrated her next kid's 1-year-old birthday, and there's about to be a solar eclipse. I'm a little concerned that something weird is about to happen.
Dude, you celebrated your sister's kid's 1-year-old birthday?
Happy birthday, Lucas.
Is she the devil's bride? Is that what's happening
I don't
here?
feel comfortable with that.
Your sister is the devil's bride.
He also didn't deny it.
No, I deny that. As far as I know,
You said you're not comfortable with
I
it.
very strongly disagree with that assertion.
You know or you don't know?
And both my nephews are. I feel as confident as possible. That is untrue, and both of my nephews are awesome.
I didn't say anything about your nephews. I was talking about your sister here. Now, you grew up with her. You threw her candy maker on the ground. And
No. She threw her gumball machine on the ground, and somehow
you didn't catch it.
Victim,
you said I'll catch it, and then you didn't catch it. Okay, and so were there moments, Kevin, while y'all were growing up, when you were obviously left alone, that like some things like omens started happening?
I don't think so.
Did her eyes ever roll back and then like she floated and elevated for a minute?
I definitely feel like I would have remembered that.
Okay, but you don't?
I do not remember that happening.
She wiped his memory.
Oh my
She
gosh.
wiped his memory from those things.
All right, so you're
Kevin, your sister is the harbinger of doom.
I don't. That wasn't really. I guess that was kind of what I was worried about. All right, so should I take it that both of y'all's interest in WrestleMania is probably pretty low?
Man, I've never wanted more WrestleMania in my life. After I heard about what happened with the Undermaker, I was so excited that he showed up and took stage.
You can't even be mad, Kevin, because he did look like the knockoff Undertaker.
Because he had a sweatsuit on? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Did he have? Was it unzipped down to like just above the belly button?
It was Weekend Undertaker. I admit it was single dad Undertaker on vacation. I admit that.
He still has the choke slam,
but
though.
it was still awesome.
Why didn't he do the Gravedigger?
Shut up. That's the two. I hate you for that. But what I'm guessing took a lot of people's attention, in addition to the Stars whooping that ass last night. Let's go to cut number 4. Make your free throws, but if you don't, amazing things could happen.
3 will tie it and hand off to Luka. Back to Edson. Got it.
I'm not going to lie.
Or follows great.
Midway through the shot, Derek Harper going, got it! That, I love that.
He's on an angle where he can see if it's online or not from that spot right there. So he saw it online and called it right. I'll tell you, how does I don't know, maybe he just doesn't want to do it. How does TNT or the ones that have these nationally televised games, how do they not hear Mark Followell and say we have to get him on some national broadcast?
I don't know.
Maybe they
he
do.
Is phenomenal.
I
And he just
agree
says
with
no.
you.
Maybe he doesn't want to because he does soccer and some college football.
Yeah, he has
I
a lot of
believe,
freedom
so-
around here to do what he wants. But
That's a
I agree
good
with you. The
point.
dude has golden pipes for one. Everybody's known that since he was at UNT. By the way, he is a UNT graduate, and all the teachers knew then. They were like, "This guy's going to be something special." But the other thing is, he commits, like he puts the work in. He's a stat nerd, just like Kevin. He is one of those guys, but he also loves the sport. He's fantastic. I thought Luka traveled on that play. I was very terrified that his foot slipped. He didn't. Ultimately, he
There's
didn't.
no such thing as traveling in the NBA.
I saw that a couple times. I think PJ Washington took 80 steps to the basket, but that was a great. I went nuts in my living room for Exum, who has been a wonderful addition to this team. A guy that can. It's Luka light, whenever he's out there, he can be a ball handler as well. And then PJ Washington burying multiple consecutive threes after struggling for most of the day. He stepped up and it was huge.
I just want to say breaking news. I don't have the sounder or not, but Will Clark is going to the WNBA.
No, that's still.
Thank you, Lucy. I appreciate that.
That's a will.
They're thinking that
the question
he could be an instant star in the WNBA after being a multi-time All-Star in the 80s and 90s.
Will Clark be an instant?
Yeah, but if that was actual Will Clark, that is a poor sentence structure. Will Clark be an instant star in WNBA? And then you shouldn't have a question mark. If that's just
Sounds
a
like a
statement,
caveman wrote.
yeah, you don't need a question mark there.
Yep. That being said, the Mavs, here's my favorite part about this. They started off miserably, all right? They were trailing by 50 points to start the game.
I know at one point it was 28-9. I know eventually the deficit got up to 22, and I thought, okay, well, we're probably done for the day.
There was some spark that kept me looped into it. It kept me hooked. There was something I saw from them that I was like, oh, they're trying. It's going to take a while to get back into this game, but they look like they're actually trying. And then they finally, had continued to work along and got it going throughout the entire game and finally got close enough. But my favorite part is they eliminate Houston in the process. Telling Houston, hey, your season is done. Congratulations on trying really hard late, but y'all are over with.
Did you kind of feel that way about the Astros before yesterday's game?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, well, they got one pitcher, dude.
I think the interesting thing about the Mavs right now is they didn't play good defense yesterday. Obviously, they gave up a zillion points. But they showed they can win in a shootout, too. I think this is the interesting thing about the Mavs right now. And Gafford, obviously, in foul trouble, didn't play a lot. Derek Lively, what's hurt on him? Seemed to be dancing fine with PJ Washington. Like, you dance really well for being hurt right now. But I'm watching
right knee, by the way.
There you go.
Yeah, his right knee doesn't hurt when he's doing the.
It's different for dancing than basketball.
Whipping and nay or whatever was happening over there.
Soulja Boy.
Okay.
Yeah, the butterfly. Even though maybe that's too old, I don't know.
It ain't the butterfly; it's the Tootsie Roll.
Yeah, I mean he's Tootsie rolling it over there with his bad knee. Is that the Mavs look like they can win in so many different ways, and as a championship contender. You have to. I don't know if it's going to continue in the playoffs. We don't even know who they're going to play. It looks like it's the Clippers, but there's still time for it to change.
Agreed.
They look like to me a championship contender. They didn't play well yesterday overall, and yet they still won, and they're fatigued and they're tired, and Luka looks hurt and his knees are bleeding for no reason.
I thought he wasn't going to play in this game, honestly.
Yeah, and so I'm thinking they play Charlotte now, and I'm not saying Charlotte, you can just roll out the ball and walk around and win. But I'm just wondering how much more rest does Luka need to be ready for the playoffs and for his knees to stop bleeding all the time?
Do you focus?
He's a gamer. He'll be there.
Do you focus in on the Charlotte and Detroit games then? And if we're gonna.
So I always have the opposite approach here.
You want to go against the better teams you think you're going to lose?
And now I don't think the Mavs are going to lose to any. I'm not saying they'll win every game, but
you don't think they're going to lose anybody?
I'm just saying that a lot of times we look at this stupidly wrong. Like, hey, let's sit out all our players against the Oakland Athletics. No, let's beat the Oakland Athletics. It counts. Those games are very winnable games. You are now lessening your chance to win against a below average team.
Right.
But I can't sit out everybody against Charlotte and still win the game. But at this point, I do have to look at Luka and go, hey, is this beneficial? Is there a way? You have to, it's all percentages and you don't really know. It's all guesswork. If I sit you out another game, will you be more healed for our playoff run? Do I need to sit you out all the games the rest of the way to be at 100%? Or will something kick in? Will just the adrenaline rush, the playoffs, the whole bunch of days off you get in the first round? The first round, I think, takes 3 months to play. You play like one game a month in the playoffs.
And have you gotten to the point where it feels impossible to avoid the Miami or OKC game meaning something for the other team? You know,
Oklahoma City, and I got you.
I was holding out hope that somehow the separation would be there where you're like, we literally don't care one way or another if we win this game. But it looks like OKC, whether it's going for the 1 spot, the 2 spot, Miami still trying to jump up to 6 or at least get home court in the first play-in game. It looks like those games mean something to them.
I liked hearing Kyrie after the game saying, look, we got these 3 games ahead of us that we really got to take care of. And, we understand that part of the process. Like that is, they see that. That's what they want to accomplish. They're putting in the work to do it. I was terrified too with you yesterday, Mike, whenever you saw, and I just looked up at the clock, Gafford in so much foul trouble throughout the entire game. That was a struggle, and you can't let that. That's why Lively can't be dancing if he's going to be rehabbing.
Yeah, if your knee hurts, stop dancing.
Please stop dancing, Derek, you young kid.
We'll look into that, I guess. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Don't worry about what happened in the game yesterday. The Rangers are still in first place. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
DFW's
Segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
3-2 to Foscue, and the payoff pitch swung on and hit up the middle. It's a base hit. Garcia around 30 is heading for the plate. There's no throw. Justin Foscue's first big league hit brings in a run, breaks the shutout, and makes this a 3-1 game. And Ezekiel Duran will bat as the tying run.
Hey, spoiler. He didn't get it.
Yeah,
so the Rangers lost that game. But I wanted to play a positive highlight because you really you controlled those first two games. I believe you outscored the Astros 17-4. You have it's weird saying series finale tonight because you're going to play them again in 4 days. But for now, it's an end.
You didn't say season finale.
That's true.
Because that would be the end of the season.
That would be inaccurate.
Yeah.
But the Rangers are in first place. They have taken 2 of the first 3 against the Astros. Are you encouraged by that? Do you look at whether it's the injuries, the struggles getting hits yesterday, and you're like, yeah, no, it's good, but yesterday wasn't my favorite?
Well, sure, I'm not happy they lost, but I'm very encouraged by this series so far. You look at Cody Bradford was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Dane Dunning was really good yesterday. I think
was very good.
The one that you look at, he's probably like, I should have, walking Meyer in the 3rd inning. Hey, Altuve had a heck of an at-bat, and that was a really close pitch. In fact, Jonah Heim felt like it was so close, he threw the ball down to second going, that's a borderline strike. It's right on the edge. I got to try to get a strike him out, throw him out here. You didn't get that call. I'm not opposed you walked Altuve. He's one of the best hitters in the game. It's the walk to Meyer, which allowed that to be a 3-run homer. Not saying you automatically get him out, but I thought Dane Dunning was really good. Cody Bradford has gotten off to a tremendous start.
Gosh.
So I'm just looking at this series overall going.
Bullpen has looked really sharp.
Yeah.
The other day when we were doing our Rangers rewind, I said there was a moment where Alex Bregman did something and then Alvarez did something. But in that series, right when that happened, I was like, but that's all they got. That's all they have. Go back to Saturday, Kevin, and go look at the box score real quick. Altuve had 3 hits. Alvarez had 2. Tucker had 2. Bregman had 1. Aside from that, nobody else even got on base except for Chas McCormick, who walked twice. Cody Bradford was exceptional. That's great to see that from him against Houston. Hopefully he can continue to add on to what he's doing there. And then Dane Dunning was really nice too. So your pitching that you've been very concerned about, I have faith that Dane Dunning can get me to 6 innings and pretty much keep me in a game for 6 innings.
I agree.
If my bats can be alive, I feel like I'm pretty good. On the other hand, I feel like John Gray is going to get traded at some point. That's a real downer right there, but it's tough.
And I do want to talk more about Gray at some point, but on the Dunning front, do you think you probably don't just leave it as, hey, you can only ever pitch 6 innings, but do you think they should go into these starts thinking, hey, he's a great 6-inning guy, and then let's move on from there? Or do you think they're going to continually give him a shot in the 7th and see how it goes for at least a couple starts?
For Dane Dunning?
Yeah. Just because
I asked Boach about that on Wednesday. I said, do you think that he's a guy that can give you CGs, complete games and everything? And he said he thinks eventually he can. So he thinks he's working into that. I'm just going to trust Bochy on that because you asked me.
Yeah.
And now I'm kind of panicking and I'm like, but Bochy doesn't
I always
panic.
trust Boch.
So I'm just going to trust. Like, he's the one that was like, he thinks that he can. They're still trying to make sure. I don't know if it's legs or what it is that changes at that point. I mean, that's something Mike could probably answer a lot easier than me. What changes around 7th inning?
It's seeing the 10th, the 15th, the 20th pitch as a hitter from him. Like, I don't want to say he's fatiguing so much because I've seen him throw deep in the game, but let's face it, there's going to be, 15 complete games this year in Major League Baseball.
Right.
So I don't care. Like, nobody throws 9 innings. Like, that's not even, I don't care. Nobody's going to do it unless you have a no-hitter, type of deal. So I don't care about complete games. It doesn't happen anymore. If he can get you 6, I'm great with that. In fact, heck, I'm great with that from Nate Eovaldi or Max Scherzer, or if Jacob deGrom pitches again this year. Like, I think, though, his stuff, which Dane Dunning's really a pitcher, right? I mean, he pitches. He is not throwing. And I think that probably the third time through the lineup, that there's a little bit of, okay, I have a much better idea. It's his stuff maybe regresses a hair because of fatigue. I've also faced him 2 times, so this third time up, I have a better idea on what I'm going to do here.
Couple of great starts to the season got broken yesterday. Jared Walsh had a 7-game hitting streak going into the game, did not get a hit. Marcus Semien had reached base in all 8 games leading into yesterday, did not get on base. So yesterday, it was unfortunate. But before that, man, the offense was really clicking in those first 2 games. All 9 starters got on base at least one time in both of those games.
This is similar, Mike, to what I was talking about with Ottinger.
Yeah.
And that idea of, hey, sometimes you just run into a hot goaltender.
Sure.
Sometimes you just run into a hot pitcher. And right now, Blanco is a hot pitcher. That's just what he is. So you just kind of have to, okay, that was yesterday's game. Your guys weren't hitting. Your pitcher did a really good job keeping it close, giving you that chance. So you just got to have to deal with that one. And hopefully the next time you face him, he's cooled off. I didn't know that he had a baby the morning that he threw his no-hitter. That was kind of an interesting story.
I think he had the baby on
the day before.
Yes.
I don't recall.
I thought they said he had the baby, and at the same day he made the team.
Oh, okay.
And so his baby was like 2 or 3 days old.
Okay. All right. Wow,
something like that. So
that's still pretty awesome.
I think, so it's really close. It's really close to the day he threw the no-hitter. I was watching that one. It was on MLB Network, and I mean, great for him. And then he had another great game. It's interesting. Did they find somebody? Is he just, like, to Corey's point, I don't know. Is he just hot, or is this a dude at 30 years old that found a changeup that never threw a changeup before? From what I understand, in his whole, let's say from age 22, when he was signed very late in his progression, especially from Latin America, as they were talking about yesterday, like, once you hit 20, either you got signed or start figuring something else out to do with your life. But he was able to get signed at 22, and then, now he's making it here at 30 years old. I hate to say this. I'm not rooting for Blanco because he's on the Astros, but it is a really cool story if somehow at 30 years old you find a pitch, you find a way to use that pitch, and then you have a nice career doing it.
And I believe it was like 44 straight outs without giving up a hit to start the season.
Wow.
Because obviously he went deep into the game against the Rangers as well. It is incredible. Look, it's the 9th game of the season, but do you view this game as, man, if you get a 3-1 series win off the Astros to start off the year, and then you're gonna go ahead and play them again this next weekend, that's pretty damn good.
This is what Bochy is saying. Look, we still have a chance to win the series.
Yes.
Like, that's, if anything I learned from Derek last year, it was he wants to go into it and sweep the series. The next thing, and I think this is kind of everybody feels this way, but Bochy's looking at it going, we can finish this and win the series, and winning series is important throughout an entire year.
Last year you went 4-9 against the Astros, and you had the exact same record, and you lost the tiebreaker.
That's a great point.
If you look at it from this standpoint, I would love to say, man, the Astros aren't going to be good this year. I think at the end of the year, they're going to have somewhere between 85 and 95 wins. The Houston Astros.
Yeah.
Somewhere in that range. The Rangers will probably be in the 85 to 95 win category. So, yeah, man, these are really important because there's a chance that it comes down to the last series. And if you hold the tiebreaker this time, it's, hey, if we end up tied, we win the division instead of them. So I think this is a huge game tonight. Every Astro game is such a huge game. And I do think maybe it even sends a message. We've seen this. At some point, winners start losing. And the Astros are huge winners. They've been to the ALCS 7 years in a row. I don't know what it does. It's so early in the year. But if the Rangers win tonight,
that would drop the Astros to 3-8.
And it sends a little bit of a message that it wasn't a fluke. If the Astros want to think, oh, it was just fluky, we were up 3-2 and we just blew it at home and we had them and they're not that good. They're a fluke of a team who flukily won against us and flukily won the World Series.
They can go fluke themselves, right?
Yeah.
Fluke that.
But if you win tonight, I'm not saying the Astros are going to lay down for the next 150 games of the season, but I do think all of a sudden it gives the Astros doubt, like, man, are we as good as them? Have they really overtaken us? And there'll be time for all that, and the Astros are going to win plenty of games, but I'd love to send a message in this series, and tonight would be the one where you go up 3-1, and to your point, you beat them pretty good those first two games.
17-4.
You absolutely outclassed them in the first two games. And then, like I said, if you go out there and do what you did in the first two games tonight against them, then it's okay. Blanco is just hot. Like that's the reality of what that is. We're still this team. I don't think this team questions itself by any means. They have no thoughts like that about themselves. But I would love to start planting that doubt in the Astros' mind about themselves.
Because it would feel very college or high school-esque when you go up against that team that you're like, hey, I know they got a stud pitcher, and we're going to drop that game, but we're going to take the rest of them.
I think football's way different than baseball, but I go back to 1997, and when the Cowboys lost to Green Bay, they were 6-5 at the time. People that are too young, I'm just going to give you a history a little bit. The Cowboys actually used to be great at football. It's crazy, but they actually won championships and were in big-time games.
Get to your fluking point.
And then when they lost to Brett Favre and the Green Bay Packers, and they still had a very good chance to make the playoffs. And all of these championship guys, I love these guys, Emmett, Michael, Troy, all of these guys said, we quit. Because they knew they weren't good enough. They're like, we can't beat Green Bay. We're not good enough anymore. We're not talented enough. Our organization doesn't really seem to care too much. Our coach is just watching us play. And I don't know if that'll happen to Houston this year, but it happens to every team.
Yeah, you know when you're good.
And they don't have Dusty Baker anymore. I'm not trying to say Espada might end up being a great manager, but he doesn't have the experience to say, hey, I've been doing this for 20, 25 years. I'm telling you guys, fight through this, do this. It's going to happen. So maybe it's too early for the Astros to fold up, but it could send a little bit of a message to Houston that this is now the Texas Rangers division. It's the Texas Rangers time.
Aren't you happy, Kevin, when you see Adolis hit home runs like he did on Friday night, like knowing that dude's on your team?
Oh my God.
And he hates that team as much as you do. Like, I love it.
To your point, think about how long some of the rest of these players were with the Rangers. Adolis Garcia, the fifth player in club history with 40 career RBIs against the Astros. He hasn't been here like that long. The other ones were Michael Young, Elvis Andrus, Adrian Beltre, and Rougned Odor.
Ugh. Jeez. I mean, I love Michael Young. My bad. Sorry, I didn't
They
mean
were
to make
they were a National League team forever, so it's not
true.
like Ruben Sierra or anybody got to play against
Ruben
him.
Sierra would have gotten the job.
Ruben would have done it, man. And Boo.
Juan Gone.
Yep.
Oh my God. Yeah, Juan Gonzalez probably would have had
Pudge.
120 RBIs against them.
Take that, Mike Scott.
But I think you're onto something. Is I love that he's a big time player, but also really seems to dislike the Astros.
Yes. He's invested.
I'll tell
in
you
this
this,
thing, man.
going to the game, and I'll be there again tonight, almost every time, and maybe I've missed it, almost every time when the Rangers play somebody, multiple players meet in center field and just kind of say, hey, what's up? What's going on? Good to see you, da-da-da-da-da, and then they go back to stretching. I have not seen, and maybe I missed it, I have not seen an Astro jog out to center field and a Ranger jog out to center field to see how everything's going before the game.
Look, dude, Seager hates them. Simeon's right there with it. Like, he hates them.
And I do know that
sure.
Jordan Alvarez and Garcia are friends. I know that.
You can be friends the rest of the time.
And maybe I missed it. Maybe somebody who went to all three of the games, oh no, Adolis and Jordan give each other, a hug or whatever in center field before the game starts when they're warming up. But
I like your version better,
I don't
Mike.
think I've seen any of the Astros or any of the Rangers like hugging it out before the game to be like, what's up?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Pasek.
All right, so Jose Leclerc. Let's talk a little bit more about him next.
Okay.
Sean Sharif here for Better.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. They've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. It's time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, so we just talked about the series. It finishes up tonight.
Yep, right here on the Fan.
I do think this is crazy, but it is. Ranger fans, there's, I think, close to like anywhere between like 5,000 and 8,000 tickets available tonight that haven't been sold.
Have we felt better about the crowd construction?
The crowd's been awesome.
Yeah.
I wasn't there last night, but I was there Saturday, and some Tolos let me know that on Friday, I wasn't there Friday, Adolis and Yordan Alvarez did shake hands or hug each other in center field. And I know that they're obviously friends, but I'm just a little bit surprised that literally you have 4 games left with the Astros this season, and that's it. This one and then a series of 3 more later in the year, and that's it. That's the only time you can go see the Astros play here. And I'm just a little bit surprised. So if you're thinking, oh my gosh, and if you can get there early, I'm going to get one of these. Evan Carter's, as we call it, Kevin's fake jump to catch a ball for a double play.
A fake jump.
Right, Corey?
He definitely jumped.
Dude, I felt like there were 2 moments in his interview out there that he referenced conversations from our show.
Okay.
And he did discuss a little bit of playing out there in the outfield near the walls, and he talked about shaking his head no. And those were 2 things that we talked about with Evan Carter in our interview.
So what was
fake jump?
So tonight, Evan Carter bobblehead giveaway. You're playing the Astros. Really big game for both teams. And
which means
there are tickets available.
And you'll probably have people who stay for the game as opposed to sometimes people just snag the bobblehead and take off.
I would think so.
2 things. Caden reached out to me. And
tonight's umpire night.
Yeah, if we want to have
tonight's
him,
umpire night.
If we want to have him on the show at any point this week, he said he's wide open for us, so we could talk to him. But it is umpire night tonight
in section 133.
And then they unveiled like a huge banner out there. I didn't know if you were going to talk about that.
No, I love this. I wasn't, but now it's reminding me of this. Caden has created something special that even when he's not there, that's the rowdy. Like,
yes,
that's the area. Caden, you did it, man. Like, you're not even there, and it's not the same. It's always better when you're there leading and you get your group of people with you. But now behind the Rangers, if you don't think where's section 133, behind the Rangers bullpen, that area. That's the rowdy crowd.
I love it.
That's the crowd where they get a little bit more into the game than the other people. I'm going to tell you this. It was silly and it was probably stupid, and I don't know why I've turned into this person, but I started tearing up in the bottom of the 8th inning when the Rangers scored their 4 runs on 6 hits, and what I do is I take in the crowd.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of like following the game, I see that it's going to be a double and guys are going to score. And I'm like, yes. And then I just look at our crowd. I look at these Ranger fans and they're just having a blast. And like, I would say, I'm going to say a 4th of them, maybe a 5th, are standing up. Let's go Rangers for the next at bat. They're not sitting down.
Yeah.
And it's like, we're getting it. Maybe it's a small percentage. It's not the majority. But there's a percentage of Ranger fans that are like, I'm not sitting down. We are on a rally here. We are scoring. We're putting away the Astros. We're making noise. Why stop making noise?
So at the moment, Mavs fans don't sit down until the first points have been made, very college style, but I like seeing that they're doing that. This thing with the Rangers fans, I started getting this feeling over the weekend, Mike, that the Rangers fans are still kind of celebrating being champions right now, and the players have kind of obviously turned their attention to we have to win today. You know, like they are in that mindset, but we get that luxury. Like we get that luxury of being like, we're champions. Let's start acting like it. And I like that.
And also Evan Carter, he might have hurt my feelings in Tampa when I guaranteed he'd get a hit.
He didn't.
But he has
get 3 hits in a game.
He has been getting hits now.
Yeah.
In fact, his OPS is now above 700. So all it took was this, not yesterday, excluding yesterday. Nobody got hit. Well, a few people got hits, but not many hits happened yesterday for the Rangers. That happens. Sometimes you have to tip your cap. Dunning had a very good game. Blanco and Montero and Presley threw his hands up to God, saying, "Thank God that I finally had a good game this year," because he's gotten off to a rough start for the Houston Astros. And then even Hader wasn't awesome. You almost.
That's been his theme for this year, though, right?
Yeah, you almost. If Bregman doesn't make the play on Zeke Duran, that inning is alive and well as the lineup's flipping over. And maybe something would have happened there, but give the Astros credit. They pitched a great game yesterday. They hit the big Yordan Alvarez, like I said, ground air Yordan in this series. Unfortunately, you walked two guys in front of Alvarez and gave him the opportunity where you kind of needed to pitch to him, and he took advantage of it.
Do the different sports, totally different ideas, but do walks ever remind you of the missed free throws in terms of this is something we can control?
Yeah. Or it's kind of, let's just say it's 3rd and 4 on their 32-yard line and you jump off sides. Or it's 3rd and 13 and you have a defensive holding. And you're like, dude. And then they score a touchdown and you're like, you can go back to the 3rd and 13 or the 3rd and 4 that you jumped off sides. If you just have a nice play there, and Dane Dunning was great. I'm not trying to take anything away from what Dane did. He gave you a great chance to win yesterday, and he saved your bullpen for today after John Gray had his rough outing. And then you get to today, Heaney's not a deep pitcher. He's a 5-inning starter. So Dunning gives you that opportunity where most of your guys got rest yesterday and are ready to go today to try to close out and win this series. But Evan Carter, obviously, off to now a much better start than when you looked at the first two series. This third series is going well for him. It'll be interesting. He's probably batting 8th tonight because Framber Valdez is the starter.
And yes, and I don't think we were actually worried, though, because still his on-base percentage was hovering between 350 and 380.
If you watched yesterday's game on ESPN in the 3rd inning, he got interviewed, and it was really funny because, and I'm sorry I'm drawing a blank on the main guy for ESPN because I know it's not Tim Kirchin. He's usually in the dugout and stuff, but he's an awesome dude. I've met him before, but...
Is this going to be about how Dane Dunning could hear
No, he couldn't hear any of that conversation.
Why they hit a home run.
Let me ask you this. How could he hear that conversation?
I don't know.
Is it Carl Ravitch?
That's
Carl Ravitch.
That's the internet.
You're literally 300 feet up in the air. It is way up there where they're doing the broadcast from. And then 200 feet. You're approximately 250 feet away. Evan Carter is from Dane Dunning. Yeah. He can't hear anything that's going on. All he hears is that weird computer thing telling him what pitch to throw.
The pitch comp.
Change up.
And so
fastball.
They actually tell him, hey, you don't have to answer our questions while the pitch is live being thrown. Because Evan's so nice out there. He's talking. He's getting ready and he's jumping certain ways and trying to talk and be moving. And I was just telling my son this, and obviously I coached some middle school baseball players who've never played baseball in their life before, and it's fine. But
it doesn't sound fine.
But when you watch Evan Carter, I'm sitting there with my son, and I'm like, do you see how ready he is for every pitch? Do you see the movements he's making as the ball is being released by Dane Dunning? Do you see how ready they are to make a play and get a jump on the ball as it's hit? And so they actually just kind of warned Evan, hey, Evan, this is awesome. You don't have to keep talking while you're having to move and possibly make a play on this. They didn't get as lucky as they did with Josh Young, and where the ball was hit to him, but it was fun.
Multiple times, yeah.
Evan Carter was very nice doing that
That's
interview.
on brand because, I remember when we had him on.
He sounded like the nicest kid.
Yeah, one of the times
whole
when
time.
he was really fired up, he's like, oh, golly gee.
Oh,
geez.
geez.
Great.
I don't know what that does for the likability of a player, and I don't know how much nationally people are watching ESPN's Game of the Night.
Yeah.
I don't think the ratings probably aren't great for the national Game of the Night for ESPN baseball.
Especially against WrestleMania.
Probably so. And look, tonight's game, I get it. You have the NCAA National Championship game, and 2 number 1 seeds, the 2 best teams in the country got matched up in the championship game. So that's good for college basketball. So there'll be other things to watch besides the Rangers here on 105.3 The Fan, and that would be listening to it. We can't actually show
With
you
your ears.
video on the radio dial. or watching it on Bally Sports Southwest.
But doesn't it feel like when Eric Nadel is describing it, you're seeing it?
Yes.
But I don't even know where I was going here. Just end the segment. It's about the Rangers, but I forget.
They're really good at baseball.
They are. It should be fun tonight. Framber Valdez versus Andrew Heaney. Tickets are available. And that's the best I got. Sometimes you forget what you're going to say.
Sure.
Did I interrupt you and mess it up, or did you already
it's
lose
good.
it?
I know that there's other things I can move into Mike Likes It, and I'm
Okay.
like, that. But I had something else, but I forgot.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You know what? Because of that, let's just shift some stuff around. Coming up next, puck around and find out.
Uh-oh.
Does this change your opinion about potential playoff matchups at all?
Always.
Oh, great. Next in The Fan.
Well, I'm here to talk about men's team.
you're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and Reginald Atatula rocking with us today. And it's already been super fun. We're going to throw to cut 24 in just 1 second. We talked about the incredible run of the Mavs. The fact that the Rangers have won 2 out of 3 against the Astros to start it off with the series finale right here tonight on 105 through The Fan. But guess what? You still might also have the best hockey team in all of the lands.
Dallas trying to put him away. Stankoven walks in, pass in front, save. It's loose on the crease, and it's in. Wyatt Johnston gets his 31st of the year. Just 20 years old, but already an impact player. And it's 6 for Dallas.
That was kind of cool on ESPN. I didn't know until the Ranger game was progressing that right after this one's over, we're going to Stars, Colorado.
Yeah.
I'm like, same channel. This is awesome.
Hell yeah. And dude, if you like goals, put aside the Sagan empty netter. 7-4, the Stars win. 6-4, you want to take off the empty netter. This was a...
Wait, that counts? What are you doing right now?
No,
You're just taking away goals?
Yeah,
Goals don't count no more?
I'm with Reggie, but even my man, the douche, said his last goal after the first period was over. Duchesne.
It's not. His nickname's not the dude.
He's awesome, man. He gave an awesome interview. He's like, well, this one counts even more because there was a goalie there to score against because his last one was an empty netter. So he kind of even took a shot at his last goal being like, well, I mean, I made it against, I guess, the naked eye.
Mm-hmm. That'll work.
Instead of the closed eye.
No, I understood.
The net was naked.
I understood. There are 4 games left, and not only I want to get to, in just a second if y'all think this changes your preferred playoff opponent or anything like this, but this really, really puts the Stars in control to win the Central. At this point, if they don't win the Central, it will be a huge disappointment.
It doesn't matter who their opponent is.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on. Because they beat Colorado the way they beat Colorado last night, and Colorado has struggles in the net, like that's a big problem for them, and it has been for 2 years now, or maybe even more. But because of the way it went down last night, you've changed from I don't want Colorado to
go ahead, beat Winnipeg.
It doesn't. Okay.
Fine.
All right.
Man.
I'm
We're
in.
good. Just don't shoot one from 80 yards out where it's just kind of flippantly there and Otterless lets it go over his like right shoulder for a goal to start the
I
game.
think they go by meters on
I'm
the
not
ice.
here to argue that this was Andrew's best game.
He actually had like at times great saves, unbelievable saves. It was just weird the first goal. I was like,
the hell was that?
Yeah, like he must have not seen it. It was an invisible puck.
If you like special teams hockey and you're a fan of the Stars, if you like special teams hockey and you're a fan of the Avalanche, the penalty kill probably drove you crazy. But the Stars looked phenomenal on the power play, and we talk about this all the time. If your special teams is clicking going into the playoffs, you have to feel like that gives you a big advantage.
Oh, for sure, man. If you can get into those situations,
sure.
And you're gonna get those situations. They're gonna happen because you're gonna frustrate opponents, and they're gonna foul you. They're gonna have penalties pop up. But I have 4 games remaining as we look at this schedule, man. Like it is definitely crunch time in all sports.
The Stars will play in the Stanley Cup Finals?
Oh man,
New York.
We're just skipping right ahead to that.
It's
huh?
over.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'll go with
Nashville done.
Florida.
Colorado or the Peg done. Lose a Peg, and then I don't know who we're going to play on the other side. Edmonton maybe, or
perhaps Vancouver.
The Golden Knights.
Hey man, the Golden Knights.
Yeah,
they're done.
Florida's a good choice, considering. Florida's a good choice considering their defense. Like their defense is really built that way.
But this one, hold on. This one game you've been talking about all year. I don't like the matchup with Colorado.
I do now.
I agreed with you. I also did not like, but now you're like, that's fine.
Yeah, take that, McKinnon. By the way, that was an unbelievable pass. How did he get through all those people for that goal that, I don't know the other guy's name, but I was like, that was a great pass. But that being said, no, it's not just this game. Haven't they been playing the best hockey for about a month now in the NHL?
Absolutely.
They're 9-1 right now.
Maybe they're Boston Brewing in it, and I hope they're not.
See, I don't think so, because the deal with the Boston Bruins is they were on a historic pace from the very beginning. You know, from the start throughout. I guess that's what the very beginning means.
From the get.
Yeah, they were on a historic pace throughout. The Stars most definitely have not been on a historic pace throughout, and they had not been in a position to win this division for sure until the last couple of days. Yeah.
So I know Boston wins a lot of crap.
Uh-huh.
When was the last time the NHL team won the Stanley Cup and the NBA team won the NBA Finals in the same season?
Give me a second.
It wasn't the Houston Rockets. I know that.
Yes, because the Houston Aeros were not eligible for the Stanley Cup that year, I guess.
I think both our teams have a chance. Now, the Stars have a better chance because they've put themselves in a better position with home ice.
2023. Oh, no.
Oh, wait. I was like, well, screw me.
Okay.
That was last year.
Made the finals. Miami and Florida last year.
Florida's a
but
whole
never
state.
since the NBA began in 47 has a city had its hockey team win the cup and basketball team win the
1947?
NBA. Never since 47. So it's never happened.
And that doesn't even count.
Why is that? Because there weren't that many teams.
We were barely out of World War II.
Yeah.
Like, it was the Detroit Lions versus the Chicago Bears for 10 straight games. Whoever won the most won the NFL championship.
What years was World War II?
Around 1812.
No, late 30s
Yeah, they
to
call it the
45,
War of 1812.
right?
You've never heard that?
Right.
It was 45 when it ended.
Yeah, 1939 to 1945, and we jumped in 1940.
Was that your favorite war?
I don't think
You asked that question to us earlier.
No. Hold on. No. I don't think people have favorite wars.
Mine is Fangraphs.
I said, what's
that's a
the
good
war
one.
that
Thanks.
pops into your head when somebody says war? Is there one war?
Which
that
would be your favorite war,
No,
probably,
it's
right?
not your favorite war. People died in those.
So,
For our freedoms.
speaking of wars, the Cowboys have always won the war in DFW and pretty much the state of Texas. But obviously, the state of Texas, if you're in San Antonio, you're a Spurs fan, most likely.
Sure.
I know this won't happen. The odds are a lot to 1. If the Stars won the Stanley Cup, and then the Mavs won the NBA championship, and the Rangers are the defending world champs, would there be any way that all of a sudden it's like, yeah, the Cowboys play here too?
I think if I actually
Like, is there?
think,
I don't think it would be, but is there any way if all
You
three
think Jerry
teams
would really go all in?
if all three teams own the championship and Jerry owns the money?
I actually do think in that specific scenario, if both the Stars and the Mavericks win, and you're holding the last 3 major North American titles, I do kind of feel like, I'm not saying the Cowboys go away, but I do definitely see you turn up the heat and you're like, hey, well, we know they're not going to win. And if they're, especially if the Rangers are in contention for another World Series, I definitely think you're going to see attention deflected off the Cowboys. I don't know what percentage of that attention is. It might be 15%.
Jerry will really go all in if that happens. I'm just saying, guys. He would say,
I don't
you
think
know
he knows
what?
how.
He would say, guys, today he'd walk in and he'd kick open Steven's door and he'd say, where's the piggy bank? Why have we been putting money in the piggy bank and not cracking that sucker open? And he would get a big old sledgehammer and he would crack it open, just like the Texas hammer. And he would just crack it open and he'd say, all right, now go get all the guys. Go get me Lawrence Taylor and bring me Reggie White and give me Jim McMahon.
Can you imagine how
terrible
like
news for you on some of those ones?
Can you imagine how
shave your sideburns, man.
Jerry would feel if he has to congratulate all 3 major sports franchises in like one season
That
and
would
then
be amazing.
they're a nobody non-contender for a year?
It would be amazing.
Like he would be like, that would be the thing that would hurt him the most if all of a sudden we are like, Jerry, what's the point in talking about your team when we have championship teams all around us and you're just making money? It's great you're making money. And it's great
care.
NFL Network is carrying
about
you.
that, yeah.
But our Metroplex doesn't care about you.
We want championships.
This could be for now.
This is the city of champions.
Or it could be a segment
Heck
for
yeah,
tomorrow.
it is.
What phrases would Jerry try to float out there to get attention back? Because the one I immediately think of is
it's wartime.
We've gotten a lot of calls about Dak. I think he would float random sentences out there that don't actually have any meaning
We've gotten a
or
lot of calls
legitimacy.
about Dak.
But I think if all 3 of the teams won the title, I think he would just start floating wild things out there.
I think the opposite will happen. I think you'll give Dak $80 million a year and give him double the amount of money of Patrick Mahomes and be like, he is 2 times better than Patrick Mahomes. We have the best quarterback in the history of football. I think that's way more likely than him going, I'm going to try hard.
Yeah, you're probably onto something. Now,
let's just pay Micah the most and Dak the most and say we have the best defensive player and best quarterback in all of football.
Now, I kind of want to do a deeper dive on the Mavs and the Stars title hopes tomorrow, but I will bring this up for the Stars. You need to get at least 4 more points to for sure clinch the Central Division. But I do believe if the Stars were to win their last 4 games, and as you pointed out, they're 9-1 in their last 10. They've been playing tremendously for a while. That would be a franchise record for the most points they've ever had in a season, just beating out 98-99. Which is also the last time they won the President's Cup, which is also the last time they won the Stanley Cup. So something to keep an eye on. This team is fantastic on the road, by the way. We've talked about the splits for Ottinger. Maybe last night's not the best example, but we've talked about the splits for Ottinger, home and away. They've been playing really well on the road, and they have a franchise best 57 points on the road this year because their last 4 games are all at home, regular season games.
You know, again, I want to go back to something that Kyrie said yesterday, and it was, me and Luke have put a lot of work into this. We're very excited about this, and I think it spills over to the other guys. I think the other guys are feeding off of it. And when I'm watching Jamie Benn right now, Kevin, I've been saying this for like 2 weeks now, but Jamie Benn's playing at a Jamie Benn level that we've all seen before. And now I hope this isn't a Joey Gallo, Tim Hardaway hot streak. I hope it continues, and I think it will. But he seems to be in a different mindset, and he's playing a different way. And I don't know if maybe it's the youth, maybe it's the fact that the Wyatt Johnstons and the other guys, and even Duchesne are like playing along with it. They're going to it, but it's Jamie Benn, man. That feels like that's our captain. That we're leading the charge here.
Look, Hockey Mike took a hiatus. I'm not going to lie to you. Unfortunately. Well, yeah, I watched last night. It was awesome. And I'm forgetting the person who scored the 5th goal to make it 5-2. They banged on the wall, and it was kind of like the death sentence to Colorado. But Colorado's a great team. They fought back, and they got it to 5-4. And I'm like, oh, no, I've seen this before. A few months ago here, it was
Marchment?
Yeah.
Thank you. I was at the AAC, and the Stars had a nice, I believe, 2-goal lead. And they gave it up, and they ended up losing in overtime to Colorado. And then when it got to 5-4, I'm thinking, oh no, they're going to tie it up, and I'm going to feel the same way. And I thought I jinxed it. I texted you guys after the 5-2 goal. The Stars are good. And then I put jinx after it was 5-3, and I was like, I really did jinx them. But then the Stars answered with the huge goal. I don't know, was it like with 6 minutes to go approximately?
About 5, yeah.
Okay, when they made it 6-4. And I was like, man, this Stars team, resilient. I don't want to say they panicked in the Colorado game that they lost here when they lost in overtime to Colorado with the lead, but they just seem like, hey, we got this. Let's keep playing our game. And really, Colorado, after they scored that goal, they really didn't have any other opportunity. Even when they pulled the goal lead, they really didn't, to me, had like a scary run or a scary threat in that time.
You were talking about Jamie Benn, Corey. He scored goals in 9 of the last 10 games, and he is the 8th player on the Stars.
They've won 9 of the last 10?
Ooh,
they are 9-1 in their last 10.
I don't know if the game he didn't score was the one they lost. I don't remember.
That is something.
But that is correct. And now they have 8 players with at least 20 goals. So if you're looking, which is a franchise record, but if you're looking for some balance going on in this team going into the playoffs, you've got it on this.
So as the Stars and Mavs are sharing the same building in a same playoff run around the same time,
getting ready to move out of that building.
You got some time.
In many years.
Yeah. But I'm like, there could be a major game there almost every night. As we're about to go on the runs, man.
What? Don't say it like that.
Well, it's multiple runs.
Yeah, no, but
it's just a run. If it's just the Stars, it's a run.
It's the way.
But it's the Stars and the Mavs, so we're going on runs.
That's how plurals work, Corey.
But the connotation is diarrhea, and we don't really want to discuss that.
Well, I don't know. The other team.
I really was excited to see what you were going to say to combat
Jimmy
that.
did score
The
a
other
goal
team,
against Chicago.
Did the Houston Rockets? Let me ask you this: Did Jabari Smith his? Well, you know what I'm saying. Like, what happened at the free throw line with Jabari there?
He had the runs.
He got the runs.
Yeah, he saw the runs, and it was over.
By the way,
Exum does sound like, right? That sounds like something that would give you the runs.
That is true.
They often say that basketball is a game of runs.
That I don't.
And the Rockets run.
So is baseball. It is
true.
Valid.
It was a fast-paced game yesterday too.
Hey.
And there was a lot of pace to the Colorado Dallas game. Guess what? I bet some of them had the runs afterward.
From the 817, DFW's got the runs, baby. From the 469, we will have the runs.
Yes.
Is that why we need the Eclipse? So you could go hide and you're like, hey.
Besides last night, haven't the Rangers had tons of runs this year?
The 682 so easy you can do it in your underwear.
Okay, I don't know if that is exactly what that slogan means.
I wouldn't do it in your
Give me
underwear.
the bin.
Take off your underwear.
Entirely sure.
All right.
Holy crap, Mike.
Well, you don't want it in your underwear.
Sure. Fair enough.
Right?
Hopefully you're in the bathroom, or else I would argue you do want your underwear on there.
Yeah, not just in the bathroom, like sitting on the pot.
Yes, agreed.
I don't want to just be in the bathroom. That causes a big mess too.
By the way, we need to help out the 817. My Flyers have lost 7 in a row, slipped out of the playoffs. I know you're grieving with me, brother. Come on, Kevin, please help my Flyers. They've lost 7 in a row.
Yeah, they're
All
stopped up.
I'm so hurt for them.
We hope that they get the Exum and they go on a run. Is that what you guys are looking for?
I don't like the way you said that.
Yeah, it was kind of different.
Yeah, mine sounded right.
No. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Yes.
Hey, you guys. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Yeah.
Who was the best at being the worst this weekend? It's time for Wanker of the Weekend.
No real reason either.
Next, right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. What do you think Mike does during breaks? Also, hit us up on the Twitch and the YouTube. What do you think Mike does during breaks?
Well, the Twitch and the YouTube see some of what Mike does.
That's a good point. What was that?
I'm wearing a loser shirt today. I just realized I forgot what shirt I was wearing.
You're wearing Colorado shirt.
Is that an Avalanche shirt?
It's just, no, it's not Avalanche, but it's just Colorado.
The whole state.
You guys ready for some Wanker of the Weekend?
Yeah.
All right. We have to start with somebody that we've had on our show before.
Sorry, Reggie.
What?
Do you want to start with Reggie? Did he do something?
What'd I do?
Oh, I just thought that you were saying that he's been on the show before.
No, this is a guest that we had on the show.
Carter.
It's John Jones.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you did that one-on-one sit down where you tried to make him cry and he wouldn't.
It was a good interview.
It was a really good interview.
I will tell you this. John Jones has released video from his ring cam showing that the drug testers who came to his house like fist bumped with him when they left or something. So he's like, look, everything was fine. But one of the drug testers who's at his house has filed a complaint saying that they were, quote, terrified and unable to call the authorities because John Jones had taken her phone. Now, the tough thing for John Jones is he probably doesn't get the benefit of the doubt anymore because there's been so many things. But police are investigating John Jones for allegedly assaulting and threatening to kill a drug testing agent. Crystal Martinez is one of the people in question. And like I said, John Jones went on Instagram to deny these charges. But it's unfortunate because John Jones, one of the greatest mixed martial artists fighter of all time, maybe the best, but he seems to find himself in unforced error after unforced error situation.
You said maybe the best. I recently saw an interview with Dana White, who you have frequently said you're better than in an effort to get him to try and attack you.
I would love for him to come on the show.
And he said, all right, the interviewer said, who is the best hands down fighter of all time? And he said, John Jones.
It's tough to argue.
And then he went through like 10 different reasons why. And every one of those reasons, Kevin, was very tough to argue against.
Yes, absolutely.
And unfortunately, his entire career has been littered with all these other out of octagon moments that cause problems.
And so supposedly everything was cordial until John Jones allegedly was having difficulty trying to pee.
It happens. You dehydrated.
And so then
you've been mowing the yard. Just went and your buddy shows up.
One of the drug testers suggested a blood test, at which point he got tense and, quote, puffed up. And the drug tester alleges that she thought Jones seemed intoxicated. And
he doesn't like needles, bro.
I mean, sure.
He didn't want to be poked with a needle to get blood.
They would tell us if we couldn't pee after a while in the minor leagues that they were going to catheter us.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, they weren't. But when you're young,
the threat?
Like, well, we can get it out of one way or the other. And I was like, oh, God, I better figure out how to do this.
Martinez alleges that John Jones put her phone in his pocket before getting in her face and saying, why you effing people come so early? Do you know what happens to people who come to my house? They end up dead.
Oh.
Now, again,
that seems like a threat.
That is her accusation per the police report. And like I said, I don't know where the truth lies just yet. It is just unfortunate that John Jones finds himself in the midst of these types of situations again and again.
Yes.
All right. You ready for baseball?
Everybody says umpires on the fan text.
Oh, okay.
Umpires are the wanker of the weekend right now.
Okay. That's a good question because there's a lot of stuff that goes around baseball that's kind of rough right now. What I actually want to go to first is cut 20. This is the Angels play-by-play guy, not knocking just the umpires, more specifically Major League Baseball for making a retroactive decision about a hit turning into an error to cut off a on-base streak for one of the Angels players. Take it away.
Negative story after negative story, scandal after scandal, a fiasco in Oakland. You have these ridiculous-looking jerseys. You have the MLBPA challenging the league about the pitch clock today because of constant pitcher injuries. And yet, not to mention your global superstar is embroiled in a betting scandal. But on top of all of that, you have a young player trying to make a name for himself who has come up and reached base safely in every single game that he has played. And the league allows this scoring change to go on to end his streak, kill this story, a positive story that's happening in Major League Baseball. It is an absurdity.
I felt, Kevin, that while he was listing off all those weird things in the game that are like, and the height of its popularity, that he was going to go, and the Rangers won the World Series. Like, this is a weird time, guys.
And what broadcast was that?
This was the Angels broadcast.
Dang.
He was making reference to Nolan Shanuel, who had reached base in what we thought was 36 straight games to start his career, which, believe it or not, is only the third longest streak in MLB history. But they went back and changed one of those hits to an error retroactively from, I don't know, like a few days ago, I want to say.
Okay, was it though? If it was, then I don't have a problem with it.
Wait, they give out errors in baseball still?
And that's the tough thing, because under current baseball standards, I thought it was a hit. Under significantly stricter scrutiny like they used to have, I probably would have said it's an error.
Okay, well, and I haven't seen. I'm gonna have to go watch it.
Yeah.
But if it was a hit, if it was an error, then they said it was that way. What are they? Do you think they're intentionally going after the kid? And they're like, "Look, kid, we don't want you to have a future. We want Wyatt Langford to have a future, not you."
It just kind of felt like he had a lot of this built up for a while.
Yeah, he just was like, he had a list right there. He said, notebook open.
Here are all the things that I don't like about Major League Baseball right now.
I have this legitimate question. Do you think he would have said the Ohtani thing if Ohtani's still on the Angels?
No. Right? If you play for your own team, that feels like you're just costing yourself your job right there, probably.
Yeah, I think that he might have been disappointed that he's 45 minutes away at another stadium.
Yeah, I could see that.
I'm not saying he doesn't have a beef with certain things. Look, these injuries were happening to pitchers for a long time now, and maybe I should write that down. In fact, I do have it written down. Every pitcher getting hurt. That was Mike likes it. So I wrote it down so I don't forget. And that's kind of where I will go in Mike likes it is every pitcher is hurt now. And I'll talk more about it during Mike likes it. But I don't know. It's too early to say, well, it's factual. Them having to make pitches quicker is now the reason they were getting hurt. Well, what was the reason for the last 15 years that they were getting hurt?
Derek Holland, not to speak too much out of turn, Derek Holland is one of the people who believes that injuries are upticked because of
it could be right. It could be part of it. But how come when they were taking 45 seconds, they blew out their arms?
Yeah. I have questions on that as well. I have a theory.
Okay.
That I've had since last year, and it's based off two people's injuries.
Oh,
it was
okay.
The pitch they were throwing at that specific time. It was very specific to that, so I need to find out if there are more people throwing similar pitches because that specific pitch blew out two arms.
I need a logistical bit of assistance here, Corey. Is someone or something the wanker of the weekend if they eventually corrected the problem? So
you can start off a wanker.
Okay.
And then not be a wanker.
Because the Miami Marlins...
Right, exactly.
Gotcha. Just wanted to make sure.
Not complete the wanker.
Oh, my God.
In this.
The Miami Marlins started the season 0-9. It was the worst start for a team in 8 years. But...
That's where the Astros were on their way to start the season.
But they did win yesterday, and they also beat the Cardinals. So does that take them off the wanker of the weekend list, or are you still looking at it going, you're 1-9, so you're still on the list?
So hold on, you said 0-9 was the worst start ever?
No, just
not in the history of baseball.
Yeah, just for 8 years.
Okay. What is the worst start ever?
The Orioles were like 0-21
Cal
or something.
Ripken Sr. when he was the manager and got fired, and Cal Ripken Jr. I think demanded a trade or was going to, and his father said, "Don't do that. That's not the way to handle this."
So
that team was like 0-20.
I'm going to say the Marlins are wankers for not going 0-22-ish.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, give us some history, man, if you're going to do anything.
All right, fair.
Now you're just some random team that won a game.
So they're 0-9. Yeah, big
they're
deal.
1-9
Like, let's Detroit Piston this thing.
This was originally going to be against somebody else, but then I realized that Steven Strasburg is a genius for pretending to play hard right when he knew he was about to get paid. Are the Washington Nationals wankers for giving someone who doesn't like to always stick things out all of the money in Steven Strasburg?
Can I throw this another way?
Yes.
Would you have been furious if the Rangers gave Jordan Montgomery a 6-year contract? I mean, didn't they do the exact same thing in a way? Strasburg won a World Series for them.
That is true, but he's perpetually injured. The Jordan Montgomery, he did not show to be injured like all of the time.
I hear you. I don't think that they knew Steven Strasburg was going to have major nerve damage. Like, I don't think he ever had major nerve damage until after the World Series. This is what's ended his career.
Yeah, he'd missed time in 15, 16, 18, obviously earlier in his career as well. I thought it was a terrible idea to give him that kind of money. He's a genius, of course, for taking the $245 million contract. After that, he pitched 530 pitches. He threw 530 pitches for $245 million. So it's definitely not him that's the wanker of the weekend. Good for him for getting the money.
And a lot of people might be like, dude, like you didn't do anything for that money except for those 531 pitches. But you can say, you know what I'm going to do with my money now, though. You know what those guys were going to do with the money? They were probably going to screw it up. Owners of some baseball team. Me, I'm going to do something special.
They had so many free agents, and they didn't pay Anthony Rendon. Like they
good decision.
And then they paid Patrick Corbin, who was awesome in the playoffs, and Steven Strasburg, who was awesome in the playoffs. And once again, it goes to me and AJ Hinch, and I'll bring that theory up again in pitchers. Like, I hate saying what I'm going to say, but I don't think you should really ever pay pitchers again. I think that
as a former pitcher,
I hate saying this. And I'm trying to look at the year they won the World Series. I guess his contract had already kicked in because in 19 he was making $38 million. So they must have paid him the year before.
Okay, yeah.
But they owe him, this year they owe him $35 million. Oh my gosh. Then the next year they owe him $35 million. And then the next year they owe him $35 million. So
that's like what Dak's making right now.
Well, at least he's still playing.
Yeah.
You know what? We're changing all kinds of things up on this show.
So this is 35. So they've owed him $35 million. So 2019, they win the World Series. They pay him $38.3 million. And then every year since, they've owed him $35 million from 2020 through 2026. And he, to your point, he never pitched.
Yeah. 530 pitches.
I think this is another example. I hate saying this. It's another example of, I just think you have to say we shouldn't pay pitchers anymore.
Now, normally
we need to develop them and use them for the 6 years.
That is true. Normally, Corey, we'd go to Gridiron right here.
Very important segment of the station.
But there's a lot of other things happening in sports. So today, next, all things NCAA tournament.
What?
The juggernaut ends the Caitlin Clark run, and who you got tonight?
What?
What about Will Clark?
No, it's not Will Clark.
And maybe
he's
Will
going
Clark
into the
talk.
WNBA.
Next on The Fan.
What's up, Tolos?
Chevrolet in Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023.
Coulter gives it out to Stolke, pitch it to Clark, right wing three, got it. Caitlin Clark with a triple. It's a 10-0 Iowa start.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. I know normally we do gridiron gravy here, but today, probably today only, we're switching it up.
I'm hurt.
And we're going to go with, I'm sorry, Corey. We're going to go with college basketball. I want to know who you guys got.
We have never not done gridiron gravy in the history of the show.
What about last Wednesday?
What do you mean last Wednesday?
It was a short show. We didn't have gridiron.
I'm going with the Running Rebels. They cannot be beat.
Okay, back to you.
And they did lose that year. They were undefeated. It's Purdue against UConn tonight.
The big dog.
Is that a college basketball dip?
I don't know. I'm very confused. This is uncharted territory.
I know.
Ask the Twitch and the fan text and the YouTube how they feel about going with a dip.
We had a
tournament talk.
We had a lot of content today. It was hard to squeeze everything in. All right, we played the Caitlin Clark highlight. However, her career is over as she fell at the hands of the juggernaut, South Carolina. Let's go to cut number 8 if we can. South Carolina wins the title and completes their undefeated season.
Shot clock is off. Raymond Johnson took it away from Caitlin Clark. Driving down the left side, scoops it up and in.
Now, I want to talk about that game, but Reggie, first.
It was a foul.
Okay. That is.
Come on. It was a foul.
That is exactly what I was going to ask. All right.
People trying to act like it wasn't a foul.
You say foul. Can we fire off cut number 12, UConn against Iowa, which, by the way, set another viewership record for women's basketball. Was it a foul or not? Corey says yes, foul.
On one, a trip to the title game on the line. Mule, the drive, 5 seconds left. Looking for Beckers and the offensive foul. An offensive foul on Edwards with 3.9 to go.
Corey says foul. Reggie, what say you?
It's a foul. But in the moment, I was amazed at how you could call that, and the immediate
how you could call a foul?
No, call that particular foul. We've seen games in all sorts of different levels of basketball where moving screens get a little bit, less whistled, right? Like we let some things go. I think also it didn't help for the TV broadcast. The immediate next replay that they showed was at an angle where you did not see as much of the reach from her, and it just looked like she was on her spot.
There were a couple different angles that definitely showed the elbows coming up and going, extending a little bit, and it was Gabby Marshall. I mean, you got to call it for Gabby.
I believe 12.3 million.
How come you didn't ask me?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mike.
Did you see it?
Did you watch this game? Was it a foul?
I wanted to throw it in the faces of the women saying everyone watches women's sports for their T-shirts today to say, I didn't watch.
Okay.
So not everyone.
All right. Fair, I guess. 12.3 million, I believe, was the viewership for Iowa and LSU. The game on Friday night between UConn and Iowa broke that record. 14.2 million.
I think you said it would.
Yes.
You predicted that it would.
This is wild, though. Think about this. And this just shows. Look, I get UConn's part of the equation, but it's the Caitlin Clark show. She is the attraction that is driving a lot of these ratings. It was the most viewed women's basketball game ever. And this is what I thought was amazing. The largest audience for an ESPN basketball broadcast ever, beating out Game 7 of the 2018 Eastern Conference Finals between Cleveland and Boston.
Ugh.
So but still, Eastern Conference Finals. So this game beat that out. And I would imagine yesterday's game, I haven't seen preliminary numbers, but I would imagine that undefeated team, last game of Caitlin Clark, my guess is, 18 to 20. I think it's going to be a huge number.
And ABC. Don't forget that it's on big-time broadcast television.
That's a good point.
Yeah, that is a significant thing there for sure. I will admit, Kevin, I was not. And this is because I don't watch college basketball, let alone women's college basketball. I did not think of South Carolina in that way. I just didn't. That storyline wasn't there. It was the Caitlin Clark show. Sure. It was Paige. It was everything else. It was LSU. All those things. And then you're like, hey, don't forget about this team that's undefeated.
Yeah.
And I was like, huh? What team are you talking about?
Right.
And then you watch them play, and you're like, oh, okay, like that's an unstoppable juggernaut right there.
And when Reggie, when we were talking about that Iowa LSU game, that was kind of what we talked about after the fact is, do you feel like they were just playing for best case scenario, second place?
Mm-hmm.
And Iowa obviously got off to a hell of a start, but once the game really got going, the size and talent advantage across the board for South Carolina, that team is tremendous.
Yeah, and I think that one of the reasons why, obviously you mentioned some of it is just that they were juggernauts and they blew through their schedule in some ways, but also I think that it does not match the star on the court potential of it, but the star of that team is
their coach.
The coach, John Staley, in the ways that I think some of the older college basketball teams had the star of their team be the coach.
That is a very interesting point.
From the 469, otherwise known as Zach and Frisco. I love this show and listen every day, but to not have the real gridiron gravy is the worst decision in the show's history.
Even worse than a few weeks ago?
And then from Swaggy
there's
Booties,
been a lot worse decisions.
this is messing up my body clock, skipping out on gridiron buckets. And
do you think the bed music would help?
Maybe, I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know exactly how, because it does feel a little different.
Let's try it.
And I guess what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to get some sort of intergalactic reboot to get our bodies right here. Like maybe some sort of block out the sun in some way.
Okay.
Not that anybody's going to be able to see it today because of the clouds, but
You seem like you're actively rooting against people being able to see the eclipse.
Oh my gosh, it's about to happen, right?
I'm
You got a
Team
couple
Clouds.
Oh, I thought it was noon.
I am
No.
Team Cloud.
High noon.
Not high noon.
And the sun can't peek through the clouds because the sun weighs so much.
And the clouds weigh even more.
No, the clouds do not weigh more than the sun.
How do you know?
How many people are upset right now that are sitting outside?
Probably a
going,
lot. You know, I don't know if you guys saw this, but driving in, I saw a lot of the automated boards were like, do not pull over to the side of the highway or park your car on the side of the highway. I heard they're going to be shutting down certain exits.
Sun has a mass of 1.9891 times 10 to the 30th kilograms.
Couldn't even give me pounds.
2.192 times 10 to the 27th tons, if you will, Kevin, or a mass of 333,000 times that of the Earth. The volume of the sun is so huge that it could hold over 1 million Earths.
What was that last word?
Wow.
I like that word.
Thank you.
Earths.
Yeah, it's our planet, Reggie.
All right. Who do you
Something
guys...
we should be proud of living on.
Should we?
Oh my gosh.
That was just a question.
Look at all the things we've done with it.
I don't know if that was the best follow-up for
We've
that.
erected things.
Yeah. Women's basketball is taking off. Like, we're doing stuff.
Those are the two accomplishments.
Cody Rhodes finished the story. We're doing stuff. It just took some time, okay? Jeez. Who do you guys got in the men's championship game tonight?
Two things.
Hey, we're doing stuff. All right? Jeez. You got Purdue and you've got UConn. I would make an argument that for the vast majority of the year, these have been two of the best three teams. Like, if you want to work Houston in there, I think Houston has a claim of one of the best. But you can look at this and say, these are the two best teams. Are you excited for this game and who you got?
I'm taking the big dog.
Is that Zach Edey in Purdue?
It's Glenn Robinson, man.
Oh,
but no, obviously UConn's favored by 7.5.
They are.
Is this weird that it's two number one seeds, the two best teams, and it's a 7.5 point spread?
Part of the reason is I know UConn has the second biggest point differential going into the final of any team in tournament history. They've been smashing.
To be honest, I'm doing the Ranger game, so I'm not. I'm literally not going to watch this game.
But
it'll be on around you somewhere.
I'm sure it
You'll
will
pass
be.
by and see it.
I know next door, Sandler will be watching it on his TV.
Yeah. So speaking of Sandler, I am in Jared Sandler's bracket group. I'm currently in 7th place.
Nice.
Out of 470 or something like that.
Does Chief follow? Do we know how he's finished up? He's in the 350s
30
last
from
I saw.
last, I think. So
Oh my gosh.
I need UConn to win. I could win a lot of money if UConn wins and I
What's
get
first place?
And I get the
$1 million.
It's a lot.
Can I say? Can we?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh,
Can I say this
okay.
on air?
You should say a lot. Then.
It's in the
Okay,
it's
you
in the
say a
double
lot.
figures.
$10.
That's
the lowest double figure. 99's the highest double figure.
Okay, hold on. It's in the four figures.
Oh.
Where'd you get
That's
double
just,
then?
That's just another day from life.
Oh no, I've always wanted to use that term.
Next
and I
year,
just
let's
didn't know
put in
when.
the Sweet 16 teams, and for $10,000 a team, draw a team out of the hat, and then
No,
winner
I
gets
do
100.
not want to do what your baseball teammates did.
Winner gets $150K, and the team that loses in the finals gets their $10,000 back.
So I am definitely in tonight
Everybody
for
wins.
UConn winning and the total being somewhere near 148 points.
I really need college basketball to get good players.
Hey,
it would really help.
They got your guy, DJ Burns. I want to take you to this real quick.
He's not good.
Cut 16. This is DJ Burns on what he said to Zach Edey when they were lining up against one another.
It's like, bro, you excuse my language, big as hell, bro. Like, I'm like, yo, I don't really, I'm gonna figure you out, bro.
Right,
So I'm gonna figure you out.
And I know
we
you
had
see-
a little choke moment.
He did not. And they
He did
lost.
not figure him out? Is
He
what
did
you're saying?
not. Also, did you see Tracy Wolfson do an interview from a ladder? She's 5'2", and she interviewed Donovan Clingan, and she climbed up on a little step ladder.
Did she get the belts down?
Donovan
No,
Clingan.
not.
According to Tankathon, he's the 7th overall pick in this upcoming draft.
There you go.
And Stefan Castle, 6th pick.
He's from UConn. He's very good.
So both
He had a
UConn
great
players,
game on
top
Saturday.
10 picks.
And they've played like the best team in the nation all the way through this tournament and probably further along through the season.
It's been unbelievable. I'm going to stick with Purdue because this is my final going into the tournament. I picked Purdue. It feels like we made it all this way. Might as well just stick it out. By the way, if Purdue wins, that will make 2 number 1 seeds in history that lost to a 16. And then both of them will have won the title the next year.
From the 214, I'm a doctor. I paused my surgery appointment so I could hear Gridiron Gravy. Very disappointed, Kevin. From the 214, I'm still mad about Ranch.
How do you pause
All
a
right,
surgery?
fine. You know, here's
That was
Gridiron
like 5
Gravy.
years ago.
From the 817,
Cowboys are taking an offensive lineman in the first round. Gridiron Gravy.
From the 817,
Get excited.
Let's go Earth. Suck it, other planets. That's from Adam and Arlington.
The sun's coming out.
Look with those clouds.
Here
though.
comes the sun.
Here comes the cloud.
The worst band ever, according to Kevin.
Beatles. Yeah, you hate the Beatles.
And then I love this from the 972.
How did this happen?
When you're going over all those numbers about how big the sun was, and they go, or in other terms, half the weight of yo mama. Or the KNC masterpiece.
The sun!
Right here on 105.
It happened!
Fan. Coming up next.
Where's the moon?
You know what, Mike? We need to send you out there on location.
How come we
today.
can't see the moon?
Because the moon's asleep.
But then we see it in front of the sun.
It's a reflection of the Earth.
That's true.
Next.
Yeah,
You have no idea. Stop it.
No, the moon
You
gets in
don't
front of
know.
the sun. Goes
Did-
sun, moon, earth, and that's why we can't see the sun.
What? Do you think the sun, the moon, and the earth are all lined up exactly together?
Those stars
That's how it
align,
works.
Kevin.
No.
It's the
What are they
stars.
rotating around? What is the earth rotating around?
Nobody knows.
Everything revolves around the Earth.
That's what we
Hey,
thought.
Copernicus.
Coming
Coming up next.
Copernicus.
Did the
Wow.
Mavs just check
Flying
another
too close to the
contendership
sun here,
box?
huh?
Was that
That's
a character
Icarus.
on that one where the
Wings are gonna melt.
the
That's
gladiator?
Icarus.
I think Copernicus.
Shut up.
Was the
Next on the
king?
fan. Shut up.
Yeah, laughing too hard in the office? The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105. What the hell are you wearing right now?
I don't want to go blind.
Then just don't look at the sun.
I can't. I don't have that type of control.
Dude, you know him, right?
You look like a knockoff Batman.
You look like you're Sandra Bullock in Bird Box.
That is true.
Oh, that is. Yeah, so I don't see the bad things.
You look like you're going to a bootleg costume party.
Yeah, you look like you were a drawing of what they wanted Vin Diesel to be like in that movie. Like the original sketch of it.
I found 2 napkins and I taped them to my face so I won't be blinded by the sun eclipse.
You still have an hour and 40 minutes until that happens.
He's getting his eyes acclimated.
I heard it was at noon.
It's not at noon.
Do
you see an eclipse?
I can't. That's why I'm making sure I don't.
Right.
Yeah, this is my eclipse glasses.
Checks out. Yep.
After today, I'm going to be able to see.
If you're listening on radio right now, Mike has 2 black napkins taped to his head.
Is that what those are?
Did you tape all around? Like, did you take the tape from one side and wrap it around the entire head?
No, there's 3 pieces of tape.
Okay.
Tape on my nose.
Right.
Tape on the sides of my head with 2 napkins covering my eyes.
And it sticks to the side of his head.
Yeah.
Because if it was my head, it wouldn't, because I have a lot of hair there.
So these are homemade
what we
glasses.
said earlier about the naked eye.
Yeah. I don't want my eyes to be naked during this
His
because
eyes are now clothed.
you could be blinded.
As from the 325, now his eyes are clothed.
Ridiculous. Let's go to cut number 5, if we can, and talk more about the Mavs.
This thing is over in overtime. 147-136. The magic number is 2 for a top 6 spot. Look how together this team is.
You know how we did the contendership boxes last week? Another contendership box, I think, though maybe not as well defined, is win a game that you have no business winning.
Okay.
And
that was one of them.
Yeah. So they fall behind 28-9. Obviously, busy sports day, whether you're watching the women's final, later on the Rangers, we had WrestleMania, the Stars played late in the evening, and this. There was a lot happening yesterday. But in the first quarter, The Mavericks had 8 turnovers. 4 of them were from Luka. You fell in a gigantic hole. I think the deficit eventually got to 22 points. You had no business winning this game. 7th biggest comeback in franchise history. I think that's another check on the contendership box. And obviously, you've seen a bunch of pictures of Luka. I just can't look at you and take you seriously. A bunch of pictures of Luka and Kyrie embracing. And it felt like, I might be reading way too much into this, but it felt like we can effing do this embrace.
They looked really tired to me.
They did look very tired.
Like they gave it their all. I mean, it was awesome, right? For those two guys and the whole team. The whole team to not give maybe their best effort, especially in the first quarter, but to give everything they had in that fourth quarter and overtime to get a necessary victory to kind of stay in that 5-6 situation.
It was after the game, Kyrie did say, I am physically done.
Yeah.
I've spent everything, I left everything I could out there today on the court. And that's true. You could see it, man. I don't love we won this game and we celebrated it like it was the championship, and I didn't feel like that wasn't necessary. The celebration they had yesterday, I felt
it was unnecessary.
No, I felt it was right.
Okay,
like that was the right type of celebration for that moment, that game in front of your crowd, the way you did it, overtime, and then like it was a scratch and claw the entire game just to stay in it. And to believe that you were still in it, and to believe that you still have the ability to beat that team that went up on you very early, and they weren't giving up easy. Like there's no way. Like they did lose Thompson, and that stunk for them. They lost Thompson because he tried to knock Kleba's head off. But that was one of those moments where you watched the team and you felt like everything that they did was they were battling for each other in that moment.
Reggie, I'm hoping you can give us some insight into just how you were feeling or what the crowd was like in the building toward the end of the first quarter versus at the end of regulation. Because I know they won it overtime, but the end of regulation just seemed bananas.
Yeah, it was actually very unique because I was in the arena and I was sitting next to Nick Angstadt and Tim Cato, both guys who cover this team a lot. And during the course of that first quarter, Cato turned to the both of us and asked, do the Mavericks win this game? And I'm not ashamed to say no. Like that was my response. I was like, look, the way that this thing is going, and Tim said that they would. And I think it was an understanding of the ways in which this team, like mentally, has changed. It's shifted, right? We've seen games where they have let go of the rope, so to say, where they have like lost belief, whether it was just in small portions of not making shots and you saw them lose belief, or calls not going the right way and them losing belief. You had both of those things happen in this game, and this team stayed in and fought, and you started to see some of those vibes build over the course of the game in the arena with certain moments like Kyrie, making good decisions or stopping and popping for a 3 in transition or an alley-oop to Dante Exum. Like there were some moments where you started to see that belief also build in the arena, but it was evident that belief existed down on that bench pretty much the whole time.
Followell, obviously, with the amazing call, watching it happen, was it as hysterical in the building when Exum made the 3 as it looked on television?
And do you want to, just real quick before you answer that, do you want to play it one more time if we can get cut number 4, just so you can get a vibe of it before Reggie gives us the in-person breakdown of it?
3 will tie it, and hand off to Luka. Back to Exum.
I'm telling you, I love Followell. I love that call, but I really love Derek Harper going, got it!
Yeah.
I'm so glad, too, that they came out with quick energy in the overtime, because sometimes, I don't know, we've seen this, I feel like, in basketball. Sometimes that shot, sometimes it does spur you on to then win the overtime, but sometimes it's such an emotional shot that you have nothing left to give in overtime. And I thought the Mavs did a great job. And I don't know, I think these situations, too, I'm going to go in another direction. I think these situations, too, Luka gave the ball up, if I have the play right, with 30 seconds to go to Kleba for a wide open 3, and he missed it. But PJ Washington hitting the 3s in the corner in overtime, and Exum hitting the 3 to I think this is confidence. It's giving Luka confidence. I can pass the ball in these situations.
Yes. Okay. And I don't have to be the guy in the fourth quarter that has the ball as Kyrie was the guy again in the fourth quarter.
All right, I want to talk about something there then, because I know we were talking about yesterday's game. But if we can fire off cut number 22, go back to Friday. Kyrie has the ball. He dishes it to Hardaway, who sees the play with P.J. Washington, and that's how they win that game.
And the Mavericks want to go to Kyrie Irving, and it goes into him. Here comes the double team. Kyrie moves away from it. Hardaway, 7 seconds, driving. Washington underneath, lays it in! Lays it in! 4.5 to go!
Ooh, that's the way to attack.
This is a team.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure if we would be able to work that in, but that speaks to both of y'all's points about whether it's Luka or Kyrie. Those are your dudes, but they know I can dish it to Hardaway, who then sees the open spot to Washington. Exum yesterday.
I was listening, Corey, to the fan here during the weekend, and they were asking this or that. They were playing that game, and they were saying Luka or Kyrie, like this or that kind of fourth quarter to win the game. And I thought they both had the wrong answer. It's both. I know that you're having to pick this or that. It was a great segment, but I'm just saying, who cares?
Yeah.
We have two. We have two of the top, I'm going to say 10, two of the top 10 closers in basketball.
I can agree
And there's
with that.
not a wrong answer. My answer would be if there's less than 7 seconds, it has to go to Kyrie because Luka, it takes him too long to kind of get what he wants in those, hey, there's 6 seconds left, out of bounds, figure it out, Luka. That's not enough time for him to figure it out. But I just think that now teams have to go, oh, crap, they're going to want to be winning at the end of a playoff game. But this has to be the biggest oh, crap team to face with 10 seconds to go with the game on the line and the Mavericks have the ball.
Yeah.
You're gonna try your best, just like Houston did. They forced the ball out of Luka's hands. Luka made a pass to Exum, who they said, look, we're going to, if Exum makes it, we go to overtime. We're not going to let Luka, and we're going to try to not let Kyrie take this shot. So I just think that during the weekend, the this or that they played, I was like, it's both. This is for the first time in a long time, probably since Dirk and Nash, you have a this and that you're like, I don't care. Both of them work.
And they're both smart enough to know who needs the shot. Like they're both, I think that's the other thing. For a long time, it always felt like Nash and Dirk, there was a struggle to figure out which one was going to get it. And both of these guys seem to know that they can be the guy. But, Kevin, that's something that I'm looking further down the road at. Further down the road, this is something you hang your hat on. We know we can win tough games. We know we're never out of a game. Jason Kidd, in that run to his championship with this Mavs team, how many times were they down 15 and they were like, we're going to make some stops here. We'll be back in the game, and we'll go ahead and win this game. So he knows what that takes, and this team is seeing it and starting to believe that they're never out of it.
I know you still had overtime to go to, but just go back you for a minute, Reggie. What was your reaction when Exum hit the three, and what was the atmosphere like in that building at that moment?
Well, no, the atmosphere was insane. There was, and this is as WrestleMania just happened, this is a little bit of that wrestle. Man, there was like multiple times during the game where the pop in the arena was huge, and that was probably the biggest one, if not the second biggest one. In that moment, it was kind of amazement because I had watched people started filing out once the Rockets got the ball back and then they got fouled and they put Jabari Smith on the line, because you look around and you go, okay, he makes at least one and this is probably not going to continue. And you could see the people decide that, man, and it wasn't everybody, obviously, but there was people filing out. And then they go and they knock down the shot, and it's like, man, this team just refuses to die in some ways, right? Like, and I think it goes back to what Corey was talking about. There's a belief that it does not matter whatever game they are in, and we've seen it multiple times in the last few weeks. They believe that they still have a capability of winning. That's a huge, huge thing to have in their DNA going into the postseason.
Yeah, that part of, that's what you want your team to have, that zombie-like mentality where we're gonna you don't want them to always start off games the way they did yesterday. We want to get rid of that as quickly as we possibly can. But in those moments where it's trying, they're battle tested. They know they know they can do it.
I just wanted to throw out a fun little note there. Did you see also that over the weekend it was Dorian Finney-Smith's father's first opportunity to see his son play in person after he was released from prison. So no doubt a cool moment for a former Mav who we've talked a whole lot about. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, sports, business, and collectible reporter extraordinaire Darren Rovell. Plus, I guess, Eclipse watch begins.
Gotta watch the sun.
Next on the Fan.
Are you ready for
KNC.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is the Expressway, and it's brought to you by On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. On the D&M Leasing Hotline, we bring to you sports business and collectible reporter extraordinaire. Got a new venture going on. It's Darren Rovell. Good afternoon, sir. Are you there? Okay, we're having a little bit of a technical difficulty. Just start things off. You know what I think it is? The Eclipse.
There it is. Yeah, the Eclipse is trying to screw with everything.
Oh, man. I didn't think about technical difficulties. We're good to go? All right, now we've got Darren Rovell. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys.
Wanted to know, we're in Dallas, and a lot of people have Eclipse fever. I know we need to talk about Collect, but are you caught up on eclipsing today?
I was talking to my kids about how scared they were. One of my kids, they're giving glasses to the kids. I mean, just don't look up, okay? I mean, but I do remember last time in 2017, we actually were on vacation, and it ruined the entire day and wound up costing me like $2,000. So that's how I think about the Eclipse.
Wow. See, I don't trust. There's one of my kids I just don't trust because I think he's going to be the one.
Me too.
I'm concerned about him today. So
yeah.
I was looking this weekend, and I think you're a great follow on Twitter. I know your experience on Twitter is not always the best, but I think is that first of all, is that fair to say?
I don't. I think by its nature, Twitter is out of context. So and it is a necessary evil, and I don't mind that. Maybe more people hate me than like me on Twitter. I'm willing to accept that.
I think you're a great follow on Twitter, and then two of the things that you put up this weekend, I couldn't remember which one you said you bid on, is a pair of the first parking passes for Disneyland, and then wire transfers from Oscar Schindler. Yes, the one that you're probably thinking of. That's wild that these types of things come up for auction.
Yeah, the parking pass from so I own the second best ticket from the first day at Disney. It was owned by Walt Disney's chief cartoonist Hamilton Lusk. I think it's probably worth about maybe $50,000 right now. But it was the highest paid price ever for a collectible parking ticket, which was the first day, first slot at Disney. $10,000 someone paid for it. So July 17th, 1955. I would say when people say, what should I collect? I would say the last, 5 years, no autograph has risen faster than Walt Disney's.
Oh.
Is there a particular reason on that?
I just think it's timeless, and obviously hasn't been making more of them for 60 years.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
And it's so beautiful. His signature is so gorgeous.
One of the things that our two guys on this show, big time card collectors, Mike and Kevin, and I just kind of float around whatever they tell me to do, and I do well because of it. But Kevin's approach has always been collect what you like, collect what you're interested in.
Which I like that approach.
Mike does the same thing, but he's very much an investor in this. And I've seen you, I think you just let go of Shaq's college ID.
Yes.
And you have some checks that have kind of come through. And I always think that's interesting. But the way you said it on Twitter, I can't remember exactly Shaq's tweet, but you said it feels like you just kind of shepherd things along to the next one at some point. They'll get it and you enjoyed your time with it.
Yeah, I'm like, I enjoy it. Yeah, I had 3 years with it. I showed people Shaq's college ID. I know the reaction, and and then you got to kind of make way for the next thing, and you don't have an infinite amount of money, So I felt like I enjoyed it. Now there have been things where I've been a complete idiot, and I sold, and then like 5 minutes later it was like, I'll give you another $1,000. I didn't mean to sell that to you. I did that twice.
What were those two things?
I sold, at least one of them was Jeff Bezos' signed copy of Time Magazine. It was like the 1999 where he was like Man of the Year or whatever. And I sold it And then I realized, I'm like, oh my God, why am I doing this? Jeff Bezos is no longer with Amazon. He's going to go from a private plane to a private island. No one's ever going to get his autograph ever again. And I'm like, I'll give you something, please. I don't want to sell it. And I took it back. Like literally, the guy was like, came over to my house to buy a couple things, and I didn't let him leave with it.
When it comes to your kind of collecting, Darren, how long does it take you to think about what's the next unique thing you're going to go after? Because you're not like a 52 Topps mantle. It doesn't seem like maybe that interests you too much. You're going after very different things.
Yeah. Listen, sometimes I don't know it. Like, I do own Ferris Bueller's vest, which is, that Matthew Broderick wore, the only one he wore, and for that,
do you wear it?
That I will not wear it. The only person who can ever put it on is Matthew Broderick. I will not put it on. Okay. No one else can wear it. But like, that's a situation where you're making bets, and this thing I felt was not described in the way that it should have been. And when LeBron James Game 7 of the 2013 NBA Finals jersey is selling for $3.6 million, what is the most iconic costume of the 80s? Like, I feel like it's not less than that. So when it was out there, and it takes big bets. I mean, I paid $155,000 for this thing.
Oh, wow.
But relatively, is it that big of a bet? But this is what you have to do, and you have to be willing to lose. I say, when you lose, though, right? Like, and this is what people don't do. When you lose, you have to ask, why did you lose? So I spent $40,000 on sealed VHS tapes, and I was like, oh, this is the next big thing. It's a movie poster attached to old, outgraded technology, right? Like, this is something that I think is good, and I found out that there were a bunch of people pumping it, and there really weren't a whole lot of real collectors in the space. And, so then you say, okay, I didn't make it. And now, like a gambler, you got to say, okay, why didn't I make it here? And hopefully when I go into the next space, I'll be able to recognize if there are enough people in the space and if it's real. And it's just like anything. You just have to move on and learn from it.
The new site that you're involved in, it's Collect. That's CLLCT.com. But I had one more quick Ferris Bueller question. Do you think any of that stuff actually happened, or Cameron was just sick in bed all day dreaming that? Because there's no way he was friends with those popular kids, right?
Oh, yeah, that Ferris, that the whole thing didn't happen. Yeah. Well, it's a great, it's not, the whole thing is not really clear, which is why you have to watch it 50 times and then you see new things every time. So, that movie, to me, I lost out recently on buying the license plate, which went for, I think, $40,000. Wow. You have to do all the work here, though, right? Like, you have to know there were 3 cars. So if the car comes up, you have to know it's not a real Ferrari GT Spider California 250 or whatever. Like, they made fake cars because they couldn't afford it. You have to know that there's 3 cars, 4 license plates. You have to know that there was only 1 vest. Like, all this stuff. Wow. You really have to, if you're spending money, you got to research this stuff. And that's what I do. And then I try with historical guys, I try to have the best in the world. So I have the best in the world, Thomas Edison, the best in the world, Alexander Hamilton, highest graded. So I try to go for the best there. And I feel like I'm protected. Invest in dead people, a lot of dead people. Mm-hmm. Can't do anything bad unless, retroactively they turn out, unless Bill O'Reilly or someone writes a book about them, turns out they did something. But other than that, I can't play fantasy basketball with Luka Doncic, right? I think where a lot of people have gone wrong is that they've said, we're investing in cards because like fantasy basketball. And it's like, Luka's going to score 40 and he's going to be MVP, and then my cards are going to go up. But it's not just one simple economic factor. It's not just how good they play. It's how many cards there are. So, like, for example, as a 45-year-old man, I can't invest in Luka in some of the modern cards because he over-indexes in young people investing in him. So if there's 15 to 20-year-old kids who are investing, if something goes down and they can't hold on, they don't have the wherewithal, they don't have the financial wherewithal to, and that means that if I'm in the same class as them, the price is going to go down because they're not holding on. So like, I think sometimes people don't think about the real complexity of what makes a market, and they simplify it and they get hurt by that.
So Darren, you're telling me that you're having a dinner party and Matthew Broderick just shows up at your house.
Oh my gosh.
You're going to get the vest and you're bringing it down in front of everybody and you're saying, please put this on. Is that what's you're telling me that?
It depends on, I will tell you, when I do sell the vest, I will pay for Matthew Broderick to show up to the auction.
Okay,
which will be pennies in comparison.
Gotcha.
Like, pay him 80, 90, 100,000 to show up just to make it like a big deal. But it is kind of, I try to keep things away from the house as much as possible.
Gotcha.
I don't trust that one son. I feel he's going to get a combination to a safe or something. I try to keep a lot of things away from the house, which is again tough. It's like you want to enjoy these things, and a high res picture is not a good thing. I mean, you really want to touch them, but at some point things just become valuable and an investment that you don't want to do it.
I'm on the Collect site right now, CLLCT.com, just starting up. And I see a story about a Mickey Mantle photo, and I've seen the discussion of Type 1 photos really taking off. What exactly is a Type 1 photo?
Okay, I'm going to do it as quickly as I can. A Type 1 photo is a photo taken from an original negative, printed within 6 months of when it was taken. Oh. So basically, this was taken in 1951. It was used for his 1951 card, and it was printed within 6 months. Okay, so that's Type 1. Type 2 is a photo that was printed within 6 months, but was not using the original negative. Type 3 is something that used the original negative that wasn't printed in 6 months. And then Type 4 is not using the original negative and not printed within 6 months, which is not collectible. The thing about Type 1s that are really interesting, because that's the ones that people are focusing on. So the Mickey Mantle sells for $837,000, which is the record for a Type 1 ever. But then, like, in the same auction, there's an unbelievable Elvis Presley photo that sells for $612. And like, this is when I'm trying to think about, I'm going to invest in Type 1s. How could it be that much of a delta? That doesn't seem like that's that investable. It seems like there's something that's investable, and then there's everything else. So I think the jury is still out on whether Type 1, everything looks good in a PSA slab, but I think the jury's still out on whether Type 1s are real. We've seen outrageous prices, but then we see affordable prices, and it doesn't seem to make sense to me yet.
Is there anything else you can tell us about the Collect website or the network, or sure. I don't know why?
My goal is, I think about this all the time, and my goal is to talk about this all the time and talk about it in a way, do the journalism in a way that really has not been to this space, despite the fact that it's worth billions and billions. So we think there's a white space here. And, one of the things I want to do is I do want to educate, right? Like, you just asked, what is Type 1s? And, like, I've had pretty serious collectors be like, I've never heard of it. Or, I don't understand how PSA grades. I don't know how grading works. Should I grade a card? Let me give you an example, right? So, I'm 45 years old. A ton of my friends, during COVID, it was so annoying. I couldn't even get up. My phone was blowing up so badly, like, found the shoebox, found the sheets. I'm ready to grade them. And I'm like, okay, you're the 50th person today who's contacting me. I'm not doing this as a full-time business. But, like, it's what you thought was amazing back then and now is not amazing now. So guys like, oh, my God, I found a 1985 Topps Roger Clemens rookie. Like, and it's pristine. And I'm like, it's probably not a 10. It's probably a 9. Do you know how much a 1985 Roger Clemens in a PSA 9 graded is?
Heck yeah, man. I got like a few of them. It's like $25.
$34, right? So you just blindly go in and you get that thing graded for $60. You're down.
Yeah.
So, I want this to serve as some education. I want it to be community. there's so much going on that I just want to tap into it. We've got a great staff. I think we're going to build quickly and do some fun content. We're going to do a show where it's kind of like the Antique Roadshow, but the appraiser only gets 2 minutes to see the item, and then they have to tell you how much it's worth.
Oh, wow.
So kind of give a little expediency to it. And I'm thinking about doing a show where people give me the binding rights like Judge Judy in a civil situation. Like, should you sell the item or keep it? And it's like a husband and wife fighting, and like they have to sign like an actual DocuSign that says whatever decision I make at the end of the show is binding.
Oh, wow.
And then, I say, no, you got to sell it. And then, they literally by law have to sell it. I'm playing around with that. I don't know if that's too serious to start. But.
I like it.
I mean, it sounds awesome. And
lots of divorces on the way. I like it.
The website, collect.com, but it's CLLCT.com. Darren, really appreciate your time this
Thanks
afternoon.
for having me, guys.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen, Darren Rovell.
He's a good man.
He is, in just a show.
Why do people hate him so much on Twitter?
But he admitted that. He was like, look, it's a snapshot, maybe not all context. By the way, Kyle, the man who runs things at Dallas Card Show, goes, I believe they got that photo at the Dallas Card Show.
Interesting.
I think he was talking about the photo.
Wow.
Look, we've talked about this before. You can get crazy stuff at the Dallas Card Show, but that I feel like I learned something today.
I got a "you're telling me" question in.
You did. Also, I
You're
immediately thought of you when he said the Antiques Roadshow bit, when you brought your book of cards into Beckett, and Paul and Eric had to let you know that
they did this thing. So Mike, if you bring that kind of stack to Mike's going to smile real big because he gets his opportunity to dunk on you on how crappy your cards are. When whenever it was them, they looked at each other and you could see how disappointed they were that they had to.
They didn't want to hurt your
They were
feelings.
like, man, he's such a good guy, and I don't really want to say this to him. But even Kevin, you knew. That's what's even worse, Kevin. You knew. You let me walk into that situation like that.
I know.
I didn't tell him. You weren't like, this is a
know.
waste of time.
Because he was so excited. You've seen people when they're excited.
I have 2 sheets of Will Clark cards, all unique.
They assume this. Your assumption is this because in the 1980s, when you had a whole box full of 1950s cards, they're like, even the bad ones are worth something.
Yes.
And so now people are like, it is 2020, whatever now. Obviously 24 now, but 2020 is when it went crazy. And people are like, I got cards from the 1980s. That's the approximate same age that everything started blowing up in the 80s about stuff in the 50s. The issue is nobody threw anything away, and they literally printed until the year was over. They said, do not stop it. We are not running out of paper anytime soon. And so there's literally like 1 million Roger Clemens Topps rookie cards. And grandmas and moms didn't throw away 80% of them.
Yeah, because it's same thing. Every
or put them in
grandchild
bicycles
was
or,
told about that at that time, for sure.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for Mike Likes It. Are you trying to look at the sun from there, Corey?
Nope.
Oh. Wait, what time does that start at? I went downstairs. I looked at the sun through real glasses, not like, Oakley's, but whatever these things are called, Eclipse glasses.
From the Perot, yeah.
Are they called Eclipse glasses?
From the 469, Mike.
It's really cool. You can see the sun through them because you can't see anything else.
From the 469, the Will Clark cards will be worth more when he makes it to the WNBA.
No,
that will be true.
No. And by the way, I think the Eclipse has kind of started, but it's supposed to
partial.
140 to 144, I believe, is when it's supposed to be really.
It has started, and just from the side of the pimp cup in here, I could actually see the sun and the moon starting to partially eclipse it.
I'm going outside
right now.
I want to.
I didn't
want to
set up
see it.
anything.
Can you wait
for the wireless for you?
All right, I'll wait now.
Call in.
So I hate doing this. I really do. I hate this topic.
Oh, no.
Eclipse?
No.
Oh, my bad.
The fact that
Pictures.
Grady Dick is out with a groin contusion?
Because his last name.
You're joking.
That's what they reported. Yes.
No way.
All right. So
First the Eclipse, now this?
I think this happened.
Spencer Strider looks like I don't think it's been officially announced yet.
But he has UCL damage.
He had to fly here to see Dr. Meister. I mean, in a way, luckily, the Rangers do have what is considered the best elbow doctor in the world here as their team doctor. But Shane Bieber, his season's over, probably part of next year, if not all of next year. Strider's season is probably over and probably part of next year being over. And it's everybody. At this point, it's literally everybody. Everybody's going to have Tommy John surgery or a form of it. There's the new surgery that Jacob deGrom had, which we don't have a name for it yet. But
DeGrommy John is what we threw out there, but maybe not.
But at this point, it's over. And I thought Eric Nadel did a great interview here on 105.3 The Fan. It was the pregame yesterday. And Bruce Bochy, I'm going to try to quote him as best as I can, is he pretty much said, yeah, we're teaching them to blow out. Every team is teaching players how to blow out their elbow now. And let's do it. And here's what he said. He said, and me and my father obviously know a lot about pitching, and we know when we see a breaking ball, we're like, all right, for the first time, we're giving a kid a lesson and they're off the mound and they throw a breaking ball. We're like, man, if you want to know who Tommy John is, this is great because you're throwing a pitch right now. Your breaking ball, the way you're throwing it, as long as you keep doing it that way, you'll get to know the history of Tommy John. You'll get to know the surgery and everything because you're going to get to have it.
Yeah.
And Bruce Bochy said, well, the sweeper and to get the good horizontal break we want on a slider, we're teaching to get underneath the ball. So if you get your palm up when you throw a breaking ball, if your palm is kind of facing the eclipse, then there's a good chance you're going to Tommy John yourself. One of the best Tommy John breaking balls I've ever seen in my life in person at Duncanville. And then he went on a few years later, and literally 2 years later, and struck out 872 Houston Astros in one game was Kerry Wood. He actually tied the record. I believe, was it 20?
Yes,
I think he struck out
correct.
20. At 20 years old, he struck out 20 Houston Astros, and that was a pretty darn good Houston Astros team. And he would get underneath this breaking ball. And it was unbelievable. The break of it, the side break, and then the down break was unhittable. Obviously, I couldn't hit it in high school. Nobody could. And then 2 years later, nobody in the major leagues could hit it. And then about a year or two later, Tommy John, right? And he came back and was still a good pitcher in different ways for different organizations. But everybody knew, watching him throw his breaking ball in high school, unbelievable. He's going to Tommy John himself. Everybody knew it. And it was like, well, it's working so well, let's not change it. Like, nobody can hit this pitch. And so now everybody doesn't throw like Kerry Wood, but more people throw like Kerry Wood now. The violence that they put into the pitch because of everything that we're training and teaching, guys are throwing the ball harder. And Bruce Bochy said with Eric Nadel, it was so interesting because he was saying, yeah, we're teaching to get underneath the breaking ball at times to really create the good horizontal break we want on it. And it's not the Rangers. It's literally all 30 teams, probably all colleges, are saying, we know we're going to blow out your elbow. We know it. We're intentionally doing it. But with this pitch, you're going to get people out until you blow out your elbow. And then once you blow out your elbow, you're going to miss about 15 months approximately. And then you're going to come back. And for 3 to 7 years, somewhere in that range, we're going to reteach you on how to blow out your elbow again. But it's going to get out. It's going to get guys out. And then 3 to 7 years, we're going to do another surgery. There's a likelihood you're not going to ever come back anymore, but there's a chance you will. Cole Reagans is doing pretty darn good on his second Tommy John. I believe Evaldi's had 2 Tommy John surgeries in his career and is doing just fine. But it's just interesting to me that we're teaching because of we need the outs. We're teaching, so we're going to blow out your elbow. This is like,
man,
within 4 years, just for an example.
It's almost worth it as a pitcher.
Paul Skeens. Within 4 years, he's going to blow out. That would be, I would not that I'm putting money on somebody to get hurt, but I would put money on if somebody said over under within 4 years, Paul Skeens blows out his elbow. I'd say, oh yeah,
he
for
has
sure.
that motion. He has that way he throws.
Yeah, and he's throwing 102 miles an hour. And so everybody does. Like, literally everybody does.
I realize
Except for Nolan.
Fair.
He threw a curveball. He got over the top. He got his fingers over the top.
I realize Skeens is not anywhere close to free agency or anything like that, but does that make you totally reevaluate the way you sign pitchers, even if it's a pitcher you really want? And they're like, hey, we want 7-8 years, and you're just like, I can't.
I never would. I told you, I think I've done this on the air before, but I'm going to do it again. Me and AJ Hinch had this conversation in 2005 when we were playing for the Scranton Wilkes-Barre Red Barons, home of Dunder Mifflin, even though that wasn't even out yet. The Office wasn't even out yet. But you cannot sign pitchers to long-term contracts. I hate saying this. I want the best for pitchers. I want pitchers to make tons of money. And guess what? Pitchers are the most important people in the playoffs. They just are. They're the ones that usually lead you. Now, I heard this interesting conversation is as we're blowing everybody out. So, I mean, pitching staffs are just going, they're not that great anymore because there's so many guys that are hurt. Does offense become more valuable than ever? So this is a little bit of a Rangers topic too. The Rangers arguably have the best offense in baseball. And obviously the Dodgers, the Braves, the Astros I know are off to a slow start, but I think that Astros lineup is pretty dangerous and throughout the season it'll pay off for them. But is offense more important now than ever? Because all the pitchers are going to be gone by the end of the year, it feels like. They're all going to blow out.
Can I ask a question? Because there was this statement made yesterday during kind of a similar conversation on the national broadcast.
With David Cohen, I'm assuming.
And they were talking about Greg Maddux.
Teaching Dane Dunning, right?
And they said never once had a Tommy John.
Right.
Could his style of pitching, isn't that Chichi Rodriguez?
Well,
Gonzalez.
Right?
I'm
Chichi
sorry.
Rodriguez.
It happens. We always do it. But like change up and placement was huge for him.
Yeah.
But can you do it without throwing 100 miles an hour? Can you be a pro pitcher and be successful and be that guy?
I think so, but it doesn't matter what I think so. Organizations don't believe it.
Yeah.
So all 30 teams are like, we want 100 miles an hour. We want the slider that's going to blow out an elbow, and we're going to live with it. But I think, I don't know this. I talked about this before. We just saw Blake Snell, Jordan Montgomery. I think that teams are like, hey, we're going to intentionally blow out guys. We know that we're going to hurt them, but we want the best from them. We want them maxing out. We want them throwing as hard as they possibly can every pitch, right? Greg Maddux obviously was not trying to throw as hard as he could. For 100 pitches, he might have tried to throw as hard as he could 5 out of the 100 pitches.
Right. He was trying to throw like 80 pitches a game.
Now, Nolan did. Nolan would throw 300 innings per year. On an average, he was just like 300 innings every year. Like the best pitchers in the history of baseball would throw 300 innings. And now we're at 175 is a lot of innings pitched in a season. So that we're pitching less, we're getting hurt more. But guys, for the most part, I think there were unique people in the history of baseball, Nolan Ryan being one, that could throw the ball 100 miles an hour and not blow out. But guys aren't going to pitch. Fergie Jenkins might be listening right now. Nobody pitches like Fergie Jenkins, and nobody is going to pitch like Fergie Jenkins. They will tell you you'll never make the major leagues pitching like Fergie Jenkins.
Yeah.
Is that right? I don't think it's right, but they're just like, no, we need to teach you a slider to get underneath it so it has better break, and we need to teach you to throw the ball as hard as God made it possible for you to throw the ball, whether that's 102 like Paul Skeens or whether that's 92 like Dane Dunning. We got to teach you how to max out every fastball, and we got to teach you an unbelievable breaking ball that will probably, with the combination of what we're teaching, blow you out. So it's more important than ever for organizations to say, for your Jack Leiters, Kamar Rocker, right? He's blown out already, but we're going to draft them, and we're going to use them for their 6 years of service time. And then we're going to give them at that point 2 to 3 year contracts. We're going to give them a lot of money in those 2 to 3 years, but if they blow out on us, we're not going to, Steven Strasburg, we're not going to owe him $240 million not to pitch the rest of his life. Like, I don't know what to do except say, all right, teach them how to blow out and to be their best. It's same. They see it as the exact same. If we have to teach them how to throw the ball as hard as they can on every pitch and a great breaking ball, we're also teaching them how to blow out at the same time. So if we're going to teach them that, we really can't pay them a lot of money over a long period of time because we don't know at what point the elbow is going to snap in half, because we know it is. Spencer Strider, Garrett Cole, all the best pitchers in baseball, they're gone, and they only last now 2 to max 5 years. Spencer Strider lasted 2 years in the major leagues, 2.5 years. Walker Buehler lasted 3 years max for the Dodgers. He looked like he was going to be the next superstar pitcher. Shane Bieber, maybe career over. I don't know, because they told Shane Bieber, you got to stop pitching like this, dude. You don't throw hard enough and your breaking ball's not nasty enough. So in this offseason, he did everything he could to improve his velocity and improve his breaking ball. And 2 starts into the season, he's done now for a year at least. I don't know what to do, except I guess you keep doing it and you just say, this is it. This is what baseball is. If you're a pitcher, you're going to have at least 1 Tommy John surgery, if not 3.
Kind of feels that way,
which seems like a crazy approach, but here we are.
It almost feels too like again, as a player, if you're a good pitcher and you show you're good 1-2 years, 1.5 years, you're going to get some big money. I mean, that's how it feels. So as a pitcher, it feels fine.
I remember watching this video recently, and it's Nolan Ryan and Tom House trying to teach a young Randy Johnson on how to pitch. They already knew, like, dude, you're 6'9" and throw the living, or 6'11", whatever he was, and throws the crap out of the ball. But they're like, you're not pitching, you're just throwing. And now they're like, dude, throwing is perfect. Just throw it. Just throw it and break it, and let's see what happens. And you'll blow out, but let's just use it for as long as we can. I don't know. I think Randy Johnson could have thrown 3 to 5 miles an hour harder than he did in his career, and could have even had a better breaking ball. But he's like, pitch. This is good enough. This is fat. I can control it at this speed. I can break it at this speed and know how to pitch and get through 7 innings, get through possibly 9 innings, be able to recover and throw every 5th day at let's say a 85 to 90% efficiency rate, but stay healthy. Now we're go to 100%. When you die, you die.
Don't die.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the Eclipse block starring Corey Majors. There's an Eclipse.
I'll sell you some glasses. Just like there's some people taking advantage of people. Are you going outside? Mike's going to go outside and look at the sun while Kevin, we discuss what I did on Friday with my high school and your suggestion for my new favorite show next on The Fan.
The Rangers and Astros close out their 4-game series tonight at Globe Life Field in Arlington. Hi, everybody. This is Eric Nadell with Matt Hicks and Jared Sandler. Our broadcast begins at 6:30 right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you, Kevin. Would you like me to start off with Eclipse talk or something else?
Eclipse talk.
All right. My buddy just sent me a picture of him, and he has this is what drives me nuts. He has a Totality shirt on. Have you seen this?
I have not.
Because this is Totality, Dallas, Texas. It says Totality, Dallas, Texas, 4821. That's the shirt right there, Kevin. Because this is Totality. It is.
Isn't it 24? Probably.
Oh, that is I guess that's a 4, yeah, because this year's 2024.
Sorry.
So that's what's happening is, Kevin, when I was pulling up this morning at the gas station next door to us,
yes,
they said, buy your Eclipse glasses here. And I was like, everywhere I've gone in the last 2 weeks, as I've paid or exited the place, somebody has said, hey, do you want some glasses for the Eclipse?
You did say the Clips, right?
The Eclipse.
The Clips?
Eclipse.
No, the Eclipse.
Oh, my bad. All right.
I know. It's okay.
Is this
I
the
understood.
Clips? What song is this by the Clips?
Grinding.
All right. In your face. You didn't know that?
I did not.
So you can keep that going. That's fine. I like it. This is Here Comes the Sun.
Oh, the band you hate the most.
Why do you hate the Beatles
I do
so
not
much?
hate the Beatles. Why do all of these like radical opinions get?
Are you okay with people trying to take advantage of other people by selling glasses and shirts for an Eclipse?
As long as the glasses work, I do not approve. That's my concern.
Ooh.
If you want to,
Mine worked. I can still see.
Okay.
I saw the eclipse. It's about a fourth. The sun is about a fourth covered right now.
If you want to buy the T-shirt,
Moon's moving really slow
from whoever. That's fine. I don't know if I would buy the Eclipse glasses from
the gas station.
Station. Like we got these glasses from the Perot. Feels like they probably
because they own the Mavs.
They've got this. No, for a variety of reasons to that.
Good point.
That is not a good point.
They
That was a solid point.
Wouldn't sign Kurt Thomas because they go, it costs $100 more.
Okay.
We're out.
That's right, Mike. And
Thanks
that's
a
why
lot.
they make Eclipse glasses.
Yeah, and they helped Clinton become president.
Because I always felt
Actually,
like
that's true,
I always felt like after 9/11,
oh my
the
god,
What is happening in this
little
segment?
American flag guy, you know, the guy that they made a killing after that, right? Am I wrong? Like there were so many American flags all over the place after that.
You're right.
I felt like that dude, whoever was, I was like, they're kind of taking advantage of our patriotism.
America
here.
probably made them.
Actually, they were all made somewhere other countries.
Really?
Oh yeah, look at them. Yeah, man, it's weird. Anyway,
I've never looked at an American flag to see the tag where they're made.
what's gonna happen?
We can't even make our own flags? That's it.
What's going to happen after said that? No,
That's all? Yeah.
No, I like it.
Yeah.
What's going to happen after the eclipse? Because
some people are gonna have superpowers.
No,
sun moves
have
away.
you ever seen the show Heroes?
I think we have to find a
The
cheerleader
sun
or something.
finally,
Yes,
right, Kevin?
save the world.
The sun finally moves away
Yep.
from the moon.
It's not entirely sure.
What if the sun was just on a different part of the sky?
Well, that's gonna happen.
Where?
The sun moves.
Yeah.
Well, I guess, or realistic.
Oh.
No.
Whoever
Flat
knew,
earther. You know what I'm
No.
saying?
whoever knew the sun and the
The
moon were the
Earth
same
moves.
size.
God darn
I was
it.
taught very differently in school about the sun and the moon size, but yet I'm finding out when you look at the eclipse, they're the exact same size.
That is a matter of perspective, sir.
I don't hate the free market. I'm just asking questions. All right. Just asking questions is all I'm doing right now. Don't-
Yes, people take advantage of everything. If you have a chance to sell something,
And we're
then-
seeing the dark
been to a
side of the
funeral
moon
home?
right now, right?
Yes.
They say we can't see the dark side of the moon, but we're seeing the dark side of the moon right now.
Man,
That is true.
just fire up your Pink Floyd and get after it.
All right. Deal.
With the prism,
that's the next
the
show.
triangle prism thing.
Yes, actually, good job.
Mm-hmm.
Back to you, Corey.
So the sun's happening, and that was. I want updates from people. Y'all let me know how the thing happens.
Are you gonna go up
What
there?
happens after? Again, If you get superpowers, let us know. Don't hide it. We'll take care of you. All right?
No, we won't.
They'll take care of us, probably.
Okay, crap. Yeah, you got a good point.
Up on the top of our parking garage, we're informed
I was there.
that there's
That's
a
where I
table of people just hanging out up there.
DJ's there. I think News 1080.
Yes, that is
News Radio.
News Radio 1080.
That is the station, if that is the question you were asking.
They're broadcasting from a table on the 4th level of the parking garage.
Why didn't we have a table?
Yeah, can we get a mic out there?
We dropped the table.
We did have a mic out there.
Can we get Mike with a mic out there?
Oh, I can't do anything.
Mike-
Well, I mean, we'd have to talk to DJ, and he's out there.
Yeah, when
DJ's
Mike
out there.
left to go look outside, did you think he was going to come back with McDonald's?
And like telling us he has a big red splotch in his eyesight now.
I can't see, guys. I'm gonna have to.
I can
Go
still
home
see.
early.
I closed my eyes and reopened them. I can still see.
Okay, good.
You think Mike would look at the sun if it allowed him to go home early?
Yeah, I kind of do.
Not at this point. It's not worth it.
Okay, but there's a time in the show
Yeah,
where I
for
think
sure.
you'd be like,
Yeah.
I'll deal with that
Yeah.
later.
12:30 or before.
And then he's on the post game or the pre and post for the Rangers, and we're like, "Hey!" And he's just like, "Oh, that one."
I
He
got
just
my
kept
sight.
throwing that pitch, and it just kept disappearing on the right side. And you're like, what?
So on Friday, I got to go to my alma mater, Bryan Adams.
North Texas.
I like that hat.
Yeah. Is it weird that I go to two schools that have green and white as their colors, Mike?
I don't know the
Is
answer.
Bryan Adams always green and white?
Always green and white, from as far as I know.
And a
My parents went
little
there.
gold. Is there gold in there or no?
No.
Yellow.
Not really.
All right, fine.
I want to apologize because I announced the starting lineups for both teams. Now, I did not know I was
Who'd they play?
announcing Seagoville High School. And I played some in high school. I played with a bunch of guys from Seagoville, and they were pretty good players. They were fun to play with and everything. But I forgot what their mascot was. So I would like to apologize to Seagoville High School.
Sea Dragons?
For calling them the Seagovilles over the
Shut up,
loudspeaker. And one of the kids out there, he just looked at me and gave me the, "Hey, what was that all about?" And I was like, I mean, dragons. And I just kind of left it at that because I had seen dragons on the back of somebody's shirt when I was walking up. So I was like, maybe it's the dragons. I apologize to Seagoville. I didn't know I was supposed to announce y'all at first. So that was my mistake for calling you the Seagovilles.
I think that's a good guess.
I would also like to shout out to Carl Robinson Sr. I know it's not Shout Out Friday, but whenever I got there and announced everything, by the way, a lot of Tolos in East Dallas, baby. That was nice. There were a lot of people that go to the school, are teachers at the school that listen to the station. Got to give them a lot of love there. The new head coach, Carl Robinson, comes up to me and starts chatting and everything. He's like, "Hey, I really appreciate you coming out. I really appreciate you, showing support for the community. One of the things that we're trying to do is bring the community back to the school. They have an amazing, Mike, we did not have, you were recently there, right? Didn't you recently go to the game to
Bryan
see?
Adams,
Yeah.
I missed that one.
Okay. We didn't have the same batting cage. We had a junky little batting cage.
It's covered now,
Yeah,
right?
they put up a really nice one over there.
Hear
so
that,
was
Bishop
nice.
Lynch?
So that was cool. And then, but Carl Robinson Sr., I guess, it is Carl Robinson's father.
That makes sense.
He was listening to the show and he called his son and said, "Hey, are you going to be at the game today? Because Corey from 105.3 The Fan is going to be there." And he was like, "How do you know that?" And he was like, "Because I was just listening and I heard him talking about it." And so, yeah, Carl Robinson Sr., shout out. Thanks for being on Tolo, man. Really appreciate it.
As you were talking, I was looking at my emails. And I think
all 4,000 of them?
This does have to do with high school baseball. This bat is used in tournaments right below high school baseball. I wonder what Easton has to do with this. There's this Hype Fire bat, and I saw this kid use it last week.
Hype Fire.
Easton, and this kid swung the bat. Little kid, probably 5'6", 100 pounds at best. Swings the bat about 45 miles an hour and hits the ball to the fence opposite field.
Wow.
This bat does look like fire.
And I'm like, this is an illegal bat. This is a load of crap. And it just got suspended from all tournaments.
Wow.
And I watched this. I'm like, there's one kid that was bigger and hit the ball out of the park for a home run. I'm like, I can't tell you that that's an illegal bat. That kid's heavy enough, big enough that he swung the bat fast enough but when that little kid swung the bat and it went opposite field, one hop the fence, I was like, that bat's a load of crap. As in, it's not a load of crap. It's too loaded. And so now that Velo crazy who is all using an illegal bat now, like, hey, good luck the rest of the way not using the illegal bat. How about you kids use a drop 3 and see what you swing at normally?
Yeah, everybody should get that same old silver Easton that we used to have to swing back at T-ball. Mike doesn't know because he always got the good bats, but we had that silver Easton from like
my 2 good bats were
Oshman's.
We used the Louisville Slugger back in the 90s. It was maroon. And then they went to white and black. And back when I played high school, you could use a drop 5. Now you have to use a drop 3. What I mean by that is if it's 33 inches, it has to be 30 ounces. It can't be anything less. So if you hear, hey, drop 3, drop 5, drop 10, what we're talking about is the length to the ounces.
Yes.
And so you have to use a drop 3 in high school, and there's this drop 5, and these kids were illegally using this bat. It wasn't illegal in the tournament a week or so ago, but you could tell it was a load of crap. Like, dude, you guys are good enough. Use a regular bat.
But I would like to congratulate BA for winning 8-0 on the day that I show up to announce their starting lineup. If you'd like to have me announce more,
You're
I'll
undefeated.
do it. I'm undefeated right now. One of our old
Are you
band
going to take advantage of folks and charge them?
Yeah, probably so. It's going to be that'll be $6
free
per
Eclipse shirt.
$6 per.
Now you said Clips that time, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to go back out for the Eclipse. Are we done?
No,
I want
you know how our clock works.
1 more minute.
Kevin is recently.
I'll be back for Danny Green, man. It's Danny Green time.
Kevin has recently given me a suggestion, and that is the show The Gentleman. If y'all haven't watched The Gentleman on Netflix, it is based off of a movie, which I believe is a Guy Ritchie film. I know this is a Guy Ritchie creation, so I think it's the same. But watching it, same idea. But if you haven't watched The Gentleman, the movie, give it a look. It was fine. The show, though, is fantastic. This is an absolute blast. I'm loving it right now. I'm on episode 6-ish, Kevin, but Kevin gave me a suggestion, and so far,
you would like it,
you have nailed, I think the last 4 suggestions you've gotten right for me, and I really appreciate that. So if you get a chance, go check that show out. That, and as always, Letterkenny and Shoresy. So that's the way this show go.
With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NBA champion, former defensive agitator, and our Odyssey NBA insider, Danny Green. Next right here on The Fan.
Welcoming new listeners.
.105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Window Nation. It's also brought to you by America Can Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hoping to talk with Danny Green in just a minute. Meanwhile, Mike Bassick is not back quite yet. He is giving us reports from the top of the parking garage where he said the sun is now 3/4 covered up by the moon, and it's supposed to I guess get all the way blacked out at 1:40 and go until about 1:44. We actually have a decent view from up here on the 11th floor. So some fun times happening, and we will get Mike, our Eclipse correspondent, back with us in
I don't know if
just
you're really
a few
having
minutes.
fun. Like, are you really enjoying that we're all getting up and walking away from our microphones to look at this?
Yeah.
Not sun?
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
Right? No, it really is. Right now, on the line is our Odyssey NBA insider, Danny Green. Insider calls are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure. Good afternoon, sir.
Good. How you doing, man? Good afternoon.
We're doing great. Eclipse fever has taken over the Metroplex, and it's supposed to be over our head in about 17 minutes. Do you care? Did you care about the eclipse today?
Actually, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to watch it. I'm going to be watching the game. I'm going to be working the game. But I mean, I like seeing, what nature has. I guess this is a part of nature, but what the world has to show us. I do like the stars and the galaxies and stuff like that. I'm not a big believer in astrology, but I mean, I have learned a bit about it throughout my years, especially living. I feel like people in Canada, some of them take it more seriously, but I've come across different people when it comes to that type of thing. So, and I've noticed some things, but I said I'm not a big believer in it, but I said I'm open to listening and learning about everything. So planets, stars, galaxies, seeing things that I may not only see but 2 or 3 times in my lifetime, for sure, up for it.
If somebody tells you they're super into astrology, are you going to listen to their whole bit or be like, hey, thanks for giving me a heads up. I'll see you later.
I'm not going to dismiss anybody, especially when it comes to that's me. But said I like to learn things, and I'm on to the whole bit, but I listen to it. I'll take some pieces that I think is useful to me.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll listen, see what they have to say, and it depends on what they're saying. And if they're talking about my sign, I'll listen more, and I guess maybe signs that are close to me, but signs that I don't know, maybe I'll listen a little, like, to learn other signs. But they said it's not like my studying or like my my major in college, so I'm not going to be like, I need to take this to learn and make sure I know these answers for a test. But I will listen and learn and see what they're passionate about. So depending on who the person is as well, you know, it depends on who that person is to you. You'll probably appreciate their information more, but yeah.
Oh, immediately I'm asking about my wife's sign and just trying to figure out. Yeah, that sounds a lot like her. That definitely does sound like her.
Exactly. So I'm learning about my sign, my wife's sign, my family. Some people in my family or people said that I have close friendships with, but that don't know much about their signs. I'm like, why is this person like this? And why do people say, retrograde? Like, what's going on with this? So I'll learn a little bit, but in the same breath, I don't believe all that dictates your decision making.
That makes sense. Now, you said you're working tonight's game. I have UConn winning this against Purdue in my bracket. I had this all planned out all the way. Can we get to 148 points total? That's what I got to get to for my bracket, though?
Ooh, I know Purdue's probably going to play a little bit slower pace. UConn went up and down against Alabama. So that's an average of 74 points each.
Yeah.
I think we could get that. I could see UConn getting into the 80s. And I think the game will be better than people expect because UConn's going to blow everybody out. The last game was a 16-point game, but it didn't open up till later. So I don't know if we'll get to that 70%. It's very – I don't know if Purdue the pace of the game, it's hard to tell, man. But I don't think we get that. I wouldn't take that bet. I would fade it.
All right, Mr. Danny Green, I was watching the Mavs last night. Luka's doing his thing. Kyrie's even doing better. And I'm hearing a lot of former NBA players and even analysts still not giving Luka tons of credit. And I was wondering, and I guess he might have done this to himself, is Luka the most disliked NBA player right now going?
No, I don't think so. I know some people are rubbed the wrong way that he complains to the refs sometimes. He's very skilled offensively or defensively. He started to pick it up and trying, but they just realized some people think that he only plays one side of the ball. And when you're that great, there's always going to come some negativity, right? There's going to be people that hate on you. You see it with LeBron. You see it with Kobe. You see it with the rest of the piece, Kobe. You see it with Kyrie. You've seen it with everybody, even Caitlin Clark. That's just part of the it comes with the territory. When you're great, some people are going to love you. Some people are going to find flaws and dislike you. So I don't think he's the most disliked. No, I do think that he doesn't get enough credit, and that's also because they're always pretty good in the West. They're just not in the top three. Like he would be MVP if they were top 3 or 4. They're always teetering with the 5-6 line and always end up dropping or end up jumping to like 5 or 6 at the end of the season. They're always like in the 7-8 and end up around that. So like he's really good, but I think people respect him more. Like Shea, he took his team crazy enough to almost be number 1 this year. And he's getting a lot of love, but eventually enough, you'll see, it's good. People are going to love him, and then some people said they'll turn, and some people will find flaws and dislike him. That's just part of the gig,
So it sounds like, and maybe I'm misinterpreting, do you think the MVP is not down to Jokic and Luka? Do you think Shea's still in the mix, or do you think Jokic has got it?
I mean, I think Jokic has got it because Shea's been out the last couple games or so. But Shea was my MVP, and I think Luka's for sure considered with the way they're finishing up the season right now. They've had a pretty strong showing these last couple of weeks. But because Shea played most of the games up until he's been hurt the last week or so, maybe he can get back and make another push. But I don't think they want the number 1 seed because I don't think they want to face the Lakers or anybody else in the first round,
Yesterday's game was just wild. And they were down early in that game. The Mavericks were down early in the game against Houston. They come back. They fight all the way back. Claw, scratch to it. And then after the game, Kyrie said, hey, Luka and I work really hard, and we're really passionate about this, and I think that spills over to the guys. When your best players are fighting the way that Luka and Kyrie did last night for a win against the Rockets, and then on top of that, whenever y'all get a game like that, what does that do for a team, a win like yesterday's game for the Mavericks?
That's huge, man. It's huge for, not just the column, but the team camaraderie, the building the bond of guys believing in each other and knowing that you guys can do it, and just guys willing to, fight for you. When you're about to go into battle, you want guys beside you ready to, take a bullet for you. An analogy, of course, quote unquote. So yeah, when you show that type of fight and you want them to fight with you, you got to do little things. You can't cut corners. You got to be willing to sacrifice. And when they see that you're doing the dirty work, they'll be willing to do it and not let you down. So that's a big win for them, team-wise, more than anything. It's like some wins don't show how big they are on the floor in the win column. Just they show up in that locker room. So it could be against a really good team, it could be against a bad team, but some of those wins in those battles you'll never forget, and it'll help build, your team together.
You'd mentioned when we were talking about college basketball just a minute ago, Caitlin Clark. I'm curious, how locked in were you on the Caitlin Clark phenomenon, obviously falling short in the title game against South Carolina?
She was amazing, man. She was great. I watched it. I didn't get a chance to see the first quarter. I heard she was unbelievable. I was working a game here at Yahoo. I am in Glendale, Arizona. So I've been following the men's side of it, but she was amazing all tournament. And then that game, South Carolina, I think they were up on South Carolina, and they were losing, and South Carolina came back. And then once they went up, they just could never get back into it. And then South Carolina double digits. And they had a great season too. They both had great seasons, but I did watch it. They had a good pace. They missed some chippies, they missed some free throws, but they were winning early in the game, and most of the game they stayed in it and was close enough in striking distance to win, but they just couldn't get back. South Carolina did it. They said Dawn Staley did an amazing job with that group, and they deserved to win.
Appreciate it very much, good sir. We will catch up with you again next Monday, and an Eclipse-free Monday.
Yeah.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you guys. Eclipse free. Gotcha.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That was our Odyssey NBA insider, Danny Green. Insider calls are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure.
I saw the Eclipse.
Okay, Mike, can you explain?
It's like 80% now. Well, It was about 10 minutes ago, 80% Eclipse. As you can see, it's getting pretty dark outside.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess, you can't see if you...
Are you going to go back? Do you want to go back?
Heck yeah, I'm going back.
Did you feel different being outside while this was all taking place? Like, did you feel like you were you were getting new energy, or being depleted of energy,
or being turned into a wolf?
Did you test all of your fingers?
I will say this, there's a lot of clouds moving right now. And so sometimes you can see it very clear, and then for a minute you can barely see the sliver of sun that you can see, but it's cool. I wouldn't say this. I think for some people this is somehow, I don't know, life-changing or spiritual.
Oh, okay.
I can understand that.
For me, I was just looking at it going, oh, this is a cool science kind of planet thing that's happening. Mars. That's
You heard the man. All right.
Is it Mars that's blocking us right now, or Venus? Venus is closer to the sun, so probably Venus.
Let's hit the break. We'll be back in time for the full eclipse.
Oh, really?
We'll talk more eclipse.
I'm going to go
Maybe
eclipse
Mike
it.
can give us a call from
the
top of the parking garage.
There's a lot of people
info.
on the parking garage.
And we will chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Vag Nation. All of it coming at you next right here in the Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning.
It's Eclipse time, and right now, this segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. They've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
We have returned to a shocking scene here in Dallas as it appears as though the sun has been blotted out from the sky completely. Corey, what's happening with the totality?
Kevin, it's kind of like the sunset where the moon got in between the sun and us, and now it looks like a very bad thunderstorm has taken over. Has brought us. We can't see much of anything that is not in the light because everything's dark right now.
Is that Mike on the line?
Is that? Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know. I have no clue.
I'm on the roof.
I don't even see Reggie, so I have no clue. Oh, there is Mike. Mike Bassick. You're out in the streets right now, standing in a field. What's going on, man?
One, I don't have my glasses on. I'm just staring directly at it.
All right.
And I'm not lying. It's very cool.
Don't do that.
Well, I am.
And so much for your
it's really-
broadcasting for Ranger baseball now that you can't see the field.
This looks like a 1 o'clock day in Cleveland, Ohio. But it's really cool. It is way cooler than I thought it would be, to be honest. And I am just staring at it with my normal eyes because it's so dark outside, and it's really cool.
I guess that is the thing. Like, this is something I've never experienced because every 150 years this happens. So I've never been in the dark in the middle of the day before. Like, we've had storms, and that's been what it is. But this
Not
is
this dark.
Yeah, this is a very different, unique darkness. But
You can see a star in the sky next to the sun.
what?
Yeah.
I wonder if it is a star.
What are you
It is
doing?
a star. It's 100% a star.
Maybe it's just Mike. His eyes are all messed up now from staring directly at it.
I thought you were insinuating aliens.
Mike,
or
can you tell if it's as it's moving away? Is it getting lighter out there? Like, can you tell, like, looking off in the distance? Is as it's passing by? Can you kind of see that it's getting lighter at one side of the?
Well,
the
right
sky?
now, I would say it's 100% an eclipse. Like, it's 100%.
100%.
When I put on my glasses, I can't see anything. When I take my glasses off, I can see just like the outer parts of the sun.
You know, Kevin, moments ago, Chiafalo and I were standing at the window staring up directly into the sun as the moon started to cover it up completely. And then there was that one little moment where there was a little glimmer of bright sun, and then it disappeared. That was kind of the coolest part. It's like, again, like when you watch the sun set and you're like, did it go? Did it go? And you know that it's gone.
Reaching totality with you, Corey, was phenomenal.
It was kind of a special moment that only you and I can share together.
Did you
I need to ask all these people on the roof. Do you guys see the red dot? What's the red dot? There's a red dot, like next to the moon/sun.
It's Russia.
Find Brunoff. He's the one.
Did he just ruin his eyes?
Yeah, just find Brunoff out there. He knows what's going on. I got 75 emails from him about what's happening.
Just look for the guy with the big biceps.
Yeah. Find Brunoff out there.
He's probably lifting weights
tell you
right
what's
now.
going on.
There's a red dot, and that doesn't make any sense.
Oh,
be Mars.
That
Or you could have
that could
eye
be,
damage.
It could be your eye damage, Mike.
It could be the devil comet.
Yeah.
Y'all know the devil comet's a real thing that's happening right now, too. So
I can't confirm.
Right next to the sun and the moon?
I don't know exactly what it is, but Reggie, your thoughts on the devil comet?
Oh, here comes the sun.
It's a comet, is what Lucius is yelling behind me.
Yeah.
You see light? I like the darkness.
Yeah, here comes the sun.
With
You
the
merely
eclipse?
adapted to the dark.
Were you like,
sun.
were you really excited that it was going to happen, but like kind of worried it wasn't? But then all of a sudden you're like, oh, okay, it's happening, and you could just like sit back and relax and enjoy it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I was.
That's what I was just curious about.
All right, Bob Knight.
And now we also have Gavin Dawson joining us in the studio.
Dawson, did you not care about the eclipse?
Oh, I did. I was down there laying in the grass watching it in the final seconds.
He was bleeping grounding out there, bro.
Touching grass, getting connected with the earth.
I thought I found a nice spot to ground that wasn't soiled by homeless urine, so it was epic.
Did you think about breaking out the $6 to buy the Eclipse glasses that they were selling right next door to us?
According to Mike, you don't need them.
I'd broken out the $4 last night at a gas station over in your neck of the woods, actually, Hagee.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, went on an adventure. Make sure I had them.
Okay, very nice. From the 817, that just reminded me how much more I like the nighttime.
It got colder outside, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it got like probably 5 degrees colder. When the sun went away, it probably was 5 degrees colder, I would say.
Wow.
We could just have this for the month of August. Would be okay.
Yeah, more
Oh, you
eclipses
guys
and all.
didn't. You guys didn't experience this. You guys had to do radio.
I mean, you're doing radio with us.
Yeah.
You do have your glasses back on now, right?
Yes, I'm looking through the glasses
Okay,
now.
good.
You can probably see about 2% of the sun. So the rich part of the sun, right? That's we say we don't like the 2%.
That's the 1%. That's the 1%.
That's the Highland
Thank
Park
you very
side.
much.
So the 1%ers we don't like, but then the next 1%ers we do like.
I guess.
The 2%ers, we're cool with them.
Yeah.
We're
Except
cool
at A&M,
with
we
the
don't
people
like
that are in
the
the 2% club, just not the 1%.
Has the Eclipse lived up to your hopes and dreams, Mike?
I'm going to be honest. I didn't have high hopes, and this exceeded expectations.
That's just proof right there. If you don't have expectations, you'll always be better off. Because if you have expectations and it doesn't meet your expectations, then you're always disappointed. You don't, if you don't have a place to be disappointed, then you're going to be fine. Everything's going to turn out just fine. We did go with the dark lights in the room to kind of take advantage of, kind of set
now
the
my
scene.
eyes really hurt.
If you were looking on the Twitch,
I thought that was the moon doing that.
All right, I'm coming
Pretty sure
back
that's
up
the
to get
whole
my bag.
Okay.
Yeah.
See you guys.
Thanks for
We can
that.
throw out the window to you if you want.
we'd have to break the window.
We've done that up here
That
before.
has happened before.
That has happened up here before.
What do you guys think as right now D&M Leasing brings us the rest of our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation? Gentlemen, how is you today?
Excellent, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing great. I'm doing better than Tavondre Sweat. Are you interested in the player? And then what do you think when you get a DWI right before the draft?
We were thinking Sunday brunch probably got the best of them.
Sunday fun day.
Probably pre-gaming for Clark versus the Cox, like we all were. And it just, you get lost in the sauce. Those bottomless mimosas on a Sunday brunch with a big game early in the afternoon. I mean, that could get the best of anybody. So I'm feeling for my guy right now.
Yeah, there's thought of just talking to guys last night around the league. This is really going to hurt his because he's already had a reputation as a guy that does the is kind of a big party guy. They're worried about his weight. They're worried about his discipline. This is one of those things that the guys that did the scouting on him are saying, "Look, I told you, this is when you start to have meetings and these teams are talking about these players, this could very well knock him out of the. Actually, I was talking to guys. This might carry him all the way to the 4th round.
Wow.
We'll wait and see. But there were already organizations that had him off the board, and anyway, just because of his weight and the lack of discipline, and now you throw this on top of it. It's just kind of piling up for him right now. So we'll see. We'll see what teams do. But a lot of talk going on about that he's a guy that people talked about maybe a 2nd round guy.
Mm-hmm.
It's looking pretty sad for him right now.
It's a bummer. I mean, especially when he's going on these 30 visits and he's telling teams and admitting like, yes, I have had a problem with partying and this in my past, but that's behind me. And then you have, I just got
this is the
No,
last
he's
one.
just-
This is the last
He's
one.
he's just dredging up a lot of things that scouts knew about him, and
the timing couldn't be worse.
Yeah, couldn't be worse for him.
And that's what I wonder sometimes in the interviews, if it comes up, not just getting a DWI, but like, hey, you're about to go.
What did Dak go through that time in the draft? Didn't Dak go through a similar?
Well, he got in that
Yes.
I think
spring
he was
break
a
fight.
third. Yeah, he got a spring break
no, he
fight.
got a DUI, I believe.
Yes,
he was driving home.
So, and that was teams had questions about that. Was Dak a party guy and all that? Dak turned out okay, but this, when you're talking about a guy that's 360 something pounds, that's they're kind of a little bit worried about this. Does he physically care about him and how he maintaining and
Well, Eric,
all that?
yesterday on our BetQL show, Eric kind of took the opposite approach to that. He's like, what position does he play? Defensive line.
Yeah.
Maybe I want a little bit of a little bit of a screw loose here. I mean, could you sell this as a positive if you're his agent?
Yeah. Yes, I can, but I also, if I'm a GM or a coach, I got to trust that guy's going to be on the field, not in a wreck, not in a problem, not in jail. So that's my big
there's
problem.
some things from this DUI that might be coming out too. More things involved. So keep an eye on that.
Yeah, you can sell all you want, agent man, but I don't know if I'm buying on this one. I am okay to, draft DWI guy or DUI guy. I'm not sure which one it is right now, but I need to know that it's an incident, not an issue.
I gotcha.
It sounds like it's an issue.
Yeah, and you, Eric, made reference to the Iowa-South Carolina game. It was a busy day yesterday with obviously the amazing Mavs game. Stars getting a big
That was cool
win.
to be there live, by the way. Like Reggie and I were at the game. That was so much fun. The game started out so bad, though,
Yeah.
but the ending was incredible.
What was the vibe like? And did you also go crazy at Exum's 3 or Kyrie's 3 before?
I asked Reggie if it was okay if I cheered on press row.
Yeah, oh, okay.
And he kind of looked at me and said, "No, I wouldn't do that."
Yeah.
And then I
Don't
found
be like Wolchuk at the Cowboys game.
And then Exum hit that shot, and I think Reggie and I both were cheering on press row together. So we kind of looked at each other like,
Well, it sounded like Followill's pants just went flying off.
I tell you what,
I
man.
mean, my dear
He was-
God.
Okay,
He was throwing out mimosa conversation, too.
One more time, if we can go back to cut number 4, because it's an amazing call across the board. But I have to admit, I do love Derek Harper. Got it!
3 will tie it, and hand off to Luka. Back to Exum. Got it!
It's awesome.
That was a good call.
And then you have to go out and still play overtime. And obviously they dominated overtime. How did you order things? I know they're at different times, but did you have priority on the Mavs? Was it the Stars? Was it the Iowa, South Carolina game? How did you guys prioritize?
We had the perfect situation here because we were BetQLing, Wolchuk and myself. So we were just all the TVs felt like we were
Octo wall.
It was not quite. It's not like Wolchuk's man cave. We're not quite that hooked up here, but we had the double screen situation. So we were doing all the basketballs yesterday. It was great. It was a lot of fun.
I appreciate Reggie and them sitting on that row with him because every one of those young guys had televisions out. So we had not only the Mavs.
Reg does.
We had the Mavs on in front of us live. Reggie, we had the women's basketball game, and then Reggie even pulled out his iPad and put NASCAR on for us.
Look at
you. So we had everything going on as we were going on. So yeah,
Reggie's Sports Bar. I mean, I think there's something here, boys.
Oh, yeah. Reggie's great to travel to a game with because he will make sure that you can see all sports going on all the time.
Did WrestleMania kind of top all of that for you though?
For sure. WrestleMania Night 2 was unbelievable. And the Mavs game was great. I love watching the Stars beat down Colorado.
That Stars game was incredible last night, though. It really was.
WrestleMania was awesome. Who you guys got tonight, Purdue or UConn?
I just don't know how you can bet against UConn at this point.
Fair.
I think that the only mystery here is will they cover? I'm picking a yes on that. But it's hard to pick Purdue.
Yep, Dawson knows. UConn's gonna just beat the crap out of Purdue tonight. I think I'm taking them to cover as well.
Had both these teams in the Final Four in my pool, which we won. I beat a bunch of fraternity kids down there in Austin out of about $250 already.
Nice.
So yeah, I had
Look, they're not paying you. You know these college kids aren't going to pay you.
It's Parents Weekend down there Saturday. Watch me collect from these kids.
Yeah,
I'm gonna walk around and I'm like, you were in that pool? Were you in that pool?
You gonna be taking pinkies or kneecaps?
You know what? I'm gonna have a Louisville Slugger over the shoulder as I'm walking around.
I appreciate you keeping those frat kids accountable, man.
Yeah. I know what the dues are at this place. Trust me. I know how much money these kids
They
have.
only act broke when it's convenient.
Yeah, I'm gonna get $10 from some of these kids. You watch.
I think you walk around with one of those trays from the church and you just say it's time to tithe.
Yeah,
it's time to
tithe. Time to tithe.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Sorry, I wanted to know what do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. Cy Young Show 420. Reaction to the Eclipse.
Okay. Roll home with G-Bag.
I'm a little dark about it.
Tomorrow.
All show long.
10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say WrestleFest, Kevin.
Never. WrestleMania.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 1, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome back as we are in the wake of the eclipse. We do have some reaction to that, as well as a look at what is a magnificent sports world that just continues to get better and better and better. I'm Gavin Dawson. Salute to you. There's Brian Broaddus in his Texas Rangers quarter zip. How the heck are you, buddy?
I'm doing well. I think Eric's making up like eclipse rules as we go along here.
That's what my experience was.
Like, we were talking about you could take your glasses off. I never heard you could take your glasses off at any point.
You can go glasses off once you reach totality.
Yeah.
Once you're in the midst of totalitying with your boys, you can go no glasses.
Yeah, you need the glasses to get to the eclipse. Once you arrive at the eclipse, you take them off and you see that, the circular deal that's on TV right now with the naked eye.
How come I didn't hear any scientists?
I thought that was news. I thought everybody knew that. I thought that was
it's
just Dr. Once it becomes dark, it is no longer harmful to your eyeballs. I just assumed that was sort of common sense, perhaps, but maybe
no. I mean,
maybe I'm assuming too much.
I don't know. I heard don't take off the glasses, don't stare at
during those 4 minutes and 27 seconds. No protection needed.
But my buddy here from NASA tells me, hey, look right at the damn thing. It's okay.
I've seen Apollo 13.
Why are you watchdogging his eclipse expertise, Brian? That's the real question.
I mean, did you look at it? Did you see it? Are your eyes feeling okay? We're rocking and rolling.
I tell you what, though, I wasn't like you, like just completely staring at it the whole time. But no, I didn't.
I was infatuated with it. I was.
You were.
It got dark. I mean, it was awesome.
It was really cool.
I think Eric's making up rules because he didn't have the glasses.
I definitely didn't have the glasses.
None of us did besides Gavin.
But I felt like looking through the windows here, they got a little bit of a tint on them.
Sure.
I was kind of hopeful that would maybe act as my glasses before we completely reach totality.
I mean, they had me spooked pretty good with looking into that. I didn't want to do any eye damage.
Thank you.
But once it went total eclipse, everything disappeared inside the glasses. If you're watching inside the glasses, once we hit totality, I couldn't see anything.
So it was just completely dark?
So after a few seconds, I took my glasses off, like, what the hell is going on here? I noticed other people standing in the parking lot looking with the naked eye.
Those are the people we work with?
Oh, my goodness, that is freaking awesome.
Wait, we work with people?
Yes, well, for other people in the building and stuff. In the Pimp Cup, at Master Control, making his return after 2 weeks of Felicia's.
Peace. Yeah, I seen that. I was all in the vibes, bro.
Right on, dude.
Did you see the birds? They were out there like on one leg leaning. I seen the birds out there leaning, bro. There was a comet up there too, called the Devil Comet.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Is it the little red part?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now they said it was over there by Jupiter. Mike kept calling it a star, which he's, it's
tomato.
Yeah, I get it, bro.
Let it go.
Yeah. Yes, we got to see all of that. There's some planets that lined up at the same time while that was happening.
Man, it was so
Our
cool.
energy should be different right now, son.
Yeah.
Is your energy different?
Yeah, dude.
100%.
I'm feeling post-totality world.
All right.
I was getting queasy in the build-up, I was getting queasy in the build-up, and then when it hit, I was laying down in the grass, and I came to.
Did you touch grass at the same time? Take your shoes off?
Yes, I did.
Oh, come on, fam! You know how to do it, bro.
Yeah. I think people thought I was kind of weird.
You're a damn lunatic.
I went over there. And I found a good patch of grass.
It's another homeless
and then
guy.
I was too close to the service road, so I kind of positioned myself behind a tree. So there was a tree between me and the service road, and I could kind of look up there and see the eclipse.
You put the vibrations up in the air.
You didn't
want to connect?
Not consciously.
Okay.
I was just trying to be as present as possible. Take it all in and see if I could recharge my energies. That's what I was trying to do out there, and we'll see. In the coming hours and days, to what extent I was able to pull that off.
Well, it's still going.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still
all
going.
Right.
Yeah, I'm slowly seeing the color come back into your face, Dawson, like in real time. This is epic.
Some ready cheeks here.
It is epic. There's Wolchuk and Shia. Follow, of course, Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And it is it's a big day. It's a majestic time for DFW sports fans. I mean, what we experience over the weekend, starting with 2 of 3 against the Astros. That was a lot of fun. The big win against the Rockets yesterday, that was just incredible. And then to cap it off with Stars over Avalanche, guys, this is a DFW sports paradise. I know I said that last Monday. It seems even better today. So I hope you're enjoying it.
It was. That was the Rangers was disappointing. But man, they almost got no hit again.
That was a little bit frustrating.
Back to back.
Had a great weekend.
That was a little bit of a struggle. But
With an Astros umpire.
It looked like the ump had already seen the eclipse with no protection.
Yeah, there was
he
20
had already
missed calls.
been privied.
20 misses.
That's what can happen to you.
What the hell was going on? Somebody paid that guy off.
It really was disgusting.
It wasn't good.
It was offensive to the sport.
But to be in the arena yesterday for the Mavs, man, that thing got ugly early. Like you ever had that feeling like
were you getting ready to walk out of the press box yesterday?
I was kind of having that vibe. Like I looked at Reggie and I go, man, this is the first one I've been to all year, and they're getting smoked right now.
So the 15-0 run, you're like, maybe I should leave.
I was thinking because
looking for the bar. You know how he gets.
Yeah, definitely gonna get some beers.
I'll tell you what got my attention right off the jump was they do a thing in the arena where the fans are not supposed to sit down till the first basket.
Yeah,
and I was kind of worried that we were going to be standing the whole game.
Yeah,
I mean, it was.
I didn't even.
The Rockets were knocking down shots, and the Mavs weren't knocking down anything. But just a great effort all around, though. I mean, we laugh about when Coach. We always talk about coach speak. I was visiting with somebody over in the organization, and they were saying, he was just kind of walking me through the execution of the final play to get it to overtime, and how the Rockets messed up their end of it. So they took advantage of that. So yeah, it's those are the kinds of things, though, when you're part of that, you're just kind of like, wow, that's a cool day in sports. And then to have the Stars, the Stars didn't play very well against the Blackhawks on Saturday, but man, they sure ramped it up on it.
I thought that was the biggest win of the weekend, to be honest, as they're jockeying for position. The Avalanche
might have sealed it for them right there.
Yeah, the Avs were the one team that I really thought, man, I don't want to see them. But they came out, they made the most. They had 3 consecutive power play goals there in the second period. The puck movement is just sensational. The depth that they've got right now. But the big thing is we were worried about Otter. Otter now is on a stretch here. The last 2 weeks, he's on a heater, and he's playing his best going into the postseason. Stars and Mavs now. I mean, at the end there where you've got Kyrie and Luka hugging each other, it was a great day for prize picks. Everything hit. We were hammering the more.
Dude.
We're cashing in big. But, I mean, both of these teams are positioning themselves for massive runs here in the postseason just a couple weeks away.
Yeah, I feel like more than ever, we've seen these Stars go on a run, like, since the bubble, right? But now they have all the elements in play, and they have a hot goaltender right now. I mean, Sagan isn't a guy that you're relying on. He's the savvy veteran who's still producing points and giving you good production. That run in the second period was just exceptional. How they're just dominating the power play now. You've got to be able to do that to win playoff hockey. Where at full strength, oftentimes there's not a lot you can get. And then the Mavs, that's desperate team you face in the Rockets. They're fighting literally for their playoff lives. I don't know if it's going to be long that you can count on them making mistakes that allow you back in games, because that was, I think, a glimpse into the future as well of a very talented and what's about to be a playoff Rocket team next year.
Yeah, the Mavs handled that very, very well because, like I say, sitting there watching, as I know Reg and I were saying, if they could just get this thing within 10 to 8 points, at the end of first half, I mean, that would be a win. But they made some, the Mavs came out. They found their shooting. They found the ability to make some stops. I was worried about the Mavs early, how much they turned the ball over. That was, but you got to give the Rockets some credit because they did a good job of denying some things with Luka, especially early, with Kyrie and those guys. That they made it very, very difficult for the Mavs to get into their offense. But they finally were able to kind of wear the Rockets down, and to be honest with you too, with they fouled the right guy. That was their plan. They knew who they had to foul, and they made it a point. And when the ball went that direction, then they said, okay, let's jump on this, and they did, and it got them the win.
That's twice now in the last 10 days or so. Exum has made a huge shot late, either to win it or like it was yesterday to tie it. So a lot of things falling into place now. It'll be Heaney against Valdez this evening, by the way, with the final of the 4-game series, Silver Boot. I do want to say I'm excited to try to get 3 of 4, but just the fact they won the first 2 and reestablished we can win at this yard, I felt like that was a psychological hurdle that had to be cleared, and I'm happy they got it out of the way quickly as possible.
And you got an outstanding pitching performance from Cody Bradford.
Yeah, man.
Holy cow, the Alito hometown kid getting it done.
Yeah, he was dealing Friday night. We were asking, can you give us 5 innings? Can you give us 5 innings? And then he goes 7 1/3, I believe, and he was just rocking and rolling. And then the offense really came alive. I mean, 31 hits combined in the first 2 games. Yeah. And some of it was just peppering them, single, driving, get them home. Tons of dudes on base rocking that way. So it was awesome. And then you ran into a guy who's pitching his face off right now. This dude, like, coming out of nowhere, back to back, we were kind of fading the idea that, okay, out of nowhere dude at 30 years old does a no-hitter situation, probably going to just bottom out here in this next start. Not the case. He was pitching his rear end off, and it was fantastic, and he was getting all the help from the umpire at the same time.
Yeah, poor Wyatt Langford. I mean, that dude got some really poor
bad
calls go against him here. But yeah, Ronald Blanco, his stuff was dealing, and I think that's what it was. You just went up against some buzzsaw pitching yesterday. I'm confident the Rangers bounce back behind Andrew Heaney, and they get 3 out of 4 tonight.
I'll tell you what, though, Dane Dunning wasn't bad yesterday.
No, Dunning was good.
I mean, once you give up the 3-run homer and all, and that kind of was it right there. But other than that, I mean, he took the ball, he went out there, he competed. You always worry about when you get those games where it starts off 3-0 and now you're going through the whole bullpen, that kind of thing. And so,
he hung tough for a while.
He hung tough for you enough.
And he's getting punch outs, man.
Yeah, that's the thing. So even though it was a loss, I was encouraged by the way Dane Dunning pitched a little bit yesterday.
And the bullpen. For sure. The bullpen's rocking and rolling right now.
We do have Sporzy hurt. We'll have CY on at 4:20 and get whatever he can tell us about this shoulder strain, probably out for the rest of the month, but not too bad of an injury, and we'll see who is going to be asked to step up.
Yeah, they talked about that it would be just the duration of the 15-day DL list, so that's encouraging in itself.
Stars are up 5 points with 4 games to go. It's just you're passing test after test. The Vancouver game from a couple of weeks ago. It's just all the toughest teams. They're really making you, I think, believe that they should be in the Stanley Cup final at this point.
All the games too at home in this season. So good for the and the opportunity to if you could get that President's Cup trophy with having the most points for the entire league, that gets you home ice throughout.
It does. Now that's been a little bit of a curse in the NHL here lately.
I'll take it. If you give me, the one thing I know is that Pete DeBoer, he's going to, if you get to a game 7 with him, he's not going to lose.
That's true. Lock it up.
And you give me it on my home ice, I'll take that too.
Yeah, Pete's been a bit of a cheat code in that regard.
Yep.
Okay, Calipari finalizing a deal with Arkansas to become their basketball coach. So I guess congrats to both parties involved here. I think the fans wanted him out, and I'm sure Arkansas fan would love to have the run that Kentucky's been on with consistently making the tournament.
Yeah, Calipari is friends with the Tyson Chicken people of Arkansas. So they're talking about with that group, and he's actually probably going to take less money to coach. It's a pretty incentive-laden kind of a contract that they're working with right now. But the Tyson Chicken folk, and then also the Walmart family, the Walton family too, they're going to set this thing up with some NIL money at Arkansas. Get ready.
Ooh-hoo.
This thing, Cal has not been one of those guys that's played in the NIL game. He's a one and done guy. They're about to go hunt.
Probably realizes he needs to.
Yeah,
and now
you got to change. You got to change.
You do.
You can't be a one and done guy. You got to be able to use the portal, pay your players, and then find a way. Look at the teams that are playing tonight.
Yeah,
I mean, they'll be remarkably different next year. But right now, look how those are 2 veteran teams.
You tap into money. You tap into business, and if the businesses are committed, there's synergy there. You can get things turned around awful quick, and you give him the advantage of recruiting with money. I think he's going to get the top players in the game to go there, and it could be time for a golden era of Arkansas basketball. UConn Purdue tonight, NCAA championship. Huskies 6.5-point favorite. I can't imagine betting against them. But let's salute the great Brian Broaddus, who won his son's fraternity bracket challenge before the final even tips off.
How about that? I had Purdue and UConn in the final, and I had UConn winning. So I have a possibility of 1,310 points is what I have. I picked some upsets and stuff along the way that didn't work, but it worked out at the end the way it all broke down. So now,
basketball guy, Brian Broaddus.
Now I'm going to have to go collect from these kids.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, Bennett's like, I don't know, Dad. Bennett's treasurer as a sophomore of his fraternity there. SIGEP, and he's
he's the biggest swinging stick in the room.
Well, they actually shut him down on Venmo because he was getting so much money. They thought he was drug dealing. Is so what they thought he was doing.
But that was only part of it.
That was only part of it, yeah. But no, he said, Dad, I don't know if you're going to get your money. And I said, what?
You got no pull in there, son?
I did. I said, as treasurer, what are you doing?
Right.
And he's like, Dad, I'm just saying.
They don't want to pay you, Dad.
They don't want to pay me to do stuff. You think they're going to give you $10 for basketball pool?
He needs to make you whole out of the treasury a cash register.
Yeah.
And then go collect from those jobbers.
Yeah. Well, like I say,
we don't stand up Mr. Broadus.
It's parents weekend in Austin on Saturday, and I'm having an opportunity to meet a lot of these kids.
Yeah.
I think if I have to, I'm going to play a little intimidation game. I'm going to get my $10 from each one of those kids.
Yeah, but you should have some guys doing that. You shouldn't be the feet on the ground having to go collect yourself. You got to have some guys for this.
Get you a gang of 7 out there. Rough them up.
I need something going on. But no, I was happy to actually to win that. It's kind of fun. It's fun to win. It's fun to win the pools.
Yeah.
It's a blast, dude. You're a competitor.
Yeah.
G-Bag of the day is coming up 2:30. Woolchuck, a mixed bag is next. Where are we going?
Yeah, the truth behind Friday Night Lights. That's next. But
Welcome back, buddies. We got the G-Bag of the Day coming up in 8 minutes. It's time now for a mixed bag. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. Here's Zach with an H.
Don't get butt cracked or ball sacked like I almost did earlier, okay?
Oh, no.
Saw somebody put this out there. I was show prepping. I'm like, there's no way. This can't be real. Somebody put out a tweet. Patriots really have someone else wearing number 12. This is wild. And it's Antonio Gibson, their new running back from the Washington Commanders.
Oh, what an awful running back number anyways.
I know, and it's 12, Antonio Gibson. It's a picture of his locker. So I'm like, this can't be right. So I start doing my due diligence.
Yes,
like
sir.
Professional journalism. I'm going to fact check this.
You're credible.
And immediately I find an article from an hour ago in Boston. Don't fall for the ball sack is what it said.
Good.
Somebody has photoshopped this. He's wearing number 21, not number 12. And they have photoshopped and flipped it so it looks like it. But there's no way they were going to give somebody number 12 for Tom Brady.
No way. We just discovered the other day that we have a kicker. Was it Gary Anderson or Morton Anderson?
Gary Anderson.
Who's got his number like silently retired with the Steelers. So come on. If he's got that, you're not touching Brady's 12. Even if you're the Buccaneers, you're like, dude, nobody's touching this 12 ever again.
Absolutely. Okay. Ernie Adams, who, is one of the guys that was one of the behind-the-scenes main men in the Patriots dynasty. He hopped on with Julian Edelman's podcast. And he had a revelation that I had never known. I mean, obviously, we love high school football here in Texas. I know, Bobby, you and Eric got to go to the Keller softball game on Friday night, which is badass. I mean, anything we can do to support the community, I think, is awesome. And we got to cover high school football, and we all know the story of Friday Night Lights and the Odessa Permian Panthers. Apparently, Ernie Adams, there would be no Friday Night Lights if it wasn't for Ernie, and he tells us the story right here.
Mr. Adams, are you responsible for Friday Night Lights?
Yes.
Yeah!
That is true. So I will tell you the story. Buzz Bissinger, who wrote the book, was a year behind Bill and me at Phillips Academy in Andover. So when Bill and I actually played together, the reporter for the school newspaper who covered it was Buzz Bissinger, who went on to write Friday Night Lights. So Friday Night Lights wasn't really his intro to high school football. It was covering Bill and me. And he goes on to be a writer. Buzz calls me up. Buzz says, I'm thinking about going out Western Pennsylvania and writing the book about high school football and the team and the town. And I know Buzzy has never been west of Philadelphia in his life. And I say, Buzzy, if you want to do this, get your ass out to West Texas where they take their football seriously. And that's how Friday Night Lights came to be written at Odessa Permian High School. He's a fantastic writer.
Buzzy. Never been outside of Philly. Take your ass to West Texas. I'm sure it was a bit of a shock. But my gosh, if it's not for Ernie Adams, we don't have Friday Night Lights.
According to Ernie Adams.
According to Ernie.
We might need to get just some person to confirm this. Now, I think Ernie's a stand-up guy.
We don't known Ernie to ever be allegedly involved in any cheating scandal.
We're hearing a lot. We're hearing a lot from Ernie nowadays.
That's not his MO.
Come on, that's never happened.
Yeah.
Ernie is not a guy that's going to find himself in like a Deflategate, ball,
Spygate
deal. Like, come on.
I mean, at worst, he's maybe guilty of exaggerating the truth here. Was Friday Night Lights going to happen? Yes, it was. Was it going to happen in West Texas? Not till Ernie got a hold of it.
Not till Ernie. And thank God they got that story and they ran with it.
Yeah.
I know we have some Tolos in Illinois. You guys are, watching the Eclipse today. Just make sure, it's probably too late for you, but your eyes might be screwed. And not in the good way.
Oh, no.
Just for the Illinois folks?
Just for people in Illinois.
This is good that you got it to them in a post-totality world.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we popped on after we had the totality here in Texas, and I don't know when Illinois is supposed to happen.
Honestly, I think this is good news. Somebody right now is toloing in Illinois with the Odyssey app, and they're wondering why their eyes are so messed up.
Yeah.
And you're about to tell them why.
Well,
inform them.
This is why. You need to check your Eclipse safety glasses because certain brands sold on Amazon and at stores in Illinois have been recalled.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the Illinois Department of Public Health issued a recall alert just hours before the total solar eclipse is expected here. And they're recalling some of the glasses, the Benicky solar eclipse glasses. Did I nail that one?
Sure.
Benicky? AAS approved 2024. If you had any of these in Illinois, your eyes might be burning right now. And I apologize, but that's not on me. That's on Amazon and wherever you purchase these. But wow, that's such a terrible thing to have recalled. Like, that might be one of the worst ever. Just hours before, I'm getting ready to put my glasses on. These things didn't work, and now I'm blind.
Yeah, I'm noticing that, like, it's extra bright. And I'm like, man, this doesn't seem like it. But, I mean, these are certified Eclipse glasses, so I guess that's just the experience I should be having. You're toughing it out. The next thing you know, you've burnt your corneas.
But you didn't get yours from Bezos, right? You got yours from a trustworthy gas station down the street.
Yeah, that's right. The community of Firewheel, right off a bush there. They had a nice little setup, $4 a pop. So I got got 5 pairs.
Too?
No T-shirts. I thought that was quite a hustle. I went up there. I asked him, "How you doing?" He's like, "I'm busy." And I could see, like, sweat coming down the forehead and, like, dollar bill signs in his eyes. They were just killing it, dude.
Oh, because he was sweating because he knew he was selling fake glasses.
Yeah. Don't
Maybe.
catch me. No recall here. Hey, Brian, you touched on this previously, but we do have the John Calipari news, which I know Will Chambers and other Kentucky fans might be really pumped about. I think we could have some musical chairs in the SEC. I think Nate Oates from Alabama might be the guy that just goes, leaves Alabama, takes the Kentucky job. If I were Kentucky, he's the guy that I would want. I think NBA teams might even be looking at Nate Oates. That dude's done a fantastic job there with Alabama. But as of this morning, the overall base salary on the 5-year deal is going to be $8 million. So as you noted, he's taken a little bit of a pay cut. It was $8.5 million for Kentucky. It's going to go down to $8 million.
Sure.
But
I think it might be lower than that. Talking to some folks.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
So his good buddy, as you mentioned, is the heir to the Tyson Foods throne. Tyson Foods, world's second largest chicken, beef, and pork processor.
Yeah.
In Brazil, Tyson's got Jimmy Dean, Hillshire Farm, Ballpark, Wright, all of these State Fair corn dogs that you're buying. It's all under their umbrella. So frozen meat is basically paying for John Calipari's new contract.
Yes.
You mentioned Walmart, which we know is huge. It comes out
The Walton family.
The Walton family. They're Arkansas alums.
Right.
JB Hunt also.
Trucking.
Another trucking company that's massive, big there. And apparently Jerry Jones as well is getting invested here as part of this. So they're looking to throw big money. All three companies, they're going to help the Arkansas NIL Collective, which is going to allow John Calipari to recruit at a high level. And I know a lot of this was circling around with Jerry Jones as well. I don't think this is Jerry, hey, I'm not going to pay for free agents. You've got a salary cap in the NFL. But as a big-time donor, I'm sure Arkansas is happy to have Jerry's checkbook.
They had to get these billionaires together. I think Calipari's buyout is over $30 million.
It's a ton of money.
Dang.
They had to write a check to Kentucky for $30 million to get this guy out.
I wonder how much I've spent on the Buffalo-style chicken strips from Tyson's over the years.
Ooh.
It's probably a ridiculous amount.
Enough to win a couple of games.
Ooh, okay. So
Arkansas.
Will Chambers, Toloing listening, he says Dan Hurley is the guy that they're really going after. They're trying to make him an offer he can't refuse to leave UConn and go to Kentucky.
Be a hell of a story. We go into the Pimp Cup now. Here's Lucius with your G-Bag of the day.
Yeah. Cheer. Peace. What up, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
What's up, dude? What's going on, everybody? DFW, all the lunatics out there in the streets, looking straight up at the sun right now. Shout out to you, man. They had the lawn chairs out there. I see some people like with a picnic table, the card tables.
Yeah.
Having a whole picnic, 4-minute picnic and everything. It's amazing, bro. Once in a lifetime situation right there.
Yeah. Yeah, is that really the last time we're going to be able to experience that exactly?
No, I just wanted to see if I was going to get some pushback.
No, it happened last time in August 21st of 2017.
But that wasn't a full-fledged totality. That was like a half totality situation.
I'm just saying the last time we had an eclipse.
So maybe we'll get another one in like 2027.
No, I think it's coming up in 40.
In 40?
40 or 45, something like that. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll get to run this one back.
Maybe if we're lucky.
Not me.
Just keeping you boys on your toes. You know what I mean? Make sure you're paying attention.
This might be
generational athlete.
This
right?
might be my last one.
All right. So it says The Rock tells Philly fans why he was late is our winner.
Yes.
I don't know anything about what's going on right here, so this is my first time hearing it. But I guess this is the Rocky, right? That Rock, right?
Yeah.
All right. Here we go.
Are you booing because The Rock was supposed to be here at 4 o'clock? Is that why you're booing? You're booing because The Rock was a little late. Is that why you were booing? Why was The Rock late? You want to know? You want to know why The Rock was late? Are you sure?
I'm sure.
You want to know why The Rock?
Oh my God.
Was late.
It's a real teaser.
He was watching YouTube.
What?
watching Jalen Hurts lose in the playoffs again.
Bring him up. Let him know, Dwayne. I thought he was lining him up for it doesn't matter. You know?
It doesn't matter. Your candy ass.
Can you smell?
Did you see Meek Mill? He went viral for being at the match. What was that, Saturday night?
For WrestleMania?
WrestleMania?
Yeah, Saturday and last night.
Yeah, there's a lot of celebrities out there. Apparently, this wrestling brings out all the boys to the yard.
It was crazy.
Yeah, but Meek was right by The Rock when Rock was getting beat up by, who's that, Cody?
Yeah.
All
Cody
right,
Rhodes.
look at me, bro. I don't even know these folks when I'm rolling. But listen to Meek right here, bro. He's hilarious.
Wait, get up! Get up! You got this Get up!
Get up!
Get up! Get out the way!
You're gonna knock Rock out. Get up, Rock. Get up! Situate him.
Situate him.
Hey, Rock, kill him, Rock.
Situate him.
My man said, get up!
Get up!
Oh, man. Hey! Eclipse vibes! Total Eclipse vibes coming at you live 105.3 The Fan. Oh! What else we got right here for you boys? Yesterday was a church day. Hope you got your blessing and all that good stuff. Shout out to my people's Reverend Ike. You can find him on YouTube because he's with God now. Yes, he is. And Dr. Freddie Haynes, fighting a good fight. He's my guy. All right. Now, this is not a church clip, but it's Church E. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Don Staley, championship, South Carolina. They got it in the bag. Post-game speech, Don was feeling it. Because, you know, this squad beat them earlier.
Yes.
So this is revenge game in a sense.
I gotta give honor to the Most High God for allowing us to be back at the same place in which we had sad tears. And I just want you to know that the God I serve, God I serve, when he closes a door, he opens up a door that's giving you unimaginable success. This is uncommon favor. Yes! Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Saucy, baby. Hold up. They're all dancing and everything behind her right now.
You have to be.
We serve an unbelievable God.
Hey!
Testify.
Wow, was that in the arena?
Yeah.
That's phenomenal.
What an organ player that is. Yeah.
Seriously, dude.
You wild, bro. One more right here for the boys. One right here for the boys. Did you guys play that man that went to the Irvin City Council? Shout out to my city, Irvin, right now.
I think so.
He's fighting good fight. He wants legalization of gambling.
Oh, okay.
Listen to this, bro.
My name is Tiny, and I'm a professional sports gambler. But unfortunately, my career is at a standstill because I got 6 baby mamas all in the DFW Metroplex. So I can't live in a state that's got legal gambling. In a sense, it will be March Madness. I'm coming up here to beg y'all to make sports gambling legal in the city so I can stack my paper and pay for the illegitimate
There we
children.
go. Take your time, baby.
I know some people think sports betting is risky, but I got an unbeaten system that can put money in all y'all pockets. Seriously. My system is easy. I bet on the blackest and darkest teams in college sports because blacker the berry, sweeter the juice, and better the jump shot. I also got a sports betting angle that's foolproof. Since y'all want to let all these transgenders up in the league, I became almost a millionaire betting on Leah Thomas's big ass winning all them swimming meets. And just like these transgender swimmers, my swimmers are strong.
Okay.
That's why I got so many baby mamas. But you know what that means? I got a lot of bills to pay. So I'm sick of risking my life and my freedom on gambling illegally on transgender athletes. So I beg you, Irvin City Council, to please legalize sports gambling because I can't afford to be up in the penitentiary doing 5 to 10 years on some weak ass gambling charge.
That's a fact, Jack.
That's a fact.
That's a fact, Jack.
Yeah.
Man, that was great. Salute to you, sir.
Hey, Urban City Council, too, they was just laughing. They were trying their best to keep it, their composure and whatnot, professional, but they was like, yo, we got one today.
Please give us some gambling. Legalize it. What do you say, Lucius? Time to vote?
Yeah, hold on. Look at that Mika, bro.
Get up!
Get up, bro.
It hurt him to see The Rock like that.
He couldn't take it.
With his saggy quads hanging down a little bit. Kick out.
Oh, he said saggy quads.
Dude, they got 60-year-olds out there laying down in those shorts. Put some pants on that guy.
For you, bro. Dawson got some hate.
I was not very impressed with John Cena's movement.
Yeah.
Just watching him move around, it's like, okay.
You love to see the legends, though. That song hits.
Man.
That song hits, and you're just like, oh my goodness. Mainline that. The Rock was a little late. He's our one-time champ. Meek Mill, as The Rock was getting destroyed there. Churchy stuff from Don Staley. Irving City Council guy asking for some legalized wagering. That's my vote, Chief. How about you?
Yeah, saying that was great.
Lucius?
Yeah, me too, man.
Well, Chuck?
I'll go with The Rock.
It's all about gambling, yeah.
By a score of 4-1, your new G-Bag of the Day champion. Hopefully he's a Tolo. Probably is if he wants good sports talk.
Yeah, goofy like that, he's got to be. Oh, yeah, I know about y'all. Yeah.
Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, I've got some draft thoughts that I want to get in with you. We'll do that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. NFL News Today is coming up at 3 o'clock. Shout out to the 469 right here. I really like your style. The segment here, Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king himself, Broadus.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Reliant, for all you do for us. We appreciate you. Lucius, welcome back.
Yeah, baby.
Great to see you.
Yeah.
So, how was the day at Petco with the dogs?
It's crazy how they walked me right over there.
They walked you right. You're like,
They
whoa,
knew.
whoa,
They
whoa, whoa.
walked me right over there,
They both look
man.
back. They both look back at you like, come on, man, we're going. We know where we're going here, you know.
And that's a mile away from the crib, at least.
Yeah.
And they knew where it was at, and they kept looking back at me like, no, Dad, let's keep walking today.
Yeah, keep
we want to
walking.
go somewhere. And all they did was just walk little circles in there a few times and walk right back out. Didn't buy anything. How about that? I had a little talk to him before. I was like, hey,
You did.
your dad is not going to buy anything. I didn't bring my wallet with me. This is just a walk.
I just thought
window shop.
I just thought it was hilarious as you're walking that they would stop and look back like, okay, we're going into this place,
That's
whether you
awesome.
like it or not.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's great to have you back, though. All right, real quick before I get into my draft stuff, I want to ask you guys a question. You make the call. Is that what you say? Is that what you have?
Yeah, G-Bag Nation presents you make the call. Is that what you like to do here?
Yeah, I'd like to try and maybe get your guys' opinion. Yesterday, as I'm going to the Mavs game, okay, I'm credentialed, right?
Okay.
So I've got the parking, I've got the credential there. The Mavs are giving away T-shirts on the seats.
Oh, you didn't.
You dirty
What'd you do? You took a bunch of
You
shirts?
slipped in there and snagged a
Okay,
tee?
Whataburger was involved.
Oh,
All right.
all right.
These T-shirts were sweet.
Okay.
I mean, blue with the logo. I mean, they were and they're
Mavs Whataburger mashup tee?
yeah, and they were heavyweight shirts. It wasn't like a flimsy bad T-shirt.
Good material.
Yeah, it was like you put it on and you're like going, oh, okay.
Okay, so you did take one.
All right, what was
Okay.
the size situation, though? Like,
Okay.
did we have good size?
It's usually all XL. From my experience at the Mavs, it's just all XL.
It's
Okay.
all XL.
And it runs a
So, no.
touch tiny.
No, I did not, but I was thinking about Bennett, is what I was thinking about.
Okay.
All right. Okay, I got there early enough where they were on the seats.
Yeah.
I was debating on grabbing one, right?
Of course you were.
Okay. I'm going to admit, I grabbed one.
Okay.
But I grabbed it not at the beginning, but at the end.
There you go.
That's
good
fine.
play.
So did I do the right thing by not like grabbing one on my, because to get up to where we sit with the Mavs up there, and they're nice. We got good seats up there to watch the game. And I could have grabbed one and just kind of walked straight up the aisle
Yeah.
to the seat and just sat down and not. But I waited till like the arena was emptying and there was one there and I grabbed it.
That was the right play.
Is that
yeah,
the- is
you,
that
you
the
don't want
right
to take
play?
somebody. I think it's borderline illegal to take somebody's T-shirt before they get to their chair
Yeah,
with their
yeah,
ticket.
yeah.
Borderline.
Borderline.
Yeah.
Not
Probably
a
not
felony.
technically. Yeah, but you know,
you should have
ethically
like
poor.
I think that if you were gonna do it on the front end, you got to find the friends and family section. You know where it's
Yeah.
like the players' families and stuff that probably
Well, I know
don't
where
much
that
care. They
section
can
is.
get more
I've
or
sat-
whatever.
Yeah, I've sat in those sections. I've sat in that section
Yeah, because
before.
they're probably getting free
ploppity-plop.
gear anyway. So I think you handled this beautifully.
Now the Whataburger
She
logo.
said rob from the rich. I like that. I heard that.
Yeah.
He said, I heard that.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna
Rob
do
from the rich,
So
bro.
you're saying
there's
like
a specific section of
All right.
people that are going to be less affected by this than the rest. You go to the nosebleed seats and take the poor kid's seat and shirt. Maybe
All
it's his first game of the year. He's the one dude walking out of the arena with no Whataburger Mavs mashup tee. Now you've offended some folks and you've crossed the borderline. You have now done something
Some give
illegal.
and take. All I do is take.
I felt like I called Dutch. I sent Dutch a text message. I said, "Hey, you at the game today?"
Let him be the arbiter on this. Oh,
No,
get
no.
his shirt.
No, yeah. And I thought about it. I'm like, "Hey, you come to the game today?" He goes, "No, man. You want my tickets?" Because I was thinking,
Ooh.
sure. Like I'm in the stadium on credential, but I'm sitting there looking at like Reggie's at the game too. So I was thinking, I'm like, "Hey, well, yeah, Reggie's here too. Do you mind?" And he's like, and then he texts me back. He's like, "Oh man, we sold them. We sold the tickets." All right. So I could have gone over there and maybe taken the one out of his
off
seat.
of his seat.
But
yeah.
somebody bought those tickets.
Right.
So you really can't do that.
I'm
right?
just honestly flabbergasted that there was somebody at the arena that didn't make dang sure they were leaving the arena with the awesome T-shirt. They were just letting it go.
As it was clearing out, everybody was heading down. I was talking with Reggie and all those guys, and I was going to kind of meet some people from the Mavs. I told them I was at the game, and they said, "Hey, come down to the locker room. We want to meet you." Stuff like that.
I love it, dude. Just sourcing your balls off even on the weekend.
So I'm going down there. But I saw a T-shirt on, like, kind of folded on the chair.
Yeah, you did a great job.
I grabbed it.
My T-shirt.
If somebody else didn't want to take that, it's fair game.
But there's no way in heck that you're taking the T-shirt before.
No, not before
the
the
game.
Well, speak for yourselves.
I mean, the Whataburger logo
It's-
along with the Mavs co-branding is going to make that a must-have item, but I'll find another way to skin that cat.
It's a beautiful. I'll show. I got a picture of it because I sent Bennett the picture. I'm like,
Is it blue or is it green? Is it orange? Perhaps
It's blue is what it is, and it's a beautiful shirt. But like I said, I was debating on taking it because I thought, man, there's no way in heck I'm going to get this.
They're not going to last.
They're not going to last.
They're going to get all snatched up.
Yeah.
People are going to be taken too.
Yeah.
But see, I wouldn't want to put somebody else in a situation where now they got to go steal somebody else's. All hell can break loose.
Yeah. Well,
so you got
the trickle effect of that now.
I'd say at some point mid first quarter, I'm eyeballing a number of candidates, and by mid third quarter, I'm snagging it. I just want to make sure you're not a late arriver.
Here you go, Gav, real quick.
Oh wow.
What a Mavs? Oh,
Yeah, that's badass. Yeah, I don't know if you can see this on my.
Some orange trimming going on.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
See, I was about to say I don't need to see it because I know how badass it's going to be just because how Whataburger does their swag. And then I saw it, I was like, dear God. Even
cooler.
when my expectations were high, it was great.
You might steal that shirt.
That's a heavyweight, well-made shirt.
Yeah.
They did not. They
weren't skimping.
And everybody had one of these.
Whataburger doesn't cut any corners.
No, Whataburger. But I'm glad you guys. I felt like I couldn't take from the beginning of the game because I could have. I was there early enough that I could have just kind of. All right, no. Let me real quick. I know I got about 3 minutes here. What about rally towels? Are rally towels different from?
Yeah, that's less
I always try
offensive.
I always try and bring Carter
The rally towel.
The rally towel because of what they do in the studio.
I think that's also a guarantee. You're going to be able to find one of those on the ground or on a seat after the game. Somebody's going to leave it. You can scoop one up and take it with you.
Okay.
Same deal.
Same deal.
Yeah, those rally towels I think are even better than T-shirts though, because the rally towel can sit there without getting washed. The T-shirt's going to fade. The rally towel is a piece of history, especially if it's a final or a World Series.
Yeah, that's what every time we got all our World Series ones in there. That's every time we go. Okay, good. All right.
Yeah, there's still vodka on mine.
Yeah. Let's go. Come on, stand up. Yeah.
You too, Secret Service.
You too, Secret Service, man. I'm spilling Tito's all over. Stand up.
Mr. President, I'm looking at you, sir.
Yeah. All right. A couple of comparisons real quick and see if this fits with these players, the college players. Who do you think Malik Neighbors, the wide receiver from LSU, is getting compared to?
Neighbors. I mean, it's the Yak, so like a Debo Samuel type of guy.
CeeDee Lamb.
Ooh, really?
This is coming from ESPN. They say Neighbors and Lamb both have the talent to dominate routes at all three levels.
Sure.
Change the tempo to get open, and both of them need some improvement in running crisp routes out of college. Lamb was in the 2020 class. The two have similar frames, but Lamb slightly taller than Neighbors.
Do you think they have similar frames?
No,
I don't.
one's 6 foot, the other 6'2".
Not at all. I don't see like that. That to me, like I would
Neighbors
never.
is thicker.
Yeah, much thicker.
Yeah, much thicker.
I would never look at Neighbors and think CeeDee Lamb here.
I'll tell you what, though, if you tell me that I think
if I'm drafting CD, I'll be happy.
If you're telling me Neighbors is CeeDee Lamb, I'm all about that. Okay, we mentioned about Devondre Sweat from Texas. Because there's a possibility now that you're looking at this guy of all the things that are happening. Who do you think his comparison is to? Think of someone very massive that was in the league. Houston Texan. Wore overalls. Vince Wilfork. Yeah. 366 pounds, was unblockable at times.
I could see that.
Final season at Texas and during the Senior Bowl practices. While he might not have the range of Wolfhook, he did have a 10-yard split of 1.8 seconds at the combine, showing his quickness. That's a guy that's looking at you right now, by the way, with all the things that are happening, talking to Gang of Seven. This guy might.
But he's the guy that's going to balloon to 400 pounds.
Very well could.
Go Albert Hainsworth here.
But he is unblockable, and you don't have a one technique.
No. Fourth round, if he's sitting there, it's hard to pass.
That's hard to pass on that right now. Okay, the last thing I want to do real quick here is that the ESPN did another thing with the perfect fit for a player. Perfect fit. And ESPN said in the second round, the perfect fit for them is running back
Jonathan Brooks
from Texas, 6 foot, 216 pounds. Dallas is going to have to draft him at 56, is what they said. With Tony Pollard gone in free agency, the Cowboys don't have a top running back on their roster. They could address the position with Brooks, who is likely to figure into the day 2 mix after tearing his ACL in the right knee in November. Dr. Dan Cooper did that surgery. But with a pro-ready frame, Brooks is smooth, sudden, and has the second-level elusiveness to shake defenders and the ability to shift gears in space. Catches the ball really, really well, too.
That's a plus.
He does. That's a plus. So if somehow you can end up with, you're not going to end up with Malik Neighbors, maybe somehow you end up with Sweat, and then also with Brooks, a couple of Texas guys right there. You might have fixed some holes that you have in your on your roster right now.
I'll take it.
Yep.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
1 hour down, 3.5 to go. Rangers pregame at 6:30 tonight. First pitch 7 o'clock as their series with the Astros concludes. We'll check where we're going next.
So some NFL news of the day. Aaron Donald passes the baton. Some conspiracy theories and the latest draft rumors. That is next.
Man, all this draft talk has me absolutely fired up for the best draft party in all of America. It's going on right here at all 8 DFW Pluckers.
in with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We're 3.5 hours from Rangers-Astros pregame as they look to take 3 of 4. Guaranteed a split already. Got money in the bank, feeling good out there at the yard. Houston now sitting at 3-7. A chance to really push them down in the standings early on. It would be an amazing night if we can get a win. Again, the pregame's coming up at 6:30. First pitch, 7 o'clock. Heard Framber Valdez is not going to be able to go for the Astros. He's got some early season injuries going on. We have Around the Bases coming up at 3:20. We'll get you more on that and other Rangers stories. But right now, it's time for the NFL News of the Day. Here's Wolchuk.
Yeah, we'll update you on what's going on with the Astros pitching situation. Did see this when it comes to some of your NFL draft rumors. Rick Spielman, former Vikings general manager, talking about Minnesota via the USA Today. They might be willing to overpay to move up in the draft, get J.J. McCarthy as we're starting to get closer and closer. 2 weeks away from this Thursday, we'll have the Pluckers draft party across all of their 8 locations. You can go out for night one of the draft party with your favorite fan hosts and then listen to us right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
That's the one thing. I mean, I love doing the draft of 3, but it's not like you guys have a good time at those Plucker things.
It is a blast.
Yeah. It's phenomenal. When somebody hits the specials on the fried Oreos,
fireball shots for everybody,
the fireball shots, or the Holy Mac.
The Holy Mac, yeah.
The place just erupts, man.
A lot of times you'll have Mavs and Stars playoffs happening.
Oh,
so
wow.
it's just like epic sports are all over the place. People are throwing down, having a great time.
I don't think I've ever seen Gavin so excited. Last year we were at Addison. Somebody hit the nacho special, and it was like immediately, Gavin, woo! It's like on Christmas.
Those chicken nachos are the real
Where's
deal.
our waiter? Where's our waiter?
Yeah, of course, the fried Oreos.
You're a nacho connoisseur, aren't you?
I do love nachos, yeah.
I mean, you can identify. I've been with you long enough in some of these events where when you order nachos and like the second chip, I can tell whether you like them or not. Like it's that fast. Like he'll take a bite, and the next thing you know, he's broadcasting, and I don't see him touch those.
Yeah, he'll just leave them on the side. Is something wrong with those?
I used to ask, or sometimes the complaint's completely gone.
Yeah,
like hey,
in
man,
4 minutes.
Where's some of those nachos? And he's looking at you like,
when
bro.
it's the Hurtado ballpark ones, good luck.
He's like, bro, what am I supposed to offer?
I don't even think he chews. I think he just pours them into his mouth.
Ryan, get your own, dude.
Yeah, I'm supposed to offer you some? Shut up. Get away from here.
I think the nachos are the most like the eye test matters so much. Like you can usually do a lot of judgment on a nacho just with the eye test.
The coverage.
Did you ever get the trash can nachos in Vegas? Did you ever do that?
No, the lady undersold them, so we went over and got the Gordon Ramsay fish and chips.
Yeah, we did the fish and chips. The lady, she pretty much said, like, don't get them.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
She was like, you never know who's working the kitchen, and sometimes it can be amazing, but it's like $30-something bucks for these trash can nachos, and I wasn't going to risk that you have some slob back there who doesn't care and isn't trying to make my trash can nachos to perfection.
Appreciate the honesty.
That's fair.
Apparently Minnesota are going to have to give up picks 11 and 23 and their 2025 first, plus some more draft capital to move up to go and get J.J. McCarthy. He said, I think J.J. will be a good pro, but Minnesota's going to overpay to get him. At this point, they don't have a choice.
Oh, what a disaster. You're trading up for quarterbacks, even though like 50% of first-rounders don't even make it to a second contract.
Sounds like a mistake to me.
You got like a 10% chance of getting a guy that you feel like you just can't live without, and I might be overestimating that.
If you were, Gavin, you make that's a good point, but the thing about it, and I don't think Minnesota's in this situation, but if you're one of those teams that you're going to get fired if you don't turn it around because you don't have a quarterback.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like this becomes somebody else's problem.
Yeah.
I need a quarterback. If I determine that McCarthy's the best quarterback that will help me keep my job, if he flames out after the first year, I'm fired anyway.
Well, okay.
So that's when people overpay.
I hear you. But so what we need is a narrative to sell the owner on, right? A young quarterback. So I'm going to go with a narrative and be like, listen, 99% of people in this situation would try to
You're not wrong.
Buy a life vest in form of a rookie quarterback that would buy me 2 or 3 more years.
You know, it's funny. That doesn't happen anymore. You used to be able to, like, if you had a rookie quarterback, people would give you time. Owners would give you time.
Yeah, now you got to play these guys right away.
You got to play them right away, and then all of a sudden they flame out and you're done.
So if they're good, their rookie year, you get to keep your job?
Yeah, how about our guy, Nick Cesario down in Houston?
Yeah.
Nick Cesario, I mean, that was a gamble moving on from the quarterback that they moved on from.
Sure.
That guy was established.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, it's like, okay, we're going to take this guy?
That's the impact of a good draft, right? Because they hit on Stroud, and then they also moved up and took Will Anderson, and they got both Rookie of the Years.
And there's a guy that was about to be shown the door. Then all of a sudden, what do? Trade up, and then,
So you're buying yourself one more year. Maybe that's it. I'm going to the owner and saying, listen, all these GMs are chasing their tail trying to save their job by drafting a new quarterback. What we need to do is not blow our resources trying to chase the next quarterback. Let the next quarterback find us. What's going to happen here is ultimately a bunch of guys, while we're trading up to get in the first round, a bunch of guys taken in rounds 2 and 3 and 4 and 7, and a guy at the end of the round and an undrafted guy. All these guys are going to show up and win playoff games. We don't want to be the team that's spending extra resources when that's not the game anymore.
No, you're absolutely right. But there's a mentality, and this is the way it is in the National Football League. It's about the quarterback play. But 20 years ago, you would have it was about draft, develop, wait. It was all that. But today you got to play guys. But the way you're thinking about it, like you're saying, hey, don't spend $50 million on a quarterback. I agree with you
and
on
all that draft capital. They should stay there and take Penix is what I would do.
I totally agree with everything everybody's saying, but you do have general managers that look at their saying, if I don't find a way to win today, I ain't going to be able to pay for the lake house next week.
Absolutely, and that's why there's so much pressure on these guys.
But
to
you're
go
not
up there.
wrong. You're not wrong. To me, the Cowboys are the one team that should have never paid a quarterback $50 million.
Yep.
Because they have the security of knowing we could just keep rolling quarterbacks through here.
Yep.
We just keep rolling and keep building the team. Take the $50 million and build other positions around it.
Well, another team that certainly has been in search for a quarterback, and unfortunately Aaron Rodgers got hurt for them, is the Jets.
There's a guy that's about to get fired if they don't win.
Yeah, and now they're bringing in Tyron Smith, who we know very well, and Robert Saleh was actually talking
Other guy's
about
going to get fired.
The Tyron Smith stuff.
Yeah.
And he was on the team's website, and they're actually communicating with the Cowboys, apparently. Here's Robert Saleh on some of the info trading with Tyron.
How important will the plan be for him? Because I talked to Mike McCarthy in Orlando about Tyron, and he said, hey, listen, we came up with the best plan we've had here last year, and he was able to go out there and play at an effective level, an elite level for the games he did appear in.
That's what we're working on, trying to figure out what's best for him. We're gathering information from Dallas. Whatever we come up with, we're going to be excited about, but obviously constant communication with him, and speaking to him. The man wants to practice, the man wants to be on the field. Sounds like one of those guys that we're going to have to protect from him.
Just thought that was a little interesting. Like they're getting information, they're talking with the Cowboys about like what worked for you guys, keeping him healthy last year.
Yeah. The one team that could have signed him that completely knew the drill were the Commanders. That's where I thought he was going to end up.
Because of Dan Quinn.
Dan Quinn saw this, but Robert Saleh's got a lot of issues that he's got to deal with right now. He
sure does, man.
And Tyron Smith, talks about wanting to practice, wanting to be on the field. His health doesn't allow that. That's the problem. So the communication aspect, the best thing to do is don't practice him. Let him show up for the game. Now, the thing you worry about, though, is Saturday walkthrough, all of a sudden he wakes up wrong, and now the back's flared up again.
It's out of your control.
Yeah.
It's a tough deal.
He's always a game-time decision.
Always a game-time decision with him.
He is. Aaron Donald was on the Green Light podcast with Chris Long, when Kyle Long's also on it, too.
It sounds like that should be the Matthew McConaughey podcast.
The Green Light podcast?
Because he was doing the Green Lights book.
Yeah, it's... And
he should have like a whole bundle, book and podcast bundle package.
It should. I'm surprised he didn't go ahead and corner the Green Light market there. But
Chris Long's a beast, though.
And it's a fun podcast, and he talks about a variety of different things. And the whole Aaron Donald episode is awesome. But now that Aaron Donald's out of the league, who does he think should be the next best defensive player in football? Who's he passing the baton to? Could it be Micah Parsons? Here was Aaron Donald's answer.
If you want to say the next guy that's that defensive player,
the next guy?
I would say it's right now. I think it's T.J. Watt. I think if you talk about a guy that's consistent, like been doing it year in and year out consistently, that's going to get you 15 sacks or 13 sacks, 22 sacks
consistent. He's the guy that's been doing it consistently. Interceptions every year, touchdowns. His stats be ridiculous every single year. So he's that guy to me. I know you got Micah Parsons that's coming up. You got Myles Garrett. You got a bunch of good players, in my opinion. From the time I seen T.J. Watt in the league, from the first time I seen him to the last year, he's consistently been dominating in this league. So just a lot of respect for him, and I think he's that guy. So.
I think it's hard to argue that. I mean, the names that he mentioned, I think, are the other guys in the conversation. Max Crosby as well.
Max
local
Crosby's
kid, DFW.
Max Crosby's a hell of a player.
He is, man.
Really
Max Crosby's a
Talk about
beast.
consistent.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
And the one knock on TJ will probably be he does get hurt sometimes.
His health. Yep.
So the availability can be an issue there, but that's Aaron Donald who he wants to pass the baton to.
Yeah, I think it's a truth with Micah, and this is a big year if he wants to break into that elite status. And if he doesn't do it now, I don't know if he's going to do it. The production just is significantly different when it comes to guys like Myles Garrett and T.J. Watt at the top of them and the Bosa's compared to where Mike is getting. And he's not playing full seasons. He hasn't been there in the biggest games. This is the year where he's got to prove it. If he wants to be the kind of catalyst player that can take this team over the top and, maybe be a Hall of Famer.
I think that's it right there. I mean, we have this conversation with the entire Cowboys team, but when you're looking at your best players, big-time players making big-time plays and big-time games, you obviously are going to criticize the quarterback. We've talked about that.
He takes a lot of blame.
You want Micah to be that guy,
He should take some blame, too.
Yeah. I mean, statistically, it's closer to Anthony Spencer than D-Ware right now.
In the postseason?
Just overall.
Just in general?
Yeah. Like 12, 11 sacks. That's Anthony Spencer. And where you got 14, D-Ware's over 20 at his peak. It's not the same. And there's got to be a consistency for it to be that way.
Special teams, special players, special plays.
The pressures and the pressure rates are best in the sport. It's better than Bosa. It's better than Garrett. It's better than Watt. His double team rate's higher than all those guys. His win rate from a pass rush standpoint higher than all those guys. Snaps per pressure. Better than all those guys. I mean, he lights up green on a lot of these advanced numbers, but the big game stuff is certainly something that
I think the big game stuff is the stuff that's the area that I would study.
That's how you take the next step as a player.
When
you
remember for the postseason. How do you play in those moments?
If what they ought to do is just make him a full-time edge.
Yeah.
Take the thing away from him about being a linebacker. If you want to, maybe there's something that he, if he just commits full time to being an edge, then maybe things will see things different from him in some of those bigger games, the playoff games and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But right now, like I said, there is a disappearing act going on right now in those games.
I mean, there's only one way that he impacts the game, and that's when you make the other team one-dimensional. He's going to make it harder for you to pass the ball in the second half, and he blows up in those games. But if you get a couple of pressures in a playoff game, but you never make the play, right? You're around that quarterback, but now the quarterbacks know that you're coming, and they have a backup plan for what happens when Micah Parsons pressures you. If they never throw a pick, if they never, have big 3 and outs in key moments, what'd your pressures really get me?
Yeah.
Okay, got thrown away. It turned into a short gain instead of a long gain because the quarterback didn't have time to see that window. But you got to disrupt the game and put the ball in our hands.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, we got Panthers, Patriots, Seahawks, Titans. They've all opened voluntary offseason programs today. When the Cowboys open theirs, the report is from Michael Gelkin that CeeDee Lamb will not be a part of that.
I would believe that.
Possible holdout incoming from CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
I believe it.
Which is interesting. The Patriots agreed to terms with their safety, Kyle Duggar, on a 4-year extension worth $66 million, $32.5 million guaranteed over the weekend. So that was reported yesterday. Get your bag. Man, he's
a good player.
He is.
I don't think you should be holding out if you're CeeDee Lamb. This team has proven it will pay you if you get hurt. Like, what is the point?
But there's just no risk involved. You might as well just show up. You're going to get paid.
It might be.
Yeah, don't be a
You
jerk.
might be incentivized.
The first,
right?
Like, Dak, we're not giving you a contract until you break your leg, bro. I mean, we're not going to do it.
the best advice I could give him right now would be just trying to be the third highest paid wide receiver in the league. They'll negotiate with you if you do that.
So you're not trying to reset the market. That's true.
The minute you try to reset the market, they go south. They back up. You try and work with them and like, listen, here's what the numbers we think if you think that $24 or $25 million is fair, go for it. That's kind of where I think some of these numbers we've seen are inflated, or I've heard they're inflated for some of these wide receivers. So if you could come in at, somewhere between 22 and 25, I think they will dance with you all day.
I want nothing to do with looking like a me first player, considering how that playoff game went. If I'm CeeDee Lamb right now, I can drive this down to franchise tag, 5th-year option, deadlines, and the Cowboys are still just going to give me whatever amount of money I want at the end of this negotiation. So I can go to all the practices, all the games, let the media hear nothing about it, and just tell my agent, just like Dak did, we're not holding out on anything. Just tell them we want the whole bag, right? And if they franchise tag me, fine. I'll get $25 million in that year.
Yeah.
And then just tell them, whole bag, whole bag, whole bag. Not guy that's preoccupied with the money. Because that's what we saw Wild Card Day. A guy that's thinking, I'm going to go make my name in the playoffs because that's where the big money is made. And after like 2 series, he lost it. He lost his mental focus because he was so focused on proving himself on the game's biggest stage. That, to me, is a selfish football player. And I get it. We're all in it for the money. But he did it in a way that took away the focus and the team's ability to handle adversity in the moment. That was complete horse crap from what CeeDee Lamb did. And if I'm the team and he's thinking about holding out, I'm like, shoot, let's just trade him. I don't want to have that happen in our game's biggest moments again. Because right now he's worried about this contract. He's not really going to be a free agent for 3 years. He's already massively worried about it. 2-3 years down the road, he's going to be massively worried about another contract. And if we're like, give me the most amount of money or I'm holding out, for what? There's no point of that. You're one of the game's best players at your position. The Cowboys are going to pay you, and you might even set the market. If you want to hold out, you're not paying enough attention to what's going on, and you're putting yourself way above the team, especially after the players they lost. Gallup's gone. We saw on the field last year, this team can't do crap without CeeDee Lamb making tons of plays. You're going to hold out on your teammates too? For what? For what? Exactly. There's no added advantage. The Cowboys will cave. We got Around the Bases brought to you by Uber Eats coming up next. Chuck, where are you taking us?
Yeah, we got to talk about some of these pitcher injuries, and that might be affecting the Houston Astros tonight. Who's going to be starting for them against the Rangers? That's next.
G-Bag's Brian Broaddus setting records with his Love of the Star podcast. 1.2 million and growing fast.
Maybe this thing is bigger than we thought.
Get his inside info on Odyssey.
Call us at 877-BERKEYS or visit us at Berkeys.com.
Berkeys, we're there when you need us.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here is Around the Bases, brought to you by Uber Eats. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car, truck wrecks, and DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. Here's Zach Wolchuk with that proper round trip.
Might have a local product from Arlington Heights High School in Fort Worth that also played at the University of Texas at Austin. Getting his big league call up to the show tonight against the Texas Rangers. Yes, Ari Alexander of KPRC Channel 2 in the Houston area is reporting that the Astros are calling up righty Blair Henley, who's going to start tonight in place of the lefty Framber Valdez. Henley, a 2019 7th-round pick out of Texas, is going to make his major league debut tonight. So that's pretty amazing. Get to do it in Arlington, where you grew up, from Fort Worth, and do it against the defending world champion Texas Rangers. Now, the Astros have not released their lineup in the team.
And do it for Little Saint.
Do it for Little Saint, yeah. Astros have not put out their lineup yet, so we have not got confirmation from them, but it appears this is going to be the case. Rangers just released their lineup, and Boch has kind of stacked the bottom of the order with lefties. We talk about the pockets a lot. So you got Simeon, of course, leading off, Seager second, Langford 4, Garcia in the cleanup, or Langford third, excuse me. Evan Carter going to be batting 5th, lefty. Josh Smith, 6th, lefty. Jared Walsh at first. He's going to be batting 7th as a lefty. Then you got Kisner in for Heim tonight catching. Leody Taveras rounding it out at center field. Thought maybe we'd get Justin Foscue in the lineup, especially with another lefty-on-lefty matchup, right, with Framber Valdez. The fact that Framber is not going to pitch is another indication to me that the Rangers know that this is going to be the case. It is going to be Blair Henley. Justin Foscue, congratulations to him. He got his first major league hit, RBI, last night in the 9th. Seemed like maybe the Rangers were about to rally. Things were looking good, and he's waiting for a start. He deserves it. But I think the pinch hit situation still on the cards for Foscue. But an interesting development here tonight with Framber probably not playing and a local product in Blair Henley making his debut for the Stros.
I like Don Henley. I like Don Henley more than Blair Henley myself.
You think Framber got scratched because he's just frightened of this lineup?
He might be, because the last time he played him, my gosh, it was bad.
You get one of those responses where just the suggestion of it breaks you into a sweat.
Ooh, you know what? I got back tightness. My neck's a little sore today.
Probably couldn't sleep last night.
I feel the same way when I'm approaching that massive overpass to the toll through Austin. I'm like, oh, crap, it's coming up. It's 20 miles away.
Yeah, dude, it's frightening.
I think I might just sit in the traffic downtown instead of go around.
Here, Abby, you drive.
Anybody, take the wheel.
It's getting me, dude.
I will say,
Are those construction situations where they take away the shoulder?
Yes.
And all you see is everybody that made the mistakes before, and you just see all the different paints.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
It's like
you see some front lights, you're like, damn.
It's like you're at Martinsville in the NASCAR.
Let me get focused. Let me get focused.
I'll tell you what, yesterday.
I know the tough turn.
I'll tell you what, yesterday, coming out of downtown from the Mavs game, I don't always pay attention. Well, it's so much easier to navigate during the day than it is at night.
Yeah.
When it's like, okay, turn right on Nowitzki Way, and you're like, oh, wow, I actually see where Nowitzki Way is.
Nowitzki Way.
Oh, here we go.
Seems doable.
Yeah. But when you're at night, man, it just seems so impossible.
It can be a little bit tough. Now, Josh Smith, my gosh, we were talking about him last week. We know defensively he's really good. He's got, go Tigers, got to step in for Josh Young, but he was working on his swing in the offseason, and it seems to have paid off in a big way. Josh Young Smith, in 17 at bats this season, 4 RBIs, 3 runs scored, 3 walks, a pair of doubles. He's been fantastic this year when it comes to finding the sweet spot in the zone, expected slugging, walk percentage. He's up in the 90 percentile, each ranking very, very highly. His slash rate, 357, 471, 500. I'm hoping Josh Smith, it's a small sample size. Can he sustain it? But he has been a welcome sight, because if he's going to be able to do this, he's really out there for his glove and defensive ability. But if he's not going to be a liability offensively, Josh Smith, hello.
Kenny Landry asked him why he switched his stance up. Did you hear what he said? He Just because I was hitting like $150.
Yeah, he had to do something, right?
Yeah, it wasn't that bad. We hit rock
No, that's what
bottom.
he said.
It was bad.
It was like $1.85.
Now he
Yeah,
gets on base because he gets hit a lot, and he draws a lot of walks.
Yeah.
I'm hitting $150. I got to do something.
But yeah,
the glove is nice though, dude. Seeing him at third,
Yeah.
He's a great
making some
defensive player.
plays, dude.
He is. He absolutely
If they make something out of this, dude, I mean, this would be quite a turnaround.
I mean, we were thinking, okay, this is probably going to end up being more Zeke Duran, but right now, I don't think you can take Josh Smith out right now. He's been absolutely red hot. So has the Rangers bullpen. Really been fantastic. I know things have been a little bit shaky, of course, with Jose Leclerc at times, but so far this year, and we'll
Looking
get to
at
talk
me at section 308
yeah, he's waving. Hey,
with watery eyes.
Is that Brian? Is he wearing a blue? Is that blue Mavs Whataburger tee at a Ranger game?
Yeah.
What is going on here?
He's looking at me with those watery eyes.
But all in all, really impressive. Now, Josh Spore's going onto the IL for 15 days with a strained rotator cuff. That's a bummer. But you're feeling good with some of these young guys like Grant Anderson, who just got called up. Now, Michael Lorenzen, I think, is expected. We can get verification from Chris Young. He's going to make one more rehab start, try to get his pitch count up to about 90, and then they'll call him up. So you've pretty much got like Yeri Rodriguez and Grant Anderson, and some of these guys are at the back end of the bullpen, Latz probably as well. They're all competing. Like who's ever the hot hand, that's what Boch likes to go to. The 2 out of the 3 will stay up. The other one will probably get optioned back, and then they'll bring up Michael Lorenzen. And I do wonder, do they go to a 6-man rotation when you're now in the midst of the 17-game stretch without any days off? Do you go 6-man, you add Lorenzen in there for a start, so now you can push a day to allow one more extra recovery day for all your starting pitchers? I think that would make a lot of sense. We saw them do it with Cody Bradford at times last year. So I wonder how Boch wants to navigate
Sounds like a good question for CY coming up in about an hour.
Absolutely. It could be. Now, I also want to ask him kind of about these pitcher injuries. I mean, this has been going across Major League Baseball. You've got the reliever, Trevor McGill from the Brewers. He had an interesting situation where this might be the worst combination I've ever heard from. He had a concussion because he fainted. But he fainted because he hit his head during a bout with food poisoning. So our guy
I know the feeling,
having the bubble guts.
Yeah.
He passes out, hits his head. That causes concussion. I mean, this might be one of the worst scenarios of injury I've ever heard.
A diarrhea-induced concussion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, my Lord.
My God.
This feels like the first of its kind.
I'm going to just call Cap.
Thank you. You don't think
I'm going
that's
to call
true?
Cap, yeah. Look, I say that respectfully to him. It might have happened. But, boy, that sounds fictitious.
Sure does.
What are some
What
of
are
the
we thinking here? Late night drinking, wrestling with your buddies, you have a fall, concussion, or you just got straight your ass kicked. Maybe you got knocked out.
Maybe, but I can't say that.
Of course, you're nauseous because you're hungover like a mofo.
We're saying he fell because of the bubble guts?
He said that, yes, he was having food poisoning issues. He passed out, hit his head. Now that resulted in a concussion.
He could be dehydrated.
Yeah, because when you have food poisoning,
That's
when
true.
you have the real food poisoning,
Yeah.
everything in your body leaves.
Yeah, that to me, because I've dealt with that before. Dehydration, and all of a sudden you black out. I've had that happen, but
that was also beer induced.
Very much so.
Yeah.
I bet there's some horseplay involved here. Maybe not full-fledged foul play.
There was some
but there
going
was some horseplay here.
Yeah.
But anybody with food poisoning, man, like that is the 3 worst nights of my entire life. The 3 separate occasions. I've been struck 3 different times by that
And if
nasty
you've
boy.
got like both ends,
That's what food poisoning is. You don't have food poisoning if it's not both
you're
ends.
sitting on the throne.
Whoa,
while-
what?
Yeah.
I thought so too, Lucius.
What'd you say, bro?
He did it right, I think.
Both ends?
No.
Oh, did you put an H in there?
Sitting.
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 Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
it's both
You're
would have
right,
worked
Lucius.
here.
Context, everything.
Yeah, Lucius,
Just
you
an
were there.
SI, just an
Okay.
SI.
I got you, bro. Moving
sitting-
around, doing things.
And I understand why you thought that, because we are talking about,
Yeah.
the
I
poopers,
glanced at you
the
too.
poopers.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Absolutely. No, that was a good clarification there. Yeah, the sitting on the throne while head buried in the trash is the worst.
Or leaning over into the sink. That was my move.
Oh, man. See, my
just
sink
don't
was
like-
never close enough.
I don't like face in the trash can thing.
It was the only option I had.
For sure. No, at that point, it's just whatever you got.
Just
you got to
bad.
be resourceful.
I'll tell you what, looking into the commode will make me throw up.
Agreed. I had a situation where I like middle of the night go in the
You
backyard.
make me have to look into a commode, I will throw up.
Yeah. I had my most recent, I think, middle of the night vomiting situation, overeating, probably over boozing as well, was I went into the backyard and let it fly. And then the next morning, my wife was so upset at me. I'm like, dude, I'm not going into the toilet. That's going to make it worse for me. And now I got a cleanup situation. I'm just going to bust the hose out, and this thing never happened.
You used to love just going up on the top of the parking garages. That was the pro move for you.
That was incidental.
I thought that was just
you
a
threw up
confession.
over the side?
No, this was okay, this is a different situation. I was not vomiting, but I did need a toilet, and the closest thing to me was the floor of the parking garage.
It happens to the best of us.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Sometimes you can't walk.
You haven't heard the
So
story?
you went to the corner and you urinated, right?
No.
That's what we're talking about?
Out of my butt.
Bruh.
He defecated.
Bruh.
This was
You couldn't make it down to
No. Thank you, Wendy's spicy chicken sandwich.
Yeah, that's Wendy's got me too one time, but
It's an
dang,
epic
for real.
story.
in our parking
That's what I
garage.
learned for
In
the first
our
time, that
parking
you
garage.
can't two without going number one at the same time.
Yeah, no, it's true.
Thank God for the beach towel I had in the back of my car.
Dude,
Was this our
gross.
parking garage?
Yeah.
No, this was actually at a Deep Ellum apartment.
Oh,
the one
okay.
that had like
I
something
thought you were
fall
talking about
over on
our
it.
place.
No, I would never do that at work. Come on, I have more respect than that.
No, you don't.
For you guys.
No, you don't.
Man, I feel bad for whoever had to clean that up. But yeah, we got the Guardians ace, Shane Bieber. He's undergoing season-ending surgery on his pitching elbow. Spencer Strider's got a UCL injury right now.
Everybody.
Now, we got pitchers that are having issues here, and I wonder if Chris Young can tell us what he thinks is the nature of the beast.
Yes, it does seem like quite a few. It just doesn't seem like a Ranger season unless you get at least 3 of them, right?
No, and the Player Association is saying it blamed the pitch clock. Now the league is countering and saying, that ain't the case. So I don't know. I don't know what's happening here. We had a lot of finger pointing.
Juicy topics for CY. The Cy Young show is coming up at 4:20 right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. All right, it's a Monday. We're heading for the 340 seg. Time for best of the weekend, right, Will Chiafalo?
Yes, sir. We do have an epic stat of the day from the sports weekend. Plus, there is a psycho floating around one of our DFW professional locker rooms. That's next here in the nation.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, we'll talk about the men's basketball championship. How did the Rangers...
Thanks for listening and sharing some laughs, Tolos, on The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. Got a big 4 coming up. Rim session. We'll relive the Mavs glory from the weekend, then get into the Chris Young show coming up at 4:20. Right now, it's time for a recap of the best of the weekend. Here's your chief.
Yes, 877-881-1053. Who is your best guess? As the 860 guesses Max Scherzer as his answer to a psycho in the DFW locker room. There is a professional sports team here locally that has a surefire psychopath in there.
Yep.
So please go ahead and make your suggestions. We will have the big reveal in a few moments, but do need to bring in the stat of the day. How about this one, fellas? We know Caitlin Clark, super beast, scored more points this season alone than Iowa football scored during her entire time as a Hawkeye.
Ouch.
Which is at least 4 years, right? Perhaps 5? Is it 4 years?
I think it was 4.
She's had a good run.
4 full years. She scored over 1,200 points this year by herself. And the Iowa football team has scored just over 1,000 points throughout the entire duration of her 4 years there. So congratulations, Caitlin Clark, once again on coming up just short. And some say that you can't be the best if you haven't won the championship. Do you guys co-sign those folks? I mean, those folks aren't as bad as John Heyman, who is the guy who is tweeting during her game last night that she would be an all-star in the NBA. So that's the worst of the takes on the take spectrum.
Okay.
But I believe somewhere on that spectrum of terrible takes is you can't be the best in college because you didn't win the championship.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that. I think it's very possible to be the best. It's a team sport. She was obviously overwhelmed. I think her team got out rebounded by like 23 or something. The squad that South Carolina has put together, the program they put together, is undeniably unbelievable.
They had 2 starting 5s.
Yeah,
they do.
Yeah. It's just
the depth that they have is unbelievable, and they just had a perfect season.
You know, what's Caitlin's spot? I mean, obviously, if she was 5 inches taller and could rebound like crazy, maybe they win last night. You know, she's not Giannis with a 3 for the women's game. She's kind of like Steph Curry, and therefore she can't smother the other team defensively. She can't solve the rebounding problem by herself. You know, she's maybe the best scorer for sure, maybe we've ever seen.
Yeah. I mean, the numbers certainly bear that, breaking the record and whatnot. But yeah, I think that's the thing that you can't push back against. She is the best scorer, and then you can split hairs after that. There's been some great ladies that have been some ballers over the years, but did you guys get a chance to witness the wedgie heard around the world this weekend?
No.
You guys love a good basketball wedgie as much as the next guy, don't you?
Sure. Yeah.
Well, Ian Eagle, who I believe to be the most underrated of our broadcasters, you know, Kevin Harlan gets a ton of love, and I think he's disrespected to some extent, you know, because he should be calling the premium of the premium all the time. He is next level legendary.
Connecticut game, right?
I think Ian Eagle deserves some more love here. But yes, this is in Yukon, Alabama.
Right. Yeah.
Here's the play-by-play, and here's the wedgie in the desert.
Diarra floats it up. Oh, got a wedgie in the desert. Is that different than a wedgie in New York? It's trying. A little neck ball. Oh. How about that? Again, the ability to put it on deck and get a decent shot as well. You waited all week for that.
I waited my whole life for that. A Final Four wedgie.
It's an uncomfortable feeling.
Depends on if you're on the receiving end. 64-56.
Is that still a go-to move for the? That was an interesting comment there to close it down by the color analyst. But the wedgie is the bullying wedgie thing. Does that still exist?
I think it was big from about 1960 to 1985. My dad used to love doling them out. He thought they were hilarious.
Yeah.
No, you guys took it to a new level with pants down and push.
Correct. Yeah.
See,
we evolved over time.
We went up, and you guys went down.
I don't know. I might rather have the pants down push than the wedgie that really gets.
The wedgie actually hurt, like genuinely can like.
I've seen underwear.
It can ruin a good pair of undies.
Yeah,
the
a lot
ripping
of
the tear,
things.
man.
I've seen.
You can get the cojones involved.
Yeah.
Lots of different ways that can go bad.
We'd all be wedgied though, as opposed to swirlied.
Yes.
Yeah, well, Brian for sure. After what we just heard, I mean, he'd be throwing up from the swirling.
And that's sort of like a mythological thing for me. Like the wedgie I've seen. I've never seen the swirly be done. So kudos to anybody who's executed that move or witnessed
Can
it.
you explain a swirly for those that don't play those type of games?
That is where
I don't play that S, by the way. Just let me know.
Literally, as in the case of the swirly.
Especially because it's always at a middle school toilet that is just the most disgusting place on
I'll choke
earth.
you out, bro. We both going to ISS for a week.
Yeah.
Don't play with me.
The swirly is when someone has their face unconsensually shoved into a toilet.
Yeah.
Often of a public restroom variety.
And
then it gets flushed. Yeah.
Thank you. Absolutely, it does.
It would be so difficult. That's like a 5 or 6 man job where, in the movies where it would play out, it's like one big senior football player and the freshman nerd, getting one-on-one destroyed like that. I've never seen it myself in public, but you got to go back into Brian's time into the 70s and early 80s for a whole different reality.
Yeah.
We're bros now. You're part of the gang, bro.
Initiation. It's a keg stand situation, except your face is in the toilet.
I mean, it wasn't like when hazing was just for anybody. Your 6th grade teacher might haze you. It wasn't like just a sports thing and people knew it was toxic. It was like hazing was just part of growing up. You might get beat up by older kids. You might get all sorts of bullying done to you. And at all times, you had to operate with an element of fear about you and looking over your shoulder, ready to escape. Maybe your older brother you thought was your friend. Now he's leading some bullies against you. You're like, what the hell is going on here?
No.
I got no friends or family in this situation.
Man.
Got rough back in the day.
Is that personal? That sounds personal. That sounds personal.
That was definitely a personal anecdote there. You're speaking on your friend's behalf.
Yeah,
I hope.
Just saved $150 on the doctor there. You didn't have to go now to get that.
Yeah, right.
Shrink,
That was good therapy. I think my brother was trying to pass the buck because he had fallen prey to an atomic sit-up when he was a sophomore.
Oh, isn't that like from heavyweights? Is that what the atomic sit-up is? You're doing a sit-up right into a dude's ass?
Yeah.
With your face?
Oh, that was the Seymour Butts scene. Yeah.
Absolutely awful. I mean, what do you do at the rest of the day? I mean, imagine that happens to you after like second period and now you just got toilet face the rest of the day? Like, are you calling mom and dad at that point? Pick me up? Going to the nurse's office? Can you hose me down?
I don't know what you do. You wash your face and you go on about your business. It's the 80s, dude. Nobody cares about your feelings. Nobody does. Mom would tell you to toughen up. Yeah.
You suck it up and you bury that way down there. This is America.
Yeah,
that's right.
I'm sorry that happened to you, but you really don't want to be a sissy, do you?
No. I guess I'll just smell like doo-doo the rest of the day, Mom. Thanks for the encouragement. Then you hang up the assistant principal's phone and you go on to class.
That's right. Yeah. Look at this chopstick. You're crying inside the office for a rare moment of vulnerability.
Hey, a super unlucky situation here. Run-of-the-mill moment where you're hammered and you decide you want to throw a chair off a roof bar, and unfortunately that chair lands right at the feet of several police officers. And that's what happened to Morgan Wallen over the weekend. So definitely a tough spot there. That is 3 counts of felony reckless endangerment with a deadly weapon.
Whoa.
The rare case where the chair becomes a deadly weapon. So Morgan Wallen achieved that this weekend. Who is the psycho floating around DFW professional locker rooms?
I wrote down 4 names. Is it like it's player? I took one.
It's a player.
It's a player. It's a player.
I took one from each team that I thought. Can I throw out my one from each team?
Yes, would love this, please.
Okay, this is for the mayonnaise peanut butter sandwich. What are we looking at here?
Well, that is the big reveal. Yes, it is somebody photographed a sandwich that was just laden in mayonnaise and bananas.
And a lot of both.
Okay, I wrote down one guy for each team.
Most likely to eat the most disgusting sandwich of all time.
Dante Exum for the Mavs.
Well, it's Australia.
It's
a European thing.
I thought of him
Vegemite.
Hunter Lipke, I thought, for the Dallas Cowboys.
Ooh, that's a good guess. It's outside the box.
Just a guess.
Definitely a guy that seems like he would eat anything.
Yeah, kind of a weird kind of a situation.
Look at that neck.
Evan Carter, I thought, for the Rangers.
He's a pineapple on pizzas guy.
He could do some strange things.
As his
got a
one
serial
seed
killer
topping quietness to him. Although he talked a lot in game last night on ESPN. It was crazy.
The bad revelation, though, was the Tennessee barbecue over the Texas barbecue. Like, you got to keep that to yourself. I don't care about the pineapple on pizza. I can fight for
He's
that.
caping for the hometown.
Yeah, he'll figure it out.
And I said Thomas Hurley for the Stars.
Ooh, and Thomas Hart, that's a good one. That's good.
Young guy that kind of maybe looking at his health a little bit, but the mayonnaise kind of throws you off.
Yeah.
Those were the names I wrote down while we were doing
Huge respect, dude. Those are all really, really good.
No, they're not, you liar.
No, I think those are really like respectable.
I tried to think of like kind of quirky dudes.
Well, I don't even know how quirky this guy is in other facets of his life, but Wanye Thomas of the Dallas Cowboys
Wanye Thomas.
is your resident psycho / potential serial killer because, and I would throw the photo up on the fan cam, but we have lunch breaks, I guess, for fan cammers. So Carter is unable to facilitate throwing up the sandwich here. So sorry to the Twitch and the YouTubers and whatnot.
You can probably Google it.
You could probably Twitter search it. Maybe Google's grabbed it by now, but a mayonnaise and banana sandwich is what your Dallas Cowboys safety is consuming.
All right.
We'll see
what's Wanye, though. We love you.
We need to get. Hopefully, Mozzie Smith is eating those right now.
Hey, whatever it takes.
It's a weight
man.
gainer sandwich waiting to happen.
Mix some peanut butter in there. Hell yeah.
We'll get Chris Young's thoughts on this story and more coming up at 4:20. We'll be talking with the GM of the World Series champs. Rim sesh next, though, Chief. What's on deck?
All right, well, we got to show love to these Mavericks. My, oh my, the combo of Luka and Kyrie plus Wemby making huge news across the sport next year in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat Window Nation with you. Yeah, little pump fake there, my bad. Window Nation right now has a great way to get ready for the hot weather coming up this summer. Buy 2, get 2 free, pay nothing for 2 years. That's 24 months at Window Nation. Go to windownation.com.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Chris Young Show is coming up in 20 minutes. We're 20 minutes from CY, talking about your World Series champs who have taken 2 of 3 from the Astros. Game 4 of that set is coming up pregame at 6:30, first pitch at 7 o'clock. Mavs are balling. And Chief has that and more here in the little afternoon rim sesh. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed, and the G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride. Rain dance.
Rain dance.
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when the Mavericks win their very first overtime game of the season. That was shocking to find out yesterday. But also when the Mavericks can eliminate the Houston Rockets out of contention for the NBA postseason just 5.5 short months after the Texas Rangers eliminated the Houston Astros from the MLB postseason. So salute to both of our local squads here. Mavericks on an absolute tear right now. How fun was that? Broadus was in the building. He was considering, should I up and leave this thing? This is embarrassing. This is a blowout.
I looked at Reggie and I was like, Reggie, I hope I'm not the reason why they're playing bad right now.
Well,
he's like, no, man, hang in there, we'll be okay. And
your presence was needed for half number 2,
yes,
and for that fourth quarter, and for overtime. And what Kyrie, man,
oh my gosh,
Kyrie. What he did yesterday was, and I believe Mark Followell has deemed him the Picasso of the paint.
I love that. Because he is. I mean, the way he sometimes effortlessly is able to really go through an entire starting 5 and weave his way to the bucket and get off just unbelievable shots is Picasso-esque.
The combination of Luka and Kyrie, or Lukai, if you will, combined for 85 points yesterday.
Jeez.
Needed all of them. And it was certainly Dante Exum doing apparently just what he does. This is just who he is. Ice in his veins guy. He hits the 3-pointer to force overtime. And at that point, Dante Exum was 8 of 11 on threes in NBA designated clutch time.
No way.
So on the season, in the final 5 minutes of a game that is within 5 points, if you go for the Dante Exum 3-ball, 8 out of 11 times, you're going to hit that bad boy. He ended up missing one in overtime, though. That has since made his 3-point situation go from 8 out of 11 to 8 out of 12. But either way, this is a guy who now is playing with extreme confidence, and late in the game, it's nice to know that you have a role player or two that can make the open look when your superstar gets doubled or tripled.
Yeah, and, I feel like he's missed some of these recently. It was the second game against Sacramento, I feel like just 10 days ago or so. He missed 2 of them in the final minute, but then made the third. So the team believes in him. They keep giving him opportunities, and they're looking for him, I think, in these situations. And he can dribble and pass as well. Like, he has been a point guard at times in his basketball career. So very underrated signing that, gives you the confidence now that you have the role players it's going to take to win a championship. Like the years where you could have role players that just play defense and shot threes and win the title, I think those are gone.
Yeah, dude.
Positionless basketball more and more.
And a lot of people are nervous about, are we going to get a Clippers Mavericks first round matchup? Some people don't want to mess with that, and that we know what's happened a couple of times in the playoffs versus the Clippers. But this is a different Mavericks team. The roster is constructed completely differently, and so much of it is you actually have some respectable role players. It's not just Luka carrying a bunch of guys. It's Luka and Kyrie at the head of the sword, and behind them is a bunch of dudes that are very complementary pieces. So I got no issues playing the Clippers. I think they'll crush them. And I mean, Kawhi Leonard is certainly scary, but can he even stay healthy throughout the entire course of a series? That question is very much so up in the air. Shout out to Paul George yesterday, though. Yeah. He went absolutely off. He had a bunch of points, and he had a game-winning bucket that involved him breaking the ankles of Evan Mobley. R.I.P. to him. That was embarrassing and painful all at the same time. To get bucketed on like that at the end.
They have such an incredible collection of players when you watch the Clippers. It's really cool, But I don't think that's going to play out well for them in the playoffs compared to what is now just such a well-oiled machine in the Mavs.
Yeah, and the anonymous NBA executive is quoted now as saying, Luka and Kyrie, best duo in the NBA. Chemistry on the court, off the charts. They complement each other so well. They genuinely like each other. That seems obvious. And he says, I wouldn't be surprised if Dallas makes a serious run in the playoffs. I don't see a defense stopping Luka and Kyrie in a 7-game series. That, again, from an anonymous NBA exec. And maybe that is Nico Harrison. But who knows?
Donnie Nelson.
Not Donnie.
They have taken some injuries as well and haven't missed a beat. Stayed focused. And that's when you know a team is capable of doing something special. You're losing players like Lively and Green, and it's okay. We'll keep the good times rolling. We'll figure out a way to get the job done.
Yeah, not just going into the tank after. They could have easily just been, punted on the rest of that game after the way that thing started. But they scratched, they clawed, and they come home with the victory. You have Kyrie named Western Conference Player of the Week. Right. So salute to him. He's been on a tear.
Assalamu alaikum, my brother.
That's right, dude. That's right. He's been in his bag for at least the last month or so, taking it up a notch for sure. And the team needed every one of his points yesterday. And Chuck Cooperstein noting if the numbers hold through the final week, Luka and Kyrie are going to be the third duo to average 25, 5, and 5.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Third duo. Who's the other duos? There's 2 in the history. They've both happened in the last 4 or 5 years.
LeBron AD?
No.
Westbrook KD?
Okay, they are both involved in these, but they aren't the duos together.
What a play by me.
Westbrook and Harden?
You had Westbrook and Harden in 2020, and then you also had in 18 and 19, you had Curry and Durant.
Okay.
So Kyrie and Luka, man, they're doing it. They're doing it in a big way right now, and respects to them. So fun to watch. And this postseason, my gosh, I'm telling everybody, get your bodies ready, dude. This is going to be a long postseason run of stars. Here we go, Mavs. Here we go, stars. Okay, so it's a mind and body thing. You got to prepare yourselves.
This is the best show Kyrie's ever put on. That's all respect to what he was doing with the Cavaliers. That was a lot of isolation basketball. Now he has added the ability to play off another superstar, incorporate others, playing a full team game. And he's still young enough that he can do those same great things that he was doing back in 2016 and 2017. As far as getting to the hoop, finishing in traffic, and he's become a better shooter throughout his career. He's also one of the best shooters in the entire game from outside off the dribble. So, yeah, I think championships in play here, guys.
Now, a lot of people in Philadelphia are talking about championships being in play. Now that Joel Embiid is back, he has returned with a vengeance, and Tyrese Maxey, the local legend, playing out of his mind. Micah Parsons' favorite player, Tyrese Maxey. And yesterday they were in a dogfight with San Antonio, a couple of overtimes, but Tyrese Maxey, 52 points, 7 assists, 5 boards, and it was very impressive with big buckets all over the place for him. So now you have Tyrese Maxey and Joel Embiid, the first teammates in NBA history to each record over 3 50-burger games in a season.
Dear God.
But now since Malachi Flynn has done the 50-burger thing, it's a moot point.
Yes.
Move on. Don't care about it anymore. When Malachi Flynn, who my dad thought was Malachi,
I thought it was Malachi.
Who's this? What's this Malachi situation? Like, what are you talking about,
It's not
bro?
Malachi Flynn.
That makes me a little nervous he didn't recognize Malachi.
Yeah, what's up with that, dude?
What are we doing here?
Yeah, he is a pastor.
Perhaps I made up the entire story, but I thought it was funny. But seriously, when Malachi Flynn, who averages 4 points or whatever, gets 50 points, now it's all about when Luka does 73, we acknowledge it. You know, when Booker's going, did Booker hit 70 this year? I think Booker hit 70.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. But the 50-burger no longer has meaning unless, of course, it's yesterday and it's Tyrese Maxey. We're going to show love to it. Now, they were going up against Wemby. There's some Wemby news we need to bring you. But first, I want to bring you Tyrese Maxey talking about his first interaction with Wemby during some off-season training here in Dallas. Listen to Tyrese Maxey tell you the story going one-on-one with Wemby.
I knew he was going to be really good because he comes in. I work out early. He was coming in to work out right after me. And he walks up to Tim and was like, hey, Tim Martin, I want to play Tyrese one-on-one. And I'm like, huh? Like, you ain't even stretched or nothing yet. He's like, no, I want to play one-on-one, but I want to be on all-time defense. So I'm looking at him like, I ain't never heard a player say that. Like, I just want to play defense in one-on-one. And I just know, like, I'm like, all right, whatever. So I'm like, I'm fresh. He's not fresh. So, like, I'm coming down one-on-one. I do, like, same moves I always do. And I get to the paint, come to my, like, right layup. And, like, he grabs my layup off the glass. And I'm like, hold on, let me tighten up real quick. But it was amazing. I mean, like, you know, we competed. It's like every time I would win the game, he want to play again. And, you know, my competitive nature, every time he won, I want to play again. It got to the point, like, all right, man, I got to go, man. I got to go lift, man. You got it, man. So, like, we ended up playing like 5 or 6 games. It was fun, though.
Pretty fun story. Would have loved to have been a fly on the wall for that situation. And Victor Wembanyama showing up, didn't stretch, hasn't broken a sweat. Let's go one-on-one, but I just want to play defense. I just want to embarrass you a couple of times, treat you like I treat the kids that show up to my camp, and I'm just swatting their shots around. But Nike, and I believe Carter off the lunch break, has the energy to hit the button to throw up the photo of Nike and unveiling their logo for Victor Wembanyama. They did this during the Eclipse, but some are saying this is their best one ever. Wemby's shoe deal with Nike, over $100 million. And he will obviously be featured as one of their biggest stars moving forward. What do you think of the logo?
An alien in a basketball?
Okay.
Am I getting butt cracked?
You're not getting butt cracked, sir. This is legit.
The alien? Is that what we're going with as a nickname for him?
I don't know if that's. I don't know.
He does look like a monster.
Yes,
Sure,
I think
he
they're
does.
doing like he's an extraterrestrial.
Yeah.
And so
Clearly.
they're leaning in. They're leaning into
I
it.
don't mind this.
He looks sick.
I agree. I kind of digging it.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's Anunnaki.
Yeah, dude.
I
The
guess
originals.
now that I know that is killer and it's real, then I'm with it. I think it's cool. I don't know if I would have greenlit it if I was him.
Really?
Make me look like an alien, but maybe they couldn't come with anything better.
Well, I am looking. Okay, so you asking, do they call him the alien? I'm on Basketball Reference right now.
We know that's legit.
We got 3 nicknames here. One stands out amongst the rest. The first is Wemby, obviously. The second is Vic. Okay. Can that even count?
Vic.
But the third, the extraterrestrial.
Yeah,
there you go.
There you go.
That's him, man. That's him. And he's living up to all the hype. He is playing fantastic basketball. And now he is
Marketing to non-basketball fans with that stuff, though.
I can't get over
you're getting your sci-fi guys in the mix
That's
on this.
what
I mean,
I'm
think
saying,
about
man.
it. You're tapping into a different market
You
here.
are tapping into
Sci-fi
a
guys are going to absolutely eat this up, dude.
Gamers.
You're right.
Gamers,
Yep, the
stuff like
gamers.
that. Man,
they're nice.
Those guys are
You're
blowing
on.
up right now.
he might get this thing figured out.
I don't think a big man shoe has ever been popular.
Ewing?
Nah, not his shoe.
Pat Ewing?
Yeah.
Did Shaq not have one?
Shaq did,
had
but
some, but not really.
But he catered to
Yeah.
he was catering to like being affordable with
George
his shoes.
Mikan?
You know what I mean? But they weren't like
Chuck
He
Taylor?
had some pumps at first and stuff like that, but they just wasn't popping.
wasn't the logo. It was him. It was him too.
Hanging on the rim.
double dunk.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. He had some sandals too that were half shoes, half sandals. He had some ridiculous stuff out there. Wasn't uglier than a Masterpiece sneaker, but it was pretty bad, bro.
Dude.
David Robinson has some, the old Forces.
Yeah, Admiral.
Admirals.
But
Yeah.
they wasn't popping.
Yeah.
How blown away were you, Lucius, when you were in Derek Holland's house and he showed you the Shaquille O'Neal sneaker that he has on one of his mantles? That's like it's like
big.
15 inches worth of shoe.
It's a big old shoe.
It is monster, dude.
Yeah. I thought about everything Corinne Steffen, they call her super hit on the
Oh,
streets.
geez.
Everything she said about Shaq. I was like, really? With this big old shoe? That's sad, man.
really? I love it.
Congratulations to the Milwaukee Bucks, who are in just a complete and utter free fall right now. And Doc Rivers looking worse and worse by the day. Adrian Griffin, everybody scratching their heads,
Laughing
man.
somewhere in Costa Rica.
That's right. 15-17 now is the record with Doc Rivers. They're losing to the worst teams in all of basketball is who they're losing to right now. So tough sledding for Damian Lillard and, of course, for Giannis. We will see how that season ends up, but I think we all know that is not a championship situation.
They had a system that was working. A bunch of guys that could be scrappy and play defense and be versatile around Giannis, and it worked once. I don't know why they were so fond of breaking that thing up.
Now, how surprised are you guys when I tell you? Because I thought I was getting butt cracked when I saw the standings in the Eastern Conference.
Oh my gosh.
The Orlando Magic are in the 3 hole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your 3rd seed Orlando Magic.
How bad the East
You got a
is.
really young team.
Oh my gosh, that was
But they've been
jarring
playing
to
good
me.
basketball.
I mean, evidently.
Yeah, they play well. Yeah.
Paolo Banchero getting it done. My Italian brother. I had no idea. The Orlando Magic here to play some serious basketball, man. But no one's playing like the Celtics, and now the Celtics have become the first team in NBA history to see 4 different players earn the Player of the Week title within a single season.
Dang.
You've got the 3-headed monster of Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, and Kristaps Porzingis. But then also Derek White got in the mix there. Some way, somehow, Derek White found a way, as a bit of a glue guy himself, to garner the award, the Player of the Week in the Eastern Conference. And Shams Charania noting that when he talks to NBA teams, there's a clear consensus that as a defender, Bronny James is already at the caliber of an NBA defender.
Now that's
For a small guy on ball.
On ball defender, dude. Yeah. Maybe he can be just sort of a potentially, I mean, maybe he grows into something offensively a little bit more respectable, but if you can bring lockdown defense, there's going to be a spot for you, dude.
I mean, you can tell the way that he moves. He is elite as far as explosiveness, and that, you know, he's LeBron's kid.
He's got the genes.
Yeah. You can see it in the way that he moves. I don't know if he's tall enough to defend like some of the better guys, but if you put him on a smaller guy like Lillard, I would imagine he has a better chance of challenging the shot and preventing him from, you know, getting into the lane. Is a lot of players. We got to run, Nation. Thank you for that rim session. It's time now for the Cy Young Show. Rangers championship winner GM Chris Young joins you next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat D&M Leasing. Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for the Chris Young Show here on your home of the Rangers. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And the Chris Young Show brought to you by PlayScore and Anheuser-Busch. And a good afternoon, Chris. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
We are outstanding. Thank you so much for asking. Now, before we talk baseball, I do have to know if you caught the Eclipse earlier and what you thought of it.
Yeah, that was pretty awesome. I got to be honest that I wasn't overly excited about the Eclipse. I hadn't really subscribed to maybe all the fanfare that has been out there regarding it. But after seeing it, I get it now. It was a really cool experience, maybe a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see something like that. And really, really neat. That was pretty awesome.
Now, at times last night, I thought maybe the home plate umpire had been blinded by a bright object. Was that abnormally off to you, or was that normal last night?
Well, just like players, umpires have good and bad games, and I haven't seen the official review of the game last night, so I can't really comment. Beyond just saying that I know how hard their jobs are. I think by and large they do a great job of it, and some nights you get some calls, some nights they go against you, and ultimately, we had some opportunities that we didn't capitalize on, but nonetheless, you got to give Houston credit. They pitched a great game and came out ahead.
How often would you say you guys send things to the league after the fact, just for clarification's sake? I would think Jonah Heim has probably been curious about that a couple of times.
Yeah, I try not to do it. I work for the league, and I was the recipient of those inquiries pretty frequently, and only when it becomes a consistent pattern do I think it really warrants a level of really dissection or breakdown by the league. And right now I think that ultimately I focus on what we need to do, how we can play our best baseball, and if we do that, really I don't get too consumed by calls going our way or not. I think you create your own luck, and it's kind of the mentality of our group, and I think it's served us well, and we focus on what we can control. And but if and when there becomes a time where I have to fight for our guys, I certainly will.
See, I was curious your take as a former pitcher when it comes to a lot of the injuries that we're seeing now with pitchers and big-name guys. I mean, heck, I know you deal with that right now with the Rangers and some of the players that are trying to rehab. But I think the MLBPA was saying maybe it's something to do with the pitch clock. The league pushed back on that. I've heard other people, pitchers like Tyler Glasnow, talk about the grip of the ball. Do you have any take one way or another on that?
I think that there are going to be a lot of different opinions on it, and I don't think there's any one reason. I think there's a lot of contributing factors to it, and honestly, I don't have enough data to really understand the extent to which injuries are happening more frequently now than they were, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, even 50 years ago. I'm not sure, and so I need to study that better to have a more formulated, intelligent opinion on that matter. But that said, I think there are a number of contributing factors. I think it's beyond just within the control of Major League Baseball. I think it extends to amateur baseball, collegiate baseball, and really some of the private instruction that kids are getting at such an early age. And I think that, when you combine all of these factors, then there probably has been an increase in the injury rate. And it's something that certainly as a league, as an industry and as a game, we all have a responsibility to protect the future, and we need to continue to study it and grow from it.
Chris, when I was in the National Football League, we were scouting your running backs, and we were always looking at running backs with a large number of carries. And you mentioned about collegiate baseball and stuff like that, and maybe some of the Little League baseball and stuff like that with pitchers. Is that something that you guys do evaluate if there's a pitcher that does have a very heavy workload through his young life as you get to the draft? Is that something that you guys would look at and maybe dock a guy and say, well, a lot of workload on that arm?
Well, I wouldn't say we necessarily dock a person for that, but what we do take into account what the workload has been, whether it's as an amateur player or as a free agent or potential acquisition at the pro level. And we want to understand everything we can in terms of making the best prediction possible moving forward, because that's what you're purchasing, right? You're purchasing the future, and you're making a prediction on how that player will perform in the future. And there are a lot of variables and factors that come into that. And certainly workload is previous workload in history is one that we do study, we do take into account, and we factor in our decision making. Equally important is especially with pitchers, is a biomechanical review. We try to really understand how their bodies work. And, very frankly, some players are capable of putting on more stress or carrying a higher workload than others. And so we try to, understand that and make the best predictions we can.
Seems like it was about a month or so ago, there was an article in the morning news about Dr. Meister's, kind of like double Tommy John surgery. How is that, played out in your eyes from a personnel standpoint? It seems like the way it was written, it's an operation that really gives the pitchers a better chance of coming back strong and staying healthy for longer.
Yeah, I really can't speak to the medical aspects of this. One, I just am not educated enough. Dr. Meister is the best in the country at what he does, and we talk about it all the time. And so, Keith, he'd be a great guest on here. He'd be more interesting than me. So he's a better talker than I am too. So you should invite Dr. Meister on sometime. But Keith's got really strong opinions and a unique perspective on this. Certainly this procedure that he is doing feels like he really reinforces the ligament and gives it the best chance of having long-term success. And I think it's proved to be true with some of his patients. And so, we're very fortunate to have him as our team doctor. And, ultimately, I think from my perspective, we factor in to some degree that this is an occupational hazard and that guys are going to get injured. And so how can you build a roster as deep as possible? How can you, prevent to the level that you can any injuries in terms of workload management and building in the depth and the roster protection should somebody go down. So it's a very complex issue. I wish I could say that we had all of this figured out, but as you know, we've got a number of pitchers recovering from surgeries, and but I am confident in our rehab team that we're going to get these guys back at some point this year, and they're going to be big contributors to our season.
CY, you've been very, very patient with Josh Smith and his development, and now it's a little bit of a next man up, and he's coming out and playing very, very well for you. Is there some satisfaction of seeing him have the type of success, here to start the year? As like I said, you guys have been very, very patient with him and allowing him to grow.
Yeah, and Josh, really, he's earned this. He's had to really put in his dues. He's obviously a very talented middle infielder who's been stuck behind, two MVP candidates in Marcus and Corey. And he's been able to get some time at third now with Josh going down. And, young guys need runway. And I think, a lot of young guys need 600 plus at bats in the major leagues. And we really haven't been able to give Josh Smith that consistently. Ezekiel Duran is the same. And so, but there's such a need for us in terms of the depth and the luxury of the depth that we have with those two players that, we love them here. They're big contributors to our team. Our hope is that we can continue to find ways to get both those guys in the lineup, 5 nights a week. And Zeke came up huge for us last year, and Smitty's doing the same this year for us. And that's what this game's about. It's about the next man up. It's about getting your opportunity and seizing the opportunity when you do get it. And Josh is doing that as we allow him a little bit of runway right now.
What's the latest with Michael Lorenzen and his rehab starts?
Yeah, Michael's doing really well. His last outing, I think, was right around 75 pitches, and I think he's going to get one more rehab start, build up a little bit more, and then we'll slide into the rotation after one more rehab outing. So sometime in the middle of this 17-game stretch, we expect to get Michael back, and he'll slide in, and we'll figure the rest out at that point.
Are you looking for anything different or paying attention to anything, just jumping right back into this rivalry so early in the season, how you guys are responding here to getting in this Silver Boot series?
Well, first I'll say it's a great rivalry. I mean, it's Houston's such a talented team. Obviously, last year they got the best of us in the regular season, and then we were able to get them in the playoffs. But to come out and and play, good competitive games against them the first 3 games of the series. My hope is that we come out tonight and find a way to win the series, but we know it's going to be a long season. Houston is not going away. They're too talented. They've got a great team, great veteran players. So we're going to have our work cut out for us. But I think overall, I've been very pleased with the way we have played. I've said this, before the season. If we go out, we play our brand of baseball. I feel like we can compete with anybody, and night in, night out, have a chance to win. And even last night was a tough loss, but we were right there. Dane pitched great. Just couldn't get the bats going, but still scratched out a run in the ninth, had the tying run up at the plate, and just couldn't get a few more hits. So if we're going to lose games that way, I'm fine with it because, more often than not, we'll win those types of games.
Are you surprised Houston's not having more success?
Well, I'm too smart to answer that question. I'm not going to fuel the fire. And, like I said, they're a really good team and they're not going away. And, different teams get off to hot starts, bad starts, good starts. And, Houston's going to be right there at the end of the season. So I'm focused on the Rangers and not really too worried about what they're doing.
Should we be getting Sporzy back in about 15 days or so? You feeling good about it?
Yeah, Josh had just a little bit of shoulder inflammation. I'm glad he spoke up. Mike and Boach did the right thing in getting him out of the game when they saw him kind of adjust his arm. And so I think that we just want to – he's so important to our season that we want to play it safe on the front end, not take any chances, not put him in harm's way. So we felt like the prudent thing to do was to put him on the IL, give him 15 days to recover, relax, and then we'll get him back, and hopefully he'll be strong and fresh. Last year he battled a couple little injuries and went on the IL, and every time he came back, he pitched really well for a period of time. So it's something we'll continue to monitor closely, but I think we dodged a bullet there.
Yeah, not a question, but just, hey, bravo to the bullpen, man. Damn good start.
Kicking ass,
really nice start, man. Making us feel great.
They've been awesome, haven't they? It's been fun watching those guys, and they're just all veterans. They know how to prepare. The young guys have done really well. Jake Latz, Yuri Rodriguez did great last night. Grant Anderson came in. It's just really fun to watch these guys. And our pitching staff, our pitching coaches, Mike Maddox, Brett Hayes, Bobby Wilson, our catching coach, they've all done a tremendous job of really preparing these guys night in, night out, and then putting them in the best position to succeed. And, let's hope that continues over the course of the season.
Well, thanks again for your time and this team, CY. Give them hell tonight. We'll be pulling for you.
Guys, thanks so much. Let's get a win, and I'll talk to you next week.
Cheers, buddy. There he goes. Rangers GM Chris Young. Weekly, 420 right here on your home of the Rangers. You can tell he wants this one tonight. He's not fueling the fire, though, like he did in epic fashion last year. Wasn't that great?
Oh, man. Postseason CY's a different animal.
He was, dude. He was in the zone.
He's all about winning them series, though. That's what he wants to do.
Yes.
You got to get that win tonight.
Yep.
I love the urgency. I love the goals and not shying away from exactly what you're here to do as a pro sports team. You're here to perform and kick the living out of your rivals. And hopefully that continues tonight. Pregame coming up 6:30. All right, top 10's next. Wooly Bully, where are we going?
Yeah, it's National Zoo Lovers Day. What is your favorite animal to check out at the zoo? And we got to get to this LaDainian Tomlinson story. That's next.
Okay, I want to chat Men's Tea Clinic with you.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good one. Rangers pregame is coming up at 6:30. First pitch at 7:05 as they look to take 3 of 4 from the Astros as The Silver Boot has opened so far pretty dang well. A split would be a little bit of a buzzkill, but it wouldn't be the worst either. By the way, salute to CY who just joined us. It's time now for Woolchuck's Top 10. Here's the Woolly Bully. Zach with an H.
Thank you very much. We will get to the top 10 zoo animals, the most favorite zoo animals for people to go check out. Remember, they go to the zoo here in a second. 877-881-1053 on National Zoo Lovers Day. I do want to get to this LaDainian Tomlinson story here, but shout out to Iowa and South Carolina. That national championship game averaging 18.7 million viewers, the most watched basketball game, men's or women's, college or pro, in 5 years.
Would have did more numbers if it would have been a little bit later.
Yeah.
Instead of that afternoon situation. I didn't like that for a championship game.
It's
not
weird.
a fan.
I don't know. I really don't know why they do that.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. This is they've at least done it the last 2 years. I don't know how long they've been doing it this way, but last year was the same thing. I'm like, what are we doing? Just putting a 2:00 situation up here. This needs to be a prime time deal.
Yeah, absolutely. And
That's
yesterday
why I
was-
missed it, to be honest with you.
It was a great time on ESPN, really, for local sports. I mean, because we went straight from Iowa, South Carolina, then you got Rangers, Astros, Sunday Night Baseball, and then Stars, Navs was right afterwards. But I agree. I do think that was a little bit weird having that 2:00 start time. Here was LaDainian Tomlinson.
Here's my theory on that, though. But as I was thinking about it, it probably doesn't hold water.
Yeah.
Is because you would think about if you play the afternoon game, you get the girls back. You know, you could travel back home afterwards. You know, you get your teams. You know, you could go home, and where like, but the men play at night. But the men have always played at night. I just wonder if it's something that they do for travel, just to get this the student athlete back
for class
home. You know, Sunday night and get them back for classes and stuff for Monday.
Yeah, I think it's a Sunday issue because if it's going to be on ESPN, you have Sunday Night Baseball, and so that real estate's already taken.
But
and
they've got so many
scheduling.
They've got so many other platforms. But the men's game has always been like on a Monday night.
Yeah.
Right.
It's always been. So that kind of kills my theory. But I just wonder
Don't ever rush me back after winning the championship to school. Don't ever rush me back to school.
Probably
not
they,
coming ever.
They had their,
Don't do that.
Those ladies were back in Columbia, South Carolina. They had a deal at the gym today. They had
pep rally.
I bet they did.
They had a pep rally. And they showed up and they held the trophy up, and everybody, you know,
they're not going to class.
Yeah, then I'll be leaving again.
Yeah, but I just wonder if it's one of those things where because I think the ladies had been there. You know, you got to kind of think about. They do think about travel budgets and stuff. I know it's a championship game and all that stuff like that, but Iowa left after they won their region. They were in that, I believe they were in the Albany region. And then they went to Cleveland.
Okay.
And so, I mean, they went right from one to the other. Maybe it's something like, but
maybe.
I don't know. It's just, you start thinking about like just getting back to, you know, getting them back so they can get back to school.
Back to the grind.
It's a thought.
I don't know. I'm just.
No, you're spitballing.
Well, I mean, okay, I understand.
We're at the no bad ideas point, you know, in this
okay, I
conversation.
can understand. I can understand if the Masters was going on right now, or something that they were going to have to compete against. You know, if it was something that traditionally is.
Yeah, it's just Sunday, and ESPN's got their Sunday Night Baseball, probably, is what it was.
Well,
they don't want to put it on ESPN2.
But they got other play. They could put that thing on ABC.
They could put it on ABC.
They got stringent curfews and whatnot.
I think they messed
I think
up.
there was something.
There's only you can't deny the fact that it's a ratings goldmine.
I'm not denying that. I was just trying to think of why they
watched.
I was thinking, why would you bring them by? Or why would you bring them? You know, why wouldn't you put them on at night?
All right, I didn't get to this for NFL News of the Day, but the conspiracy theory from LaDainian Tomlinson here on the Pivot Podcast. We go back to 2006, the playoffs, Chargers, Patriots, and some questionable play calling that sent the team packing. LT?
Unbelievable.
What's the situation?
Let's dive a little deeper into that, okay?
Yeah, like you went from Marty.
We've had time to process it and think about certain things.
You went from Marty to North Turner.
But remember, who's the offense coordinator? You guys remember at that time? Cameron.
Cam Cameron.
Oh, don't say that.
Did he
name
not
in here.
get what job did he get right after we lost?
Dolphins.
He came to be my head coach, and that is terrible.
So in my mind, did we just throw the game for a head coaching job?
Ooh.
Did we just?
So you say let's finish now. If we lose now, I get to go take my interviews. I get to go take a job.
You play football a certain way if you're up by 11 or if you're up in the second half. Freddie T, what we doing?
Tote that thing.
We toting that thing.
Yep.
How do I not get the ball?
Lorenzo said, Neal said that if you'd have got it more in the second half, y'all win the game.
And that's why I said we have all had a chance to think about this stuff, process it, and the fact that, someone gets it right after we lose. Guys, I appreciate everything. You guys play hard for me. I'm going to take this Miami job. What?
Yeah.
And then he went 1-15 and got bleep canned.
He was
famous for saying, if you're going to fail forward. And then his team failed forward to 15 losses.
He was really good at that. It was unbelievable. I lost a lot of money that afternoon.
Did you?
That game. I thought, man, this is the end. Then that might have been the last time I literally bet against Tom Brady.
Yeah, I love a good conspiracy.
You could not have convinced me that the Patriots were going to beat that Chargers team. And in the second half, it was going all their way, and then weird stuff started happening, and I didn't even hear that part of it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think for LT, like he is probably just, it's a head scratcher, like how the bleep did this happen? So you're assigning conspiracies to it. But hey, when you're dealing with the Patriots, anything's possible.
You look at Cam Cameron, I could see it.
Yeah,
I could see it. Maybe
I got yelled.
He
at.
might be one of those guys.
I got yelled at by some people in the Cowboy organization for saying that about Dan Quinn.
Yeah, with Washington.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're like, hey, you've been in this league long enough to know better than that. And I respect what they're saying. There's no way in hell, though, that team didn't look ready to play football.
No, they didn't.
Especially
on both sides of the ball.
There's two ways it can happen. Number one, you want it to happen, but number two is much more realistic. You just got distracted. You weren't putting the same amount of mental energy into it.
That's my point. Is that
you weren't saying the guy went out of his way to tank the game.
Dan Quinn is a hard-working individual and did a great job for the Dallas Cowboys the years he was here. But if your attention is a little bit elsewhere, then I don't blame the guy.
He just had a horrible idea of what he thought it was going to take, and the idea backfired on him big time. But I think Dan felt like he had seen it enough times that he wanted to try something new against these looks. And it ended up confusing the hell out of his defense. But I think his heart was in the right place.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying. I think it's human nature. If you have the opportunity to potentially move on, and you got to interview for these jobs, and you want one of these jobs so bad.
Yeah,
Dan worked extremely hard. I never questioned Dan's work ethic. I'll question the other guy's work ethic, but I won't question Dan's.
All right, let's rip through the top 10 zoo animals. 817 said, man, I should have gone to the zoo for the Eclipse today. I bet the animals might have been going a little crazy out there for the Eclipse.
Yeah, they had a lot of news teams out there. It was a great thing to kind of watch the animals in the Eclipse at the same time.
Pretty badass.
The tortoises are the ones you got to keep your eye on during the Eclipse.
Do some weird stuff.
Torgies.
Number 10 is the warthogs, and I think that's because of the Lion King, Pumbaa. Everybody loves the warthogs now.
So this is the top 10 most lovable animals?
Yeah, they're the most popular zoo animals.
Oh, zoo, okay.
Specifically that the people go and they like to see. The zebras at number 9.
Zebra.
The zebra. Number 8 is the pandas. Pandas are cute.
Panda.
Oh, for sure.
I feel sorry for the pandas in hot weather.
Yeah.
The pandas shouldn't be in a hot weather team.
Yeah. Hey, what do you feel about koalas? Since we mentioned pandas.
Dude, I think the koalas
are awesome,
They're
dude.
supposed to be like vicious?
Yeah, they kind of get me sometimes. Yeah. They're real needy, though. They're like little puppies, but they carry mad herpes.
Oh, do they really?
Yeah, mad herpes.
Oh, damn, learn something new.
Kicking it with Usher too much.
Man, come on, fam.
I'm sorry. The red pandas, I think, are the cutest.
Yeah, the red pandas are badass.
Shout out to Red Panda.
Panda. 7 is lions.
Panda Express is pretty good.
Solid. 6, there's better.
Okay, mids.
I'm not going to do that, on the microphones, but hey.
6 is the white tiger.
Oh, yes, dude. Yes.
No, I'm a liger guy myself.
Okay, how many white tigers are there in the world?
There's not a lot.
Okay,
and I think only specific zoos have them.
Okay.
Number 5 is the meerkat. That's Timon.
The beer cat.
Looking at about 200.
You.
You're the beer cat.
That's you. 4 is the elephant.
200.
Yeah.
Pink elephant. Pink elephant. Oh. Yeah, y'all never seen Dumbo?
Yeah.
He starts tripping out?
Yeah.
Okay.
3 is penguins. Again.
Yes, that's one of my faves. Number 2. That's number 2 on my list.
You got to plug your nose when you get into the penguin.
It stinks in there.
It stinks bad, man.
And they've got them at the aquarium over here, too.
Smell bad.
Yeah, the aquarium.
Number 2 is otters, like the sea otters.
They're fun to play with.
Yeah, they do some cool things.
Another stinky exhibit.
Oh, most of them are. Number 1, and this one just got texted in from our guy Black and Gold B, is the monkeys.
Okay. I think the gorilla thing is a fascinating one.
The gorillas are great. Yeah. Now, they will throw poo on you every once in a while. You got to keep your head on the swivel there with the monkeys. Did they leave any off your list, Lucius?
Alligator, snapping turtle.
Okay, the snapping turtle's bad.
I like to see the alligator, snapping turtle at every zoo I go to, especially this one over here in Fort Worth, because you can walk downstairs and be underwater, and they're like the habitat.
Oh, dude, that's badass.
Of all the turtles and the fish swimming. Oh, I love that.
I need to go to the Fort Worth Zoo. I have not been in like 20
It's great, yeah. Well, the monkeys are great because they're showmen. You know, they see they have an audience and they start doing all their fun tricks throughout the trees and things, and it's great.
I saw this mama gorilla saw mom with baby. So she like runs off to get her baby. You know, she runs back into the little dome that she has and then brought it out and set it down and be like, dude, check mine out. I got one too. Yeah. Moms were vibing. It was so cool. Okay, we got to run 3 hours down, hour and a half to go. In addition of the finest coming up next, Chief. Where is it?
March's Finest featuring undies, chicken wings, and your natty preview next year in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat Frankles with you before we do that, because if you're hurt. 5 minutes until Rangers pregame. Jared Sandler will have that. He's going to join us actually coming up at the top of the next hour, 6 o'clock, and preview this series finale with the Houston Astros fired up here. The Rangers could take 3 of 4. Opportunity is knocking. Houston sitting at, 3-7, I think, on the season so far. So chance to get a big win and push them a little bit farther down in the standings. Assert your dominance a little bit. Sounds like a good time to me. It's time now for another good time. It's an edition of The Finest with the Chief. Here he is, Eric.
Yes, sir. The rare edition of March's Finest in the month of April. Tis the season, boys and girls. The final college basketball game of the season is tonight. Let's get your predictions. UConn and Purdue. We know we got Mr. Cocky college basketball guy over there brought us winning his bracket challenges and whatnot. So I know he's feeling pretty good. You got UConn winning it all in your bracket?
I got UConn winning it all tonight.
Okay, UConn wins and covers. I think we're all on that. Walchuk, what didn't you say that UConn's not just going to win, but they're going to do some level of spanking?
Yeah, I think that they are going to spank Purdue tonight. I think that UConn is going to prove that they are a dominant force. We're going to look back at this as one of the most impressive championship runs in the most recent years, and I think UConn is just too dominant for Purdue.
Walchuk has the 7'4" Zach Edey laying over the knee of Dan Hurley, while Dan Hurley just goes to town.
Yeah, especially if this might be Dan Hurley's last game at UConn. If Kentucky comes and money whips him, who knows? Maybe he leaves and goes to the Wildcats.
Got a couple of good Dan Hurley nuggets for you. I do want to start with the stat of the day, though. Speaking to the dominance of UConn, they have trailed for just 4 minutes and 6 seconds of time throughout the entire NCAA tournament.
It's just crazy, how much better they are. I didn't think it was possible, really, to get this much of an advantage on your competition with everything going on in college sports. But, I think those that can do it right and are doing it well, hey, man, you tip your cap to them. It's kind of reminds me of what happened at TCU with the ability, the windows, the NIL, to put together something special and to sort of lap the competition in the way they have. I think we're watching really the new system of team building being optimized up there by the Huskies. So I'm with Walchuk. I expect double-digit win. It won't be surprising if they run him off the floor with like a 20-point win.
Where UConn punishes you is their ability to, if you miss threes.
Yeah.
Alabama was hanging in there because they hit a bunch of threes.
They hit a bunch of them.
And eventually it slowed down.
That's how you have to beat Connecticut. You have to knock down threes, because if you don't knock those down, they kill you in the transition. They get into the offense, and then now I asked somebody, I was at the Mavs game yesterday, and afterwards I asked some buddies of mine over there that work with the team. I asked them about Connecticut's offense. I said, "Is this like a pro? Do they do some pro offense stuff?" Because when you start talking about staggered screens and pin downs and all these kinds of things that they do, my guys go, yeah, they've got a little bit of Golden State to them, where they'll move the center out, and then you have to defend, and then they'll find a way they'll get the center to bring the ball back inside and then work off that. It's like with Curry and how they play. So there's some
ingenuity.
There's some pro concepts to what Connecticut does, but they kill you when you miss their making. And that's how the game got away from Alabama that way the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because
Sears took some crazy shots that weren't hitting, and then in transition, Connecticut gets in like their half-court game and then just punishes you.
Well, it's 4 minutes and 6 seconds of trailing. And when you look at how much they've trailed by, it's been a max of 5 points. At one point during the Alabama game the other night, they trailed by 5 points. That's the most they've trailed by throughout the entire duration of this tournament. So they're putting it on people. It's truly, truly dominant, and we know the superstitious nature of head coach for UConn, Dan Hurley. Mm-hmm. A lot of people alleging that he's going to end up getting money whipped over to Kentucky to replace the shoes of John Calipari. We'll see, but we got to get this victory before that happens.
You can't let them take it if you're UConn.
No, if you're UConn, you're trying to keep him here. I think another name that I've seen reported is Oregon head coach Dana Altman. is another name that has emerged as maybe a candidate there for Kentucky.
Man, that I don't know. Dana Altman, right? Longtime Creighton.
Yeah, good coach.
Longtime Creighton, got the Oregon job, been at Oregon for like 100 years.
Yeah.
I don't know.
10, 12, something like that.
Seems like to me that maybe that the one that was interesting is Eric Musselman leaving Arkansas. Because I think that if Eric Musselman would still be at Arkansas, if in fact but Calipari doesn't get the job. I mean,
that domino effect.
Musselman going to USC, I wonder if he's having a little buyer's remorse now. Because Musselman would have loved that Kentucky job.
Yeah, because I mentioned that on BetQL yesterday, where let's say Musselman does a good job with USC, who hasn't really been successful in college basketball.
Right, for a while.
And Kyle seemed like maybe this would be a last year type thing with Kentucky, and then we got the news that all of a sudden, he's probably got one foot out the door there, and he's getting this Arkansas gig. But I'm with you. I think Muss would have been a great candidate.
Musselman's the guy that always stays one step ahead of getting fired. He's one of those. He's got a great sense for that. Like, maybe I'm in a little trouble here. Opportunity.
That's a good superpower to have.
The USC gig.
Oh yeah, no, he has got one. He's one of those guys. It's a trait, and if you can pull it off, it's pretty impressive.
I like this quote here from Dan Hurley, UConn head coach. He says, "My biggest motivation for the last 2 to 3 weeks is that I don't want to deal with the portal S. I can hide behind the fact that my season is still going on." He's like, the longer we keep playing here, the less recruiting things I have to deal with, and I don't blame him whatsoever for that. That sounds like the worst gig in America, having to go beg a bunch of kids to come play for you. Just seems awful. And I just saw a guy turn down an opportunity to go. I can't remember. I think he's a Wisconsin player that could have gone to USC or something, but they were only offering $750,000 for the year, and he wanted that milli, and they were like, sorry, and he was like, okay, sorry. So now he remains at Wisconsin. It was $1 million transaction for 1 year, and they were willing to go up to $750,000, and he was like, no, not quite enough. Now, we know that Caitlin Clark lost last night, but they did set quite a precedent with the ratings. There are 18.7 million viewers. That's really, really dang dominant. But she goes home with the L, but I don't know if she realizes she actually took 2 L's yesterday, thanks to a gentleman, I believe he works for Barstool, and he was on Twitter on the front end of the game saying that he's going to be giving out $500 of his own money to a random follower if Caitlin Clark scores more points during yesterday's game than the amount of Dave & Buster's chicken wings he eats at the game. Wow. Now, there's no Dave & Buster's in the arena. So this dude had to do the math to figure out, okay, how many, he's got to sneak in a bunch of chicken wings. And what he does is he looks at her averages. He's got to figure out how many to bring in here so he can make sure that you don't run out of wings if she's still, dropping 3 bombs.
Sure.
So she averages, I guess, like 32 or whatever. So he's like, okay, definitely going to have that. She scored 41 points last year versus South Carolina, and her career record is 49. So he's like, okay, I'm going to bring 50 wings, and that should be enough to cover what I need here.
Sure.
And, man, she got going 18 points in the first quarter.
Yeah.
That must have been daunting there. That's a historical start. And then the Gamecocks really started to hunker down, and they were stifling. They're going full court press. They're denying her the ball. They got some really, really strong beast defenders for South Carolina. So they ended up making it much more difficult for her. She ends up with 32 points. So this dude has giant Ziploc bags of Dave & Buster's wings, which I can't speak to. I don't know the last time I had a Dave & Buster's wing.
Yeah, I've never had them, I don't think.
But he has giant Ziploc bags, and he had somebody basically like saran wrap them to his torso.
So he could get him in?
So he can get him into the arena. Okay. And then from there, it's just wing consumption.
Right.
And he got a little bit nervous, obviously, with the 18 points, but he ends up with the victory there. He out-eats her by a handful of wings. I think he got to 36 wings, and she ended up with the 32 points there. So I still think, hey, pretty dang impressive, 30-plus wings in like 2 hours or whatever.
Yeah.
Not something to be ashamed about by any stretch. I think he held his own there, but that's 2 L's yesterday for Caitlin Clark. Certainly not the way she wanted to go out in her college career.
No, but from her post-game interviews, I did not get the feeling that she was that bothered by how things had gone.
I think she's relieved.
I think she was like, well, I scored 30 and everything went great. I had a lot of success and my team just couldn't rebound. So either she had the best attitude about it possible or she's a total narcissist, which I can't rule out.
All right, I got to show you guys a video here. If Carter Freeman would oblige. during March's finest, this is one of April's finest. We go to Utah. Look at this police officer having to corral on foot a wild pig, a boar, basically. And this thing is out and about in a local community there. He's running through yards and driveways to try and corral this thing.
Domestic pig?
I don't believe. I think this is a wild pig of sorts.
I don't think you want to do that with your bare hands.
That's what I was thinking.
They are violent.
That's what I was thinking.
Their tusks are sharp.
Yes, you can get killed.
Dude, and they're just generally disgusting.
Yeah.
And I think their hair is like super coarse. Not like porcupine level of hurt, but I feel like if you touched it,
it's rough.
It would not. It would be like splinters almost in your hands to some extent. Now Walchuk says it's rough. I assume you know from experience, right?
Yeah,
You've
I've
gone out
wrestled a
there,
couple pigs before.
You've put your hands on one of those bad boys.
Not kosher at all.
He was trying to do his own bacon situation. It was his business, and it didn't really get off the ground.
When you were at Ohio State?
It was not that same weekend. It was another trip.
Oh.
More UNT, sophomore year type deal?
Yeah, I mean, I can't confirm nor deny that. It might have been freshman year. Who knows?
Can you see now? There was 2 total pigs, but there's video. We have video evidence of one of these officers corralling with his bare hands one of these pigs. Now, have you guys gotten to see this video? Has it popped up on you yet?
I saw him trying to kind of chase, and the lateral quickness was not very good. The police officer. The pigs was much better than the police officer.
Yeah, but the relentlessness that the police officer showed
Effort is
here,
outstanding.
like I'm sitting here going, like, where's my backup? Do we have anything to corral this thing? Like he's having to, and he got juked a couple of times.
Oh, he did.
Like that pig was not going to go down without a fight.
I think that cop has a future as a yellow coat wearer at a professional sporting event. You know, the windbreaker guy.
Oh, get him like catching streakers?
Yeah, when you get he looks like he has the agility of some of those yellow coat people.
Well, there's a relentlessness to him. You know, there's the idea that he is, you know, he's passionate enough about his gig here. He had no idea he was going to wake up this morning and have to go tackling a wild boar. And maybe he likes that about his job, where it's like you never know what you're going to run into. But I don't think any of us in the G-Bag Nation, perhaps maybe, I don't know, Lucius, what would be your level of comfort trying to corral a wild pig? Because I know there's definitely some country aspects to, you know, you've been out and about there. And you're not paying attention, so I'll just continue to move on. But I do think maybe Lucius would be the only one that stood a chance in that scenario.
Pig, maybe below knee. Okay, it does appear that the officer in question has some sort of pair of gloves or something around him that's going to allow him. Yes.
This pig is like screaming. Like when you hear the video, you can hear like the high pitched squealing, which is just awful. Like nothing about this seems like this is something I want to do for a living. Shout out to this Utah police officer.
No, I would imagine this gentleman has some history with either hog farming or hog hunting, which gives him a layer of knowledge on how to handle the pig to avoid injury. You know, that's what I'm noticing by his technique. And then he knows it's a smaller pig, one that he can pick up and secure, basically, because if they're big enough and the tusks have grown out, they can just slash you like an end, you know, damn near cut your leg off.
Yeah, so these things are ornery.
No sidearm at all, right? We were not using the sidearm here at all.
No, this was a full-fledged wrap-up tackle. He did leave his feet, but he was there, so he knew he had.
But that was never a thought, you think, right?
No. Now
sidearm was never.
This is 4-H kids showing off. Basically, to me, is what this is.
Yeah. Like nobody else on the force wants to get involved here, and he's like, guys, don't worry. I'm the man for the job here. Just drop me down on the scene and let me go handle this thing. But, I mean, you have to wonder if in certain areas they do this for, like, to graduate a police academy. You know, like if you're in an area where these guys are running around
you can catch a pig, you can catch a man.
I think
you've often said that.
Tennessee was playing baseball, an SEC game, and I think a raccoon got caught in the stands. And a lady grabbed the back of the raccoon and pulled it out of the stand.
It was probably at the Coliseum.
Yeah. It's a lady with some experience.
In Oakland.
Yeah, it probably was in Oakland.
That's what she used to call getting dinner or getting supper.
She just grabbed him. Like everybody's like,
some stew, baby. Let's get some supper tonight.
It's looking like, look out. Lady just grabbed the thing and walked it out.
We did get a tip. 469 said with pigs, you grab the hind legs, you pick them up, and you can steer it like a wheelbarrow. That might be the way to do it.
Okay, well this guy went full. He went 4 legs off the ground and just like basically bodyguarded this guy out of the club, if you will. Like just picked him up and
got him in a
embarrassed him.
headlock, kind of.
Yeah,
totally
yeah.
secured. All right, maybe with the heavier ones, you pick up those back legs, and now you got him. That sounds like a brave individual that figured that one out. Okay, we got to run. When we come back, we have the Expressway. We'll take you commercial free to the top. I believe Chief has a sports hodgepodge around the corner. Everything that's been breaking in the world of sports, including news on tonight's Astros starter and more coming up next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.